The rain fell in a steady, cold curtain over Los Angeles, washing the grime from the streets, but doing nothing to cleanse the city's deeper stains. Detective Hieronymus Bosch stood at his kitchen window, a cup of black coffee cooling in his hand. The view was of a wet alley and the blank wall of the neighboring apartment building, a scene as familiar and unyielding as the cases that piled up on his desk. The call had come an hour ago, pulling him from a thin, troubled sleep. A body in a flophouse off Hollywood Boulevard. A cop. Not just any cop. A narcotics detective from the Rampart Division, found with a shotgun beside him and most of his head missing. The official line was already hardening into a simple, tragic narrative. Suicide. But Bosch had read the preliminary report, and the pieces didn't fit. They never did. He set the cup down, the ceramic clicking against the Formica countertop. The apartment was quiet, a hollow silence that seemed to amplify the drumming of the rain. He thought about the dead man, Calexico Moore, a name that sounded like a border town, which was probably the point. Moore had been working deep, tangled in the vicious trade of black ice, a particularly pure and deadly form of methamphetamine flowing up from Mexico. To go from that to blowing your own brains out in a rented room took a kind of despair. Bosch understood, but the logistics nagged at him. The angle of the blast, the absence of a note, the fact that Moore's service weapon was still holstered when they found him. It was all too neat, too convenient for a department that preferred its scandals wrapped up quickly. With a sigh that was more of a habit than an expression of feeling, Bosch grabbed his jacket from the back of a chair. The leather was worn soft at the elbows and carried the faint, permanent scent of cigarettes and old coffee. As he shrugged into it, his eyes caught on a photograph tucked into the edge of his hallway mirror, a faded picture of himself and his former partner, Frankie Sheehan, both younger, squinting into a sun that seemed to belong to another lifetime. Sheehan was dead now, too. Another case that had left a bad taste. The memory was a sudden, sharp twist in his gut, a reminder that despair wasn't always a private affair. Sometimes it was a contagion, spreading from one broken soul to the next. He turned the picture face down against the wall. Some ghosts didn't need an invitation. The drive to Hollywood was a slow crawl through the grey dawn. The wipers beat a monotonous rhythm against the windshield, pushing aside a river of dirty water. Bosch switched off the radio, the chatter of a morning DJ feeling obscenely cheerful. He replayed the scant details in his mind. Moore had been reported missing by his wife 3 days prior, no activity on his credit cards. His car found clean, parked near the bus station. Then, this. It stank of a professional cleaning, not a personal unraveling, but saying that out loud, especially this early, would only get him sidelined. The department loved a suicide. It was tidy. It didn't require looking too closely at the shadows where guys like Moore operated. He parked a block away from the sagging 2-story motel, its neon sign sputtering a weak VAC NCY into the damp gloom. The scene was already cordoned off with yellow tape that sagged under the weight of the water. Uniformed officers huddled under the narrow eaves, their faces pale and bored. Bosch flashed his badge at the sergeant, a man with a thick mustache beaded with moisture, and ducked under the tape. The room was on the second floor, at the end of an open walkway that overlooked a flooded swimming pool. The door stood open, a rectangle of harsh white light cutting into the hallway's darkness. The smell hit him first. A coppery, thick odour mixed with cordite and the underlying stench of mildew and cheap disinfectant. It was the smell of violent death, a smell he knew as well as his own. Inside, the small room was a study in bleak finality. The body was gone, of course, just a dark, sticky stain on the worn carpet, and a chalk outline that looked like a child's crude drawing. The shotgun, a Remington 870, lay on the floor where it had been found. Bosch crouched down, careful not to touch anything, his eyes tracing an invisible line from the bed to the wall opposite. The pattern on the wallpaper was a spray of dark matter and bone fragment, now dried to a crust. The official photos would show it all, but being here, in the quiet aftermath, let him feel the geometry of the scene. "Hell of a way to check out," a voice said from the doorway. Bosch didn't look up. He recognized the voice. Detective Jerry Edgar, from Robbery Homicide. Edgar was a company man, smooth where Bosch was rough, political where Bosch was blunt. "If that's what he did," Bosch said, his voice flat. Edgar stepped into the room, his polished shoes avoiding the stained carpet. "Come on, Harry. What else?" The door was locked from the inside, the guns right there. The guy was under a lot of pressure. IA was sniffing around his last few busts. "It adds up." "It adds up to what they want it to add up to," Bosch said, finally standing. His knees popped in protest. "Since when does a narc cop, even a stressed one, use a shotgun? It's messy, it's impersonal, it's a statement, a .38 to the temple. That's a suicide. This is a billboard." Edgar shrugged, a practiced gesture of dismissal. Maybe he wanted to make sure, or maybe he just grabbed what was handy. "You're looking for a puzzle where there isn't one. The man was dirty, Harry. The word is, he was skimming from evidence lockers, maybe dealing on the side." The pressure got to him. End of story. Bosch looked past Edgar, out the door to the rain-swept walkway. A story was exactly what it was, a narrative constructed to close a file, not to find a truth. Calexico Moore had been in the murky world of black ice. That world didn't let you just walk away, not even by putting a barrel in your mouth. It reached out and pulled you back in one way or another. "I want to see the autopsy report," Bosch said, turning back to Edgar. "And the wife."
"I want to talk to the wife." Edgar sighed, the sound heavy with impending paperwork and bureaucratic headaches. "She's already been interviewed. She's a wreck. It's a suicide, Harry. Let it go. This isn't even your division." "It's a dead cop," Bosch said, meeting Edgar's gaze. "That makes it everybody's division." He walked out of the room, leaving Edgar in the silent, stinking box. The rain felt clean on his face as he stepped back onto the walkway.
Below, the pool water was a dark, oily green, littered with dead leaves. A single bright yellow rubber duck floated forlornly in the deep end, a bizarre and poignant detail in the grim morning. It was the kind of thing that stuck with you, a splash of absurd color in a grey world. He filed it away, a meaningless fragment for now. He knew he was stepping onto a path that led into a maze, one lined with mirrors that showed you only what others wanted you to see. The official story was a smooth, paved road. Bosch had always preferred the rougher, darker trails. They were harder to walk, but they usually led somewhere real. He pulled his collar up against the rain and headed for his car, the city stretching out before him, vast and secretive, hiding 1,000 stories in its wet, gleaming streets. This was just one of them, and he already knew it was going to be a bad one. The smoke from the Kawinga Pass fire climbed into the sky, spreading out under a ceiling of cooler air. From Harry Bosch's vantage point, it formed a vast, dark anvil, its peak tinged with a strange, rosy glow from the setting sun. He tuned his scanner to the county emergency channel, listening to the tense updates. Fire crews reported multiple homes already lost, with the blaze threatening to sweep into the open wilds of Griffith Park. The strain in their voices was unmistakable. A fleet of helicopters worked against the towering column, dipping in and out like frantic insects to dump water and retardant. The sight, the relentless rotor noise, it all dragged him back, not to a specific memory, but to the feeling of Vietnam, that same chaotic dance of machines against a consuming force. He watched a cascade of water punch through a flaming rooftop, a geyser of steam hissing upward in reply. Shifting his gaze, he looked down the slope where his own house clung to the hillside. The dry chaparral below was dotted with stubborn wildflowers. He scanned the arroyo, but the coyote he'd been observing, the one he'd taken to calling timido for its skittishness, was nowhere to be seen. He'd left out scraps of chicken before, a peace offering of sorts, but the creature would only venture out to claim them once Harry had retreated inside. Sometimes its lonely howl would find him late at night, a ghostly sound winding up the canyon. A sudden, deep whump pulled his attention back to the fire. A dense black sphere of smoke boiled up within the larger plume. The scanner erupted with urgent chatter. A battalion chief confirmed a propane tank explosion. Harry watched the dark smoke get swallowed by the grey, then switched the scanner back to the LAPD bands. It was his turn for Holiday on call. The radio traffic was mundane, routine. A quiet Christmas in Hollywood, it seemed. He checked his watch and went inside. In the kitchen, he slid a roasted chicken breast onto a plate, added a heap of steamed rice and peas from a pot on the stove. Carrying his dinner to the dining table, he sat before a waiting glass of red wine and 3 unopened cards. Coltrane's Song of the Underground Railroad played in the background. This was the solitary man's ritual, and he owned it without shame. He'd had plenty of practice. The first card was from an old partner, retired and living large in Ensenada. The message was the same as every year: "Harry, when you coming down?" The second was also from Mexico, from a fishing guide named Jorge Barrera. Harry had spent weeks with him in Bahia San Felipe the previous summer, letting the sun and salt air heal a bullet wound. Barrera's note in Spanish was another invitation to return. The final card he opened with deliberate care, its Tehachapi postmark telling him all he needed to know before he even saw the signature. The card was printed on rough, recycled paper from the prison workshop, the image of the nativity blurred at the edges. It came from a woman he'd known for just one night, yet she had lingered in his thoughts more times than he could count. She'd asked him to visit, too. They both understood he never would. Harry took a slow drink of wine and lit a cigarette. On the stereo, Coltrane's live recording of Spiritual from the Village Vanguard filled the room, a sound from his own younger days. Then the police scanner, humming quietly beside the television, cut through the music. He'd lived with that chatter as background noise for so long he could usually tune it out, focusing on the saxophone's cry, yet still catch the unusual words. This time a voice broke through. 1 Clee 12. Staff 2 needs your 20. Bosch stood and moved to the scanner, as though seeing the device would clarify the message. He waited. 10 seconds. 20. No reply came. Then the voice returned. Staff, 2 location is the Hideaway, west and south of Franklin. Room 7. Advise staff 2 to bring a mask. That was all. Weston and Franklin lay inside Hollywood Division. 1K12 meant a robbery homicide detective from Parker Center downtown. Staff 2 was an assistant chief, one of only 3 in the department. Which one didn't matter? What did matter was why one of the top brass would be rolling out on Christmas night. An even sharper question nagged at Harry. If RHD was already on the scene, why hadn't he, the on-call detective for Hollywood, been notified first? He carried his plate to the kitchen, dropped it in the sink, and dialed the station on Wilcox. The watch commander, a Lieutenant Kleinman, answered. Bosch didn't know him. He was a transfer, fresh from Foothill Division. What's happening? Bosch asked, keeping his tone level. I'm picking up scanner traffic about a body at Weston and Franklin, and nobody's said a word to me. Funny, since I'm the one on call tonight. Don't sweat it, Kleinman replied. The hats have got it all wrapped up. Hats? Kleinman must be an old-timer. Bosch hadn't heard that term in years, a throwback to when RHD detectives wore actual hats, back before uniforms started calling them suits. Those homicide specials still acted like they were the cat's pajamas, floating above everyone else. Bosch had despised that arrogance even when he was one of them. At least in Hollywood, the city's gritty underbelly. Nobody put on airs. It was just police work, straight up. "What's the call?" Bosch pressed. Kleinman paused. "We've got a body in a motel room on Franklin. Looks like a suicide, but RHD is taking it. Hell, they've already taken it. We're out. Orders from above. Bosch." Bosch stayed silent, thinking. RHD responding to a Christmas suicide. It didn't add up until it did. A name clicked into place. Kalexko Moore. "How long has this been going on?" he asked. "I heard them tell staff, too, to bring a mask." "It's ripe," Kleinman said. "They're saying it's a real potato head. Not much head left at all. Looks like he put both barrels of a shotgun in his mouth. At least that's what I'm getting on the RHD frequency." Bosch's scanner didn't pick up the RHD channel. That explained why he'd missed the early traffic. The suits had only switched frequencies to alert Staff 2's driver. If not for that, Harry would have been in the dark until morning. The oversight burned him, but he kept his voice steady. He needed whatever Kleinman would give. "It's Moore, isn't it?" "Looks that way," Kleinman said. "His shield was sitting on the bureau, his wallet too. But like I told you, nobody's going to make a positive ID off the body alone, so nothing's certain yet." "How did this happen?" "Look, Bosch, I'm swamped here. You get it? This isn't your case. Robbery-homicide has it now." "You're wrong. It does concern me. You should have called me first. I need to know what happened so I understand why I was left out." "All right, fine. Here's how it went. The motel owner calls in, says there's a body in the bathroom of room 7. We send a patrol car, they confirm it. But they called back on a landline, not the radio, because they saw the badge and wallet on the dresser and figured it was Moore, or thought it was anyway. We'll see. I called Captain Grouper at home. He called the assistant chief. The brass got notified. And you didn't. That's just how it played out. So if you've got a problem, take it up with Grouper or the AC, not me. My hands are clean." Bosch stayed quiet. He'd learned that silence often made people talk just to fill it. "It's out of our hands now," Kleinman went on. "Hell, the TV crews are already out there. The LA Times, the Daily News. They all think it's Moore, same as everyone else. It's a circus. You'd think that fire up in the hills would be enough to keep them busy. No chance. They're lined up along Western Avenue. I have to send another car just for crowd control." "Bosch, you should be glad you're not in the middle of this. It's Christmas, for crying out loud." But that explanation didn't cut it. Bosch should have been notified first. Then it would have been his call when to bring in RHD. Somebody had deliberately sidelined him, and that still grated. He hung up and lit another cigarette. He took his gun from the cabinet above the sink and clipped it to his jeans. Over his olive-drab sweater he pulled on a light tan sport coat outside. Night had fallen. Through the sliding glass door, the fire line across the mountain pass glowed against the dark ridge, a jagged, devilish grin creeping toward the peak. From the canyon below, a coyote's howl cut through the quiet, crying at the rising moon or the fire, or maybe just at its own solitary darkness. Bosch drove down from the hills into Hollywood, the streets nearly empty until he hit the boulevard. On the sidewalks, clusters of runaways and drifters stood around. Prostitutes were working the corners. One wore a red Santa hat, business as usual, even on Christmas night. There were impeccably dressed figures on bus benches who weren't really waiting for buses and weren't really women. Tinsel and Christmas lights hung across the intersections, layering a weird, festive shimmer over the neon and grime. It looked, he thought, like a streetwalker wearing too much makeup. Not that such a thing was possible, but the scene wasn't what depressed him. It was Cal Moore. Bosch had been waiting for this news for almost a week. Ever since Moore didn't show for roll call. For most of the cops at Hollywood Division, the question wasn't if Moore was dead, it was when they'd find the body. Moore had run the division's street narcotics unit, a night shift that worked the boulevard exclusively. Word around the station was that Moore had split from his wife and replaced her with a bottle. Bosch had seen that firsthand during the one real conversation they'd shared. He'd also picked up hints of something deeper troubling Moore, vague mentions of an internal affairs probe, a personnel file under review. It all pointed toward a heavy dose of holiday despair. The moment they started searching for Cal Moore, Bosch knew the man was dead, and so did everyone else in the department, though nobody said it out loud. The press never uttered it either. Initially, the department aimed for a quiet resolution. They made low-key inquiries at Moore's Los Feliz apartment and conducted a handful of helicopter sweeps over the adjacent slopes of Griffith Park. But once a television reporter got a whisper of it, every other station and newspaper latched onto the story. The media faithfully chronicled the search for the absent officer. Moore's picture was tacked to the board in the Parker Center press room, and department brass issued the usual appeals to the public. It was compelling theater, or at the very least it made for gripping footage. Mounted patrols, aerial searches, the police chief solemnly holding a photo of the grimly handsome sergeant. Yet no one voiced the underlying truth. They were hunting for a corpse. Bosch halted at the Vine Street light, watching a man in a sandwich board jerk his way across the intersection, his knees bouncing the sign with every hurried step. The board displayed a satellite image of Mars with a section boldly circled. Beneath it, block letters commanded, "Repent, the face of the Lord watches us." Bosch recalled seeing the same photo on a tabloid cover while waiting in line at a Lucky supermarket, though that publication had insisted the face belonged to Elvis. When the light changed, he drove on toward Weston, his thoughts returning to Moore. Beyond a single evening sharing drinks at a jazz spot near the boulevard, their interactions had been minimal after Bosch's transfer to Hollywood division from RHD the previous year, a move shadowed by an internal affairs complaint. The welcome had been a collection of wary handshakes and tentative greetings. Most kept their distance, which he understood and didn't resent. Moore fell into that category, rarely offering more than a passing nod in the hallway or during staff meetings. This wasn't surprising, given that Bosch worked homicide on the first floor, while Moore's unit, the Hollywood Bang, the Boulevard Anti-Narcotics Group, operated out of a converted storage room on the second floor. Still, there was that one night. For Bosch, it had been a chance to gather background for a case. For Moore, it was an excuse to down a succession of beers and whiskies. The Bang Squad had a flashy, media-friendly name the department loved, but in reality it was just 5 cops roaming Hollywood Boulevard after dark, scooping up anyone with a joint or something stronger in their pocket. It was a numbers game, pure and simple. Generate as many arrests as possible to justify requests for more personnel, gear, and, above all, overtime in the next budget cycle. It hardly mattered that the district attorney's office pled out most cases and dismissed the rest. The arrest stats were the only trophy that counted. And if a local news channel or a reporter from the Times West Side section wanted a ride-along for a story, so much the better. Every division had a squad like it. Turning north on Western, Bosch saw the pulsating blue and yellow patrol car lights ahead, mixed with the stark, lightning-like flashes of TV cameras. In Hollywood, such a spectacle usually meant one of two things: a violent death or a movie premiere. But Bosch knew nothing premiered in this neighborhood except 13-year-old girls turning their first tricks. He parked half a block from the hideaway and lit a cigarette. Some aspects of Hollywood were eternal. They just kept getting new names. 30 years ago, when it was called the El Rio, it was a dilapidated dive. It remained a dilapidated dive now. He'd never set foot inside, but growing up in Hollywood, he remembered places like it all too well. He had stayed in them with his mother, back when she was still alive. The Hideaway was a courtyard motel built in the 1940s, where a sprawling banyan tree in the center provided deep shade during the day. After dark, the motel's 14 rooms faded into shadow, broken only by the crimson glow of a neon sign. Harry noticed the letter E in the sign advertising monthly rates had gone dark. He remembered this place from his childhood when it was called the El Rio. The neighborhood had been in decline even then, but the buildings themselves had seemed less worn, less grim, and the night had held fewer neon scars. A sleek, streamlined, modern office building shaped like an ocean liner had once stood beside the motel. That ship had sailed decades ago, replaced by yet another generic mini-mall. Sitting in his parked car, Harry knew the hideaway was a dismal place to spend a night, an even more dismal place to end a life. He stepped out and walked toward the courtyard entrance, now blocked by yellow crime scene tape guarded by uniformed officers. At one end, a cluster of men in suits was bathed in the harsh glare of television lights. The man speaking, his head shaved to a gleam, was holding forth to the cameras. The blinding lights created a wall. The men behind them couldn't see into the darkness beyond. Bosch flashed his badge to an officer, signed the crime scene attendance log on a clipboard, and ducked under the tape. The door to room 7 stood open, spilling light and the ethereal sound of an electric harp into the night. That music told Harry that Art Donovan was on the scene. The technician always brought a portable radio tuned to the Wave, a New Age station. Donovan claimed the soothing melodies brought a sense of calm to places shattered by violence. Harry entered, pressing a handkerchief to his face, but it was useless. The unique, gut-churning odor of death hit him the moment he crossed the threshold. He found Donovan on his knees, dusting fingerprint powder onto the dials of a wall-mounted air conditioner beneath the room's single window. "Cheers," Donovan said, his voice muffled by a painter's mask worn against the smell and the powder. "He's in the bathroom." Bosch took a quick survey of the room, knowing the suits outside would likely eject him once they realized he was there. A faded pink coverlet was neatly spread over a queen-sized bed. A solitary chair held a 6-day-old copy of the Los Angeles Times. Against one wall stood a bureau with a mirror. On its surface sat an ashtray holding a single half-smoked cigarette, a .38 special in a nylon holster, a wallet, and a badge case. The last 3 items were dusted with black powder. There was no note on the bureau, the first place Harry would have looked. "No note?" he murmured, more to himself. "Nope," Donovan confirmed. "Nothing in the bathroom either. Go ahead and look, if you're willing to risk your last meal." A short hallway led past the left side of the bed to the rear of the room. The bathroom door was on the right. Harry felt a familiar, heavy reluctance as he approached. He believed every cop had, at least once, contemplated the cold finality of turning a weapon on themselves. He stopped at the doorway. The body was slumped on the dingy white floor tiles, propped against the bathtub. The first detail Harry's mind registered was the boots. Grey snakeskin with thick bulldog heels. Moore had been wearing them the night they met for drinks. One boot was still on the right foot, the worn rubber heel showing the manufacturer's symbol, an S coiled like a snake. The left boot stood upright against the wall. The foot, still in a sock, was encased in a plastic evidence bag. The sock, probably once white, was now a dirty grey. The limb beneath, slightly swollen, lying on the floor near the door jamb, was a 20-gauge shotgun with twin side-by-side barrels. The shotgun stock was cracked along its lower edge, a jagged 4-inch splinter lying on the tile floor, neatly circled in blue crayon by Donovan or one of the other detectives. Bosch didn't pause to analyze it. He was just absorbing the scene. His gaze traveled up the body. Moore was dressed in faded jeans and a grey sweatshirt, his hands limp at his sides. His skin had the dull, waxy look of death, fingers swollen from decay, forearms grotesquely distended. On the right arm, a distorted tattoo showed a devil's leering face beneath a crooked halo. The corpse was propped against the tub, head tilted back as if to rinse his hair, an illusion created by the brutal reality that most of his head was simply gone, obliterated by the close-range blast. The pale blue tiles around the tub were coated in a dark, dried crust of blood, with thick brown streaks trailing down into the drain. Several tiles were chipped and cracked from stray pellets. Sensing someone behind him, Bosch turned to meet the steady gaze of Assistant Chief Irving, who stood without a mask or cloth over his face. "Evening, Chief." Irving gave a curt nod. "What brings you out here, Detective?" Bosch had already pieced together the grim picture. He stepped back from the doorway, moved past Irving, and headed toward the front of the motel. Irving followed. They passed two jump-suited men from the medical examiner's office. Outside, Harry tossed his handkerchief into a police-issued trash can and lit a cigarette, noticing the manila folder in Irving's hand. "Caught it on my scanner," Bosch said. "Figured I'd respond since I'm on call. It's my division, my responsibility." "Indeed," Irving replied. "Once we identified who was in that room, I transferred the case to robbery-homicide immediately. Captain Grouper notified me. The decision was mine. So it's confirmed? That's more in there?" "Not formally." Irving lifted the file. "I stopped by records for his prints. They'll provide the final confirmation, along with dental records if we can recover enough. But all indications point to more. The room was registered to Rodrigo Moya, his old alias from his bang days. There's a Mustang rented under that name, parked behind the motel. At this point, the investigative team has little doubt." Bosch nodded. He'd crossed paths with Irving before, back when the man was a deputy chief running internal affairs. Now, as an assistant chief, his authority spanned IAD, narcotics, and all detective bureaus. Harry weighed the risk of pressing the issue. "I should have been the first call," he said finally. "It was my case. You pulled it before I even had a chance to take it. Detective, it was within my authority to reassign it, wouldn't you agree?" "No need for agitation. Consider it streamlining. You know robbery-homicide handles all officer fatalities. You'd have handed it off eventually. This just saves steps. There's no hidden agenda here, only efficiency. That's one of our own in there. We owe him and his family a swift professional response, regardless of the circumstances." Bosch nodded again, his eyes scanning the courtyard. He spotted an RHD detective named Sheehan under the flickering monthly rates sign, questioning a man in a sleeveless shirt who was chewing a wet cigar stub, oblivious to the evening chill. "The manager? Did you know him?" Irving asked. "More? Not really. I mean, we knew each other, same division, so our paths crossed. He mostly worked nights, patrolling the streets. We didn't cross paths much. Bosch wasn't sure why he chose to lie just then. He questioned whether Irving had detected the false note in his voice. Shifting gears, he asked, "So you're calling it a suicide? Is that what you told the press?" "I didn't tell the press anything definitive," Irving replied. "I spoke with them, yes. But I said nothing about the identity of the body in that room. I won't release that until it's officially confirmed. You and I can stand here and agree it's almost certainly Calexico Moore, but I'm not handing that to the media until every test is run and every line on the death certificate is filled." He slapped the manila file against his leg. "That's why I pulled his personnel record to speed things along. The prints will go with the body to the medical examiner." Irving glanced back toward the motel room door. "But you were inside, Detective Bosch. You tell me?" Bosch paused, weighing the deputy chief's intent. Was Irving genuinely interested or just testing him? This was their first interaction outside the tense arena of an internal affairs probe. Bosch decided to risk an honest answer. "It looks like he sat down on the floor beside the tub, took off one boot, and used his toe to pull both triggers. Given the damage, I assume it was both barrels. The recoil sent the shotgun into the door jamb, splintering part of the stock. His head went the other way against the wall and into the tub. Suicide." "There you have it," Irving said. Now I can inform Detective Sheehan that you concur, just as if you'd been the first detective on the scene. No one needs to feel sidelined. That's not what this is about, Chief. Then what is it about, Detective, that you refuse to go along to get along? That you won't accept the command decisions of this department? My patience with you is wearing thin, something I'd hoped I'd never have to say again. Irving was standing uncomfortably close, his wintergreen breath clouding in Bosch's face. It felt intentional, like being pinned. Bosch took a step back. But there's no note. No note yet. We still have some lines to follow. Bosch wondered what could be left. Moore's apartment and office would have been searched when he was first reported missing. His wife's home, too. What else was there? Could Moore have mailed a note to someone? It would have arrived by now. When did it happen? We're hoping the autopsy tomorrow morning will give us a window, but my guess is he did it shortly after checking in. 6 days ago, the manager stated in his initial interview that Moore checked in 6 days back and wasn't seen outside the room after that. That matches the room's condition, the state of the body, and the date on the newspaper. The autopsy was scheduled for tomorrow morning. That told Bosch Irving had pushed this through. It usually took 3 days to get an autopsy, and the Christmas holiday would have created a backlog. Irving seemed to read his thoughts. The acting chief medical examiner agreed to handle it tomorrow. I explained that media speculation wouldn't be fair to the man's wife or the department. She agreed to cooperate. After all, the acting chief wants the permanent appointment. She understands the value of playing ball. Bosch remained silent. So we'll know more then. But no one, including the manager, saw Sergeant Moore after he checked in 6 days ago. He left strict instructions not to be disturbed under any circumstances. My read is he went through with it not long after arriving. Then why wasn't he found sooner? He paid for a month up front, demanded no disturbances. A place like this doesn't offer daily maid service anyway. The manager figured he was a drunk, either on a bender or trying to dry out. Either way, in a spot like this, the manager isn't in a position to be picky. A month's rent is $600. He took the money. They kept their word about not disturbing room 7 until this morning, when the manager's wife spotted that Mr. Moyer's Mustang had been broken into overnight. That, plus a natural curiosity, led them to knock. When there was no answer, they used a passkey. The smell hit them the moment the door swung open. Irving explained that Moore or Moyer had cranked the air conditioner to its coldest setting to slow decomposition and contain the odor. Wet towels had been stuffed along the bottom of the front door to seal the room even tighter. "No one heard the shot?" Bosch asked. "Not that we've turned up," Irving replied. "The manager's wife is mostly deaf, and he claims he didn't hear a thing. They live in the last unit on the opposite side. We've got retail shops on one side and an office building on the other, both closed at night. There's an alley out back. We're checking the registry to locate other guests who were here during Moore's first few days, but the manager says he never rented the rooms on either side of Moore's. Figured if the guy was detoxing cold turkey, things might get loud." Irving paused, then added, "And detective, it's a busy street out front. Bus stop right there. Could be nobody heard anything. Or, if they did, they didn't recognize it as a gunshot." Bosch thought it over. "The month-long rental doesn't add up for me. If he was planning to end it, why try to hide the body for weeks? Why not just let them find you and be done with it?" "Hard to say," Irving offered. "Best I can piece together, he might have been trying to spare his wife." Bosch raised his eyebrows, waiting. They were separated, Irving continued. Maybe he didn't want to ruin her holidays. So he bought some time, a couple weeks, maybe a month, before the news got out. The explanation felt flimsy to Bosch, but he didn't have a better one at the moment. He fell silent, and Irving shifted gears, signaling the visit was over. "So, detective, how's the shoulder holding up?" "It's fine. Heard you went down to Mexico, brushing up on your Spanish while you recovered." Bosch didn't bite. He wasn't in the mood for small talk. Part of him wanted to tell Irving the scene didn't sit right, even with all the evidence laid out. But until he could put his finger on why, he knew to keep it to himself. Irving was midway through another sentence. I've always felt more of our officers, the non-Latinos especially, should make a real effort to learn this city's second language. I want the whole department to, when Donovan's voice cut in from the room. Found a note. Irving broke off without another word and moved toward the door. Sheehan followed, along with a suit. Bosch, recognized as Internal Affairs Detective John Chastain. Harry hung back a second before trailing them inside. One of the medical examiner's techs stood near the bathroom door, the others clustered around him. Bosch wished he hadn't tossed his handkerchief earlier. He kept the cigarette between his lips and took a shallow breath. Right rear pocket, the tech said. There's decomposition, but you can still make it out. It was folded twice, so the inside is fairly clean. Irving stepped back into the main room, holding a clear evidence bag, studying the small slip of paper inside. The others crowded in, except Bosch. The paper was a sickly grey, like Moore's skin. Harry thought he could make out a single line of blue writing. Irving glanced over, as if noticing him for the first time. Bosch, you'll have to step out. Harry wanted to ask what the note said, but he knew he'd be shut down. He caught the smug smirk on Chastain's face. At the yellow tape, he paused to light another cigarette. The click of high heels made him turn. One of the reporters, a blonde from Channel 2 he recognized, was striding toward him, wireless mic in hand, a polished, insincere smile already fixed in place. She advanced toward him with a practiced, fluid motion, but Harry cut her off before a single word could leave her lips. No comment, he stated flatly. I'm not assigned to this. Couldn't you just? No comment. Her smile vanished as if sliced away. She spun on her heel, irritation evident in her stiff posture. Yet within seconds, the sharp click of her heels resumed as she positioned herself with her cameraman for the prime shot, the one that would open her report. The body was being removed. Camera strobes flashed, creating a corridor of light as 6 videographers formed an impromptu gauntlet. The 2 men from the medical examiner's office wheeled the sheet-draped gurney through the glaring lights toward a waiting blue van. Harry noted the grim, stoic figure of Captain Irving following closely behind, not so far back as to miss the video frame, of course. Any screen time on the evening news was valuable, especially for a man with ambitions for the chief's office. After that, the scene began to dissolve. Everyone was departing, reporters, officers, the whole crowd. Bosch ducked under the yellow tape, scanning for Donovan or Sheehan when Irving approached. Detective, on further consideration, there's a task that will help move things along, Irving said. Sheehan needs to finish here. I want to reach Moore's wife before the media descends. Can you handle the next of-kin notification? We have no definitive answers yet, but she should be aware of the situation. Having made such a display of his frustration earlier, Bosch couldn't back down now. He'd wanted a piece of the case. Now he had one. Give me the address, he replied. Shortly after, Irving was gone, and officers were coiling the yellow tape. Bosch spotted Donovan heading to his van, carrying the plastic-wrapped shotgun and several evidence bags. Harry leaned against the van's bumper, pretending to tie his shoe as Donovan stored the bags in a wooden crate that once held Napa Valley wine. "What do you need, Harry?" Donovan asked, not looking up. "I just heard you weren't even supposed to be here. That was then. Things changed. I'm on it now, next of kin duty. Some case to land on." "Yeah. Well, you work with what you're given." "What did he say?" "Who?" "Moore." "Harry, this is—" "Come on, Donnie." Irving handed me the notification. "That puts me in. I just want to know what he said. I knew the guy all right. It won't leave this conversation." Donovan let out a heavy sigh, reached into the crate, and began sifting through the evidence bags. Didn't say much, honestly. Nothing earth-shattering. He flicked on a flashlight, directing the beam onto a bag containing a note. A single line was scrawled across it. I found out who I was. The address Irving provided was in Canyon Country, nearly an hour's drive north of Hollywood. Bosch took the Hollywood Freeway north, merging onto the Golden State Freeway as it cut through the dark pass of the Santa Susana Mountains. Traffic was light. Most people were probably at home, he figured, finishing up Thanksgiving leftovers or settling in for the night. His mind turned to Cal Moore, what he had done and what he had left behind. I found out who I was. The line offered no clarity. Bosch's only reference point was his single encounter with Moore a few weeks prior, a meeting that had been strictly business, yet Moore's personal troubles had seeped through. They'd met on a Tuesday night at the Catalina Bar and Grill. Moore was technically on duty, but the place was just half a block off the boulevard. Harry was waiting at the bar in the back. They never charged cops the cover fee. Moore slid onto the stool beside him, ordering a shot, and a Henry's mirroring the drinks already in front of Bosch. He was dressed in jeans and an oversized sweatshirt that draped loosely over his belt. His undercover outfit fit him like a second skin. The jeans were faded to a soft grey at the thighs, and his sweatshirt had the sleeves torn off. Beneath the ragged edge on his right arm, the blue ink of a devil's face peeked out. Moore had a rugged handsomeness, though he was several days unshaven and carried a certain weariness, a kind of shaky, hollowed-out look, like someone who'd just been let go after a long ordeal. In the polished Catalina crowd, he stuck out like a sore thumb. Harry's eyes dropped to the man's boots, grey snakeskin bulldoggers hooked on the stool's rungs. Rodeo ropers wore that style for the forward-angled heels that dug in when wrestling a calf. Street narcs had another name for them, dustbusters, because they served the same purpose when taking down a suspect flying on angel dust. They started with small talk, feeling each other out over cigarettes and drinks. Harry noted how the name Calexico really did capture Moore's mixed background. Dark-skinned with ink-black hair, slim hips and broad shoulders, he looked every bit the part until you saw his eyes. They were a surfer's green, bright as antifreeze, and his voice held no hint of an accent. "There's a border town called Calexico," Moore said, "right across from Mexicali. You ever make it down there? I was born there. That's where the name comes from. Never been. Don't sweat it. You didn't miss much, just another dusty border spot. I still drop by now and then."
Family there?
Nah, not anymore. Moore caught the bartender's eye for another round, then lit a fresh cigarette from the stub of his last one. "So," he said, blowing smoke toward the ceiling, "you said you had something to ask about." "Yeah, I've got a case." The drinks arrived, and Moore knocked his back in one smooth motion. He'd already ordered another before the bartender finished writing the tab. Harry laid it out. A few weeks back, he'd caught a case that was going nowhere. The victim was a 30-year-old male, later ID'd through prints as James Capellani from Oahu, Hawaii. His body had been dumped under the Hollywood Freeway, where it crosses Gower Street. Somebody had strangled him with an 18-inch piece of baling wire, wooden dowels fixed on the ends for a better grip, a clean, professional job. Capellani's face had turned a bluish-grey like an oyster shell. The acting chief medical examiner during the autopsy had dubbed him the Blue Hawaiian. By then, Harry had already pulled the records in life. The guy also went by Jimmy Capps, and his drug sheet was about as long as the wire that killed him. So it wasn't a huge shock, Harry continued, when the M.E.E. cut him open and found 42 rubber balloons in his gut. What was inside? This Hawaiian product called glass, a spin-off of ice, from what I hear. Remember when ice was the big thing a few years back? Anyway, Jimmy Capps was a mule. He was carrying that glass in his stomach, probably just stepped off the plane from Honolulu when he walked right into that wire. Word is glass is pricey, and the market's cutthroat. I'm looking for some background. Maybe shake an idea loose right now. I've got nothing. No leads on who did Jimmy Caps. Who told you about glass? Major narcotics downtown. They weren't much help. Nobody really knows shit. That's why, Moore said, glancing around for the bartender, who was pointedly ignoring them from the far end of the bar. It's all pretty new. Basically, black ice and glass are the same animal, same high. Glass comes from Hawaii. Black ice comes up from Mexico. Guess you could call it the drug of the 21st century. If I were pitching this on a sales floor, I'd tell you it hits every target audience. Essentially, someone took cocaine, heroin, and PCP and cooked them all into one potent little rock. It's designed to deliver the whole package, that initial crack-like rush. But the heroin stretches the high for hours, not minutes. Then they toss in just a dash of PCP, the dust, to give the whole experience a sharp, unpredictable kick as it winds down. Honestly, once this stuff truly catches on in the neighborhoods and establishes a real foothold, you can just forget it. We'll have nothing but a city full of zombies shuffling around. Bosch stayed quiet. He was familiar with most of this, but Moore was on a roll, and Harry didn't want to interrupt his flow with a question. He lit his own cigarette and waited. It began in Hawaii, Moore continued. On Oahu, they were producing what they called ice over there, just the basic mix of PCP and Coke. Highly profitable. Then the formula evolved. They started adding heroin. High-quality Asian white. That's when they rebranded it as glass. I guess their slogan was something about it being smooth as glass. But in this line of work, nothing is ever patented. The only things that matter are price and profit. He raised both hands to emphasize those two driving forces. The Hawaiian operation had a good product, but getting it to the mainland was their headache. You've got boats and planes which can be monitored and regulated to some extent. They can be watched and checked. So they resorted to using mules like this Caps guy who swallow the product and fly it over. But even that method is tougher than it sounds. First, you're severely limited in how much you can move. What was it? 42 balloons inside this guy. Maybe 100 grams total? That's a lot of risk for not much payoff. Plus, the DEA has agents on planes and in airports specifically looking for people like Caps. They call them rubber smugglers and have a whole profile for spotting them. You know the signs, someone sweating profusely, but with bone-dry lips, constantly licking them. That's from the anti-diarrheal medication, the cowpectate. These smugglers drink that stuff like it's soda, and it gives them away every time. What I'm getting at is the Mexicans have a massive geographic advantage. They've got boats and planes too, but they also share a 2,000-mile border that might as well not exist for all the control and interdiction happening there. They say federal agents intercept maybe 1 pound of cocaine for every 10 that slip through with black ice. They aren't catching an ounce at the border. I haven't heard of a single black ice seizure happening there. He paused to light another cigarette, and Bosch noticed a slight tremor in his hand as he held the match. What the Mexicans did was steal the recipe. They started replicating the glass formula, but they're using homegrown brown heroin, including the low-grade tar, the pasty residue from the bottom of the cookpot. It's full of impurities, which turns the final product black. That's how they came up with the name black ice. They manufacture it cheaper, transport it cheaper, and sell it for less. They've practically driven the Hawaiians out of their own market. It's a brutal irony. Moore seemed to have finished his thought. Harry asked, "Have you picked up any chatter about the Mexicans targeting Hawaiian couriers? Maybe trying to eliminate competition and corner the market that way?" "Not up here, at least. You have to remember, the Mexicans are the manufacturers. They aren't necessarily the ones selling it on the street corners. By the time it reaches the pavement, you're several layers removed from the source. But they'd still be calling the shots from the top." Bosch pressed. "True. That's absolutely true." So who ordered the hit on Jimmy Capps? You've got me, Bosch. This is the first I'm hearing about it. Has your team ever made any arrests of black ice dealers? Gotten any information out of them? A handful, but you're talking about the very bottom rung of the ladder. Usually white kids. The rock dealers working the boulevard tend to be white. It's easier for them to operate out in the open. Now that doesn't mean the supply isn't coming from Mexican sources. And it doesn't rule out the South Central gangs being involved either. It's a messy, layered business. The arrests we've made likely won't do you much good. He rapped his empty mug on the bar until the bartender glanced over, then signaled for another round. Moore was sinking into a gloomy mood, and Bosch hadn't gotten what he needed. I need to go higher up. Can you give me anything at all? I've got nothing on this, and it's already 3 weeks cold. I either find a lead or I walk away. Moore stared ahead at the bottles lining the back wall. All right, I'll see what I can do, he said. But remember, we don't focus on the obscure stuff. Cocaine, crack, some marijuana, that's our daily grind. Not the exotic things. We're a numbers unit. But I know someone at the DEA. I'll reach out. Bosch checked his watch. It was almost midnight, and he was ready to leave. He watched Moore light a fresh cigarette, even though one was still smouldering in the crowded ashtray. Harry still had a full beer and a shot in front of him, but he stood and began fishing in his pockets for cash. Thanks, he said. See what you can find out and get back to me. Sure, Moore replied. After a pause, he added, Hey, Bosch, what? I know about you. You know what people say around the station. I know you've been through the ringer. Tell me, did you ever run into an IAD investigator named Chastain? Bosch thought for a moment. John Chastain had a reputation. In internal affairs, complaints ended as sustained, unsustained, or unfounded. They called him Sustained Chastain. I've heard of him, Bosch said. He's a detective, 3rd grade, runs one of the desks. Yeah, I know his rank. Everyone does. What I mean is, was he one of the ones who came after you? No, it was always someone else. Moore nodded. He reached over and took the shot glass meant for Bosch, emptied it, and said, From what you've heard, do you think Chastain is actually good at his job? Or is he just another polished suit with an empty chair? I guess that depends on what you call good. But no, I don't think any of them are good. In that line of work, they can't be. Give any of them an opening, and they'll burn you down and sweep up the ashes. Bosch felt torn between asking what was going on and staying clear. Moore stayed quiet, leaving the choice to him. Harry decided to keep his distance. If they've got a target on you, there's not much you can do. Call the union, get a lawyer, do what they say, and don't give the suits anything you don't have to. Moore gave another silent nod. Harry left 2 $20 bills on the bar, hoping it covered the tab, and left something for the bartender, then walked out. He never saw Moore again. Bosch merged onto the Antelope Valley Freeway, heading northeast. Crossing the Sand Canyon overpass, he spotted a white news van going south with a large number 9 painted on the side. It meant Moore's wife would already know by the time Bosch got there. He felt a faint pang of guilt mixed with relief that he wouldn't be the one delivering the news. That thought made him realize he didn't even know the widow's name. Irving had only given him an address, apparently assuming Bosch knew it. As he exited the freeway onto Sierra Highway, he tried to recall the newspaper stories from the past week. They had printed her name, but it wouldn't come to him. He remembered she was a teacher, an English teacher, he thought, at a high school in the valley. The reports said they had no children and that she had been separated from her husband for a few months. But her name escaped him. He turned onto Del Prado, watched the curb numbers, and finally pulled up in front of the house that had once been Cal Moore's home. It was a standard ranch-style house, the kind mass-produced by the hundreds in the planned communities that spilled their residents onto the freeways every morning. The house appeared spacious, likely with 4 bedrooms, which struck Bosch as unusual for a couple without children. Perhaps there had once been plans for a family. The porch light remained off, a clear signal that no visitors were welcome. Under the pale moonlight, the overgrown front lawn was evident, the grass nearly swallowing the white Rittenbohr Realty sign planted near the sidewalk. The driveway stood empty, the garage door shut tight, its windows like dark, vacant eyes. Only a faint glow seeped through the curtained picture window beside the door. Bosch wondered what she would be like, whether guilt or anger would define her, or perhaps a bitter mix of both. He flicked his cigarette into the street, stepped out to crush it under his heel, and moved past the weathered for sale sign toward the entrance. A dusty welcome mat lay on the porch, its message faded from neglect. Bosch kept his eyes down after knocking, finding any detail preferable to facing the woman directly. Her voice came after his second attempt. "Go away?" No comment. He almost smiled, recalling he'd used that same line earlier that night. "Mrs. Moore, I'm not with the press. I'm from the LA Police Department." The door opened a crack, her face shadowed by the backlight, the security chain still in place. Harry had his badge ready. "Yes, I'm Detective Harry Bosch, LAPD. Could I come in? I need to ask you a few questions and update you on some developments." "You're late," she replied flatly. "Channels 4, 5, and 9 have already been here. When you knocked, I assumed it was another crew. Maybe 2 or 7. I've lost track. May I come in, Mrs. Moore?" He tucked his badge away as she closed the door, slid the chain free, and gestured him inside. He entered a tiled entryway in a rust-colored Mexican style, catching her reflection in a round mirror as she locked the door again, a tissue clutched in one hand. "Will this take long?" she asked. He assured her it wouldn't and followed her into the living room, where she settled into a comfortable brown leather chair beside the fireplace. She directed him to a couch facing the hearth, the spot reserved for guests. Embers glowed faintly in the fireplace. On a table near her chair sat a box of tissues and a stack of papers, reports or scripts in plastic covers. "Book reports," she explained, noticing his glance. "I assigned them to my students before the Christmas break. It was going to be my first Christmas alone, and I suppose I wanted plenty to keep me occupied." Bosch nodded, his eyes scanning the room. In his line of work, he'd learned to read people through their surroundings, especially when they could no longer speak for themselves. The space was sparse, with minimal furniture suggesting few gatherings with friends or family. A large bookshelf held hardcover novels and art books, but there was no television, no hint of children. It was a place designed for quiet work or intimate conversations, a life now altered. In the opposite corner stood a 5-foot Christmas tree adorned with white lights and red ornaments, a few handmade pieces that seemed to carry generations of memory. He admired that she had decorated it herself, maintaining her routines amid the collapse of her marriage. She had put the tree up for her own sake, a quiet act of resilience that conveyed a stubborn strength. She carried a hardened exterior, forged from pain and perhaps a deep-seated loneliness, yet beneath it was an undeniable resilience. He sensed she was the type who would endure this, who would find a way to carry on alone. He struggled to recall her name. "Before we begin," she interrupted his thoughts. "May I ask you something?" The lamp beside her chair cast a soft, low light, but it was enough to illuminate the fierce intensity in her brown eyes. "Go ahead," he replied. "Was that intentional? Letting the reporters arrive first so you could avoid the unpleasant task? That's what my husband called it, the dirty work. He said detectives always tried to pawn it off on someone else." Harry Bosch felt a flush of heat rise to his face. In the sudden quiet, the clock on the mantel seemed to amplify its ticking, each second echoing in the room. He finally found his voice. "I was only assigned to come here a little while ago. I had some difficulty finding the address." He stopped himself. She saw right through him. "I'm sorry, you're correct. I did take my time." "It's all right. I shouldn't put you on the spot like that. It must be a horrible part of the job." Bosch wished for something to occupy his hands, like the worn fedoras detectives in old films would nervously turn over. Instead, he studied her more closely, noting the poignant blend of beauty and weariness. He guessed she was in her mid-30s, with brown hair streaked with blonde, and she carried herself with the lean grace of a runner. Her jawline was strong above the tense muscles of her neck, and she hadn't bothered to conceal the faint lines beneath her eyes with makeup. Dressed in blue jeans and an oversized white sweatshirt that might have once belonged to her husband, she seemed to carry a quiet, unspoken grief. Bosch found himself oddly respecting her for the direct hit about the dirty work. He knew he had it coming. In the few minutes he'd known her, she reminded him of someone from his past, a ghost of a memory where strength and a hidden tenderness coexisted. Her eyes held a magnetic pull, drawing his gaze back repeatedly. "In any case, I'm Detective Harry Bosch." He started again, hoping she might offer her name in return. "Yes, I know who you are. I remember the newspaper stories. My husband mentioned you too, I believe it was, when you transferred to Hollywood Division a few years back. He said one of the studios paid you a handsome sum for the rights to your name and a case for a TV movie. Mentioned you bought one of those houses on stilts up in the hills afterward." Bosch gave a reluctant nod, eager to steer the conversation elsewhere. "I don't know what the reporters may have told you, Mrs. Moore, but I've been sent to inform you that your husband has been found, and he is deceased. I am truly sorry to be the one delivering this news. We both knew this day would come. Every officer in the city probably saw it coming. I didn't speak to the reporters. I didn't need to. I sent them away with no comment. When that many of them show up at your door on Christmas night, you don't need details to know it's bad news." He nodded, his eyes dropping to his empty hands as if holding that imaginary hat. "So, are you going to tell me? Was it ruled a suicide? Did he use a firearm?" Bosch nodded. "It appears that way, but nothing is confirmed until the autopsy. I know the drill. I was a cop's wife. Was, I should say. I understand what you can and cannot say. You people can't even give it to me straight. There are always secrets to keep until the very last minute." He saw the sharp edge of anger enter her eyes. "That isn't true, Mrs. Moore. I'm only trying to cushion the im. Detective Bosch, if you have something to say, just say it plainly." "Very well, Mrs. Moore. It was with a shotgun. If you want the specifics, I'll give them to you. Your husband, if it is him, took his own face off with it. It's gone entirely. So we must confirm his identity and establish that he acted alone before anything is definitive. We aren't keeping secrets. We simply don't have all the answers yet." She leaned back in her chair, retreating from the circle of light, as if the weight of his words had physically pushed her into the shadows. In the dim light, Bosch noticed the shift in her expression. The sharpness and fury in her gaze had eased. Her posture relaxed, the tension visibly draining away. A wave of shame washed over him. "I shouldn't have said that," he murmured. "I don't know what came over me. I should have kept it to myself. It's all right. Maybe I had it coming, and I'm sorry as well." When she looked at him again, the anger was gone. He'd cracked the exterior. It was clear she shouldn't be alone right now. The house felt vast and hollow. All the holiday cheer and everyday routines in the world couldn't fill that void. Yet his desire to remain wasn't just about her solitude. He felt a pull toward her, an instinctive draw. For Bosch, attraction was never about finding an opposite. It was the tired old myth turned inside out. He always recognized fragments of himself in the women who captivated him. The reason was a mystery, a simple, persistent fact of his life. And here was this stranger, whose name he still didn't know, pulling him in. Perhaps it was just a mirror of his own loneliness. But the connection was real, and he saw it. It snagged his curiosity, making him wonder what had carved those shadows beneath such intelligent eyes. Like him, he sensed, her wounds were internal, deeply buried, each one a story untold. She was a reflection. He was certain of it. "I realize I never got your name. The deputy chief only handed me the address and told me to come." A faint smile touched her lips at his admission. "It's Sylvia." He nodded. "Sylvia? Hey, is that coffee I smell?" "It is. Would you like some?" "I'd really appreciate that if it's no bother." "Not at all." As she stood and moved past him, his reservations seemed to fade with her. "Wait, I'm sorry. Maybe I should leave. You've got enough on your mind without me here. Please stay. I could use the company." She didn't wait for a reply. The fire crackled as a pocket of air ignited. He watched her walk toward the kitchen, hesitated a moment, took in the room once more, then followed her to the lit doorway. "Black is fine for me. Naturally, you're a detective. You're not exactly a fan, are you? Of police? Let's just say my history with them isn't great." Her back was to him as she placed 2 mugs on the counter and poured from a carafe. He leaned against the doorframe near the refrigerator, uncertain whether to push forward with official questions or not. "You have a lovely place here." "No, it's a lovely house, not a home. We're selling it, I suppose. I should say I'm selling it now." She still hadn't turned around. "You know you can't hold yourself responsible for whatever choices he made." It felt like a weak consolation, and he knew it. Easier to say than to believe. Yeah. A heavy silence lingered before Bosch decided to proceed. There was a note left behind. She paused but didn't turn. It just said, "I found out who I was. That's all." She was quiet. 1 mug remained empty. "Does that mean anything to you?" Finally, she faced him. Under the bright kitchen lights, he could see the faint, glistening trails left by tears on her cheeks. It made him feel utterly helpless, a bystander to a pain he couldn't soothe. "I'm not sure. My husband? He was trapped in yesterday." "What do you mean? He was always looking backward. He preferred the past to the present or any hope for tomorrow. He loved returning to his childhood years. He clung to things. He could never let them go." He watched as fresh tears traced the lines beneath her eyes. She turned back to finish pouring the coffee. "What happened to him?" he asked softly. "What happens to anyone after a long pause?" she added. "I don't know. He needed to go back. There was something there he was searching for." Everyone has a tug toward their past, Bosch thought. Sometimes its pull is stronger than the future's promise. She dabbed her eyes with a tissue, then turned and handed him a mug. He took a sip before speaking. "He once told me he lived in a castle," she said quietly, her voice drifting with the memory. "That's what he claimed anyway," she said. "In Calexico?" Bosch asked. "Yes, but only for a short time. I never got the full story. He was always closed off about that period. It was about his father. Eventually his father didn't want him around anymore. He and his mother had to leave that place in Calexico, the house, the estate, whatever it was, and she brought him back across the border with her. He enjoyed saying he was from Calexico, but the truth is he was raised in Mexicali. Have you ever been? Only driven through, never stopped. Most people don't. You keep going. But that's where he grew up." She paused, and Bosch waited. She stared into her coffee mug, an attractive woman who seemed worn down by the memory. She hadn't yet realized this conversation was a start for her, not just an ending. He never recovered from that abandonment. He went back to Calexico often. I never joined him, but I know he went alone. I think he was watching his father, maybe imagining the life he could have had. He kept old photographs from his childhood. Sometimes, late at night, when he thought I was asleep, he'd take them out and just look. Is his father still alive? She passed him a fresh mug. I don't know. He rarely mentioned his father, and when he did, he'd say the man was dead. But I never knew if he meant it literally, or just that he was dead to him. For Cal, that was what counted. It was his private wound. He still carried that rejection even years later. I couldn't get him to open up about it. If he did talk, he'd just lie and say the old man meant nothing, that he didn't care. But he did care, I could always tell. After a while, after so many years, I gave up trying to discuss it. He never brought it up himself. He'd just go down there sometimes for a weekend, sometimes just a day. And when he returned, he'd say nothing. Do you have the pictures? No. He took them when he left. He would never have left them behind. Bosch took a slow sip of coffee, gathering his thoughts. It seems, I don't know, it feels like, could this be connected to what happened? I can't say. All I know is that it consumed him. It was an obsession, more important to him than I was. That's what finally broke us apart. What was he looking for? I don't know. In the last few years, he shut me out completely. And honestly, after a while, I shut him out too. That's how it ended. Bosch nodded and looked away from her gaze. What else was there to do? Sometimes this job pushed him too deeply into private sorrow, leaving him with nothing but a silent nod. He felt guilty asking these questions, as if he had no right to the answers. He was just the messenger, not meant to uncover why someone would put a shotgun to their own face and pull the triggers. Yet the mystery of Cal Moore and the raw pain on her face held him. She was captivating, beyond mere physical beauty. Yes, she was attractive, but the hurt in her expression, the tears held back by a fierce strength in her eyes, pulled at him. The thought struck him, she didn't deserve any of this. How could Cal Moore have messed up so completely? He looked back at her. There was something else he mentioned once. I've had some dealings with IAD, Internal Affairs. I know what it is, right? Well, he asked me for advice. Wanted to know if I was familiar with someone asking questions about him. A guy named Chastain. Did Cal ever mention that? Did he say what it was about? No, he didn't. Her demeanor shifted. Bosch could see the anger rising in her again, her eyes turning sharp and cold. He'd hit a nerve. But you knew about it, didn't you? Chastain came here once. He thought I'd cooperate with whatever he was digging into. He lied, said I had filed a complaint against my husband. He wanted to search the house, and I told him to get out. I don't want to talk about this. When did Chastain come by? I don't remember. A couple of months ago, she admitted. You warned Cal? She paused, then gave a slow nod. So that was it. Cal had come to the Catalina seeking advice. Harry understood now. Are you certain you don't know what it was really about? We were already separated by then. We didn't speak. It was over between us. All I did was tell Cal that this man had shown up and that he'd lied about who filed the complaint. Cal said, that's all they ever do, lie. He told me not to worry about it. Harry finished his coffee, but kept the mug cradled in his hands. She had sensed her husband had stumbled, had jeopardized their future with something from his past. Yet she'd remained loyal. She'd warned him about Chastain. Bosch couldn't blame her for that. It only made him respect her more. What are you really doing here? She asked suddenly. What do you mean? If you're investigating my husband's death, I'd assume you already know about internal affairs. You're either lying to me as well, or you don't know. If that's the case, why are you here? He set the mug down on the counter, buying himself a few seconds. I was sent by the assistant chief to inform you about the dirty work. Right. I got stuck with the dirty work. But like I said, I sort of knew your husband, and I don't think this is a mystery you can solve, Detective Bosch. He gave a resigned nod, the old familiar response. I teach English and literature at Grant High in the Valley, she continued. I assign my students a lot of books about Los Angeles so they can understand the history and character of their community. Lord knows, few of them were actually born here. One of the books I assign is The Long Goodbye. It's about a detective. I've read it. There's a line I know by heart. There is no trap so deadly as the trap you set for yourself. Every time I read that, I think of my husband, and of me." She began to cry again, silently, her eyes never leaving Bosch. This time, he didn't just nod. He saw the raw need in her gaze, crossed the room, and placed a hand on her shoulder. It felt awkward at first, but then she leaned into him, resting her head against his chest. He let her cry until she finally pulled away. An hour later, Bosch was home. He picked up the half-empty glass of wine and the bottle that had been sitting on the table since dinner. He went out to the back porch, sat down, and drank, turning things over in his mind until the early morning hours. The glow from the fire across the pass had vanished, but now something burned inside him. Calexico Moore had apparently answered a question that everyone carries deep within, a question Harry Bosch had also longed to answer. I found out who I was, and it had killed him. The thought hit Bosch like a punch to the gut, reaching into the most hidden corners of his heart. Thursday, the morning after Christmas, was the kind of day postcard photographers dream about. There wasn't a trace of smog in the sky. The hillside fire had burned itself out, and the Pacific breezes had long since carried the smoke away. In its place, the Los Angeles basin lay under a brilliant blue sky dotted with puffy cumulus clouds. Bosch decided to take the long way down from the hills, driving along Woodrow Wilson until it crossed Mulholland, then taking the winding route through Nichols Canyon. He loved the views, the hills covered in blue wisteria and violet ice plant, crowned with aging million-dollar homes that gave the city its aura of fading grandeur. As he drove, he thought about the night before and how it had felt to comfort Sylvia Moore. It made him feel like a cop from a Norman Rockwell painting, as if he'd actually made a difference. Once he was out of the hills, he took Genesee to Sunset and then cut over to Wilcox. He parked behind the station and walked past the fenced windows of the drunk tank into the detective bureau. The gloom in the squad room was thicker than cigarette smoke in a cheap theatre. The other detectives sat at their desks with their heads down, most speaking quietly on the phone or buried in the endless paperwork that haunted their lives. Harry took his seat at the homicide table, his gaze settling on Jerry Edgar. These days, partners were a temporary arrangement. The department was stretched thin, with hiring and promotions frozen due to budget cuts. Only 5 detectives remained at the table. Lieutenant Harvey, 98 pounds, the bureau commander, kept things running by having detectives work solo, unless a case was high profile, particularly dangerous, or required an arrest. Bosch didn't mind flying solo. In fact, he preferred it, though most of the others grumbled about the lack of backup. "What's the word?" Bosch asked Edgar. "More." Edgar gave a slow nod. They were the only ones at the table. Shelby Dunn and Karen Moschito typically wandered in after 9, and Lucius Porter was fortunate if he was coherent enough to show up by 10. 98 stepped out of the box a little while ago, Edgar said. The fingerprint match came back. It was Moore. He did the deed himself. A heavy silence hung between them for a moment. Harry shuffled through the papers on his desk, but his thoughts kept drifting back to Moore. He pictured Deputy Chief Irving, or maybe Sheehan, or even Chastain, making the call to Sylvia Moore to confirm the identification. That tenuous thread connecting him to the case was dissolving into nothing. Without turning, he sensed a presence behind him. He glanced over his shoulder to find Pounds looking down at him. "Harry, step into my office." An invitation to the glass box. Harry exchanged a look with Edgar, who merely lifted his eyebrows in a silent, "who knows" gesture. Harry rose and followed the lieutenant to the small office at the head of the squad room. Encased by windows on 3 sides, it gave Pounds a clear view of his detectives, while keeping him insulated from their daily grind. The noise, the smells, the personal dramas, the blinds usually drawn to shut them out, were open this morning. "Take a seat, Harry. And I trust I don't need to remind you about the no-smoking policy. Did you have a pleasant Christmas? Bosch just stared at him. It felt unnatural for this man to call him Harry and inquire about his holiday. He lowered himself cautiously into the chair. "What's this about?" he said. "Let's not start off on the wrong foot, Harry. If anyone should be irritated here, it's me. I just learned you spent a significant portion of Christmas night at that dismal motel, the Hideaway, a place no one in their right mind would choose to be, and where, coincidentally, robbery homicide was conducting an investigation." "I was on call," Bosch replied, "and I should have been notified about the scene. I went by to see what was happening. As it turned out, Irving ended up needing my assistance. That's all well and good, Harry, provided you leave it at that. I have been instructed to inform you not to entertain any notions regarding the Moore case. What exactly is that supposed to mean? Exactly what it sounds like. Look, if you— Never mind, never mind." Pounds raised his hands in a placating gesture, then pinched the bridge of his nose as if warding off a headache. He opened his desk drawer, pulled out a small tin of aspirin, and dry-swallowed 2 tablets. "Let's just leave it at that, all right? I don't need to get into—" Pounds made a choking sound and abruptly stood, hurrying past Bosch out to the water fountain near the bureau entrance. Bosch didn't bother watching him, he just remained in his chair. Pounds returned a moment later, clearing his throat. "Pardon me, anyway, what I was trying to say is that I don't need an argument with you every single time I ask you in here. I genuinely believe you need to address this issue you have with the department's chain of command. You take it to an extreme. Bosch could still see a faint, chalky residue of aspirin at the corners of Pounds's mouth. The lieutenant cleared his throat again. "I was merely passing along a suggestion for your own. Why doesn't Irving deliver the message himself? I didn't say, 'Look, Bosch, forget it.' Just forget it. You've been told, and that's the end of it. If you have any thoughts about last night, about Moore, let them go. It's being handled. I'm sure it is." With the warning delivered, Bosch stood up. Harry wanted nothing more than to send this man straight through his office window, but he'd settle for a smoke behind the drunk tank. "Sit down," Pounds instructed. "That's not why you're here." Bosch took his seat and waited in silence, watching as Pounds struggled to collect himself. The lieutenant opened a drawer and pulled out a wooden ruler, fidgeting with it absently, before he spoke. "Harry, do you have any idea how many homicides we've taken in the division this year?" The question came out of nowhere. Harry tried to read Pounds's angle. He'd handled 11 cases himself, but he'd been out of rotation for 6 weeks over the summer, recovering from a gunshot wound down in Mexico. He estimated the squad had caught around 70 cases for the year. "I couldn't say," he replied. "Well, I'll tell you," Pounds said. "As of today, we're sitting at 66 homicides, and we still have 5 days left in the year. I'm betting we pick up at least one more. New Year's Eve is always a mess. So what's the point? We had 59 last year. Murders on the rise. Nothing new there." "What's new," Pounds cut in, "is that our clearance rate is dropping. We've only cleared 32 of those 66 cases. Now, you've handled 11 of them. 7 are cleared by arrest or otherwise. We have warrants out on 2 more of your 2 open cases. One is idle pending leads, and you're actively working the James Capellani matter. Correct?" Bosch gave a slow nod. He didn't like where this was headed, though he couldn't pinpoint why. "The issue is the overall picture," Pounds continued. "Taken as a whole, it's a pathetic record of success." Pounds smacked the ruler against his palm and shook his head. An idea was starting to form in Harry's mind about what this was really about, but a piece was still missing. "Think about it," Pounds went on. "All those victims and their families, justice slipping through their fingers. And then imagine how public confidence in this department will crumble when the LA Times runs a headline saying more than half the killers in Hollywood Division get away with murder. I don't think we need to worry about public confidence dropping," Bosch said flatly. "I'm pretty sure it can't go any lower." Pounds pinched the bridge of his nose and spoke quietly. "This isn't the time for your special brand of cynicism, Bosch. Check the attitude at the door. I can pull you off homicide and stick you in auto theft or juveniles whenever I choose. Understand? I'll gladly take the heat if you run to the union. And then, where will your clearance rate be? What will the metro section say then, that 2/3 of the killers in Hollywood walk free?" Pounds placed the ruler back in the drawer and closed it. Bosch thought he caught a faint smile on the lieutenant's face, a sign he'd just talked himself into a trap. Pounds opened another drawer and lifted a thin blue binder onto the desk. It was a murder book, but it looked nearly empty. "Fair point," Pounds said. "Which brings us to the purpose of this meeting. We're talking statistics, Harry. Clear one more case, and we hit the halfway mark. Instead of more than half get away, we can say half of the killers are caught. Clear 2 more, and it's more than half are cleared. See what I mean?" Pounds nodded when Bosch stayed silent. He made a show of straightening the binder on his desk before locking eyes with Bosch. "Lucius Porter isn't coming back," he announced. "I spoke with him this morning. He's going out on stress leave. Says he's getting a doctor lined up." Then Pounds reached into the drawer and pulled out another blue murder book, and then another. Now Bosch saw exactly what was happening. "And I hope he's got a solid replacement ready," Pounds remarked, stacking the 5th and 6th binders onto the growing pile. "Last I checked, this department doesn't classify liver cirrhosis as a job-related stress injury. Porter's an alcoholic, plain and simple. It's not right for him to file for a stress disability and take early retirement just because he can't control his drinking. We're going to challenge him at the administrative hearing. I don't care if he hires the most saintly lawyer in the country. We'll shut it down." He tapped the stack of blue binders firmly. "I've reviewed these open cases, 8 of them, and it's downright disappointing. I've copied the chronologies and plan to verify every entry. I'd wager good money they're filled with false reports. He was probably slumped over a bar somewhere, half-conscious, when he claims he was out interviewing witnesses or doing field work." Pounds shook his head with a sigh. "You know, we lost our system of accountability when we stopped pairing investigators. There was no one to keep an eye on him. Now I'm left with 8 investigations that are as sloppy as any I've ever seen. For all I know, every single one could have been solved already." Bosch bit back the obvious question, whose idea was it to have detectives work alone, and instead said, "You ever hear about Porter's uniform days, maybe 10 years back? He and his partner pulled over once to cite some low-life drinking in public. Porter was behind the wheel. It was routine, so he stayed in the car. Next thing he knows, the guy stands up and shoots his partner right in the face. Porter just sat there, watching it happen." Pounds looked annoyed. "I know that story, Bosch. They use it in the academy for every new recruit. A lesson in what not to do, but that's ancient history. If he wanted a stress leave, he should have taken it back then." "That's exactly the point," Bosch shot back. "He didn't take it then when he had the chance. He tried to push through. Maybe he fought it for 10 years until he finally drowned in all the garbage this job throws at you. What do you expect him to do, take the same way out Cal Moore did? You get a gold star for saving the city a pension payout." Pounds fell silent for a moment, then replied coolly, "That's very poetic, Bosch, but ultimately what happens to Porter isn't your concern. I shouldn't have mentioned it, but I did so you'd understand what comes next." He meticulously straightened the edges of the binder stack, then slid it across the desk toward Bosch. "You're taking over Porter's caseload? Set aside the Capellani case for a few days. You're not making progress right now. Pick it up after the first and dive into these. I want you to review Porter's 8 open cases quickly. Find the one you think you can move on fast, then hit it with everything you've got for the next 5 days, straight through New Year's. Work the weekend. I'll approve overtime. If you need another detective to assist, no problem. But put someone behind bars, Harry. Get me an arrest. I need to close one more case to hit that halfway mark. The deadline is midnight on New Year's Eve. Bosch just stared at him over the binders. He had this man completely figured out now. Pounds wasn't a real cop anymore. He was a paper pusher, a bureaucrat through and through. He saw crime, the bloodshed, the human suffering as nothing more than numbers in a logbook. And at year's end, that log told him how well he performed. Not the people affected, not his own conscience. It was that kind of detached arrogance that poisoned the department and cut it off from the city and its residents. No wonder Porter wanted out. No wonder Cal Moore decided to end it all. Harry rose, gathering the stack of binders, his gaze fixed on Pounds with a silent, knowing intensity. Pounds looked away. At the doorway, Bosch spoke up. "You realize? If you demote Porter, he'll just end up back here at this table. Then, where does that leave you? How many of these cases will still be open a year from now?" Pounds raised his eyebrows, considering the point. "Let him go, and you'll get a replacement. There are plenty of sharp people at the other tables. Take Meehan from Juvenile, he's solid. Move him over here, and I bet your clearance numbers improve. But if you push Porter out and he comes back, we might be having this same conversation next year." Pounds waited a beat, ensuring Bosch was finished. "What's your deal, Bosch? Porter couldn't handle an investigation if his life depended on it, yet here you are, trying to save his job. What's the angle?" "No angle, Lieutenant. Maybe that's the whole point. Get it." He carried the binders to his spot and dropped them beside his chair. Edgar glanced over, as did Dunn and Moschito, who had just arrived. "Don't ask," Harry muttered. He sat down, staring at the pile at his feet with a sense of dread. What he really wanted was a cigarette, but smoking wasn't allowed in the squad room, at least not while Pounds was around. He flipped through his Rolodex, found a number, and dialed. The phone rang 7 times before it was answered. "What now? Lou? Who is this? Bosch." "Oh, Harry. Sorry, didn't recognize the number."
"What's up? You hear they're pushing me out on stress leave?" "Yeah, that's why I'm calling. Pounds handed your cases over to me, and I want to try to close one fast. Maybe by the end of the week. I was hoping you might have a lead on which one I should tackle first. I'm starting from 0. A long silence followed. "Harry, damn," Porter finally said, his words slurred. Bosch realized he might already be drunk. "I didn't think that jerk would dump everything on you.
"Harry, I haven't exactly been on top of things lately." "Hey, Lou, it's no big deal. My plate was clear anyway. Just looking for a starting point. If you can't point me anywhere, that's fine. I'll dig through the files." He paused, aware that the others at the table were listening without pretending otherwise. "Forget it," Porter said. "I don't know, Harry. I've been falling apart over here. You see the news about Moore? It's just a lot." "Yeah, tough break. Listen, don't sweat it, okay?"
"I'll go through the murder books. I've got them right here. Silence. Lou? All right, Harry? Call me back if you want. Maybe later I'll think of something right now. I'm not in great shape." Bosch hesitated, picturing Porter alone in the dark on the other end of the line. "Listen," he said, lowering his voice. "Watch out for Pounds on your application. He might ask Internal Affairs to check up on you. Maybe put a couple guys on your tail. Stay out of the bars."
"He could try to sink your paperwork." "Understood." After a moment, Porter said he understood. Bosch hung up and looked around the table. The squad room always felt noisy until he had to make a call he didn't want overheard. He pulled out a cigarette. "Pounds dumped Porter's entire caseload on you," Edgar asked. "That's right. I'm the Bureau's garbage man now." "So what does that make us? Chopped liver?" Bosch smirked. He could tell Edgar wasn't sure whether to be relieved he'd dodged the assignment or annoyed he'd been overlooked. "Well, Jed, if you're feeling left out, I can march right back into Pound's office and tell him you're volunteering to split this load with me. I'm sure the pencil pushing." He stopped short as Edgar kicked him under the table. Harry swiveled in his chair and spotted Lieutenant Pounds approaching from behind, his face flushed with anger. He'd likely overheard their conversation.
"Bosch,
You're not planning to light that foul thing in here, are you?
No, Lieutenant. I was just heading outside.
He stood and made his way to the rear parking lot for his smoke. The door to the drunk tank stood open. The Christmas night haul already processed and shipped off to arraignment court. A trustee in grey coveralls was hosing down the concrete floor, which sloped slightly to aid the daily clean-up. Harry watched the grimy water, streaked with vomit and blood, wash out the door and across the asphalt toward a sewer drain. The stench was overwhelming, but Harry held his ground. This was his spot. When he finished, he flicked his cigarette into the murky stream and watched it swirl toward the grate. Back inside, the detective bureau felt like a fishbowl, and he was the only one swimming. Needing to escape the prying eyes, Bosch gathered the stack of blue binders and slipped out the back door, only to circle around and re-enter through the watch office. He moved down a short hallway past the lockup and up a staircase to the second-floor storage room, nicknamed the bridal suite for the cots tucked in the back corner. It was an unofficial hideout, quiet and equipped with an old cafeteria table and a phone, perfect for what he needed. The room was empty today. Bosch set the binders down, shoving a dented, evidence-tagged bumper aside to lean it against a stack of file boxes near a broken surfboard, also marked as evidence. Then he got to work. Staring at the foot-high stack, Harry did the math. Pounds said the division had logged 66 homicides so far this year. Accounting for the rotation and his own 2-month recovery from a gunshot wound, Porter had probably caught 14 cases. With 8 still open, that meant he'd cleared 6. Not a bad record, considering the chaotic nature of murder in Hollywood. Most places, victims know their killers, family, friends, lovers. But Hollywood operated differently. Here, norms didn't apply. It was all deviations. Strangers killed strangers, reasons optional. Victims turned up in alleys, on freeway shoulders, in the brushy hills of Griffith Park, or in bags dumped like trash behind restaurants. One of Harry's own open files involved a body found in pieces, one on each fire escape landing of a 6-story hotel on Gower. That one barely raised an eyebrow around the bureau. The running joke was it was lucky the victim hadn't been staying at the 15-story Holiday Inn. The brutal truth in Hollywood, monsters blended into the flow of humanity, just another car on the crowded freeway. Some got caught, others vanished without a trace, leaving only blood behind. Porter had gone 6 and 8 before checking out. No commendations, but it meant 6 fewer monsters in the stream. Harry realized he could balance Porter's books by clearing just one of the 8 open cases. At least the broken-down cop would bow out with an even record. As for Pounds and his obsession with clearing one more case by New Year's Eve, Harry felt no loyalty there. The annual tallying of lost lives felt meaningless, a bureaucratic game. If he was going to do this job, he'd do it for Porter. Pounds could go to hell. He cleared space on the table by sliding the binders to the far edge. His plan was to do a rapid assessment of each murder book, sorting them into 2 categories, those with potential for a quick resolution and those that would require a much longer, more difficult investigation. He worked through them by date, beginning with an old Valentine's Day case involving a priest strangled in a Santa Monica bathhouse stall. 2 hours later, he had only 2 blue binders in his promising pile. The first was about a month old. A woman had been dragged from a bus stop bench on Las Palmas into the shadowy doorway of a shuttered Hollywood souvenir shop, where she was assaulted and stabbed. The second was fresher, just 8 days old, concerning a man discovered behind a 24-hour diner on Sunset Boulevard near the Directors Guild. That victim had been brutally beaten. Bosch zeroed in on these 2 because they were the most recent, and his years on the job had taught him one hard truth. A case grows colder and exponentially tougher to solve with every passing hour. The priest's killer by now was practically home free. The statistics were clear on that. These newer cases, however, still held a spark. If he could just identify the man behind the diner, that name would open doors to family, friends, and motives, possibly leading straight to the perpetrator. Similarly, tracing the stabbing victim's final movements might reveal where her killer first spotted her. It was a coin toss, and Bosch resolved to read each file completely before making a choice. But playing the odds, he started with the warmest trail, the body behind the restaurant. A quick skim of the murder book revealed a glaring omission. Detective Porter hadn't secured the final typed autopsy report. Bosch was left with the initial summary and Porter's own scribbled notes, which cryptically stated the cause of death as blunt object trauma, a term so broad it could mean anything from a brick to a baseball bat. The victim, estimated to be around 55, was logged as Juan Doe 67, indicating he was the 67th unidentified Latino man found in Los Angeles County that year. He carried no wallet, no money, and his clothes, all made in Mexico, offered no clues. The sole distinguishing mark was an old, faded tattoo on his upper left chest, a simple single-color outline of a cartoonish ghost. A Polaroid of it was tucked in the file. Bosch studied the image, noting how the blue ink had bled with time. This was the work of a young man's decision, now a ghost from a forgotten past. The crime scene report filled out by Porter noted the body was discovered at 1:44 a.m. on December 18th by an off-duty officer identified only by badge number 1101. The officer, having just ended his shift, had parked behind the Egg and I diner, intending to grab a meal when he spotted the victim lying supine on the east side of a dumpster, head pointing north. The extensive injuries were immediately apparent, prompting the officer to call for a homicide team. He reported seeing no one else in the alley before or after the discovery. Bosch searched for a supplemental report from that officer, but found none. He then turned to the scene photographs. The images were stark, showing the victim before removal to the morgue, his scalp brutally split open by what had clearly been a savage, singular blow. The man's face bore several wounds, and dried, dark blood stained his neck and the front of his once white T-shirt. His hands rested open at his sides, and in the close-up photographs Bosch could see 2 fingers on the right hand, bent backward from compound fractures, classic defensive wounds. Beyond the injuries, the hands were rough and scarred, with ropey muscles tracing up the forearms, marking him as someone accustomed to physical labor. What was a working man doing in that diner alley at 1 in the morning? The witness statements that followed were all from male employees at the Egg and I, which struck Bosch as odd. He'd eaten there on several early mornings and always remembered waitresses working the floor. Porter had apparently deemed them irrelevant, focusing solely on the kitchen staff. Each man claimed no memory of seeing the victim alive or dead. Porter had marked one statement with a star. It belonged to a fry cook who reported for work at 1 a.m., walking right past the east side of the dumpster and into the kitchen. He was certain he would have noticed a body had it been there, helping Porter establish the murder within a 44-minute window before the police discovery. Subsequent pages held fingerprint printouts from the LAPD, the National Crime Index, the California Department of Justice, and Immigration. All 4 searches came back negative. Juan Doe, number 67, remained a mystery. At the binder's end were Porter's autopsy notes, conducted on a Tuesday, Christmas Eve, due to the coroner's backlog. Bosch considered this might have been Porter's final duty, observing one last body on the slab before not returning after the holiday. The notes were sparse, a single page with barely legible jottings. Some phrases were meaningless, but near the bottom, Porter had circled a critical notation, Todd, 12 to 6 p.m. Bosch understood this meant the estimated time of death, based on liver temperature and bodily conditions, was between noon and 6 p.m. and no later. This immediately created a glaring inconsistency. It placed the death at least 7.5 hours before the body was found and completely contradicted the fry cook's account of an empty alley at 1 a.m. Porter had circled it for a reason. Juan Doe, 67, wasn't killed behind the diner. He was killed elsewhere, nearly half a day earlier, and then dumped there. Pulling a notebook from his pocket, Bosch started a list. First was the doctor who performed the autopsy. Harry needed the full protocol. Next, he noted Porter for a more detailed interview. He added the fry cook's name, as Porter's notes only covered the absence of a body, not whether the cook saw anyone else or anything unusual in the alley. He also made a note to finally interview the waitresses who had been on duty. To complete the list, he called the watch commander's office. "I need to speak to 1101, Bosch said. Can you check the board and tell me who that is?" It was Kleinman again. "Very funny, smart guy,"
What?
Bosch said, but the realization hit him instantly. Is it Cal Moore? Was Cal Moore? Harry set the phone down as a flurry of realizations hit him. John Doe number 67 had been discovered the day before Moore registered at the Hideaway Motel. He wrestled with the implications. Moore discovers a body in an alley at dawn. The following day, he rents a room, cranks the air conditioning to full blast, and ends his life with a shotgun. The note he left was brutally straightforward. "I found out who I was." Bosch lit a cigarette and drew a line through room 1101 on L West. Yet his mind remained fixed on this new connection. A restless energy took hold. He pushed back from the chair, stood and paced a tight circle around the table, fitting Porter into this emerging puzzle. The sequence played out the same way each time. Porter catches the John Doe case, which means he would have spoken to Moore at the scene. Moore vanishes the next day. A week later, Moore is found dead, and the day after that, Porter suddenly announces his retirement and seeks medical leave. The timing felt suspicious, like too many pieces falling into place by accident. He grabbed the phone and dialed the homicide unit. Edgar picked up, and Harry asked him to grab Porter's home number from the Rolodex. After relaying the digits, Edgar said, "Harry, where are you? Why is the captain asking for me?" "No. One of the guys from Moore's old unit called a little while ago. Said he was looking for you." "What did he want?" "Hey, I'm just the messenger here. I'm not doing your legwork." "Fine. Who was it?" "Rickard. He just said they had something for you. I gave him your pager number since I didn't know when you'd be back. So where are you?" "Nowhere." He hung up and dialed Porter's number. It rang 10 times with no answer. Harry lit another cigarette, the uncertainty gnawing at him. Could Moore have genuinely stumbled upon the body, just as the report stated? Or was he involved in placing it there? Bosch had nothing solid to go on. "Nowhere," he muttered to the silent storage room. He picked up the phone again and called the medical examiner's office, asking to speak directly to the acting chief, Dr. Corazon. He brushed off the operator's questions about the nature of his call. After a long minute, Corazon came on the line, her tone clipped. "I'm in the middle of something." "Merry Christmas to you too? My apologies. Is this about the Moore autopsy?" "Yes, but I can't discuss it." "What do you need, Harry?" "I just got assigned a case, and the autopsy report isn't in the file. I'm trying to find out who performed it so I can get a copy." "Harry, you don't need to bother the acting chief for that. Any of the investigators lounging around here could have helped you." "True, but they're not nearly as pleasant to talk to as you are." "All right, make it quick."
What's the name? John Doe, number 67. Date of death was the 18th. The autopsy was on the 24th. He heard nothing for a moment, imagining her checking a schedule. "Right," she said after a pause. "The 24th? That was Salazar, and he's out now on vacation. That was his last one until next month. He went to Australia. It's summer there." "Perfect. Don't worry about it, Harry. The file is right here." Sal expected Lou Porter to come by for it today, but he never showed. "How did you end up with the case?" "Lou retired, effective immediately."
Wow, that was sudden. What's his hurry? She cut herself off, not waiting for a reply. This time she was gone for over a minute. When she returned, her voice was tighter, more urgent. "Harry, I really have to go. Tell you what want to meet me after work. I'll have had time to look this over by then, and I can fill you in. I just remembered something odd. Salazar came to me for a referral approval on this one." "A referral to who?" "An entomologist, a bug expert over at UCLA. Sally mentioned finding insects." Bosch was aware that maggots wouldn't have developed in a body with a post-mortem interval of less than 12 hours, and Salazar certainly wouldn't have required an entomologist for identification. "Insects," he echoed. "Right. In the stomach contents and the nasal swabs. I can't go into details right now. I've got 4 very impatient individuals waiting for me in the autopsy suite. Only one of them happens to be deceased. I'm guessing the living ones are Irving, Sheehan, and Chastain, the 3 amigos." She chuckled. "You guessed correctly." "All right. When and where should we meet?" He glanced at his watch. It was nearly 3 o'clock. "How about 6?" she suggested. "That gives me time to wrap up here and review the file on your John Doe. Should I come to you?" His pager buzzed, and he silenced it with a practiced flick of his wrist. "Actually, let's meet at the Red Wind," she decided. "We can avoid the worst of the rush hour traffic." "I'll be there," Harry confirmed. After hanging up, he checked the pager's display, recognized the number as originating from a payphone, and dialed. "Bosch?" a voice answered. "That's me, Rickard. I worked with Cal Moore in the Bang unit." "Right. I've got something for you." Bosch remained silent, a faint prickle of anticipation running up his arms. He tried to place Rickard's name with a face, but came up empty. The narcotics officers kept such irregular hours and were a world unto themselves. To be more precise, Rickard continued into the quiet. "Cal left something for you. You want to meet? I'd prefer not to do this at the station." "Why not? I have my reasons. We can discuss that in person." "Where?" "You know the Egg and I diner on Sunset? Good food. Not a haunt for the usual street crowd." "I know it." "Good. We're in the very last booth, right by the kitchen door. Look for the only black guy in the place. That's me. There's parking in the back alley." "Got it. Who's we? Cal's entire crew is here. Is that your usual spot?" "Yeah, our regular meet-up before hitting the streets. See you soon." The restaurant's sign had been updated since his last visit. It now read, "The All-American Egg and I," a change that likely signaled new ownership. Bosch stepped out of his caprice and walked through the back alley, his eyes scanning the exact spot where John Doe number 67 had been discarded, right outside the rear entrance of a diner, regularly frequented by the local narcotics team. The implications began to swirl in his mind, but his thoughts were interrupted by a couple of panhandlers shuffling forward, their cups rattling. He ignored them, though their presence highlighted another glaring oversight in Porter's thin investigation. No reports indicated any attempts to interview the alley's transient population as potential witnesses. Tracking them down now would be next to impossible. Inside the diner, he spotted 4 young men in the rear booth, one of them black, all sitting in subdued silence, staring into their empty coffee mugs. Harry noticed a sealed manila folder on the table as he pulled a chair from a nearby table and sat at the booth's end. "I'm Bosch, Tom Rickard," the black officer said, offering a handshake before introducing the others as Finks Monterrez and Federedo. "We needed a break from the station," Rickard explained. "Cal always liked this place." Bosch simply nodded, his gaze dropping to the file. The name written on the tab, Humberto Zorillo, meant nothing to him. Rickard slid the folder across the table. "What is this?" Harry asked, making no move to touch it. "Probably the last case he was working on," Rickard said. "We were going to hand it over to robbery homicide, but then we thought, what's the point? He was building it for you. And those guys downtown are just trying to bury his reputation. This won't help with that. What do you mean? I mean, they can't accept that he took his own life. They have to pick apart his life and piece together every reason behind his actions. The guy ended his own life. What more is there to discuss? You aren't curious about his reasons. I already know the reason. The job. It's going to take every one of us down eventually. I understand why. Bosch gave another silent nod. The three other narcotics officers remained quiet. I'm just venting, Rickard admitted. It's been that kind of day. Feels like the longest day I've ever lived through.
Where did you find this? Harry asked, gesturing toward the folder. Didn't Robbery Homicide already check his desk? They did, but this file wasn't there. Cal left it in one of the Bang undercover vehicles, one of those beat-up cars we use. It was tucked in the pocket behind the passenger seat. We didn't spot it all week while he was missing, because today was the first time any of us sat in the back. Normally, we use 2 cars on operations.
But after we got the news today, we all piled into one for a slow drive down the boulevard. I noticed it crammed in the pocket. There's a note inside, it says, to give it to you. We knew he was helping you with something because of that night he left early to meet you at the Catalina. Bosch still hadn't opened the file. Just holding it gave him a sinking feeling. That night at the Catalina, he mentioned Internal Affairs was watching him. Any idea why? No clue, man. We just knew they were hovering. Like vultures, IAD went through his desk before RHD even showed up. They took files, his personal phone book. They even confiscated the typewriter from his desk. It was the only one we had in the unit. What they were after, we don't know. The guy put in decades, and it infuriates me that they were targeting him. That's what I meant earlier about the job doing him in. It'll come for all of us. What about his life outside the job? His past. His wife mentioned. I don't want to hear about that. She's the one who called the suits on him, made up some story when he moved out and turned him in. If you ask me, she just wanted to ruin him. How can you be sure it was her? Cal told us, man. Said the Schuflis might come asking questions. Told us it started with her. Bosch wondered who was lying, Moore to his team, or Sylvia to him. He thought about her for a moment and found it hard to believe she would make that call. But he didn't push the issue with the 4 narcotics officers. Finally, he reached down and picked up the file. Then he left. His curiosity was too strong to wait. He knew he shouldn't even have the file, that he should call Frankie Sheehan at RHD immediately. But almost without thinking, he glanced around the car to confirm he was alone and began to read. A yellow sticky note was attached to the first page. Give to Harry Bosch. It wasn't signed or dated. It was fixed to a sheet of paper with 5 green field interview cards clipped to it. Harry detached the cards and shuffled through them. 5 different names, all men. Each had been stopped by members of the Bang unit in October or November. They were questioned and released. Each card contained little more than a physical description, home address, driver's license number, and the date and location of the stop. The names meant nothing to Bosch. He looked at the sheet the cards had been attached to. It was labelled Internal Memo with a subheading that read Bang Intelligence Report number 144. It was dated November Fwent and bore a filed stamp dated 2 days later. In the course of gathering intelligence on narcotics activities in Reporting District 12, Officers Moore, Rickard, Finks, Federedo and Monterez have conducted numerous field interrogations of suspects believed to be involved in drug sales in the Hollywood Boulevard area. In recent weeks, these officers have become aware that individuals were involved in the sale of a substance known as black ice, a narcotic combining heroin, cocaine, and PCP in rock form. The street-level demand for this drug remains minimal at present, though its popularity is anticipated to grow. Officers within the unit suspect several transient individuals are involved in the low-level distribution of black ice. While 5 persons of interest have been identified through investigative efforts, no arrests have been made. This street-level network is thought to be coordinated by an individual whose identity remains unknown to investigators. Information from confidential sources and users indicates that the primary supply of the drug within the reporting area originates from Mexico, rather than Hawaii, where the substance first emerged and from where significant quantities are still imported to the continental United States. The reporting officers will coordinate with DEA for further intelligence on narcotic sources and will maintain surveillance on activities within the designated zone. Bosch reviewed the document again. It was a classic piece of bureaucratic self-preservation, saying absolutely nothing of substance while creating a paper trail to demonstrate awareness and effort to a supervisor. Sergeant Moore had likely sensed that black ice was transitioning from a novelty to a more common presence and filed this report as a preemptive shield. The following document was an arrest report dated November 9th, detailing the apprehension of a man named Marvin Dance for possession of a controlled substance. According to the report, Bang unit officers Rickard and Finks had Dance under surveillance on Ivar, north of the boulevard. They observed him seated in a parked vehicle when another individual approached and entered the car. The report stated Dance removed an object from his mouth and handed it to the visitor, who then exited and walked away. The officers separated. Finks tailed the pedestrian until they were out of Dance's line of sight, then detained him and confiscated a single balloon containing an 8-ball, 8 individually wrapped grams of black ice. Meanwhile, Rickard maintained observation on Dance, who remained in his vehicle, presumably awaiting the next customer. After Finks radioed confirmation of his arrest, Rickard moved in to apprehend Dance. In a swift motion, Dance swallowed whatever else he had concealed in his mouth. While Dance sat handcuffed on the curb, a search of his car yielded no narcotics. However, Rickard spotted a crumpled McDonald's cup in the gutter near the driver's side door. Inside were 6 additional balloons, each holding an 8-ball. Dance was booked for sales and possession with intent to sell. The suspect declined to speak with the arresting officers about the drugs, offering only the denial that the McDonald's cup was not his property. He did not request an attorney, yet one appeared at the station within the hour. This lawyer promptly informed the officers that it would be unconstitutional to force his client to undergo a stomach pump or to subject his bodily waste to inspection. Sergeant Moore, who became involved in processing the arrest, consulted the on-call district attorney and was advised the lawyer was correct. Astonishingly, Dance was released on $125,000 bail just 2 hours after his arrest. Bosch found the timeline remarkable. The arrest occurred at 11:42 p.m., meaning that in the middle of the night, Dance had somehow secured legal representation, arranged for a bail bondsman, and produced the required 10% cash, $12,500. And then, no charges were ever filed. The subsequent page in the file was a rejection notice from the DA's office. The reviewing deputy determined there was insufficient evidence to prove Dance possessed the McDonald's cup found several feet from his car, nullifying the possession charge. The sales charge was subsequently abandoned because the observing officers witnessed no monetary exchange when Dance passed the balloon to the other individual, a 17-year-old named Glenn Drusen, who himself refused to testify that he had received anything from Dance. The rejection report indicated the witness was prepared to testify he had the balloon of heroin before entering the car with Dance and that he had attempted to sell it to Dance, who declined. Consequently, the case against Dance was dismissed. Drusen faced possession charges and was later placed on juvenile probation. Bosch lifted his gaze from the paperwork, looking down the alley toward the distant, gleaming copper and glass facade of the Directors' Guild building. The very top of the enduring Marlboro Man billboard on Sunset was just visible, a landmark that felt as permanent as the city's grime. He lit a cigarette, the familiar ritual doing little to settle his mind. Attached to the DA's rejection form was a mugshot of the blonde-haired Dance, wearing a smirk for the camera. This was the standard, frustrating cycle of street-level enforcement. The small-time offenders got caught, while the bigger players slipped the net every time. Police work often felt like a temporary disruption, never a solution. Arrest one dealer and another steps into the vacancy, or a retained lawyer secures a release, or an overburdened prosecutor drops the charges. It was a primary reason Bosch had dedicated himself to homicide. Sometimes it felt like the only crime that carried a definitive weight. But lately, even that certainty was eroding with a sense of irritation. Harry pocketed the mugshot and closed the file, though it nagged at him. What link had Calexico Moore seen between the dismissed dealer Dance and Jimmy Capps that warranted its place in this file? Pulling a small notebook from his inside coat pocket, Bosch started drafting a chronological timeline, scribbling down names and dates before snapping it shut. He needed to return to the diner to question Rickard, but first he reopened the file. The final page was another intelligence summary, detailing a briefing Moore received from a DEA agent in Los Angeles, dated December 11th, a week after their meeting at the Catalina. Moore had held back information during their conversation, yet afterward had actively sought out the DEA. It felt like Moore was playing both sides, or perhaps more arrogantly, trying to piece together Bosch's case on his own in some solo power play. Bosch began to read, his fingers unconsciously curling the corners of the file. The DEA information pointed to Baja California as the primary source for the black ice methamphetamine. The target was a man named Humberto Zorillo, born November 11th, 1954, suspected of operating a clandestine lab in the Mexicali region, producing Mexican ice for U.S. distribution. Zorillo resided on a sprawling 6,000-acre bull ranch southwest of Mexicali. Political protections had so far prevented the state judicial police from moving against him. Aerial surveillance showed no airstrip on the property, leading the DEA to suspect vehicle routes through ports of entry like Calexico or San Isidro, though no shipments had been intercepted. Zorillo reportedly enjoyed the support and cooperation of SJP officers and was revered as a local hero in the southwestern Mexicali barrios known for donating jobs, medical supplies, housing, and community kitchens. Some residents there called him El Papa de Mexicali, the Pope of Mexicali. His ranch remained under heavy 24-hour guard, and Zorillo was rarely seen outside its confines except for weekly trips to observe bulls bred on his ranch at local bull rings. The SJP had advised that their cooperation in any DEA action targeting Zorillo was currently impossible. The report was signed by Sergeant C.V. Harry Bosch, closed the file, and just sat there for a long moment, his thoughts a tangled mess. He was a detective who didn't put much stock in coincidence, so the way Cal Moore's actions seemed to cast a shadow over his own case was nagging at him. A glance at his watch told him he needed to leave soon to meet Teresa Corazon, but one urgent thought kept pushing through the mental noise. Frankie Sheehan, over at Robbery Homicide Division, should have the Zorillo case file. Sheehan was solid, a good cop and a sharp investigator. If his investigation was on the level, the file would be there. If it wasn't, well, that was a whole other problem. He got out of the car and headed back to the diner, this time slipping in through the kitchen door off the alley. The Bang unit was still at their table, the 4 narcotics officers sitting in a silence so thick it felt like a wake. His chair was still empty. He sat back down. "What's going on?" Rickard asked, his tone flat. "You read this file, right?" Bosch said, tapping it. "Talk to me about the dance bust. What's there to say?" Rickard shrugged, a gesture of pure frustration. "We do our job. We make the bust, and then the DA's office lets it fall apart. It's the same old story, just a different drug. How did you even know to set up on dance? Who told you he'd be making a delivery there? Heard it around, Rickard said, avoiding his eyes. Cut the crap. This ties into more. I need to know. How does it tie in? I can't lay it all out yet. You're just going to have to trust me. Was it a tip? Who gave it to you? Rickard wrestled with the decision, his loyalty to his unit warring with the gravity in Bosch's voice. Yeah, it was a tip. Came from one of my informants. Who? Man, I can't just. Jimmy Capps. It was Jimmy Capps, wasn't it? Rickard's hesitation was all the confirmation Bosch needed. A hot spike of anger shot through him. He was piecing this together by accident, and only because a cop was dead. The picture was coming into a grim, cynical focus. Capps gives up dance to wipe out some competition, then hops a flight to Hawaii to stuff himself with heroin balloons. He comes back, but dance is already back on the street before Capps can sell a single balloon. He ends up dead. Why didn't you come find me the second you heard Capps was killed? Bosch's voice was low and tight. I've been chasing leads on this and all the while. What are you talking about, Bosch? Rickard cut in, genuinely confused. Moore met you that night about the Capps thing. He said he was going to brief you. A heavy, understanding silence settled over the table. It was painfully clear to everyone that Moore had held back that night at the Catalina. He hadn't told Bosch everything. If they had any doubts before, they were gone now. Moore had been playing his own game. Did Moore know your informant was Capps? Bosch asked. Rickard paused, then gave a single slow nod. Bosch stood up and slid the file back across the table to Rickard. I don't want this. You call Frank Sheehan at RHD and tell him you just found it. Your call, but I wouldn't mention I saw it first. I won't be bringing it up. He turned to leave, then stopped. One more thing. This guy Dance. Any of you seen him lately? Not since the bust went south, Federedo said. The others shook their heads. If you happen to dig him up, let me know. You have my number. Outside the kitchen door, Bosch paused, his eyes tracing the spot in the alley where Moore claimed to have found Juan 67. Supposedly, he didn't know what to believe about Moore anymore, but he couldn't shake the question. What was the thread connecting the unidentified John Doe, a small-time dealer named Dance, and a dead informant like Capps? Was there even a connection? He felt certain the key was identifying that man, the one with the calloused hands and a labourer's build. Find him, and you'd find the killer. Later, at Parker Centre, Harry walked past the memorial sculpture out front and into the bustling lobby. He had to flash his badge at the officer behind the front counter, a routine reminder of how massive and impersonal the department had become. The officers there wouldn't recognize anyone below the rank of commander. The place was a river of people, cops and civilians alike, all flowing in different directions, wrapped up in their own dramas. The lobby was a mix of uniforms, suits, and civilians wearing visitor badges, their expressions a blend of curiosity and apprehension as they navigated the complex. Harry Bosch had long viewed Parker Centre as an administrative maze, an 8-story fortress of competing fiefdoms that often seemed to obstruct street-level police work more than assisted. Each corridor housed its own guarded domain, overseen by commanders and deputy chiefs who viewed other divisions with a mix of suspicion and rivalry. Bosch had once been adept at maneuvering through this bureaucratic web during his years in robbery homicide. That all changed when an internal affairs probe into a shooting derailed his career. He'd fired at a suspect reaching under a pillow, only to discover the man was grabbing a hairpiece, not a weapon. The suspect, later linked to multiple homicides, was cremated in a cardboard box. Bosch was reassigned to Hollywood Division. The elevator carried the stale scent of coffee and exhaustion. He exited on the 4th floor and entered the Scientific Investigations Division. The reception desk was empty, so he reached over the counter, buzzed open the half door, and made his way through the ballistics lab into the squad room. Donovan was still at his desk and looked up, startled. "How'd you get in here?" "Let myself in." "Harry." You can't just bypass security like that. Bosch offered a nod of apology. What do you need? Donovan asked. I'm not handling any of your cases. Actually, you are. Which one? Cal Moore. That's not on my sheet. Look, I've got a piece of it, all right. Just a couple questions. Answer them or don't. Your call. Donovan leaned back. What have you got? I'm following leads on 2 cases that seem to intersect with Moore's path. I need to be certain about what happened to him, you understand? Not really. No. Bosch pulled a chair over and sat down. Though they were alone, he kept his voice low and deliberate. For my own clarity, I need to know if everything added up. Was it definitely him in that room? Could anyone else have been there? A long pause followed before Donovan cleared his throat. You said these cases cross his trail? How fair question, Bosch thought. It was a narrow opening. I've got a dead dealer I asked Moore to look into. Then there's a John Doe in an alley off Sunset. Moore was the one who found the body. Next thing, he's in that motel room with a shotgun, or so it appears. I'd like some reassurance it went down exactly as it seems. I heard the morgue made an ID. What makes you think your cases connect to Moore? I'm not assuming they do. I'm ruling out possibilities. Could be coincidence. I don't know yet.
Well, Donovan said, I can't speak for the medical examiner, but I lifted prints in that room that match Moore's. Just wrapped it up. Took me all day. Why so long? The Department of Justice database was down all morning. Couldn't run prints. I went to personnel to pull Moore's file, but Irving had already been there and taken the prints over to the coroner himself. You know that's not procedure, but who's going to call him on it and end up on his list?
So I waited for the system to come back online, pulled Moore's prints after lunch, and finished the comparison a little while ago. That was Moore in the room. Donovan confirmed. Where were the prints? Hold on a second. Donovan pushed his chair back toward a row of file cabinets, fishing a key from his pocket to unlock a drawer. As he sifted through the folders, Bosch lit a cigarette. Donovan eventually retrieved a file and wheeled himself back to the desk. Put that out, Harry.
I can't stand the smell.
Bosch dropped the cigarette to the floor, crushed it under his heel, and nudged the remains beneath the desk. Donovan spread out several pages, each displaying a bird's-eye diagram of the motel room where Moore was discovered.
All right, he began. Every print in that room came back to Moore. I ran the comparisons myself.
You already said that.
I'm getting there. Just let me lay it out.
We had a thumbprint on the gun's stock, a 14-point match. That was the clincher, the 14 points. Harry knew that in court a mere 5 matching points could seal an identification. A 14-point match on a firearm was practically as definitive as a photograph of the shooter. Then Donovan continued, scanning the page. We had 4 partials on the barrels, each with about 3 points. Those got pretty smeared, probably from the recoil when it kicked out of his grip. Nothing usable there. What about the triggers? Nothing. He used his toe to pull them, and he was still wearing a sock, remember? How about the rest of the scene? I saw you dusting the air conditioner. Yeah, but the temperature dial was clean. We figured he cranked it up to slow down decomposition, but the plastic dial had a rough texture. It just wouldn't hold a print. What else? Donovan's eyes returned to his charts. I lifted a print from his badge. Index finger, 5 points, and a thumbprint, 7 points. The badge was on the dresser with his wallet. The wallet itself only had smears. On the gun, lying on the dresser, I got a bunch of smudges, but a clear thumb on a cartridge. Then, under the bathroom sink, on the left cabinet door, I got almost his whole left hand, a palm, thumb, and 3 fingers. My guess is he braced himself there when he was lowering himself to the floor. What a miserable way to check out. Yeah. Is that everything? Almost. No, wait, the newspaper. There was a newspaper on the chair, and I got a solid match there. Thumb and 3 fingers again. And the shotgun shells? Just smudges. Couldn't lift anything from them. What about the note? Clean. No prints. Did anyone check the handwriting? Actually, it was printed. Sheehan had someone from Question Documents take a look. They said it was a match. A few months back, Moore moved out on his wife and rented a place in Los Feliz called The Fountains. He filled out a change of address form, which was in the personnel file Irving pulled. That form was printed too. The analyst found a lot of similarities between the note and the form, like the way Found and Fountains were written. What about tracing the shotgun's serial number? The number had been filed off and acid burned. It's a dead end. Look, Harry, I really shouldn't be telling you all this. I think we should just... He left the sentence hanging, turning his chair back to the file cabinet to put his charts away. I'm almost done. Did you do a projectile pattern analysis? Donovan locked the drawer and turned back around. Started one, never finished, but you're looking at side-by-side barrels with double-aught buckshot. That gives you an immediate, wide spread. He could have been 6 inches away and still done that kind of damage. No mystery there. Bosch nodded, glanced at his watch, and stood up. One last thing. Might as well. I've already told you enough to get my pension revoked. You're going to be careful with this, right? Of course. Last thing, any outstanding prints? Anything you lifted that didn't match Moore, not a single one. I was curious if anyone would even notice that detail, Donovan said. Bosch settled back into his chair, his mind racing. It didn't add up. A motel room, in his experience, was like a worn-out paperback. Every reader leaves a trace, a dog-eared page, a coffee stain. It didn't matter how thoroughly the place was tidied between guests. Something always remained a silent witness. Harry couldn't wrap his head around the idea that every surface Donovan had dusted was pristine, save for those bearing Moore's own prints. What do you mean nobody cared? Exactly that. Nobody batted an eye. I mentioned it to Sheehan, and that internal affairs shadow he's got trailing him. They acted like it was nothing, like, so what, no other prints. Guess they've never worked a scene in a cheap motel before. Hell, I figured I'd be collecting latents in there until the sun came up, but all I got was what I told you. It was the cleanest damn motel room I've ever processed. I even broke out the laser, nothing but smudge marks from a half-hearted wipe-down. And between you and me, Harry, that wasn't the kind of establishment where management loses sleep over a spotless room. You made sure Sheehan understood this right. Yeah, I told him as soon as I finished, given it was Christmas night. I half expected them to accuse me of cutting corners to get home to my family. But I laid it out, and they just said, "Fine, thanks, good night, Merry Christmas." So I left. Whatever. Bosch considered Sheehan, with Chastain and Irving breathing down his neck. Sheehan was capable, but under that pressure anyone could miss a step. They'd entered that motel room 100% convinced it was a suicide. Bosch probably would have too, especially with a note found at the scene. At that point, they'd have needed to find a knife in Moore's back to reconsider. The absence of other prints, the shotgun with its serial number filed off, these were red flags that should have at least introduced doubt, cutting their certainty in half. Yet their assumption remained unshaken. Harry started to question what the autopsy would reveal and whether it would support their suicide theory. He stood again, thanked Donovan for his time, and exited. Taking the stairs down to the 3rd floor, he entered the RHD suite. Most of the desks in the 3 orderly rows were empty, the hour now past 5. Sheehan's spot in the homicide special bullpen was deserted. A few remaining detectives glanced up as he entered, then quickly looked away. Bosch was a ghost to them, a walking cautionary tale of how quickly a career could unravel. "Is Sheehan still around?" he asked the duty detective at the front desk, who was juggling phone lines, incoming reports and general paperwork. "Gone for the day," she said, not looking up from a vacation schedule she was filling out. "He called from the medical examiner's office a little while ago, said he's code 7 until morning. Is there a desk I can use for a few minutes? I need to make some calls. It grated on him to ask for permission in a room where he'd worked for 8 years. Just pick one," she replied, her attention still fixed on her paperwork. Bosch chose a relatively clear desk and dialed the Hollywood homicide table, hoping someone would still be there. Karen Moschito answered, and Bosch asked if he had any messages. Just one, from someone named Sylvia. "No last name given," he wrote down the number, feeling a familiar, unwelcome quickening in his pulse. "Did you hear about Moore?" Moschito asked. "You mean the identification?" "Yeah, I heard." "No. The autopsy's a mess. Radio News is reporting it's inconclusive. I've never heard of a shotgun blast to the face being called inconclusive before. When did this come out?" "I'd just caught it on KFWB at 5 o'clock. Bosch hung up and tried Porter's number again. Still no answer, not even a machine picking up. Harry wondered if the worn-out cop was sitting there in the dark, deliberately ignoring the ringing phone. Harry pictured Porter alone in a shadowy room, clutching a bottle, too scared to pick up the phone or answer a knock. His eyes drifted to the number he'd written for Sylvia Moore. Had she heard the autopsy results yet? That must be why she was on his mind. She answered on the third ring. "Mrs. Moore? It's Sylvia. Harry Bosch here." "I know." Silence hung between them. "How are you managing?" "I think I'm all right. I called to thank you for how you were with me last night." "Oh, well, you didn't have to. It was, remember that book I mentioned, The Long Goodbye." There's another line I keep thinking about. A white knight for me is as rare as a fat postman. I suppose these days you see plenty of heavy mail carriers. Her laugh was faint, almost like a sigh, but not many white knights. You were one for me last night. Bosch was at a loss, imagining her face on the other end of the quiet line. That's kind of you to say. I'm not sure I've earned it sometimes. The work I do doesn't feel very knightly. They exchanged a few more polite words before saying goodbye. Hanging up, he sat motionless, staring at the phone and turning over what had been spoken and what hadn't. Something lingered there, a thread between them, deeper than her husband's death beyond just another case. He flipped his notebook back to the timeline he'd started earlier and began adding new dates and details, some that didn't yet fit the puzzle. His gut insisted the cases were connected, and Calexico Moore was that link. Only when he finished did he step back to study the chart as a whole. It helped untangle the thoughts swirling in his head these past 2 days, but he couldn't look at it long without Sylvia's face returning to his thoughts. Bosch drove Los Angeles Street to Second and headed up toward the Red Wind. Outside St. Vibiana's, a weary group of homeless men shuffled out from a day spent sleeping in the pews, now making their way toward the Union Street Mission for an evening meal. Passing the Times building, he glanced up at the clock, exactly 6. He switched on KFWB for the news. The Moore autopsy was the second item, following a story about the mayor becoming the latest target in a series of aggressive AIDS protests. He'd been struck by a balloon filled with pig blood on City Hall's white steps, a group called Cool AIDS claiming responsibility. In other news, the anchor continued. An autopsy on the body of Police Sergeant Calexico Moore proved inconclusive in confirming the narcotics officer took his own life, according to the Los Angeles County coroner. Meanwhile, police have officially classified the death as suicide. The 38-year-old officer's body was discovered Christmas Day in a Hollywood motel room. He had been dead approximately a week from a shotgun wound, authorities stated. A suicide note was recovered at the scene, though its contents have not been disclosed. Moore will be buried Monday. Bosch turned the radio off. The report was clearly lifted from a press release. What did inconclusive really mean? That was the only sliver of actual news in the whole segment. After parking at the curb in front of the Red Wind, he stepped inside but didn't spot Teresa Corazon. He ducked into the restroom, splashed cold water on his face. He needed a shave and dried off with a paper towel, trying to tame his mustache and unruly hair with his hands. He loosened his tie and stood for a long moment, studying his own reflection. The man looking back was someone most people would avoid unless they had no choice. He bought a pack of cigarettes from the machine near the restroom door, scanned the room once more for Teresa, and not seeing her, moved to the bar. He ordered an Anchor Steam, then carried it to an empty table by the front entrance. The weight of the day settling in around him. The wind was filling up with the post-work rush, a sea of suits and dresses. Harry noticed more than a few older gentlemen with much younger companions. He spotted several familiar faces from the Times and began to doubt Teresa's choice of meeting spot, if she was even planning to show, given the day's autopsy headlines. She'd be a magnet for those reporters. He finished his beer and stepped outside. The evening air cool on the sidewalk. He was gazing toward the 2nd Street tunnel when a car horn sounded and a sedan pulled up. The window slid down to reveal Teresa. "Go back inside, Harry. Let me find parking. Sorry, I'm late." Bosch leaned toward the window. "Not sure that's wise. Place is crawling with press. I caught the news about the Moore autopsy. Might be more hassle than it's worth for you right now." He weighed the pros and cons in his head. Media attention could help cement her position as chief medical examiner, but one misstep could just as easily end it. "Anywhere else we can talk?" she asked. Harry opened the passenger door and got in. "You eaten? We could head to Gorky's or the pantry. Gorky's is still open? I could use some soup." It took a good 15 minutes to navigate 8 blocks of downtown gridlock and finally secure a parking spot. Inside Gorky's, they ordered mugs of the house Russian beer, and Teresa got a bowl of chicken and rice soup. "Rough day?" Harry ventured. "You have no idea. No lunch, and I was in the autopsy suite for 5 straight hours. Bosch was itching to ask about the Moore case, but he knew better than to push. He'd have to let her come to it. How was your Christmas? You and your husband managed to connect." "Hardly. It just fell apart. He could never handle my job, and now with this shot at Chief Me, he resents it even more. He took off Christmas Eve. I spent the day alone, meant to call my lawyer today to restart the divorce paperwork. But the day got away from me. You should have called me. I spent mine with a coyote." "Really? Is Timido still coming around? Now and then. There was a fire across the pass recently. I think it scared him off for a bit. I read about that. You were lucky it didn't spread closer." Bosch nodded. His relationship with Teresa Corazon had been an intermittent thing over 4 months, each encounter carrying this superficial closeness. It was an arrangement of convenience, built more on physical need than emotional depth, never catching real fire for either of them. She'd separated from her husband, a professor at UCLA Medical School, earlier in the year, and had seemingly picked Harry as her distraction. But Bosch understood he was a backup plan. Their meetings were sporadic, often weeks apart, and he was fine letting Teresa make the first move each time. He watched her bend over her spoon, blowing gently before taking a sip. Carrot slices floated in the broth. Her brown curls fell to her shoulders, and she held a few strands back with her hand as she tried another spoonful. Her skin was a rich, natural brown, her face exotically shaped with high cheekbones. She wore red lipstick on full lips, and a faint, fine peach fuzz was visible on her cheeks. He knew she was in her mid-30s, but had never asked for the exact number. Finally, he noted her fingernails unpolished and cut short, practical for the rubber gloves of her profession. As he drank the thick beer from its heavy mug, he wondered if this was the start of another one of their meetings, or if she actually had something important to share about the autopsy results for John Doe, 67. "So now I need a date for New Year's Eve," she said, looking up from her soup. "What are you staring at?" Just watching you eat. If you need a date, you've got one. I saw in the newspaper that Frank Morgan is performing at the Catalina Club. Who is he, and what instrument does he play? You'll see for yourself. I think you'll enjoy his music. That was a silly question. If he's someone you like, he must be a saxophone player. Harry smiled, mostly to himself. He was pleased to have plans for the evening. New Year's Eve always felt lonelier to him than Christmas or Thanksgiving. It was a night meant for jazz, and the sound of a saxophone could feel like a physical blow if you were by yourself. She gave him a knowing look and said, "Harry, you're such a soft touch when it comes to lonely women." His mind drifted to Sylvia Moore and her melancholy expression. "So," Teresa said, pulling him back, "I imagine you're curious about what we found inside Huando number 67. Finish your soup first. No, it's fine. It doesn't bother me. Honestly, after a long day of autopsies, I usually work up an appetite." She said things like that frequently, almost testing him to see if he'd be put off by her profession. He knew she was still emotionally tangled up with her ex-husband. Her tough talk didn't fool him. He understood the sentiment behind it. "Well, I hope you won't miss the scalpels too much when they finally make you the permanent chief. You'll be too busy cutting budgets instead." "Oh, I'd be a hands-on chief. I'd keep my own caseload, special ones like today's. But after today, I'm not so sure the promotion is coming." Harry sensed he'd accidentally nudged a sore subject, sending her thoughts to a dark place. Now seemed as good a time as any. "Do you want to talk about what happened?" "No. I mean, I do, but I can't. I trust you, Harry, but I need to keep this one close for now." He nodded and let it drop, but he made a mental note to circle back later and uncover what had gone wrong during the Moore examination. He retrieved his notebook from his coat pocket and placed it on the table. "All right, then. Tell me about Juan Doe 67. She moved her soup bowl aside and lifted a leather briefcase onto her lap. From it, she pulled a thin manila folder and opened it. "Okay. This is a copy for you to keep after we're done. I reviewed all of Salazar's notes on this case. As you probably know, the cause of death was multiple blunt force injuries to the head, crushing impacts to the frontal, parietal, sphenoid, and supraorbital bones. As she listed each injury, she touched corresponding spots on her own head, her forehead, the back of her skull, her left temple, and the ridge above her left eye. She kept her eyes on the paperwork. Any one of these blows would have been fatal. There were other defensive wounds you can review later. He recovered wood splinters from 2 of the cranial impacts. The weapon was likely something like a baseball bat, but not as thick in my opinion. The force was tremendous, suggesting something with good leverage. Not just a stick, something larger, a pickaxe handle, a shovel, maybe even a pool cue, but the splinters point towards something unfinished. A sanded and varnished pool cue probably wouldn't leave splinters like that. She studied the notes for a moment. The other thing, I don't know if Porter mentioned this, is that the body was almost certainly dumped in that alley. Time of death was at least 6 hours before discovery. Given the foot traffic in that alley and the restaurant's back door, the body couldn't have lain there unnoticed for that long. It had to have been placed there. Yeah, that was in his report. Good. She began flipping through the pages, briefly glancing at the autopsy photos before setting them aside. "Okay, here we are. Tox screens aren't back yet, but the coloration of the blood and liver suggests they'll be clean. That's just an educated guess. Salazar's guess, really, so don't quote us on it." Harry nodded. He hadn't started taking notes yet. He lit a cigarette, and she didn't object. She never had before, though once, during an autopsy he was observing, she had walked in from the next room and silently held up the blackened lung of a man who had smoked 3 packs a day for 40 years. The object resembled a battered black loafer, crushed beyond recognition. Following standard procedure, she went on, we collected swabs and analyzed the stomach contents. Initially, we discovered a brown particulate matter in the earwax. We also recovered traces of it from the hair and from under the fingernails. Bosch's mind jumped to tar heroin, a component of black ice. Heroin residue, good instinct, but incorrect. Just plain brown dust, then. Bosch was already jotting notes, right? We examined it under magnification, and the best identification we have is wheat. It's essentially pulverized wheat dust. Like from breakfast cereal, he had cereal in his ears and hair. Their conversation was interrupted by a waiter with a stern, almost theatrical Russian demeanor. He inquired if they needed anything further, his eyes lingering on the stack of photographs beside Teresa, the top one revealing a stark image. She quickly covered it with the file folder, and Harry ordered 2 more beers. As the waiter retreated slowly, Bosch pressed, "You're saying it's like the dust from the bottom of a cereal box?" "Not precisely." "Hold that thought for a moment. It will connect later." She gestured for him to be patient. The nasal and stomach swabs yielded 2 particularly intriguing elements. It's discoveries like these that remind me why I love this work, even when others wish I didn't. She met his gaze with a brief smile before continuing. The stomach contents revealed coffee, partially digested rice, chicken, bell pepper, assorted spices, and pig intestine. In short, it was chorizo, Mexican sausage. The use of natural intestine as casing suggests it was homemade, not store-bought. He had consumed this very recently, before death, with almost no gastric breakdown. He might even have been eating during the assault. The throat and mouth were clear, but there was still food debris in the teeth, she added, almost as an aside. And incidentally, all his teeth were original. No dental work whatsoever. Are you starting to form a picture of a man not from this area? Bosch nodded, recalling Porter's notes about the victim's clothing labels, all indicating Mexican manufacture. He kept writing. She then said, "We also found this in the stomach." She passed a Polaroid across the table. It showed a pinkish insect, one wing missing and the other damaged, lying damp on a glass dish beside a dime for scale. The dime dwarfed the bug. Harry noticed their waiter, hovering about 10 feet away, holding 2 beer mugs aloft with a questioning look. Bosch signaled for him to approach. The waiter set the glasses down, couldn't resist a peek at the insect photo, and then beat a hasty retreat. Harry slid the photo back. "So, what is it? A tripetid?" she said, smiling. "Shoot, I was just about to guess that," he deadpanned. She chuckled at the weak joke. "It's a fruit fly, Harry. The Mediterranean variety, the tiny pest responsible for devastating California's citrus crops. Salazar brought it to me for an outside referral since we were stumped. I had an investigator take it to an entomologist at UCLA that Gary recommended. He made the ID. Bosch knew Gary was her soon-to-be ex-husband. He acknowledged the information, but still didn't grasp the significance. She continued, "Now for the nasal swabs. We found more wheat dust, and then we discovered this." Another photo slid across the table. This one also showed a culture dish with a dime, alongside a tiny pinkish-brown line. It was far smaller than the fly, but clearly another insect. "And this?" he asked. "Same family, according to my entomologist, only this one's a juvenile. This is a larva." She interlaced her fingers, elbows out, and offered a knowing, expectant smile. "You're really into this, aren't you?" he said, taking a long pull from his beer. "All right, fine. You've got my attention. What's the big picture here?" "Okay, you know the basics about the Mediterranean fruit fly, right? It devastates citrus crops, can cripple the entire industry, costing countless millions, leaving no orange juice on breakfast tables, the whole downward spiral of modern life. Sound familiar?" He gave a slow nod, and she continued, her words picking up speed. "So we deal with an annual medfly outbreak here."
You've probably noticed the quarantine signs along the highways or heard the helicopters spraying malathion after dark. Those choppers bring back some rough memories for me, Harry admitted, and you've likely heard about the pushback against the spraying. Critics argue it harms people as much as the pests. They want it banned. So what's the Department of Agriculture to do? One strategy is to ramp up the alternative method they employ.
The USDA, along with the state's Medfly Eradication Project, releases billions of sterile flies across Southern California, millions every single week. The theory is simple. When the wild flies mate, they'll pair with sterile ones, and over time the population crashes. It's a numbers game, Harry. Flood the area with enough sterile flies, and the problem theoretically vanishes. She paused, but Bosch still looked puzzled. This is all fascinating, Teresa, truly. But is there a point coming? Or are we just having a biology lesson? I'm getting there. Just listen, you're the detective. Detectives are supposed to listen. You once told me solving murders was about letting people talk and really hearing them. Well, I'm talking now. He raised his hands in surrender. She pressed on. The flies the USDA releases are dyed during the larval stage. Dyed pink so they can track them or easily tell the sterile ones apart from the fertile ones. When they check those little traps in orange trees everywhere. After they're dyed pink, the larvae are irradiated to make them sterile. Then they're set loose. Harry nodded. His interest finally piqued. My entomologist examined the 2 samples from our John Doe 67, and here's what he found. She glanced at her notes. The adult fly recovered from the stomach was both dyed and sterilized, a female. That's not unusual. Like I said, they release something like 300 million a week, billions annually. So it's plausible our guy accidentally swallowed one if he was anywhere in Southern California. That really narrows the field, Bosch said dryly. What about the other sample? The larva is the twist. A smile touched her lips. Dr. Braxton, that's the bug expert, said the larval specimen was dyed pink according to USDA specs. But it had not been irradiated, not sterilized when it ended up in our John Doe's nasal passage. She unfolded her hands, letting them rest at her sides. The factual report was done. Now it was time for speculation, and she was handing him the first turn. So inside his body we have 2 dyed flies, one sterilized and one not, Bosch summarized. That suggests shortly before he died, our guy was at the facility where these flies are processed, millions of flies around. One could have gotten into his food. He might have inhaled one through his nose. Something along those lines. She nodded. And the wheat dust in his ears and hair? The wheat dust is the feed, Harry. Braxton confirmed it's used in the breeding process. He leaned forward. So I need to locate where they breed and sterilize these flies. That place might have a connection to our John Doe. That sounds like he was involved in breeding them, she remarked with a smile. Why not ask me where they actually breed the flies? All right, Teresa, where do they do it? The key, she explained, is to breed them in locations where they already exist, naturally in the insect population. That way, if a few manage to escape before being irradiated, it's not a crisis. Because of that, the USDA only works with breeders in 2 places, Hawaii and Mexico. In Hawaii, there are 3 contractors on Oahu. In Mexico, there's one near Zihuatanejo, and the largest of all 5 is located close to Mexicali, Harry finished. She stared at him, surprised. Harry, how did you guess that? Did you already know all this and just let me talk? Just a hunch, he said. It lines up with another case I've been looking into. For a moment, he regretted cutting her off. She'd clearly been enjoying sharing the details. He finished his beer and scanned the room for their hesitant waiter. Later, she drove him back to his car near the Red Wind, and then followed him out of downtown and up into the hills to his place. She lived in a condo in Hancock Park, which was much closer, but she mentioned she'd been cooped up there too much lately and wanted a chance to maybe hear the coyotes. Harry knew the real reason. It would be easier for her to leave his place than to ask him to leave hers. He didn't mind. Truthfully, her apartment made him uneasy. It felt like everything L.A. was becoming. It was a fifth-floor loft in a historic building called the Warfield, with a view of the downtown skyline. The exterior was stunning, a Beaux Arts design with a blue-grey terracotta facade, built in 1911 by George Allen Hancock, who hadn't skimped on his oil money. From the street, the fleurs-de-lis and ornate cartouches showed it. But the inside, the current inside, that is, felt all wrong to Harry. A Japanese firm had bought the building a few years back, gutted it completely, and renovated everything. The apartments were now just long, sterile rooms with fake wood floors, stainless steel counters, and harsh track lighting. A pretty shell, he thought, and he had a feeling old George Hancock would have agreed. Back at Harry's house, they talked while he lit the hibachi on the porch and put an orange ruffy fillet on the grill, bought on Christmas Eve and still fresh enough to share. Teresa mentioned that the county commission would likely decide on a permanent chief medical examiner before New Year's. He wished her luck, though privately he wondered why she'd want a political appointment where she'd have to toe the line. Why step into that box? He shifted the subject. So if this John Doe was down near Mexicali, right where they breed those flies, how do you think his body ended up all the way here? Not my department, Teresa said, leaning on the railing and looking out over the valley. A million lights twinkled in the crisp, cool air. She had his jacket draped over her shoulders. Harry brushed the fish with a pineapple barbecue sauce and flipped it. "It's warmer over here by the grill," he mentioned. He fussed with the fillet for a moment before adding, "I think maybe they didn't want anyone snooping around that USDA contractor's operation. They didn't want the body linked to that place, so they moved it far away." "Yeah, but all the way to L.A. "Maybe they were?" "Well, I'm not sure. That is a long way." They both fell quiet, lost in thought. Harry could hear and smell the pineapple sauce sizzling as it dripped onto the coals. How do you even smuggle a dead body across the border, he wondered aloud. "Oh, I imagine they've smuggled things much larger than that across, don't you?" she replied. He nodded silently. "Have you ever actually been down to Mexicali, Harry?" "Just passed through on the way to Bahia San Felipe for a fishing trip last summer." "Never stopped?" "You?" "Never have. You know the name of the town right on our side of the border there?" "Not offhand." "Calexico." "Seriously? Is that where?" "Yep." The fish was ready. He slid it onto a plate, shut off the grill, and they headed inside. He served it with a side of Spanish rice he'd made using pico pico sauce, then opened a bottle of red wine, the blood of the gods as he thought of it, pouring a glass for each of them. He didn't have any white. As he set everything on the table, he noticed a faint smile on her face. "Thought I was more of a TV dinner kind of guy, didn't you?" The possibility had occurred to me. This is really nice. They tapped glasses and ate quietly for a few minutes. She praised the meal, though he knew himself the fish had cooked a touch too long. The conversation drifted back to casual topics, but the whole time he was searching for the right moment to bring up the Moore autopsy. That opening didn't come until they were done eating. "So what's next for you?" she asked, placing her napkin on the table. "I guess I'll clean up here and then—" "No, you know what I mean, about the John Doe case." "I'm not entirely sure yet. I need to speak with Porter again, and I'll probably reach out to the USDA. I want a better understanding of how those flies could have traveled here from Mexico." She gave a slow nod. "Let me know if you want an introduction to the entomologist. I can set that up." He watched as that distant, preoccupied look returned to her eyes, an expression that had flickered in and out all evening. "What about you?" he asked. "What are you going to do now?" "About what?" "About the issues with the Moore autopsy." "That obvious, huh?" He stood and began clearing the plates. She remained at the table. When he sat back down, He poured the last of the wine into their glasses. He decided he needed to offer something first to make her feel comfortable sharing in return. Listen, Teresa, I think you and I should talk this through. I believe we're looking at 2 investigations here, maybe even 3, that could all be connected, like different spokes on the same wheel. She looked up, confusion in her eyes. What cases? What are you talking about? I know this falls outside your usual scope, but I think you need to hear it to help you decide what to do next. I've been watching you tonight, and it's clear something's weighing on you. He paused, giving her a chance to object. She stayed silent. He told her about Marvin Dance's arrest and its link to the Jimmy Capps murder. When I learned Capps had been smuggling ice from Hawaii, I went to Cal Moore to ask about black ice, the competition. I wanted to know where it comes from, who's moving it, anything to help me see who might have wanted Jimmy Capps gone. Moore acted like he knew nothing, brushed me off. But today I found out he was actually compiling a file on black ice. He was gathering intel on my case. He held back from me, but he was working on this right up until he vanished. I got that file today. There was a note on it that said, "Give to Harry Bosch." What was in the file? A lot, including an intelligence report pointing to a ranch in Mexicali as the likely main source for black ice. She stared at him, silent. Which brings us to our John Doe. Porter walks away and the case lands on my desk today. I'm going through the file and take a guess who found the body and then disappeared the very next day. "Oh, hell," she whispered. "Exactly. Cal Moore."
What it means? I don't know yet, but he was the reporting officer on the body. The next day, he's gone. A week later, he's found in a motel room, an apparent suicide. And then the day after that story hits the news, Porter calls it quits. Does any of that sound right to you? She stood up abruptly and walked to the sliding glass door leading to the porch. For a long moment, she just stared out into the darkness across the pass. "Those cowards," she muttered, her voice tight with frustration.
"They're ready to sweep it all under the rug. All to spare someone a little embarrassment." Bosch moved to stand behind her. "You need to share this with someone. Tell me." "I can't. You tell me everything first. I already have." There isn't much more, and it's all a tangled mess. The file was thin. The DEA warned more about black ice moving up from Mexicali. That's what tipped me off about the fruit fly connection. Then there's Moore himself. He spent his childhood right there in Calexico and Mexicali. You see the pattern? There are too many connections here that feel deliberate, not random. She remained facing the door, her back to him, but he could see the anxiety etched on her face in the window's reflection. The scent of her perfume hung in the air. The key detail is where Moore hid that file. Not his office, not his apartment. Somewhere Internal Affairs or Robbery Homicide wouldn't think to look. And when his team stumbled on it, there was a note attached instructing them to give it to me. Do you get what that means? The confused expression staring back from the glass was answer enough. She turned and walked into the living room, sinking into an armchair and dragging her hands through her hair. Harry stayed on his feet, pacing the hardwood floor before her. Why leave a note telling someone to give the file to me? He wouldn't need a reminder for himself. He already knew he was compiling it for me, so that note was meant for someone else. And what does that tell us? It means he either knew when he wrote it that he was about to take his own life, or he knew he was going to be murdered. She finished, her voice dropping to a whisper. Bosch gave a slow nod, or at the very least he knew he'd gotten in over his head, that he was in serious trouble. "In danger, my God," she breathed out. Harry stepped closer, handing her the wineglass she'd left behind. He leaned in, his face near hers. "You have to tell me about the autopsy. Something's off. I heard that ridiculous press statement they released. Inconclusive. What kind of nonsense is that? Since when can't you determine if a shotgun blast to the face killed someone? So tell me, Teresa, we'll figure out what to do next." She gave a helpless shrug. and shook her head. But Harry could see the resolve crumbling. "They only told me because I wasn't entirely certain, Harry. You cannot reveal where you got this. You absolutely cannot. It won't trace back to you. If I have to use it to move us forward, I will. But your name stays out of it. You have my word. They ordered me not to discuss it with anyone because I couldn't be 100% sure that arrogant prick, Assistant Chief Irving, knew exactly how to twist the knife." He started talking about the county commission finalizing their decision on my position soon, saying they'd be looking for a chief medical examiner who understood discretion, bragging about his friends on the commission. I wanted to take a scalpel and forget all that for now. What was it you weren't completely sure about? She emptied her glass in one long swallow. Then the story poured out. She explained that the autopsy had proceeded routinely, aside from the unusual audience, besides the two case detectives observing Sheehan and Chastain from Internal Affairs. Assistant Police Chief Irving himself was there. A lab technician was also present for immediate fingerprint comparisons. The decomposition was severe, Teresa said. I had to remove the fingertips and treat them with a chemical hardening agent. My tech, Collins, managed to get prints after that. He ran the comparison right there because Irving had brought exemplars. It was a match. It was more.
What about dental records?
Dental was difficult. Not much was left intact. We compared a partial incisor found in the tub to some records Irving provided. Moore had a root canal, and the evidence lined up. That was a match, too. She continued saying that after confirming the identity, she began the autopsy and immediately noted the obvious. The damage from the double-barrel shotgun blast was massive and unquestionably fatal, instantaneous. But it was during her examination of the separated tissue and bone fragments that she started to doubt she could officially rule Moore's death a suicide. A particular trajectory detail, one that felt slightly off for a self-inflicted wound, planted the first seed of uncertainty in her mind. The blast completely separated the skull from the body, she explained. Standard autopsy procedure requires examining every major organ, the brain included. The issue was that the brain was largely fragmented due to the wide spread of the shot. I was informed the weapon was likely a side-by-side double-barrel shotgun, which fit the pattern I observed. Despite the dispersal, a significant section of the frontal lobe and an attached piece of skull remained relatively whole, though detached. You follow? The notes indicated this fragment was recovered from the bathtub. Is this too graphic? I know you were acquainted. Only slightly. Please continue. So I examined that fragment, expecting it to confirm the initial findings. I was mistaken. There was clear hemorrhaging along the lining of the lobe where it met the skull. She took a long sip from his wineglass and exhaled deeply, as if pushing out a weight. So, Harry, that presented a major problem. Explain it to me. You sound just like Irving. Explain it, explain it. Well, it should be obvious. 2 reasons. First, you don't see that extent of hemorrhaging with an instantaneous death like that. When the brain is disconnected from the body in a fraction of a second, there's minimal bleeding in the meninges. While there's some room for debate on that point, I'll grant Irving that there is absolutely no debate on the second reason. This bleeding was a textbook indication of a contracoup injury. No doubt in my mind. Harry mentally sifted through a decade's worth of autopsy observations. A contracoup injury means damage occurs on the side of the brain opposite the point of impact. The brain is essentially gelatin inside a hard shell. A violent blow to the back of the head often causes the worst damage to the front, as the force slams the gelatin against the frontal bone. For Moore to have frontal lobe hemorrhaging, as Teresa described, he would have needed to be struck from behind. A shotgun blast to the face couldn't produce that. Is there any possibility he started, then faltered, unsure of his own question? A sudden, sharp craving for a cigarette hit him, and he tapped a new pack against his palm.
What happened next? He asked, tearing it open.
Well, when I laid it out, Irving got defensive. He kept pressing. Are you certain? Is that 100%? Aren't we getting ahead of ourselves? On and on, it was obvious he didn't want this to be anything but a suicide. The moment I introduced doubt, he started lecturing about hasty conclusions and the need for slow, careful, correct procedure. He said the department could be embarrassed by where an investigation might lead if we weren't cautious. His exact words, the jerk. "Let sleeping dogs lie," Bosch said. "Exactly. So I told them flatly I wouldn't rule it a suicide, and then they persuaded me not to rule it a homicide either. Hence, inconclusive. A temporary compromise. It makes me feel complicit, those bastards." "They're going to bury it," Bosch said. The reluctance had to stem from the internal affairs probe. Whatever Moore was involved in, Irving must believe it either drove him to suicide or got him killed. Either way, Irving didn't want to open that box without knowing what was inside first. Maybe he never wanted to know. That told Bosch one thing clearly: he was on his own. Whatever he uncovered handing it to Irving and robbery homicide would guarantee it was buried. So if he pursued this, he was operating solo. "Do they know Moore was doing work for you?" Teresa asked.
By now they probably do, but they likely didn't during your meeting. Probably won't change a thing. What about the John Doe case? He had no idea what they might have discovered about his discovery of the body. "What are you planning to do?" she asked. He could only shake his head. "I don't have a clue. I'm completely in the dark here. What about you?" For a long moment. She said nothing. Then she rose and crossed the room to him. She leaned in, her lips meeting his in a soft kiss. "Let's just put all of this aside for now," she whispered against his mouth. He surrendered to her in the intimacy that followed, allowing her to set the pace, to guide his responses to her touch. They knew each other well enough by now that there was no awkwardness, no self-consciousness left between them. Later, she was above him, her body moving with a deliberate, steady rhythm as he rested against the pillows. Her head tilted back, her short nails pressing into his skin without causing pain, her silence profound. In the dim light, he saw the faint shimmer of the silver earrings dangling from her ears. He reached up, his fingers tracing the jewelry before drifting down the column of her throat, over the slope of her shoulders. Her skin was warm, slightly damp. That slow, insistent motion pulled him deeper into a private space, a sanctuary where nothing else from the outside world could reach. Afterward, as they lay still, her weight settled on him, a sharp pang of guilt cut through the quiet. Sylvia Moore's face appeared in his mind, a woman he'd met just yesterday. Why was she invading this moment? Yet she had. He questioned where the guilt originated. Perhaps it was anticipation of what was still to come from somewhere behind the house. He thought he caught the sharp, lonely yip of a coyote. Teresa lifted her head from his chest, and together they listened to the animal's mournful cry. "Timido," she murmured softly. The guilt washed over Harry once more. He thought of Teresa herself. Had he manipulated her into revealing what she knew? He didn't believe so. Maybe, again, the guilt was for what he hadn't yet done, for what he knew with certainty he would do with the information she had provided. She seemed to sense his thoughts had drifted from her, perhaps from a change in his breathing or a subtle tension in his muscles. "Nothing," she said. "What? You asked what I was going to do? The answer is nothing. I'm not wading any deeper into this mess. If they want to sweep it under the rug, let them." In that moment, Harry knew she would make an excellent permanent chief medical examiner for Los Angeles County. He felt a sudden, cold distance opening between them in the dark. Teresa rolled away and sat on the edge of the bed, gazing out the window at the nearly full moon. They had forgotten to close the curtain. The coyote called out once more, and Bosch imagined he could hear a distant dog answering somewhere in the night. "Are you like him?" she asked quietly. "Who?" "Timido out there alone in the dark. Sometimes
Everyone is, sometimes. Yes, but you prefer it, don't you? Not always. Not always, she echoed. He weighed his words carefully. One wrong step, and she would be gone. I'm sorry if I seem distant, he offered. There's just a lot on my mind. He let the sentence hang unfinished. There was no real excuse. You do like it, though, she pressed, her voice softer now. Living up here in this isolated little house with that coyote as your only companion. He didn't answer. The image of Sylvia Moore returned inexplicably clear. This time, however, he felt no guilt. He was glad to see her there. I should go, Teresa said. Long day tomorrow. He watched her walk naked to the bathroom, scooping her purse from the nightstand as she passed. He listened to the shower start. He pictured her in there, washing away all traces of him, then applying that familiar, all-purpose perfume she kept in her bag, a scent meant to mask the lingering odours from her work. He rolled over, fished his phone book from the pile of clothes on the floor, and dialed a number while the water still ran. A sleep-thickened voice answered. It was nearly midnight. You don't know who this is, and we never spoke, Harry said. There was a pause on the line as the voice registered. Okay, understood. There's an issue with the Cal Moore autopsy. Damn, I know that. Inconclusive. You didn't have to wake me up to. No, you're not understanding. You're mixing up the autopsy report itself with the official statement they gave to the press. They're two completely separate documents. Does that make sense now?
Yeah, I think so. So what's the real issue here?
The assistant police chief and the acting chief medical examiner are at odds. One is calling it a suicide, the other insists it's a homicide. You can't have it both ways. I suppose that's what they politely term inconclusive for public consumption. A low whistle came through the receiver.
This is getting interesting. But why would the department want to cover up a murder, especially one of their own?
A suicide already makes them look bad. Hiding a homicide only makes sense if there's something bigger they're trying to bury. Exactly, Bosch said, and he ended the call. A moment later, the shower stopped and Teresa emerged, drying off with a towel. She showed no hesitation about her nakedness around him, and Harry found himself missing that initial shyness. It was a trait that always seemed to fade in the women he got involved with, right before they eventually walked away. He pulled on a pair of jeans and a T-shirt while she got dressed. Neither spoke. She offered him a faint, knowing smile before he walked her out to her car. So, we're still on for New Year's Eve? She asked, after he opened the car door for her. Of course, he replied, though he was certain she'd call later with some excuse to cancel. She leaned in, kissed him lightly on the lips, and slid into the driver's seat. Goodbye, Teresa, he said, but she had already shut the door. It was midnight when he returned inside. The apartment carried the lingering scent of her perfume, mixed with the heavy weight of his own guilt. He put Frank Morgan's Mood Indigo on the stereo and stood motionless in the living room, listening to the phrasing of the first solo, a piece called Lullaby. To Bosch there was no sound more honest, no truth more pure than the voice of a saxophone in the dark. Sleep was out of the question. Bosch knew it. He stepped onto the porch, letting the cold night air tighten his skin and sharpen his focus. For the first time in months, he felt a current of energy. He was back on the hunt. He let the details of the case flow through his mind, mentally cataloguing the people he needed to see and the steps he had to take. At the top of that list was Lucius Porter, the washed-up detective whose sudden medical leave seemed far too convenient to be mere chance. Just thinking about Porter stirred a slow anger in Harry's chest, coupled with a sting of embarrassment for having vouched for the man with pounds. He grabbed his notebook, dialed Porter's number one more time, expecting no answer, and was not disappointed. At least Porter was consistent in his absence. Checking the address he'd written down earlier, Bosch headed out, driving down from the hills. He didn't encounter another car until he reached Cahuenga Boulevard. He turned north and merged onto the Hollywood freeway at Barham. The freeway was busy but moving steadily, a sleek, glowing ribbon of light flowing northward. Over Studio City, a police helicopter circled, its stark searchlight beam cutting down through the darkness, tethering the craft to some unseen crime scene below. He loved the city most at night. The darkness concealed a multitude of sorrows. It quieted the constant noise, yet allowed deeper hidden currents to rise to the surface. It was in this nocturnal slipstream that he felt he operated best, moving behind a veil of shadows like a passenger in a tinted limousine. He could look out, but no one could look in. There was a chaotic, random feel to the darkness, a sense of chance playing out under the blue neon glow. So many ways to live in this town, and just as many ways to die. You could be riding in the plush back seat of a studio limo one moment and in the stark utilitarian back of the coroner's wagon the next. The roar of a crowd's applause could sound eerily similar to the buzz of a bullet spinning past your ear in the dark. That was the randomness. That was Los Angeles. It was a city of sudden disasters, flash fires and flash floods, earthquakes and mudslides. It was the drive-by shooter and the burglar high on crack, the drunk driver and the treacherously curving road ahead. It was home to both killer cops and cop killers. The world was a constant brutal symphony of extremes. Somewhere, a husband was oblivious to his wife's infidelity, while elsewhere, a woman held a secret. Every minute of every night held its own private horrors. People were assaulted, betrayed, and broken. Others were cherished. For every newborn cradled safely at its mother's breast, there was another left alone in the cold darkness of a trash bin. Harry took the Van Owen exit in North Hollywood, heading east toward Burbank, before turning north into a district of weathered apartment buildings. The spray-painted gang tags told him it was a predominantly Latino area. He knew Porter had scraped by here for years, the alimony and the booze leaving little for anything better. He guided his car into the Happy Valley trailer park, finding Porter's double wide at the end of Greenbrier Lane. The trailer was completely dark, not a single porch light on, and the carport stood empty under its tin roof. Harry killed the engine and lit a cigarette, watching and listening. The distant thump of mariachi music drifted from one of the clubs on Lancashire, only to be swallowed by the deep rumble of a jet making its final approach to Burbank Airport. It was almost poetic, the way the cheerful music was so easily crushed by something heavier. With a sigh, he leaned over and popped the glove compartment, retrieving a worn leather kit. Breaking into Porter's home didn't give him a moment's hesitation. Porter was in this mess, not some bystander. In Harry's book, the man had surrendered his right to privacy the moment he decided to play games and conveniently forget to mention that Moore was the one who discovered the body of Juan Doe Number 67. Now, Harry was going to track him down and have a very direct conversation about that omission. He selected a pick and a tension wrench, working them into the lock with practiced ease. The door gave way in under 2 minutes. A stale, acidic smell hit him as he stepped inside, the unmistakable reek of a drunk's unwashed sweat. He called out Porter's name into the gloom and got only silence in return. Flipping on lights as he moved, the trailer revealed a life in shambles. Empty glasses littered every available surface. In the bedroom, the sheets were a grimy tangle. The nightstand hosted an overflowing ashtray and a small, dusty statue of some unrecognizable saint, a sad sentinel for a lost cause. The bathroom was a portrait of neglect, a grimy tub, a toothbrush on the floor, and in the wastebasket an empty whiskey bottle of a brand so obscure Harry figured it had to be the cheapest rotgut available. The kitchen sink was piled with dirty dishes, and the refrigerator held a lonely jar of mustard and a cardboard egg carton. The whole place was a perfect, depressing reflection of its owner, a marginal existence, barely clinging to the label of living. Back in the living room, he lifted a framed photo from a table beside a faded yellow couch. The woman in it wasn't much to look at, but she'd clearly meant something to Porter, an ex-wife he couldn't let go of, perhaps. Harry was about to set it back when the phone rang, the sound sharp in the quiet. He followed the noise to the bedroom and found the receiver on the floor by the bed. On the 7th ring, he snatched it up, paused for effect, and grunted as sleep thickened. "Huh? Porter?" a voice asked. "Yeah," Harry grunted back. The line clicked dead. The ruse had failed. But had he recognized the voice? Not pounds. Just one word, but the accent was there. Spanish, he was sure of it. He tucked that detail away as another plane passed overhead, making the thin walls of the trailer tremble. A half-hearted search of a small desk in the living room yielded nothing useful. The immediate problem remained. Where was Porter? Harry turned off the lights, relocked the door behind him, and got back in his car. He decided to start in North Hollywood and work his way south toward downtown. In every division, there was always a short list of bars that catered heavily to the cop crowd. It was as good a place as any to begin the hunt. After 2 in the morning, when the bars shut down, the all-night bottle clubs took over. These were mostly dim, quiet holes where men drank with a grim determination, as if the liquor could erase their troubles. They served as sanctuaries from the outside world, spots where a person could try to forget their mistakes. Bosch figured one of these places was where he'd tracked down Porter. He started at a spot on Kittredge called the Parrot, but the bartender, a former cop, said he hadn't seen Porter since Christmas Eve. From there, Bosch hit the 502 on Lancashire and then Saints on Cahuenga. Both places knew Porter, but neither had seen him tonight. The search continued in that vein until around 2, by which time Bosch had worked his way down into Hollywood. He was sitting in his car outside the Bullet, mentally mapping nearby bottle clubs, when his pager buzzed. The number displayed was unfamiliar. He headed back into the Bullet to use the payphone just as the lights came up. Last call was over.
"Bosch?"
a voice asked. "Yeah? It's Rickard? Bad time?" "Not really. I'm at the Bullet." "Well, then you're practically next door." "For what? You got dance?" "No, not yet. I'm at a rave behind Cahuenga, just south of the boulevard." Couldn't sleep, so I decided to do a little hunting. No sign of dance, but I've got my eye on one of his old salesmen. Name's Kerwin Tighe, one of the kids from those file cards in the Bang records. Bosch remembered the name. Tighe was a juvenile the Bang team had questioned and tried to scare off the streets. "What's a rave?" he asked. "An underground party? They've taken over a warehouse off this alley. It's a temporary setup, loud digital music, runs until dawn. Next week it'll be somewhere else. How'd you find it? They're not that hard to find. Record stores on Melrose put out phone numbers. You call, get on a list, pay $20 to get in."
Then you get stoned and dance until sunrise. Is he selling black ice?
No, he's selling Sherms out front. A Sherm was a cigarette dipped in liquid PCP, going for $20 a dip and leaving the user completely out of it. Apparently, Tighe wasn't working for Dance anymore. "I figure we can make a clean bust," Rickard said. "After that, maybe we can squeeze Dance's whereabouts out of him. I think Dance has skipped town, but this kid might know where. It's your call." "I don't know how high a priority Dance is for you." "Where do you want me?" Bosch asked. "Come west on the boulevard, then turn south at the first alley, right after Cahuenga, the one that runs behind the adult shops. It's dark, but you'll see a blue neon arrow. That's the spot. I'm about half a block north in a beat-up red Camaro with Nevada plates. I'll be waiting. We'll need to come up with a plan to grab him with the stuff. You know where he keeps the dip?" "Yeah. He's got it stashed in a beer bottle in the gutter. He keeps going in and out, bringing his clients outside. I'll think of something by the time you get here." Bosch hung up and returned to his car. It took him 15 minutes to get there, thanks to the late-night traffic on the boulevard. In the alley, he parked illegally behind the red Camaro. Rickard was slouched low in the driver's seat. "Top of the morning to you," the narc said, as Bosch slid into the passenger side. "Same.
Our guy's still around. Oh, yeah. Having a pretty good night, too. Selling Shermans like they're going out of style. Too bad we have to ruin his fun." Bosch peered down the dark alley. In the pulses of blue light from a blinking neon arrow, he could make out a cluster of people in dark clothing gathered near a door in the brick side of the warehouse. Every so often the door would open, someone would enter or exit, and a blast of loud driving techno music would shake the street. As his eyes adjusted, he saw the people outside were drinking, smoking, and cooling off after dancing. A few of them held inflated balloons, adding a surreal, almost childish touch to the gritty scene. They were gathered by the cars near the entrance, taking turns with a balloon as if it were a shared cigarette. "That's nitrous oxide in there," Rickard explained. "You mean like at the dentist?" "Exactly. They sell those for $5 each at these parties." One stolen medical tank can turn a huge profit. A young woman slipped from a car hood, her balloon escaping into the night. Others helped her to her feet, their giggles carrying through the air. Is that even legal? It's in a grey area. Possession is fine. It has legitimate uses. But using it to get high is a misdemeanor. Honestly, we usually ignore it. If someone wants to inhale that stuff and crack their skull open, that's their business. Look, there he is. A lanky teenager emerged from the warehouse and approached the line of cars along the alley. "Watch him disappear," Rickard murmured. The figure ducked behind a vehicle. "See? He's stashing his supply. He'll wait a few minutes for the ground to dry, then his buyer shows up. Should we grab him now? No point. Catching him with just one PCP cigarette is nothing. Simple possession. He'd be out before morning. We need him with his whole stash if we want real leverage. So what's the move? Head back to your car. Loop around via Cahuenga and come up the alley from the opposite end. You can get closer, Park, and then try to move up as my backup. I'll approach from this side. I've got some old clothes in the trunk. Undercover stuff. I have an idea." Bosch returned to the Caprice, turned it around, and exited the alley. After circling the block, he entered from the south, parking near a dumpster. He spotted Rickard's hunched figure advancing and stepped out into the shadows. They were converging on the warehouse door from two directions. While Bosch kept to the darkness, Rickard, now in a stained sweatshirt, clutching a laundry bag, strolled down the alley's centre, slurring the lyrics to Percy Sledge's "When a Man Loves a Woman." The crowd by the door was captivated. A couple of dazed girls even cheered him on. The diversion let Bosch close within 4 cars of the entrance and 3 from Tij's hiding spot. As Rickard passed the stash, he abruptly stopped singing, feigning a sudden discovery. He ducked between 2 cars and emerged holding a beer bottle. Just as he moved to place it in his bag, the teenager rushed over and grabbed it. Rickard held firm, spinning so the boy's back faced Bosch. Harry began to advance. "That's mine, man," Rickard shouted. "I left it there. Let go before you spill it." "Get your own. This is mine. Let it go. You sure about that?" "Positive." Bosch struck the boy from behind, driving him over the car trunk and pinning him with an arm against his neck. Rickard kept the bottle steady, not a drop lost. "Well, if you insist it's yours," the narc said coolly, "then I guess you're under arrest." Bosch cuffed the boy and pulled him upright. A small crowd had begun to gather. "Back off, everyone!" Rickard barked. "Go inside and breathe your happy gas. Go deaf to the music. This doesn't involve you unless you want a ride to jail with your friend here." He leaned close to Tij. "Right, buddy." When the onlookers hesitated, Rickard took a threatening step forward and they quickly dispersed. 2 girls hurried back into the warehouse, the pounding music swallowing Rickard's low chuckle.
He turned and took hold of Tige's arm. "We're moving, Harry. We'll take your car." The drive toward the station on Wilcox was quiet. Without needing to discuss it, Harry had decided to let Rickard run the show. Rickard sat in back with the kid. In the rear view, Harry saw greasy, shoulder-length brown hair. The boy looked like he'd needed braces 5 years ago. But Bosch could tell in a glance that dental care wasn't a priority where he came from. A gold earring, a bored expression, but it was the teeth that got to Bosch. Crooked and jutting, they spoke louder than anything about the raw desperation of his life. "How old are you, Kerwin?" Rickard said. "Don't waste your breath lying. We've got your file back at the station. I can look it up. 18, and you can take that file and shove it. I don't care." "Whoa," Rickard hooted. 18. Looks like we've got ourselves a grown-up here, Harry. No escort to juvenile hall. We'll drop this kid in 7,000, see how fast he ends up rooming with some heavyweight." 7,000 was street slang for the County Adult Detention Centre, named after the inmate information line. 555, 7,000, the jail sat downtown. 4 floors of noise, hate and violence stacked above the sheriff's headquarters. Stabbings were a daily event. Assaults happened every hour. Nothing was ever done. Nobody cared unless you were the one getting hurt. The sheriff's deputies who worked there called it an NHI assignment. No humans involved. Bosch knew if they were going to pressure this kid, Rickard had chosen the right approach. "We've got you wrapped up, Kerwin," Rickard said. "At least 2 ounces in here. That's possession with intent to sell, clear as day. You're finished. Screw you." The kid dragged out each word with thick sarcasm. He was determined to go down fighting. Bosch noticed Rickard holding the green beer bottle outside the window so the fumes wouldn't fill the car and give them a headache.
Not very polite, Kerwin, especially when the man driving is willing to cut you a deal. Me, I'd just let you work things out with the guys in 7,000. A couple days in there, and you'll be shaving your legs and parading around in pink underwear they soaked in Hawaiian punch. Go to hell, pig. Just get me to a phone. They were on Sunset approaching Wilcox. Almost there, and Rickard hadn't even gotten to what they really wanted. It didn't look like the kid was going to deal, no matter what they offered. "You'll get a phone when we decide to give you one. You're acting tough now, white boy, but it doesn't last. Everybody breaks inside, you'll see. Unless you want to help us out. We just want to talk to your friend Dance." Bosch turned onto Wilcox. The station was 2 blocks away. The kid stayed silent. Rickard let the quiet hang for a block before trying again. "What do you say, kid? Give us an address." "I'll toss this stuff right now. Don't be one of those idiots who thinks 7,000 makes you a man, like it's some kind of badge of honor. It's not, kid. It's just the end of the road. Is that what you want? I want you to die." Bosch pulled into the driveway leading to the station's rear lot. They'd have to process the arrest here first, book the evidence, then take the kid downtown. Harry knew they'd have to follow through. The kid wasn't talking. They had to prove they weren't bluffing. Bosch didn't get back to his search for Porter until 4 in the morning. By then, he'd had 2 cups of coffee at the station and was carrying his third. He was back in the Caprice, alone, cruising the city. Rickard had agreed to take Kerwin Tige downtown. The kid never talked. His shell hardened by rejection, hatred of cops, and misplaced pride never cracked. At the station, Rickard had made it his personal crusade to break the young suspect. He hammered away with threats and questions, his intensity unsettling Bosch. Bosch finally called a halt, instructing the narcotics officer to book the kid so they could revisit the interrogation later. After leaving the interview room, they agreed to meet at the 7th floor narcotics module at 2 in the afternoon. That would give the kid a solid 10-hour sample of jail life, hopefully enough time to reconsider his silence. Now Bosch was driving through the pre-dawn hours, checking the bottle clubs, those after-hours spots where members brought their own liquor and paid exorbitant fees for ice and mixers. The whole setup was a racket, with some joints even charging a membership fee on top of it all. But for some,
Drinking alone at home wasn't an option, and for others, home was barely a concept. Stopped at the intersection of Sunset and Western, a shadowy figure darted past his car and leaned over the passenger side hood. Bosch's hand jerked toward his belt, nearly spilling his coffee before he realized it was a homeless man attempting to clean his windshield with a crumpled newspaper. The man's haphazard swipes only smeared the glass. When he shuffled around to the driver's side, Bosch fished $1 from his pocket and handed it out the window, waving him off. "Don't bother with it, partner," he said, and the man retreated without a word. Bosch drove on, hitting bottle clubs in Echo Park near the police academy, then moving into Chinatown. No trace of Porter. Crossing the Hollywood freeway into downtown, he passed the county lockup and thought of the kid up on the 7th floor in the generally less volatile narcotics unit. He'd probably be all right. He watched the big blue delivery trucks rolling out from the Times building on Spring Street, carrying the morning's news to the city. He tried a couple of spots near Parker Center, then one closer to Skid Row. He was running out of options, scraping the bottom of the barrel. His final stop was Poe's, a grim establishment centrally located on 3rd Avenue, nestled among the landmarks of Skid Row, the Los Angeles Times, St. Vibiana's Cathedral, and the gleaming financial district towers, a district that in a bitter twist seemed to mass-produce alcoholics. Poe's did a brisk trade in the quiet hours before downtown awoke to its daily cycle of ambition and avarice. The bar occupied the ground floor of a pre-war brick walk-up, condemned by the Community Redevelopment Agency. It hadn't been earthquake-proofed, and bringing it up to code would cost more than the building was worth. The CRA planned to demolish it for condos to attract residents downtown, but the whole project was stalled. Another city agency, the Office of Preservation, was fighting to grant the so-called Poe Building landmark status, filing lawsuits that had already delayed demolition for 4 years. So Poe's remained open, the 4 deserted floors above it a silent testament to urban decay. Inside, the place was a cavern of shadows with a long, uneven bar and no tables. This wasn't a spot for socializing in a booth. It was a place to drink in solitary desperation, a haven for corporate casualties seeking liquid courage, for shattered officers drowning the loneliness they'd crafted for themselves, for writers with empty pages and priests who could no longer absolve even their own transgressions. It was a place to drink with a bitter edge, as long as you could pay the toll. A stool at the bar cost $5. A glass of ice was $1 more. A soda mixer went for $3, but most patrons here took their whiskey neat. It was cheaper, and it got to the heart of the matter faster. Legend had it the name Poe's wasn't a literary nod, but an acronym reflecting the patron's bleak outlook. Piss on everything. Stepping inside from the dark street felt like entering a tomb, and for a fleeting second, Bosch was transported back to the moment of dropping into a Viet Cong tunnel. The same sense of descending into a lightless, confined space where anything might be waiting. Harry remained motionless by the entrance, letting his vision adjust to the gloom until the red leather bar padding came into view. The air was thick with a stench that made Porter's trailer seem fresh by comparison. To the right, a bartender in a rumpled white shirt and open black vest stood before shelves of liquor, each bottle tagged with a strip of masking tape bearing its owner's name. A crimson neon tube ran along the back of the shelf, casting the bottles in a ghostly light from the shadows to his left. A voice cut through the quiet. "Well, hell, Harry, you hunting for me?" He turned and spotted Porter at the far end of the bar, seated where he could watch the door before anyone spotted him. Harry walked over. On the bar in front of Porter sat a shot glass, a water glass half full, a bottle of bourbon, a third gone, a 20-3 singles fanned out neatly, and a pack of Camels. A surge of anger tightened Harry's throat as he came up behind him. "Yeah, I'm looking for you. What's the problem?" Bosch knew he had to move before any flicker of sympathy could soften his rage. He grabbed Porter's sport coat and yanked it down over his shoulders, trapping his arms. A cigarette tumbled from Porter's hand. Reaching around, Harry pulled the gun from Porter's shoulder holster and slapped it onto the bar. "Why are you still carrying, Lou? You retired, remember? Something got you scared. Harry, what is this? Why are you doing this?" The bartender began moving down the bar, but Bosch shot him an icy look, held up a hand like a traffic cop, and said, "Stay cool. This is private." "Damn right it's private. This is a members-only club, and you aren't one." "It's all right, Tommy." Porter spoke up, his voice strained. "I know him. I'll handle it." A couple of men who had been sitting a few stools away picked up their drinks and shuffled to the opposite end of the bar. A few other regulars were already gathered there, watching nobody left, not with drinks still in front of them, and the clock not yet striking. 6. Where would they go? Bars wouldn't open for another hour, and that hour could feel like a lifetime. No, they weren't going anywhere. This crowd would sit and watch a man get taken apart if they had to. "Harry, come on," Porter said, trying to sound calm. "Ease up, we can talk, can we, really? Why didn't you talk when I called the other day? What about Moore? You have a nice chat with Cal Moore?" "Look, Harry." Bosch spun him off the stool and shoved him face first into the wood-panelled wall. Porter went easier than expected, hitting the surface with a wet crunch like a dropped ice cream cone. Harry leaned his weight against Porter's back, pinning him to the wall. "Don't look, Harry, me. I stood up for you, man. I thought you were worth it. Now I know better. You walked away from the Juando case. I want to know why. I want to know what's really going on." Porter's voice was muffled against the wood and his own blood. "Harry, damn, I think you broke my nose. I'm bleeding. Don't sweat it. What about Moore? I know he was the one who reported the body." Porter made a wet, snorting sound, but Bosch just pushed harder. The man reeked of stale sweat, bourbon and cigarettes. How long had he been planted here, watching that door? "I'm calling the cops right now," the bartender shouted, holding up the phone like a threat. Which, of course, it wasn't. He knew if he dialed, every stool would empty as the drinks were abandoned. There'd be no one left to short on change or drop quarters in his tip jar. Keeping Porter pinned, Bosch pulled out his badge and held it up. "I am the cops. Mind your own damn business," Bosch snapped, his voice low and sharp. The bartender gave a weary shake of his head, a silent commentary on the state of his establishment, and returned the phone to its cradle. The moment Bosch had announced he was a cop, half the bar's patrons had gulped their drinks and scrambled for the exit. Probably warrants on every single one of them, Bosch figured. Porter was starting to slur his words again, a wet, mumbling sound that threatened to turn into the same pathetic crying Bosch had heard over the phone. "Harry, I swear I didn't think I was." I had Bosch shoved him harder into the wall, the dull thud of Porter's forehead connecting with the plaster, cutting him off. "Save it, Porter. You were looking out for number one. That's the long and short of it. And I'm going to be sick. I feel it coming. And right now, believe it or not, I'm the only one who gives a damn about what happens to you. You screwed up, so just tell me what you did. You come clean with me, and we're even. It stays between us. You can go crawl into a bottle for your stress leave, and I never have to look at your miserable face again." He could hear Porter's ragged, wet breathing against the wall, a sound so tense it was like listening to the gears in his head grind to a halt. "You promise, Harry? You sure? You don't have options here? You don't start talking, you lose your badge and your pension? It's that simple." There's blood on my shirt. It's everywhere." Bosch increased the pressure. "Okay, all right, fine. I'll tell you, I just did the guy a favor, that's all, and then he winds up stone cold dead. When I heard, I couldn't go back to the station. See, I didn't know what went down. I mean, somebody could be coming for me. I got scared, Harry. I'm still scared. I've been rotting in bars since I talked to you. I smell like a gutter. And now all this blood. I need something for my face. I think they're after me." Bosch eased his weight off, but kept a firm hand planted between Porter's shoulder blades. He reached back to the bar, grabbing a thick wad of cocktail napkins from a stack next to a bowl of matchbooks. He held them over Porter's shoulder, and the disgraced officer managed to work a hand free from his jacket to take them. Porter turned his head to press the napkins to his swelling nose. Harry caught the glint of tears on his cheek and looked away, his gaze shifting just as the bar door swung open. A slice of dull, early-morning grey light cut through the gloom. A man stood silhouetted in the doorway, letting his eyes adjust to the darkness. He was dark-skinned with jet-black hair. 3 tattooed teardrops ran down his left cheek from the corner of his eye. This wasn't some stockbroker needing a liquid breakfast. This was a player, maybe finishing a night of collections for one crew or another and looking for something to take the edge off. The man's eyes finally settled on Bosch and Porter, then dropped to Porter's service weapon, still lying on the bar. He assessed the scene in a heartbeat, then, without a word, calmly backed out and let the door swing shut. "Just fantastic," the bartender yelled. "His patient's gone. Would you two get the hell out of my bar? I'm losing my whole damn clientele."
"Both of you, get out."
Bosch spotted a sign for the restroom, an arrow pointing down a dim hallway to his left. He shoved Porter in that direction. They turned a corner into a men's room that smelled fouler than Porter did. A mop stood in a bucket of murky water in the corner, but the cracked tile floor was filthier than the water itself. He pushed Porter toward the sink. "Clean yourself up," Bosch ordered. "What was the favor? You said you did something for more. Spit it out." Porter was staring at his distorted reflection in a piece of polished steel where a mirror used to be. "It won't stop bleeding, Harry. I think it's broken. Forget your nose. Tell me what you did." Look, all he said was that he knew some people who'd appreciate it if the John Doe behind the restaurant didn't get identified too quickly. "Just drag it out," he said, "for a week or two. For God's sake, the guy had no wallet on him anyway. He told me to handle the computer checks on the prints because he was sure they wouldn't find a match. He said to take my time, and that his people would look out for me. Promised me a nice Christmas bonus. So last week, I went through the motions. It wasn't like I was going to get anywhere with it anyway. You saw the file yourself. No identification, no witnesses, nothing. The guy had been dead for at least 6 hours before he was left there. So, what changed? What happened at Christmas? Porter pressed a wad of paper towels to his nose, which only made his eyes water more. "Yeah, it's broken. I can't breathe through it. I need to get to a clinic and have it reset anyway. Nothing happened at Christmas. That's just it." More had been missing for almost a week, and I was getting really uneasy. Christmas came and went. No more. No one showed up. Then, walking home from the Lucky Store, my neighbor from the next trailer told me how sorry she was about that dead cop they found. I said thanks, went inside, and turned on the radio. When I heard it was more, Harry, it scared me to death. It really did. Porter soaked another handful of towels and started dabbing at the blood on his shirt in a way that struck Bosch as more pitiful than necessary. Bosch noticed the empty shoulder holster and remembered leaving the gun on the bar. He didn't want to interrupt Porter now to go back for it. "Look, I know Moore didn't kill himself. I don't care what they're saying down at Parker Center. He wasn't the type to go out like that. He was mixed up in something. So I decided that was enough. I called the union and got a lawyer. I'm done here, Harry. I'm going to clean myself up and head to Vegas. Maybe try for casino security. My ex, Millie, is out there with my son. I want to be nearby." "Right," Bosch thought. "And you'll spend the rest of your life looking over your shoulder." He said, "You're bleeding again. Wash your face." "I'm going to grab some coffee. We're leaving." As Bosch moved toward the door, Porter stopped him. "Harry, you'll take care of me and all this, won't you?" Bosch studied his battered face for a long moment before answering, "Yeah, I'll do what I can." He walked back out to the bar and signaled the bartender, who was lingering at the far end smoking a cigarette. The man, around 50, with faded blue tattoos crawling up both forearms like twisted veins, took his time coming over. Bosch had already placed a $10 bill on the bar. "2 coffees to go, Black." "Load one of them up with sugar." "'Bout time you got out of here," the bartender grunted, eyeing the 10. "And I'm charging for those napkins too. They're not for cops who go around beating on people. That should just about cover it. You can leave that right there." He poured coffee that looked like it had been sitting since Christmas into foam cups. Bosch walked over to where Porter had been, collected the Smith & Wesson 38 and the $23, then returned to his spot. He lit a cigarette. Without realizing Bosch was watching, the bartender dumped a sickening amount of sugar into both cups. Bosch let it go. After snapping plastic lids on, the bartender brought them over and tapped one, wearing a smile that could sour milk. "This one's got the extra, hey? What is this?" The 10 on the bar was now a single. Bosch blew smoke toward him as he took the coffees. "That's for the coffee. You can keep the napkins." "Just get the hell out," the bartender snapped, turning to walk away toward the other end, where a few patrons were impatiently holding up empty glasses, waiting for more ice to cool their drinks. Bosch pushed the restroom door open with his foot, but Porter wasn't there. He shoved the stall door open empty. Quickly, Harry stepped out and pushed through the door to the women's restroom. No sign of Porter. Harry followed the hallway around another corner and spotted a door marked exit, noticing drops of blood on the floor. He regretted toying with the bartender and wondered if calling hospitals would even help track Porter down. He hit the door's push bar with his hip, but it only opened an inch. Something was blocking it from the other side. Bosch set the coffees down and threw his full weight against the door. It slowly gave way as the obstruction shifted. Squeezing through, he found a dumpster shoved against the exit. He was now in the alley behind Poe's, the morning light streaming from the east and nearly blinding. A stripped-down Toyota sat abandoned, missing its wheels, hood, and one door. More dumpsters lined the alley, and the wind whipped trash into little swirls. Porter was gone. Bosch sat at the counter of the original pantry, sipping coffee and pushing eggs and bacon around his plate, waiting for a second wind. He hadn't even tried to follow Porter. He knew it was pointless. Even a washed-up cop like Porter would know to avoid the usual spots. Once he realized Bosch was looking, he'd stay in the wind. Harry had his notebook open to the chronological chart he'd made the day before, but he couldn't focus. He felt a heavy gloom settling in, depressed that Porter had run, that he hadn't trusted him. Depressed that Moore's death clearly connected to that shadowy darkness every cop senses at the edge of their vision. Moore had crossed over, and it killed him. "I found out who I was." The note nagged at him too. If Moore wasn't a suicide, where did it come from? It made him think of what Sylvia Moore had said about the past, how her husband had been caught in a trap of his own making. He considered calling her, but held off. He didn't have answers to the questions she'd asked. Why was Calexico Moore murdered? Who did it? It was just after 8. Bosch left cash on the counter and walked out. Outside, 2 homeless men shook cups at him. He looked straight through them as if they weren't there. He drove to Parker Center, getting into the lot early enough to snag a parking space. He checked the Robbery Homicide Division offices on the 3rd floor first, but Sheehan wasn't in yet. Next, he went up to the 4th floor to Fugitives. The unit Porter would have been assigned to if he hadn't cut his deal with Moore. Fugitives also handled missing persons reports, and Bosch always thought there was a twisted logic to that pairing. Most missing persons were fugitives from something in their own lives. A missing persons detective named Capetillo asked what he needed, and Harry requested to see the files on missing Latino males from the last 10 days. Capetillo led him to his desk and told him to have a seat while he pulled the records. Harry glanced around. His eyes landed on a framed photo of the portly detective with a woman and 2 young girls. A family man, taped to the wall above the desk, was a bullfight poster advertising a lineup from 2 years earlier at Tijuana's bullring by the sea. 6 matadors' names were listed down the right side. The left side showed a painting of a matador turning with a charging bull, leading the horns away with a flowing red cape. The caption below read, El arte de la muleta, the classic Veronica. Bosch turned. It was Capetillo holding a thin file. "Excuse me," Bosch asked. "The Veronica? Do you know anything about the Corrida de Toros? The bullfights?" "Never been." "Magnificent. I go at least 4 times a year. Nothing compares. Not football, not basketball."
That move, the Veronica, he slyly leads the horns away. In Mexico, they call the bullfight the Festival of the Brave. Bosch watched as the detective Capetillo opened the file in his hand and passed over a slim collection of papers. "That's everything from the last 10 days, Capetillo explained. "A lot of your Mexican and Chicano folks, they don't report missing persons to the police. It's a cultural thing. They don't trust us."
Often, when someone vanishes, the family just assumes they went back south. Many are here without papers. They won't risk calling the cops. Bosch scanned the reports in under 5 minutes. None matched the description of his John Doe.
What about official inquiries? Anything from Mexico?
Now that's a different story. We keep that correspondence separate. I can check. Why don't you tell me what you're really after?
I'm following a hunch.
Bosch admitted. "I've got an unidentified body. My gut says he might have come from down south, possibly Mexicali. It's more of an educated guess than anything solid." "Stay put," Capetillo said, leaving the cubicle again. Bosch turned his attention back to the bullfighting poster, studying the matador's expression. It showed no trace of doubt or fear, only a chilling focus on the horns of the bull. The fighter's eyes were as empty and cold as a shark's. Capetillo returned swiftly. "Good hunch. I've got 3 reports from the last 2 weeks.
They all describe men who could be your guy, but one stands out. I think we just got lucky." He handed Bosch a single photocopied page. "This came from the consulate on Olvera Street yesterday. It was a copy of a telex sent to the consulate by a state judicial police officer named Carlos Aguila. Bosch read the English text, seeking information on the disappearance of Fernal Gutierrez Llosa, age 55, day laborer from Mexicali. Whereabouts unknown, last seen on December 17th in Mexicali."
Description: 5'8", 145 pounds, brown eyes, brown hair with some grey tattoo on right upper chest, blue ink ghost symbol, City of Lost Souls Barrio. Contact: Carlos Aguila, 57, 2013, Mexicali, BC. Bosch read it again. It wasn't much, but it was enough. Fernal Gutierrez Llosa vanished in Mexicali on the 17th. Early the next morning, John Doe 67 was found in Los Angeles. He quickly glanced at the other 2 pages Capetillo had, but they concerned men who were too young. He returned to the first sheet. The tattoo detail was the key. "This is it," he said. "Can I get a copy?" "Sure. You want me to call down there? See if they can send fingerprints?" "No, not yet. I need to check a few other things first." In truth, Bosch wanted to limit Capetillo's involvement to what he'd already provided. "One question," Bosch said. "Do you know what this City of Lost Souls reference means about the tattoo?" "Yeah, it's a barrio symbol. Fernal Gutierrez Llosa lived in the barrio called Ciudad de los Personas Perdidos, the City of Lost Souls. A lot of the residents down there mark themselves that way. It's like the graffiti up here, only they put it on their skin instead of the walls. The police there keep track of which tattoos belong to which neighborhoods. It's pretty common in Mexicali. When you contact Aguila, he can tell you more. He might even send a photo if you need it." Bosch fell silent for a moment, pretending to reread the consulate paper. City of Lost Souls, a ghost. He turned this new information over in his mind, like a boy examining a found baseball, searching the seams for clues. It reminded him of the tattoo on Moore's arm, the devil with a halo. Could that be from a Mexicali barrio too? So the police there actually catalogue these tattoos. That's right, it's one of the few things they do halfway decently. What do you mean by that?
I mean, have you ever been down there on assignment? It's like the third world, man. The whole police apparatus is primitive by our standards. Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if they have no fingerprints for this guy to send you at all. I'm surprised they even bothered sending anything to the consul here at all. This Aguila fellow must have had a gut feeling, just like you do. Bosch gave the poster on the wall a final glance, thanked Capetillo for his assistance and for the copy of the consulate's telex, and exited the office. He stepped into an elevator heading down and found Sheehan already inside. The car was packed, with Sheehan standing at the rear, partially hidden by the crowd. They didn't exchange a word until they both got off on the third floor. "Hey, Frankie," Bosch began. "Didn't get a chance to catch up with you on Christmas night."
What are you doing here, Harry? Waiting for you. You're running late, or do you check in on the 5th floor these days? It was a small jab. The Internal Affairs Division squads were housed on the 5th floor. It also served to let Sheehan know Harry had a clue about the developments in the Moore case. Since Sheehan was heading down, he'd come from either the 5th or 6th floors, home to IAD or Irving's office. Possibly both. Don't mess with me, Bosch.
The reason I haven't been in is I've had a busy morning thanks to the little games you enjoy playing. What are you talking about? Don't worry about it. Look, I don't even like you being seen with me in here. Irving gave me specific orders regarding you. You are not part of this investigation. You helped out the other night, and that's where it ends. They were standing in the hallway outside the Robbery Homicide Division offices. Bosch didn't care for Sheehan's tone. He'd never known Frankie to kowtow to the brass like this. "Come on, Frankie. Let's go grab a coffee. You can tell me what's eating at you." "Nothing's eating at me, man. You forget. I worked with you. I know how you latch onto something and refuse to let go. Well, I'm telling you how it is. You were there the night we found him. It ended there. Go back to Hollywood." Bosch took a step closer, lowering his voice. "But we both know it didn't end there, Frankie, and it's not going to end there. So if you feel you have to go, tell Irving I said exactly that." Sheehan stared at him for several seconds, and Bosch watched the resistance drain from his face. "All right, Harry, come on in. I'm going to regret this later." They walked to Sheehan's desk, and Bosch pulled a chair over from a neighboring workstation. Sheehan removed his coat, hanging it on a rack beside the desk. After sitting down, adjusting his shoulder holster, and folding his arms, he spoke. "Want to know where I've been all morning?" "The medical examiner's office, trying to broker a deal to keep a lid on this for a few more hours. Seems we sprung a leak overnight. And already this morning Irving's fielding calls that we're sitting on a homicide of one of our own officers. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you?" Harry replied, "The only thing I know is I've been turning over the scene at that motel and the so-called inconclusive autopsy in my head, and I'm not buying suicide anymore." "You're not buying anything. You're not on the case. Remember, and what about this?" Sheehan opened a drawer and pulled out a file. It was the Zarillo file Rickard had shown him the previous day. "Don't bother telling me you've never seen this before, because then I might take it over to Scientific Investigation Division and have them dust it for prints. I'd bet my wife's diaphragm I'd find yours." "You'd lose that bet, Frankie. Then I'd have more kids. But I wouldn't lose, Harry." Bosch waited a moment for him to simmer down. "All this bluster aimed at me tells me one thing. You don't see a suicide either. So cut the act." "You're right. I don't. But I've got an assistant chief breathing down my neck, and he's had the brilliant idea of saddling me with an IAD watchdog on this. So it's like I'm trying to run a race with both feet stuck in buckets of cement before I even start. Are you saying they don't want this investigation to go anywhere?
No, that is not what I'm saying. What are they going to tell the press conference this afternoon? Irving's going to address everyone. He'll say, we are exploring the possibility of homicide. Forget just giving it to the Times. Who even confirmed it was the Times causing all that commotion? Bosch asked. Just a lucky guess, I suppose. Yeah, well, watch your step, Bosch. You make a slip like that with Irving, and he'll have your head. He'd relish the chance, given your record and all that history between you. Now I've got to deal with this file. You told Irving you didn't know the guy. And here we have a file showing he was doing some legwork for you. Bosch remembered he'd left Moore's post-it note on the folder. Tell Irving whatever you want. You think I care? He glanced down at the file. So, what's your take on this file? I'm not thinking out loud. Come on, Frankie. I ask Moore to poke around on this drug killing, and he winds up in a motel with his head in pieces in a bathtub. It was a clean job, too clean. Not a single stray print in that room. So what if it was smooth and there are no other prints? In my book, some guys get exactly what's coming to them, you know. There it was, the crack in Sheehan's armour. Whether he meant to or not, he was hinting that Moore had gone dirty. I need more than that, Bosch said, his voice dropping low. You've got the shield, but I don't. I'm a free agent, and I'm going to piece this together. Moore might have crossed, sure, but nobody should have left him shattered on those tiles. We both know that, and there are other bodies involved. Harry could see he had Sheehan's full attention now. We can trade, Bosch said quietly. Sheehan stood up. Yeah, let's go get that coffee. 5 minutes later, they were seated at a table in the second-floor cafeteria. Bosch laid it all out. Jimmy Capps and Juan Doe, Nakan 67. He connected the dots between Moore and Juan Doe and Mexicali, Mexicali and Humberto Zorillo, Zorillo and Black Ice and Jimmy Capps. The web kept spinning. Sheehan listened without interruption, asking no questions and taking no notes until Harry finished. So what do you think? Sheehan finally asked. I think what you think, Bosch replied, that Moore had crossed. Maybe he was setting things up here for Zorillo, the Iceman, and got in so deep he couldn't find his way out. I don't have all the connections yet, but I'm working on a few ideas. It's possible he wanted out and the Iceman had him whacked. Or maybe he was working that file about to give me something and they got to him first. Those are possibilities. There's also the chance that word got out about the IAD investigation. Your partner Chastain was running. They might have seen Moore as a liability and took him out. Sheehan hesitated. This was the moment of truth. Discussing the IAD investigation would mean breaking enough departmental rules to get himself shipped out of RHD for good, just like Harry. I could get busted for talking about this, Sheehan said. Could end up like you, stuck out in the cesspool. It's all a cesspool, man. Doesn't matter if you're at the bottom or the top. You're still swimming in the same mess. Sheehan took a slow sip of his coffee. IAD took a report about 2 months ago. It suggested Moore was somehow involved in the traffic on the boulevard. Maybe offering protection? Maybe something deeper? The source wasn't clear on the details. 2 months ago? Bosch pressed. Didn't they get anything? Moore was still working the street all that time. Wasn't there enough to at least bench him? Look, you have to remember Irving paired Chastain with me on this. But I'm not with Chastain. He doesn't share much. All he told me was that the investigation was in its early stages when Moore vanished. He had no proof to back up or discredit the claim. You know how hard he pushed it? I assume very hard. He's IAD. He's always hunting for a badge to yank, and this looked bigger than just internal charges. This would have gone to the DA. So yeah, I assume he was gunning for it. He just didn't get anything. Moore must have been very good. Not good enough, Bosch thought. Obviously. Who was the source? You don't need that. You know I do. If I'm going to operate independently on this, I need the full picture. Sheehan paused, though his reluctance seemed more like an act than genuine hesitation. It was an anonymous tip. Chastain was convinced it came from the wife. That was his read on it. She's the one who reported him. What made him so certain? The specifics in the letter, according to Chastain, pointed to someone with intimate knowledge. He mentioned it's a common pattern. Often it's the spouse. But he also said these reports can be completely fabricated. You know, during a messy divorce, one partner might make a false claim just to sabotage the other's career. So he invested a lot of time checking if that was the situation here, since Moore and his wife were separating. She never confessed to sending it, but he was positive she did. He just couldn't find solid evidence to back up the allegations in the letter. Bosch thought of Sylvia, certain they had it wrong. Did anyone speak to the wife, inform her the identification was verified? No. Irving handled that last night. Did he mention the autopsy findings, that it wasn't a suicide? I'm not sure about that. Look, I don't have the luxury of sitting down with Irving like you're doing with me, asking every question that pops into my head. Bosch sensed his time was running out. Just a couple more, Frankie. Did Chastain look into the black ice angle? No. When we received your file yesterday, he was completely blindsided. I got the impression he was hearing all of that for the very first time. I have to admit, I took a little satisfaction in that, Harry. If there's any satisfaction to be found in this whole mess. Well, now you can fill him in on everything else I've told you. Not a chance. This conversation never happened. I have to piece it all together as if it were my own work before I hand anything over to him. Bosch's mind raced. What else was left to ask? What about the note? That's the piece that doesn't add up now. If it wasn't a suicide, then where did that note come from? Yeah, that's the sticking point. That's why we pushed the coroner so hard. Our best guess is he either had it on him the whole time or his killer forced him to write it. I really don't know. Right. Bosch was silent for a moment. Would you write a note like that if someone had a gun to your head? I don't know, man. People do unpredictable things when they're staring down a barrel. They always cling to hope that things might work out. That's how I see it. Bosch gave a nod, though he wasn't sure he agreed. I have to go, Sheehan said. Keep me posted if anything develops. Bosch nodded, and Sheehan left him sitting there with 2 coffee cups on the table. A moment later, Sheehan reappeared. You know, I never said it, but what happened to you was a raw deal. We could use you back here, Harry. I've always believed that. Bosch looked up at him. Yeah, Frankie, I appreciate it. 14, the Medfly Eradication Project headquarters, was located on the outskirts of East Los Angeles, on San Fernando Road, not far from the County USC Medical Center which housed the morgue. Bosch felt a pull to stop by and see Teresa, but he decided to give her more space to cool off. He recognized it as a cowardly choice, but he stuck with it, continuing to drive. The project center was a former county psychiatric facility, abandoned years earlier after Supreme Court decisions made it nearly impossible for authorities to detain the mentally ill for observation or public safety. The county had consolidated its psychiatric services, leaving the San Fernando Road building vacant. Since then, it had served various purposes, including as a filming location for a horror movie about an asylum, and even as a temporary morgue when an earthquake damaged the county USC facility a few years prior. Refrigerated trucks had been parked in the lot to store the overflow of bodies. In the emergency, county officials had to secure the first available trucks they could find. The side of one of the trucks was emblazoned with the slogan, "Live Maine Lobsters." Harry Bosch recalled seeing a blurb about it in the Only in LA section of the newspaper. A state trooper stood at a checkpoint near the entrance. Bosch lowered his window, flashed his badge, and inquired about the person running the Medfly operation. He was pointed toward a parking spot and a door leading into the administrative offices. The door still bore a faded sign warning against unescorted patients. Bosch entered, gave a brief nod to another state officer in the hallway, and approached a secretary's desk. After identifying himself, he asked to speak with the lead entomologist. She made a quick call, then escorted him to a nearby office, introducing him to Roland Edson. The secretary lingered with a look of mild alarm until Edson dismissed her. Once they were alone, Edson chuckled. "My expertise is in eliminating flies, Detective, not people. Should I be concerned about this visit?" Edson laughed heartily, and Bosch offered a polite, thin smile in return. The man was slight, dressed in a short-sleeved white shirt and a pale green tie. His sun-freckled, scarred, bald head and thick, rimless glasses that magnified his eyes gave him an unsettling resemblance to the insects he hunted. Bosch could easily imagine the nickname "the Fly" circulating behind his back. Harry explained he was investigating a homicide, details of which were confidential and that other detectives might follow up. He asked for general information on breeding and transporting sterile fruit flies into the state, hoping an appeal to the man's expertise would loosen him up. Edson provided a rundown that largely echoed what Teresa Corazon had already shared, but Bosch played the eager student, taking notes as if it were all new. "Here's a sample for you," Edson said, lifting a glass paperweight. Encased inside was a single fruit fly, frozen in time like an ancient insect in amber. Bosch nodded and steered the conversation toward Mexicali. The entomologist identified the breeding contractor there as a company called Enviro Breed, which shipped roughly 30 million flies to the center each week. "How are they transported?" Bosch asked. "In the pupal stage, naturally." Naturally? But what does that mean logistically? This is the non-feeding immobile transformation phase between larva and adult imago. It's actually quite convenient for shipping. They travel in what we call environment boxes, essentially incubators. Shortly after arrival, metamorphosis completes, and they're ready for release as adults. So by the time they arrive, they've already been dyed and irradiated. Correct. I believe I mentioned that, and they're pupae, not larvae. Larvae is plural, Detective. But yes, that's essentially correct. I believe I said that as well. Bosch was starting to peg Edson as a thoroughly officious little man. The nickname was undoubtedly well earned. "All right," Harry continued. "Let's say I found a larva here in L.A. that was dyed but hadn't been irradiated. Is that possible?" Edson fell silent, clearly reluctant to commit to an answer without absolute certainty. Bosch pictured him at home, shouting answers at the television during quiz shows, even with no one else in the room. "Well, Detective, in theory, any scenario is possible. However, the one you describe is highly improbable. As I stated, our suppliers irradiate the pupal packages before they are ever shipped. In these shipments, it's common to find larvae mixed in with the pupae, since separating them completely is usually impractical. However, those larvae samples have undergone the same irradiation process as the pupae. So no, I don't see a connection there. If someone was carrying a single dyed pupa that hadn't been irradiated, that individual couldn't have come from this facility, correct? That would be my assessment, yes. Would be? Yes, Detective, that is my conclusion. Then where might that person have acquired it? Edson paused to consider, using the eraser end of a pencil he'd been turning in his hands to adjust his glasses. "Given that you introduced yourself as a homicide detective, I assume this person is deceased. Otherwise, you'd be asking them directly. You should try out for a quiz show, Mr. Edson. It's Doctor. In any case, I couldn't possibly guess where someone might have picked up the specimen you're describing. He could have gotten it from one of the breeders you mentioned, maybe in Mexico or Hawaii, right? That's one possibility, certainly. What's another? Well, Mr. Bosch, you've seen the security measures we have in place. Honestly, not everyone is pleased with our work. Some extremists argue that nature should be left alone. If the medfly arrives in Southern California, who are we to try wiping it out? There are groups who believe we shouldn't be involved at all. We've received threats, anonymous ones, about breeding non-sterile flies and releasing them to cause a major infestation. Now, if I were planning something like that, I might dye the flies just to throw off anyone investigating. Edson seemed rather satisfied with that theory. Bosch wasn't convinced it didn't align with what he knew, but he nodded anyway, giving the impression he'd think it over. Then he asked, how do the deliveries from these breeders actually get here? Take the one in Mexicali, for example. Edson explained that at the breeding facility, thousands of pupae are packed into plastic tubes that look like 6-foot-long sausages. The tubes are then placed in cartons, equipped with incubators and humidifiers. These environment-controlled boxes are sealed at the Unraveling lab under the supervision of a USDA inspector, then trucked across the border and up to Los Angeles. Deliveries from Unraveling arrive 2 or 3 times a week, depending on supply. Aren't the cartons inspected at the border? Bosch asked. They're checked, but not opened. Opening them could compromise the controlled environment inside. Each carton is sealed under government oversight, and the seals are only broken here at the eradication center, where everything is inspected again to ensure there's been no tampering. At the Border Patrol verifies the seal numbers and cartons against the shipping documents and our separate transport notification. It's a thorough system, Detective Bosch, all worked out at the highest levels. Bosch stayed quiet for a moment. He wasn't about to debate the system's security, but he did wonder whether scientists or Border Patrol officials had really designed it. If I wanted to go down to Mexicali, could you get me access to Unraveling? Impossible, Edson replied swiftly. You have to understand, these are private contractors. All our bred flies come from privately owned facilities. While we have a state USDA inspector stationed at each one, and entomologists like myself make routine visits, we can't simply order them to open their doors to a police inquiry, or to anyone for that matter, without evidence of a contract violation. In other words, Detective Bosch, tell me what they've done wrong, and then I can tell you if I can get you in. Bosch offered no reply. Harry preferred to keep Edson in the dark. Shifting gears, he asked, how large are those environment boxes for the bug tubes? Edson replied, they're quite substantial. We usually need a forklift to handle deliveries. Bosch pressed, mind showing me one? Edson checked his watch. I suppose we can. Not sure what's arrived today, if anything. Harry stood, prompting Edson to finally rise as well. He led Bosch out of the office and down another corridor, passing more offices and labs that had once confined the mentally ill, the addicted and the forgotten. Harry remembered as a young patrolman walking this same hall with a woman he'd arrested on Mount Fleming. She'd been scaling the steel frame behind the first O of the Hollywood sign, a nylon cord with a noose in her possession. Years later, he read she'd returned to the sign after her release from Patton State Hospital and finished what he'd stopped. Must be difficult, Edson remarked, working homicides. Bosch gave his standard reply, it has its moments, at least the people I deal with aren't suffering anymore. Edson fell silent. The hallway terminated at a heavy steel door, which he pushed open. They stepped onto a loading dock inside a vast hangar-like space. About 30 feet away, a crew of Latino workers were transferring white plastic boxes onto wheeled dollies, then rolling them through a set of double doors across the unloading zone. Each box, Bosch noted, was roughly the size of a coffin. A mini forklift was unloading them from a white van marked Unraveling in blue lettering. The driver's door was open, and a white man stood observing. Another white man with a clipboard was at the rear of the truck, checking seal numbers on each box and making notes. We're in luck, Edson said. A delivery's in progress. The boxes go to our lab where we complete the M&M process. That's our shorthand for metamorphosis. He gestured through the open garage doors to a line of 6 orange pickup trucks parked outside. The mature flies go into covered buckets and our fleet delivers them to the attack zones for manual release. Our current target area is about 100 square miles. We're releasing 50 million sterile flies a week, more if possible. Eventually, the sterile population will overwhelm the wild flies and breed them out. There was a hint of pride in the entomologist's tone. Care to speak with the Envirobreed driver, Edson offered. I'm sure he'd be happy. No, Bosch cut in. Just wanted to see the operation. I'd appreciate it, Doctor, if you kept my visit to yourself. As he spoke, Bosch noticed the Envirobreed driver staring directly at him. The man's face was weathered and tan, his hair white, wearing a straw plantation hat and smoking a brown cigarette. Harry met his gaze, knowing he'd been recognized. He thought he detected a faint smirk before the driver finally looked away, returning his attention to the unloading. "Anything else I can do for you, Detective?" Edson asked. "No, Doc. Thanks for your time. I'm sure you can find your way out." Edson turned and disappeared back through the steel door. Harry placed an unlit cigarette between his lips, swatted away a cloud of what were probably pink medflies, descended the loading dock stairs, and walked out through the garage door. Driving back toward downtown, Bosch decided to rip off the bandage and face Teresa. He pulled into the county USC parking lot and spent a good 10 minutes hunting for a spot large enough to wedge his caprice into. He finally located a spot at the rear of the lot, perched on a slight hill that gave a clear view over the abandoned rail yard. For a few minutes he just sat in the car, smoking and trying to piece together what he would say, his eyes tracing the lines of rusted boxcars and forgotten tracks below. A small group of young men in oversized white tees and loose pants moved through the yard. One, lagging behind the others with a spray can in hand, stopped beside a dilapidated car and quickly tagged it. The message was in Spanish, but Bosch understood it perfectly. Laugh now, cry later. It was the gang's calling card, their bleak little motto for the world. He waited until they had disappeared behind another row of cars before getting out. The rear delivery entrance of the morgue was quiet. A security guard gave a silent nod after checking his badge. Inside, the sharp scent of disinfectant was winning its usual battle against the deeper, lingering smell, making it a better day than most. Harry passed the heavy doors of the cold storage rooms and took a stairway up to the administrative offices on the 2nd floor. The secretary outside the chief medical examiner's office, a woman whose pale complexion and faintly pink hair gave her an unsettling resemblance to some of the building's permanent residents, spoke softly into the phone, then waved him, and Teresa was standing with her back to him, looking out the window. From here she had the same view of the rail yard he'd just left, and maybe she'd even watched him arrive. But her vantage point also stretched farther, taking in the downtown skyline all the way to the hazy slopes of Mount Washington. The towers stood sharp against the sky, a rare, clear day in the city. "I'm not talking to you," she said, without turning. "Come on, Teresa." "I'm not." "Then why let me in? To tell you I am not talking to you, that I am furious, and that you have very likely wrecked any chance I had at keeping this job permanently." "It'll work out," he offered lamely. "I heard Irving called the press conference for later. It'll blow over." She finally turned and leaned against the windowsill, fixing him with a stare that felt like it could etch his name on a headstone. Her perfume reached him even across the room. "And I suppose I have you to thank for that lovely opportunity." "Not me. Irving's the one who—" "Don't play dumb, Harry. We both know what you did with what I told you, and we both know that little weasel Irving will assume it came from me. My chances at the permanent position are now officially thoroughly screwed. Take a good look around. Last time you'll see me in this office." Bosch had often noticed how many of the professional women he dealt with, cops, lawyers, doctors, turned blunt and profane when they were angry, as if matching the language might level the playing field with the men they were up against. "It'll work out," he repeated, knowing how hollow it sounded. "Work out. All Irving has to do is whisper to a few commissioners that I leaked details from a confidential ongoing investigation, and I'm completely eliminated. Poof! Gone. He can't be sure it was you. He'll probably figure it was me, Bremer at the Times, and I go way back. Irving will connect those dots. So stop worrying. I actually came to see if you wanted to grab lunch or something." Wrong move. Her face flushed with instant vivid anger. "Lunch? Are you serious? You just said we're the two prime suspects in leaking this thing, and you want us to sit together in public? Do you have any idea how that would?" "You know what, Teresa? Have a great press conference," Bosch cut in, turning for the door. On his drive back toward downtown, his pager buzzed. The number was 98's direct line, probably sweating over his clearance stats. Harry figured. He ignored it and clicked off the police radio in the car for good measure. A little while later, he pulled over beside a Morisco's truck on Alvarado and ordered 2 shrimp tacos, trying to push the whole mess out of his mind, if only for a few minutes. The tacos arrived on soft corn tortillas, Baja style, and Bosch enjoyed the strong, fresh taste of cilantro in the salsa. Nearby, a man with a 70s-style afro stood reciting scripture from memory. Balanced perfectly on his head was a cup of water that never spilled, even as he moved. He would occasionally reach up for a drink, all while seamlessly jumping between books of the New Testament, carefully citing chapter and verse before each passage. A glass fishbowl at his feet held a scattering of coins. After finishing his meal, Bosch ordered a Coke to go and dropped his leftover change into the bowl, receiving a quiet "God bless you" in return. The Hall of Justice occupied a full city block opposite the criminal courts. Its first 6 floors were used by the sheriff's department, while the top 4 housed the county jail, a fact obvious to any passer-by, not just because of the bars on the windows, but because the upper floors looked like a charred, abandoned shell. It was as if all the rage and despair trapped in those sweltering cells had once erupted into flames, permanently staining the windows and concrete railings a grim, sooty black. The turn-of-the-century stone construction gave the building a grim, fortress-like appearance. It was one of the few downtown structures that still employed human elevator operators. In each wood-paneled cab, an older black woman sat on a padded stool, manually working the doors and operating a wheel to level the car at each floor. 7th floor, Bosch said as he stepped inside. He hadn't been here in a while and couldn't recall her name, but he knew she'd been running this elevator since before he ever wore a badge. They all had. The operator opened the door on the 6th floor, where Bosch immediately spotted Rickard at the check-in counter's glass window, sliding his badge case into a drawer. "Here's mine," Bosch said, quickly adding his own. "He's with me," Rickard said into the intercom. The deputy behind the glass exchanged the badges for 2 visitor passes. After clipping them to their shirts, Bosch noted the clearance for the high-power unit on the 10th floor, where the most dangerous inmates were held pending trial or transfer. Walking toward the secured jail elevator, Bosch asked, "You've got the kid in high power?" "Yeah, I called in a favor," Rickard replied. "Told them we only needed a day. Trust me, the kid will be terrified. He'll tell you everything he knows about dance." They rode up with a deputy operating the elevator, a job Bosch considered among the worst in law enforcement. On the 10th floor, another deputy checked their badges and had them sign in before buzzing them through 2 heavy steel doors. They entered an attorney's visiting area, a long table with benches on either side, divided by a low partition running down its center. At the far end, a female attorney leaned toward the divider, whispering to a client who cupped his hands around his ears to listen. The inmate's muscular arms strained against his shirt sleeves. A sign on the wall behind them read, "No touching, kissing, or reaching across the divider." A deputy stood nearby, arms folded, watching the interaction. As they waited for Tiggs to be brought out, The noise became impossible to ignore, a chaotic, echoing clamour of voices from behind the barred door. 100 inmates talking, shouting, and existing in a relentless metallic din. The echoing clang of steel doors and a distant muffled shout broke the silence. A deputy approached the cell bars. "Gonna be a few minutes, guys. We're bringing him over from medical." He was gone before either man could ask why. Bosch, who didn't even know the kid, felt a knot form in his gut. He glanced at Rickard and saw a thin smile. "Let's see how the situation's changed now," the narcotics officer said. Bosch didn't share his apparent satisfaction. This was the grim underside of the job, negotiating with desperate people using desperate methods. He was here out of duty for his case. Rickard's motivation was a mystery. "Why are you doing this?" Bosch asked. "What's in it for you?" Rickard turned his head.
"What's in it for me? I want to understand what's happening. I think you might be the only one who does. So, if I can help, I will. If it costs this kid, that's the price. But what I want from you is the truth. What did Cal Moore do, and what's being done about it?" Bosch leaned back, considering his words. At the far end of the table, an inmate began raising his voice, refusing some offer. A deputy moved toward him, arms dropping to his sides in a silent threat. The inmate fell quiet.
The deputy's sleeves were rolled tight, revealing powerful biceps. On his left forearm, Bosch saw the CL tattoo stark against pale skin like a cattle brand. Officially, deputies claimed it stood for Club Linwood, named for their station in that gang-ridden LA suburb. But Harry knew another meaning: Chango Luchador, monkey fighter. This deputy was a sanctioned gang member, armed and paid by the county. Bosch looked away, wishing for a cigarette, but the county's no-smoking rule in the jail had nearly sparked a riot. "Look," he said to Rickard, "I don't have answers about Moore. I'm looking into it, but it's not officially my case. It touches 2 cases I am working, so I can't avoid it. If this kid leads me to dance, it helps. I could look at dance for my cases, maybe even Moore's, but that's not certain. What I do know, and what they'll announce today, is that Moore's death looks like a homicide. What they won't say is that he'd crossed over. That's why Internal Affairs was circling. He went bad." "Can't be," Rickard said, but the words lacked force. "I would have known. You can't ever really know someone. Everybody has a locked door inside." "So what's Parker Center going to do?" "I don't know. I don't think they know. They wanted to call it a suicide, but the medical examiner started making noise, so it'll be homicide. But they aren't going to air the dirty laundry on Spring Street for every reporter in town to sift through. Well, they'd better figure it out. I'm not just going to stand by. I don't care if he crossed. I've seen him in action. He was a good cop. I watched him walk into a crack house and take down 4 dealers alone. I saw him step between a pimp and one of his girls, taking a punch meant for her that sent his own teeth skittering across the sidewalk. I was with him when he ran 9 red lights, trying to get some strung-out old addict to the hospital before he died of an overdose. Rickard's voice, which had started with defiant loyalty, now took on a bitter, sarcastic edge. "Yeah, real Hall of Fame behavior for a cop on the take. Right? So, if he did cross, I think he was trying to find his way back. And that's why someone ended him." He stopped, and Bosch didn't break the silence. They both understood, once you cross that line, there's no coming back. Footsteps approached the bars. Rickard added, his tone hardening again. "They'd better give me something real down at Parker Center, not just sweep this under the rug, or I'll give them something to remember." Bosch started to reply, but the deputy reappeared at the door with Tig in tow. Kerwin appeared to have aged a decade in a single night. His eyes held a distant, hollow look that Bosch recognized from soldiers he'd known overseas. A fresh bruise coloured his left cheekbone. The cell door slid open with a quiet electronic hum, and the young man moved slowly to the bench as directed, deliberately avoiding Rickard's gaze. "How's it going, Kerwin?" Rickard asked, his voice low. When Kerwin finally looked up, the raw fear in his eyes twisted something deep in Bosch's gut. It took him back to his own first terrified night in Juvenile Hall, surrounded by other scared kids, nothing like the predators Kerwin had been locked up with for the past 12 hours. A wave of shame washed over Bosch, but he stayed silent. This was Rickard's play. "Listen," Rickard murmured, leaning in so the deputy at the far end wouldn't overhear. "I know it's rough in there. That's why we're back, to see if you've reconsidered our conversation from last night." Kerwin gave no response, not even a flicker of acknowledgement. Rickard pressed on. "You want out. This is your chance. Meet Harry Bosch. He can make this whole thing disappear, even though we caught you clean, if you help us with dance. Take a look." Rickard pulled a folded sheet from his pocket, a standard DA case filing form. "I've got 48 hours to file on you with the weekend. That pushes us to Monday. This paper's all about you. I haven't submitted it yet because I wanted to give you one last shot to help yourself. If you don't, I file it, and this place becomes your home. You're looking at a year easy, even with good behavior." Silence hung in the air. "A full year," Rickard repeated. "What do you think you'll be like after 12 months in here?" Kerwin dropped his head, and then tears began tracing lines down his bruised face. "Go to hell," he choked out, his voice strained and broken. Bosch felt like he was already there. This moment would stay with him. He realized his jaw was clenched tight, muscles locked with tension, as Rickard leaned forward to speak again. Bosch placed a hand on his shoulder, stopping him. "Forget it," Bosch said flatly. "Let him go." "What? We are dropping the charges. Are you out of your mind?" Kerwin glanced at Bosch, skepticism written across his face, but Bosch meant every word. He felt physically ill over what they'd done. "We seized 2 ounces of PCP from this kid," Rickard argued. "He's mine. If he won't cooperate, that's his problem. He goes back into the zoo." "No, he doesn't." Bosch moved closer, his voice dropping to a harsh whisper so the deputy behind Kerwin wouldn't hear. "We're taking him out. Do it now, or I'll make sure you regret it." "What did you just say?" "I'll take it upstairs. This kid never should have been placed up here on that charge. That's on you, Rickard. I'll file the complaint. Your inside contact gets exposed too. You want that? All because you couldn't get this kid to talk. You think Internal Affairs will care about some low-level dealer? No, but they'll care about nailing you. They'd love that. You'll come out of it moving slower than this kid ever will." Bosch leaned back, letting the threat hang between them. For a long moment, no one spoke. Bosch watched Rickard turning it over, testing whether it was a bluff. A guy like you running to IAD. Hard to picture. That's the chance you take. Rickard looked down at the form in his hand, then slowly crumpled it into a tight ball. "All right. But you better add my name to your list." "What list?" "The one you keep of people you need to watch your back around." Bosch stood, and Rickard followed suit. "We're cutting him loose," Rickard told the guard, his tone resigned. Bosch gestured toward the boy. "I want you to personally escort this man until he's clear of the building. Understand?" The deputy gave a quick nod, while the boy remained silent. It took nearly an hour to complete the release. After Rickard signed the necessary paperwork and they retrieved their badges, the 2 detectives stood without speaking by the 7th-floor window. Bosch felt a deep disgust with himself. He had lost touch with the true craft of investigation. Solving cases was about earning people's trust enough for them to open up, not about strong-arming them into conversation. He had forgotten that fundamental truth this time. "You're free to leave if you want," Rickard told him. "Once he walks out that door and he's your responsibility, I'm done. I want no further part in this, but I need to see him leave with you, Bosch, just in case any of this circles back to me. Yeah, that's a smart move. Damn right it is. But you've still got plenty to learn, Ricard. The world isn't just black and white. Not every person needs to be crushed underfoot. When you take a kid like that, and save the lecture, Bosch, I might have a lot to learn, but I won't be learning it from you. You're a first-class screw-up. The only thing you could teach me is how to fail your way to the bottom. No thanks. Sure, Bosch said. He walked across the room to a bench and sat down. About 15 minutes later, the boy emerged. He walked silently between Ricard and Bosch to the elevator. Outside the Hall of Justice, Ricard headed to his car after muttering just 2 words to Bosch. Screw you. Right, Bosch replied. He stood on the sidewalk, lit a cigarette, and offered one to the boy, who shook his head. I'm not telling you anything, the boy stated. I know, that's fine. You want me to take you somewhere to a real doctor? Or a ride back to Hollywood? Hollywood's fine. They walked the 2 blocks to Bosch's car, parked near Parker Center, and he drove east on 3rd Street toward Hollywood. The drive was quiet for a long while before Bosch finally spoke. You got a place to stay? Where should I drop you? Anywhere. No place at all. No. Family around? Nope. What are you going to do? Whatever. Harry turned north onto Western Avenue. Another stretch of silence passed, maybe 15 minutes, until Bosch pulled over in front of a motel called The Hideaway. What's this? Just wait here. I'll only be a minute. Inside the office, the manager, still in a stained tank top, tried to rent Bosch room 7. Harry flashed his badge and told him to pick another. The manager handed over the key to room 13. Bosch returned to the car, got in, and gave the key to the boy. He then pulled out his wallet. You've got a room in there for a week, Bosch said. For what it's worth, and you probably think it's not worth much, my advice is to take some time to think, and then get as far from this city as you can. There are better places to live than this. The boy stared at the key in his palm. Bosch then handed him all the cash he had on him, which came to $43. What? You give me a room and some money, and you think I'm going to talk? I've seen TV, man.
This whole thing is a setup. You and that other guy. Don't get it twisted, kid. I'm doing this because it's something I need to do for myself. It doesn't mean I approve of how you make a living. I don't. If I ever see you out on the street again, I'll come down on you hard. This is a pretty desperate shot in the dark, but it's a shot all the same. Do with it what you want. You can go. It's no setup. The boy opened the car door and stepped out. He looked back at Bosch.
Then why are you doing it?
I don't know. I guess because you told him to go to hell. I should have said that, and I didn't. I got to go. The boy studied him for a moment before speaking. You know, man, Dance is gone. I don't get why you're all worked up about him. Look, kid, I didn't. I know. Harry just looked at him. He left, man, left town. He said our connection dried up, so he went down to try and get things moving again. You know he wants to step up and be the supplier now. Down where? He said. Mexico, but that's all I know. He's gone. That's why I was smoking Sherms. The boy closed the door and vanished into the motel courtyard. Bosch sat in the car, Ricard's question echoing in his mind. Where would that young man be in a year? His own past flashed before him, those endless nights in cheap motels just trying to survive. He had made it through. There was always a chance. He started the engine and pulled back onto the street. That conversation with the kid had settled it. He was going to Mexico. Every lead pointed in one direction, all converging on Mexicali. If he was honest, he'd known that from the start. Driving toward the station on Wilcox, he began to map out a plan. He'd need to reach Aguila, the state judicial police officer who had sent the initial inquiry to the consulate. Contacting the DEA was also essential, given their intelligence report to Moore. Then there was the unavoidable hurdle of getting approval from Pounds. a step that could shut the whole trip down before it began. He'd have to find a way around that. The Homicide Bureau was quiet, the desks empty. It was past 4 on a Friday, and with the holiday week, everyone had cleared out early to get back to their families and lives beyond the badge. Through the glass of his office, Bosch could see Pounds bent over his desk, carefully writing on a sheet of paper, using a ruler to keep each line perfectly straight. Bosch settled at his own spot and sifted through a stack of pink message slips. Nothing urgent. 2 were from Bremer at the Times, but he'd used the coded name John Marcusa, a system they'd set up long ago to keep their communications discreet. A couple were from deputy district attorneys working cases Bosch had handled, needing evidence locations or follow-up information. There was also a note that Teresa had called, though the time-stamped showed he'd already seen her since then. He figured she'd phoned to tell him she wasn't speaking to him. No word from Porter, nothing from Sylvia Moore. He pulled out the copy of the Mexicali inquiry that Capetillo had given him and dialed the number for Carlos Aguila. It rang through to a general exchange for the state judicial police. Despite his recent efforts to brush up, his Spanish felt clumsy and uncertain. It took several minutes of explanation before he was transferred to the investigations unit and asked once more for Aguila. He didn't reach him. Instead, a captain came on the line, speaking clear English, and explained that Aguila was out, but would return later and would also be working Saturday, standard for the 6-day work week there. "Can I help you with something?" the captain offered. Bosch explained he was following up on a homicide investigation, connected to the inquiry Aguila had sent to the Los Angeles consulate. The description matched his John Doe. The captain said he was familiar. He'd taken the initial report before passing it to Aguila. Bosch asked about fingerprints for a confirmed ID, but the captain said none were available. Score 1 for Capetillo, Bosch thought. "Perhaps you could send a morgue photograph," the captain suggested. "We could have the family of Mr. Gutierrez Llosa take a look." "I can do that," Bosch said. The letter mentioned he was a laborer.
"Yes."
He picked up day jobs at the hiring circle under the statue of Benito Juarez. "Do you know if he ever worked for a company called Envirobreed? They do business with California." A long pause followed. "I'm sorry, I don't have details on his work history. I've made a note and will discuss it with Investigator Aguila when he returns. If you send the photographs, we will move quickly to confirm the identification. I will personally see that it's expedited and contact you." Bosch let the silence hang on the line, weighing the man's words. "Captain, I never caught your name." "Gustavo Grena, head of investigations in Mexicali." "Captain Grena, let Aguila know the photos will be ready tomorrow." "That quickly?" "Absolutely. Tell him I'm delivering them personally." "Detective Bosch, that really isn't." "Don't worry about it, Captain," Bosch interrupted. "Just tell him I'll be there by early afternoon at the latest." "Very well." Bosch ended the call and glanced up to find Lieutenant Pounds watching him from behind his office window. Pounds gave a hopeful, questioning thumbs up. Bosch turned away. A day labourer, he thought. Colonel Gutierrez Llosa took whatever work he could find at the circle. How did a temporary worker fit into this? Maybe he was just a courier, moving contraband across the border. Or maybe he wasn't involved at all. Maybe he was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. A witness who saw something he shouldn't have. Bosch had fragments. But he needed the connective tissue to make sense of them. Years ago, back when he first got his detective's shield, a seasoned partner in Van Nuys told him facts alone don't solve cases. It's the glue that binds them. That glue, he'd said, is made of instinct, imagination, educated guesses, and a whole lot of plain luck. Just 2 nights earlier, Bosch had stood in a shabby motel room, looked at the evidence, and called it a cop's suicide. He knew now he was wrong. Re-examining everything he'd gathered, he saw a cop's murder instead, one piece of a larger connected puzzle. If Mexicali was the hub of this wheel, then Calixco Moore was the bolt holding it all together. He flipped open his notebook, found the name of the DEA agent listed on the intelligence report Moore had filed, then pulled the local DEA number from his Rolodex and dialed. "Who's calling?" the voice on the line asked, when Bosch requested Corvo. "Tell him it's the ghost of Calexico Moore." A minute later, a different voice came on. "Who is this? Corvo? You want to talk? Give me a name, otherwise I'm hanging up." Bosch identified himself. "What's with the dramatic intro?" Corvo asked. "Never mind that. I want to meet. Haven't given me a reason to. Here's your reason. Tomorrow morning I'm going to Mexicali. I'm going after Zorillo. I could use some help from someone who knows the landscape. Thought you might want to talk first, seeing as you were Cal Moore's contact." "Who says I even knew him? You took my call, didn't you? Moore told me you were feeding him DEA intel. Bosch, I did 7 years undercover. You trying to bluff me? Not a chance. Save that act for the street dealers on Hollywood Boulevard. Listen, I'll be at the code 7 in the back bar. At 7 o'clock. After that, I'm heading south. Your choice. If you show, you show. And if I decide to come, how do I spot you? Don't worry, I'll know you. You'll be the guy who still acts like he's deep undercover." After hanging up, Harry looked up to see Pounds lingering near the homicide table, pretending to read the latest CAP report, another sore spot for the division's number crunchers. Crimes against persons were climbing faster than the overall crime rate, meaning not only was crime increasing, but the criminals were getting more vicious. Bosch noticed the faint white dust on the upper part of the lieutenant's trousers, a regular sight that fueled endless jokes in the squad room. Some detectives claimed he was snorting cocaine and was just messy about it, an especially ironic theory since Pounds was famously one of the department's born-again Christians. Some people around the station speculated that the mysterious white dust on Lieutenant Pounds came from powdered sugar donuts, which he supposedly devoured in his glass office after closing the blinds. Harry Bosch, however, had cracked the case. He recognized the faint, lingering scent that always surrounded the lieutenant. Harry was convinced Pounds had a morning routine of applying baby powder after putting on his trousers but before donning his shirt and tie. Looking up from his paperwork with a deliberately casual tone, Pounds asked, "So, any progress? Making headway on those cases?" Bosch offered a reassuring smile and a nod, staying silent. He was going to make the lieutenant work for the information. "Well, what's going on?" "A few developments. Have you heard from Porter today?" "Porter? No. Why forget about him, Harry? He's a lost cause. He won't be any help. What do you actually have?" "I checked the update box, and there's nothing from you." "I've been swamped, Lieutenant. I've got a solid lead on Jimmy Capps, and I've identified a potential victim and crime scene from Porter's last case, the one found in the alley off Sunset. I'm close to figuring out the who and the why on both. Maybe by tomorrow. I plan to work through the weekend, if that's all right." "Sounds excellent. Take all the time you need. I'll get the overtime authorization handled today." "Appreciated. But why split your focus? Why not concentrate on the easier case to close? We need a cleared investigation." "I believe the cases are connected. That's the reason." "Are you sure?" Pounds raised a hand, cutting him off. "You'd better come into my office for this." Once seated behind his glass desk, Pounds immediately picked up his ruler, turning it over in his hands. "All right, Harry, lay it out for me." Bosch decided to improvise, aiming to sound like he had concrete evidence backing his every word. The reality was a shaky framework of speculation with little to hold it together. He took the chair opposite, catching a whiff of the lieutenant's baby powder. Jimmy Capps was a retaliation hit. "I learned yesterday he set up a competitor named Dance for a bust. Dance was pushing black ice on the streets. Jimmy trying to corner the market for Hawaiian ice. didn't appreciate the competition, so he tipped off the bang unit. After Dance was arrested, the DA dropped the case, a bad bust. He walked free. 4 days later, Capps ends up dead. All right, Pounds said. That tracks, so Dance is your prime suspect until something better comes along. He's currently off the grid. Okay. Now, how does this tie into the John Doe case? The DEA indicates the black ice Dance was distributing originated from Mexicali. I got a tentative ID from the state police down there. It looks like our John Doe was a man named Gutierrez Llosa. He was from Mexicali. A drug mule? Possibly. A couple of details don't quite fit, though. The state police had him listed as a day laborer. Maybe he went for the big score. A lot of them do. Maybe. And you think he was killed in retaliation for Capps? Maybe. Pounds gave a slow nod. So far, so good, Bosch thought. A heavy silence settled between them. Pounds finally cleared his throat. That's a considerable amount of work for 2 days, Harry. Very impressive. What's your next move? I need to track down Dance and get a confirmed ID on the John Doe. He let his sentence drift, uncertain how much to reveal. He had already decided to keep his planned trip to Mexicali to himself.
You mentioned Dance is off the grid. That's what a source tells me. I'm not entirely sure. I intend to do some digging this weekend. Fine. Bosch chose to open the door a little wider. There's more to it if you're interested. It involves Cal Moore. Pounds set the ruler down on the desk, crossed his arms, and leaned back in his chair. His defensive posture signaled they were entering dangerous territory, a place where careers could be ruined. Aren't we treading on thin ice here?
The Moore case isn't ours to investigate. And I don't want it, Lieutenant. I've got my hands full with these two, but it keeps surfacing. If you'd rather not know, that's fine. I can handle it, Bosch said. No, I need you to explain it to me. I just don't like this sort of complication. That's the best word for it. Complication works, Bosch agreed. Look, the bang unit was responsible for the Dance arrest. Moore arrived on the scene after everything was over, but it was his team. Then you have Moore discovering the body in the Juan Doe case. Cal Moore found that body? Pounds asked, his brow furrowed. I don't recall reading that in Porter's report. He's listed by his badge, number. He was the one who came across the body in that alley. So now his name is connected to both incidents. The very next day after finding Juan Doe, he checks into a motel and ends up dead in the bathtub. I assume you've heard RHD is now calling it a homicide. Pounds gave a slow nod, but his expression was frozen. He had expected a routine briefing, not this tangled web. So someone killed him too, Bosch pressed on. That makes 3 cases. Capps, then Juan Doe, then Moore. And Dance is still out there somewhere. Bosch fell silent, letting the weight of it all settle on Pounds. He could almost see the gears turning in the lieutenant's head. Pounds knew he should probably call Deputy Chief Irving immediately, but that would mean handing everything over to robbery-homicide. They'd take their time, and Pounds wouldn't see a case closed for months. What does Porter think about all this? Pounds finally asked. Bosch had been trying to keep Porter out of it. He wasn't sure why. The man had fallen off the wagon and lied, but somewhere Bosch still felt a thread of loyalty. Maybe it was that last plea, Harry, you going to take care of me on this? I haven't been able to reach Porter, Bosch lied. His phone just rings, but I doubt he's had time to piece any of this together. Pounds shook his head with clear contempt. Of course not. He's probably on another bender. Bosch didn't respond. The ball was in Pounds's court now. Listen, Harry, Pounds said, leaning forward. You're being straight with me, right? I can't have you going off like some rogue cop. I have the full picture here, don't I? Bosch knew what he was really asking. How badly will this blow up in my face? You know everything I know, Bosch said evenly. There are 2 open cases, probably 3 counting Moore's. If you want them cleared in 6 or 8 weeks, I'll write up the paperwork and you can send it downtown.
If you want them cleared by the 1st like you promised, then give me the 4 days.
Pounds stared at a point somewhere above Bosch's head, using a ruler to scratch behind his ear. He was weighing his options. "All right," he said at last. "Take the weekend, see what you can dig up. We'll reassess on Monday. We may have to bring in RHD then. In the meantime, I expect a call from you tomorrow and Sunday. I want to know where you are, what you're doing, and any progress you make." "You got it," Bosch said, standing to leave. As he turned, he noticed a small wooden crucifix hanging above the office door. Was that what Pounds had been staring at? Rumour had it Pounds was a political born-again, like a lot of guys in the department who joined a church in the valley because an assistant chief preached there. Bosch imagined them all there on Sunday mornings, gathered around, telling the man what a great guy he was. "I'll talk to you tomorrow then," Pounds said from his desk. "Right? Tomorrow?" Not long after Bosch left, Pounds locked his office and headed home. Bosch stayed behind in the nearly empty squad room, pouring another cup of bitter coffee and lighting a cigarette. He was waiting for the 6 o'clock news. A small black-and-white television sat on top of a file cabinet. He turned it on, fiddling with the rabbit-ear antenna until the static cleared into a watchable picture. A couple of uniformed officers wandered down from the watch office to join him. Cal Moore was now the lead story. Channel 2 opened with coverage of the press briefing at Parker Center, where Assistant Chief Irvin Irving announced a significant turn in the case. On screen, Irving stood before a bank of microphones, with Teresa Corazon positioned just behind him. Irving publicly credited her with uncovering critical evidence during the autopsy, evidence that now pointed unequivocally to homicide and had triggered a full murder investigation. The segment closed with a still photo of Moore as the reporter's voice narrated. The investigation team now faces the daunting task and what they describe as a personal duty of delving into the life of Sergeant Calexico Moore to understand what brought him to that shabby motel room where he was executed. My sources indicate they have very little to go on, but they do begin with a debt of gratitude to the acting chief medical examiner who uncovered a murder that had been hastily categorized as nothing more than a troubled officer's solitary suicide. The camera held on Moore's face before the reporter signed off with. And so, the real mystery finally begins. Harry Bosch switched off the television after the report ended. The uniformed officers drifted back down the hallway, and he returned to his seat at the homicide table. The photograph they had used of Moore looked a few years old. Harry figured the face was younger, the eyes brighter, showing no hint of any concealed darkness. It made him think of the other photos Sylvia Moore had mentioned, the collection her husband kept and revisited over the years. What other fragments of the past had he held on to? Bosch himself possessed not a single picture of his mother. He hadn't even met his father until the man was on his deathbed. What unseen weight had Cal Moore been carrying? It was time to head to the Code 7. But first, Harry walked down to the watch office. He took the clipboard hanging beside the wanted posters, the one holding the station's duty roster. He suspected it hadn't been updated recently, and he was right. Finding Moore's name and Los Feliz address listed among the sergeants, he copied it into his notebook before finally leaving. Bosch took a long drag from his cigarette and flicked the butt into the gutter. He paused, his hand on the familiar billy club that served as the door handle of the Code 7. His gaze drifted across First Street to Freedom Park, the grassy square beside City Hall. Under the orange glow of the streetlights, he could make out the shapes of homeless men and women scattered across the lawn near the war memorial, asleep like forgotten casualties on an unclaimed battlefield. Pushing inside, he moved through the front dining area and parted the heavy black curtains that shrouded the bar's entrance like a secret. The place was packed, thick with lawyers and cops, and a haze of blue cigarette smoke, a crowd that had come to avoid rush hour and then settled in, perhaps too comfortably or too deeply into their drinks. Harry found an empty stool at the far end of the bar and ordered a beer and a whiskey. The clock above the bar, advertising Miller, read exactly 7 o'clock. He studied the room in the back bar mirror, but saw no one who fit his mental image of DEA agent Corvo. Lighting another cigarette, he decided he'd wait until 8. The instant he made that decision, he caught a reflection in the mirror. A short, dark-complexioned man with a full black beard parted the curtains and hesitated, letting his eyes adjust to the dim light. Dressed in jeans and a pullover, the man had a pager on his belt and the unmistakable bulge of a gun under his shirt. His scan of the room ended when his eyes met Bosch's in the mirror. Harry gave a single nod. Corvo approached and took the stool beside him. "So you made me," Corvo said. "And you made me. Guess we both need a refresher at the academy. You want a drink?" "Hold on, Bosch. Before we get all chummy here, I need to be straight with you. I don't know about this. I don't know what this is supposed to be. I haven't made up my mind about talking to you yet." Harry retrieved his cigarette from the ashtray, his eyes meeting Corvo's in the mirror behind the bar. "I haven't decided if Certs is a breath mint or a candy, either." Corvo pushed himself off the stool. "Have a good night?" "Come on, Corvo. Sit down. Have a beer. Just relax. I looked into you before I walked over. The word is you're just another burnout. You're on a one-way trip to nowhere, from robbery, homicide to Hollywood division, and your next stop is probably riding security for an armored car. The next stop is Mexicali. I can go down there in the dark, maybe stumble right into whatever you've got going with Zorillo, or you can help both of us by telling me what's really happening. What's happening is you aren't going to do a thing down there. I walk out of here, I make a call, and your trip is cancelled. I walk out of here, and I'm already gone. Too late to stop it. Sit down. If I've been difficult, I apologize. It's just my way sometimes. But I need your people, and your people need me." Corvo remained standing. "Bosch, what's the plan? March down to the ranch, throw the Pope over your shoulder, and carry him back across the border. That it? Something like that. Bull. Truth is, I don't have a solid plan. I'm going to play it by ear. Maybe I never see the Pope, maybe I do. You want to roll those dice?" Corvo finally slid back onto the stool and signalled the bartender, ordering the same drink as Bosch. In the mirror, Harry noticed a thick, ragged scar slicing through the right side of Corvo's beard. If the beard was meant to hide the purplish-pink mark on his cheek, it was a failed mission. Then again, maybe he wasn't trying to hide it. Most DEA agents Harry had crossed paths with carried a certain swagger. A scar probably didn't hurt that image. It was a world of bluster and bravado where scars were worn like medals. But Harry did wonder how much undercover work a guy with such a recognizable feature could really pull off. After the drinks were set down, Corvo threw back the shot with practiced ease. "All right," he said. "What's your real play down there? And why should I trust you even a little?" Bosch considered the question. "Because I can deliver Zorillo to you." "Sure you can." Harry stayed quiet. He had to let Corvo run through his objections, let him finish the posturing. After that, they might actually get somewhere. It struck him then that the one thing the movies and TV shows always got right was the simmering jealousy and distrust between local cops and federal agents. Each side was convinced it was smarter and more capable. Usually both were wrong. "Okay," Corvo finally said. "I'll bite. What do you have before I get into that? I've got a question. Who are you exactly? You're up here in L.A. Why is your name in Moore's files? How did you become the expert on Zorillo? That's a whole list of questions. The short answer is, I'm the control agent on a joint investigation in Mexicali being run out of the Mexico City and LA offices. We're splitting the case. I'm not saying another word until I know you're worth the breath. So Talkbosh laid it out. Jimmy Capps, the unidentified John Doe, and the threads connecting their deaths to Dance Moore and the Zorillo operation. He finished by saying he had information placing Dance in Mexico, likely Mexicali, after Moore was killed. Corvo drained his beer glass. Let me ask you something, because there's a giant hole in this story of yours. Why do you think this John Doe was killed down there? And then, why would anyone haul his body all the way up here? That doesn't track for me. The medical examiner puts his death 6 to 8 hours before Moore said he found the body up here. There were details in the autopsy report that link it to a specific location in Mexicali. I think they wanted the body far away from that spot to break the connection. It came to LA because a truck was already heading this way. It was a convenient setup, Bosch noted. You're talking about puzzles, Bosch. What specific location are we referring to? We aren't having a real conversation. That's the issue. I'm the one talking. You haven't offered anything, but I'm here to make a deal. I've seen your track record. Your team hasn't intercepted a single one of Zerillo's shipments. I can hand you Zerillo's entire pipeline. What are you prepared to offer in return? Corvo let out a laugh and flashed a peace sign toward the bartender, who brought over 2 more beers. You know what? I like you. Believe it or not. I did look into your background, but I genuinely like what I found. Still, my gut says you don't have anything valuable enough to trade. Have you ever investigated a place down there called Anviro Breed? Corvo stared at the fresh beer in front of him, seeming to gather his thoughts. Bosch had to push him. Yes or no? Enviro Breed is a facility down there. They produce sterile fruit flies to release in this region. It's a government contractor. They have to breed the insects down there because... I'm aware of all that. How do you know about it? The only reason I know is that I was involved in planning our surveillance operation near the target's ranch. We scouted the industrial parks bordering the property for potential observation posts. Enviro Breed stood out, American management. A government contractor. We approached them to see if we could set up an OP, maybe on the roof or in an office. The ranch property begins just across the street. But they turned you down. No, actually. They agreed. We were the ones who said no. Why? Radiation. Bugs. Those damned flies were everywhere in that place. But mostly the view was blocked. We went up on the roof and could see the ranch, but the barn and stables, the entire breeding facility, were directly between EnviroBreed and the main ranch buildings. It was useless. We thanked the guy there and walked away. What was your cover story, or did you just announce you were DEA? No, we fabricated something. Told him we were from the National Weather Service working on a project tracking desert and mountain wind patterns. Some nonsense like that. The guy bought it completely. Right. Corvo wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. So, how does EnviroBreed connect to your end of things? My John Doe. He had those insects you mentioned inside his body. I believe he was likely killed there. Corvo turned to face Bosch directly. Harry kept watching him in the bar's mirror. All right, Bosch, you've got my attention. Go ahead and spin your story. Bosch laid out his theory that EnviroBreed, which he hadn't even known was opposite Zerillo's ranch until Corvo mentioned it, was part of the Black Ice pipeline. He explained that Fernal Gutierrez Llosa was a day laborer who either tried working as a mule and failed, or was employed at the insect plant and witnessed, or did, something he shouldn't have. Either way, he was beaten to death, his body placed in one of the white environmental containers and shipped to Los Angeles with a cargo of fruit flies. His body was then dumped in Hollywood and reported by Moore, who likely managed everything on this end. They had to remove the body from there because they couldn't risk an investigation at the plant. There's something there, at least something worth killing an old man over. Corvo rested his arm on the bar, his face in his palm. What did he see? I don't know. What I do know is that EnviroBreed has an arrangement with the feds to avoid border inspections on their shipments. Opening those boxes could ruin the goods. Who have you told about this? Nobody. Nobody. You haven't told anyone about EnviroBreed? I've asked a few questions. I haven't shared the full story I just told you with anyone. Who did you ask? Did you contact the SJP? Yeah. They issued a letter to the consulate about the old man. That's how I pieced it together. I still have to officially identify the body once I'm down there. Yeah. But did you mention Envirobreed? I asked if they'd ever heard of him working there. Corvo turned back to the bar with a frustrated sigh. Who exactly did you speak to? A captain named Grenner. Don't know him, but you might have just blown your lead. You don't bring this sort of thing to the locals. They make a call, tell Zorillo exactly what you asked, and collect a nice bonus for their trouble. Maybe it's blown, maybe not. Grenner brushed me off. He might think that's the end of it. At least I didn't march into the pesticide plant and ask to install a weather station. A heavy silence fell between them, each weighing the other's words. I'm going to move on this immediately, Corvo finally said. You have to promise me you won't go stirring things up when you arrive. I'm not promising anything. So far, I've done all the sharing. You haven't told me a damn thing. What do you want to know about Zorillo? All you really need to know is we've wanted him for a very long time. Bosch signalled for 2 more beers. He lit a cigarette, watching the smoke haze his reflection in the mirror. The only thing you need to understand about Zorillo is that he's one clever bastard. And like I said, it wouldn't surprise me at all if he already knows you're coming. The local police? We only deal with the federal agents, and even they're about as trustworthy as an ex-wife. Bosch gave a slow, deliberate nod, hoping Corvo would keep talking. If he doesn't know now, he'll know before your plane lands. So watch your back. The best way to do that is not to go. With you, I know that's not an option. The second best way is to avoid the local police entirely. You can't trust them. The Pope has people on the inside. Understand? Bosch met his eyes in the mirror, deciding to stop the constant nodding. Now, I know everything I just said went in one ear and out the other, Corvo said, his tone shifting from serious to a dry, almost sarcastic weariness. So what I'm willing to do is connect you with a guy down there. His name's Ramos. You go down, play nice with the local cops, act like everything's perfect, and then link up with Ramos. If this Envirobreed lead goes anywhere and you move on Zorillo, I need to be there. You will be. Just stick with Ramos. All right. Bosch considered it for a moment. Yeah. Now tell me about Zorillo. You keep dodging the subject. Zorillo's been around forever. Our intel on him goes back to the 70s, at least. A career drug trafficker. One of the bounces on the trampoline, you could say. Bosch had heard the term before, but let Corvo explain. Black ice is just his latest venture. He started as a kid running marijuana, pulled out of the slums by someone like he is now. He carried backpacks of weed over the border when he was 12, graduated to truck runs, and climbed the ladder. By the 80s, when our focus was on Florida, the Colombians made deals with the Mexicans. They'd fly cocaine into Mexico, and the Mexicans would run it across using the old marijuana routes. The path from Mexicali to Calexico was one of them. They called it the trampoline. The product bounces from Colombia to Mexico, then up here. And Zorillo got rich. He went from the barrio to a massive ranch with a private security force and half the cops in Baja on his payroll. The cycle repeated itself. He recruited most of his people from the slums. He never forgot where he came from, and they never forgot him. That loyalty earned him the name El Papa. So when we finally shifted more resources to the cocaine problem in Mexico, the Pope simply moved on to heroin. He had tar labs set up in the surrounding neighborhoods, never short of volunteers to mule it across. For a single trip, he'd hand one of those desperate souls down there more cash than they'd have earned in half a decade doing any honest work. Bosch considered the lure, that kind of money, for what seemed like minimal danger. Even the ones who got caught barely saw the inside of a cell. Shifting from tar heroin to black ice was a logical business move. Zorillo's a true entrepreneur. Clearly, this substance is still new, barely on the radar in the wider drug scene. But we believe he's the primary source for the entire country. We're seeing black ice pop up everywhere. New York, Seattle, Chicago, all the major metros. Whatever operation you uncovered in LA was just a tiny piece of a much larger puzzle. One of many branches. We think he's still moving regular heroin through his neighborhood runners, but the ice is his expansion product. It's the future, and he knows it. He's redirecting more of his resources into it, and he's poised to push the Hawaiians right out of the market. His costs are so low, he's selling his product $20 a cap under the current rate for Hawaiian ice, or glass, or whatever street name is trending this week. And Zorillo's quality is superior. He's systematically putting the Hawaiians out of business on the mainland. Then, when demand for this thing really explodes, potentially as fast as crack did back in the mid-80s, he'll jack up the price and hold a near-total monopoly until the competition can scramble to catch up. Zorillo's operation reminded Bosch of one of those industrial fishing trawlers dragging a massive net. He's circling, and he's about to cinch that net tight, trapping everything inside. An entrepreneur, Bosch echoed, mostly just to fill the silence. Yeah, that's one word for him. Remember a few years back when the Border Patrol uncovered that tunnel in Arizona? Ran from a warehouse on one side of the border to another in Nogales. We have reason to believe he was an investor in that project. Probably one of the masterminds, actually. But the real issue is you've never laid a finger on him. Not once. Every time we got close, someone ended up dead. I suppose you could call him a particularly ruthless sort of businessman. Bosch's mind flashed to Moore's body in that grim motel bathroom. Had Moore been preparing to make a move to turn against Zorillo? Zorillo has deep ties to the Eam, Corvo continued. The word is he can have anyone, anywhere eliminated. Rumor has it back in the 70s there was a brutal war for control of the marijuana smuggling routes. Zorillo came out on top. It was a full-on gang conflict, neighborhood against neighborhood. He's since consolidated power, but back then his crew was the one to beat. Saints and sinners. A lot of the EME's leadership originally came from that chaos. The EME, the Mexican mafia, held sway over inmates in most prisons in Mexico and California. Bosch's direct experience with them was limited, but he knew membership was a life sentence enforced with ultimate severity. Disloyalty meant a death sentence. How can you be sure about all this, he asked. Informants over the years, the few who survived long enough to talk. We've compiled quite a dossier on our friend the Pope. I even know he keeps a velvet painting of Elvis in his ranch office.
Did his old neighborhood have a specific symbol? What, like a gang sign? A defining emblem? It's a devil, with a halo. Bosch finished his beer and scanned the bar. He spotted a deputy district attorney he recognized, part of the unit that routinely approved investigations into police shootings, sitting alone with a martini. A few cops he knew were clustered at other tables, all smoking like relics from another era.
Harry felt a sudden urge to leave, to find some quiet space to process everything. The devil with a halo. Moore had that exact image tattooed on his arm. He had come from the same origins as Zorillo. Harry felt a familiar surge of adrenaline begin to course through him. How do I make contact with Ramos down there? He'll find you. Where are you staying? I haven't decided yet. Stay at the De Anza in Calexico. It's safer on our side. The tap water won't give you trouble either.
All right. I'll be there. One more thing. You can't take a weapon across the border. I mean, it's certainly possible to try, but don't. You show your badge at the border crossing and nobody's going to search your trunk. But if anything goes wrong on the other side, the first thing they'll verify is whether you checked your firearm at the Calexico police station. He gave Bosch a pointed look. They have a gun locker there for officers crossing over.
It's professional courtesy. You log it. You get a receipt, so check a weapon. Don't carry it across and later claim you left it up here. Get it on the log, then you're covered. Understand, it's like giving your gun an alibi, just in case. Bosch nodded, understanding exactly what Corvo meant. Corvo pulled out his wallet and handed over a business card. Call any time. If I'm not at the office, they'll find me. Just tell the operator it's you. I'll leave word that you get put straight through. Corvo's speech had quickened, charged with a new energy. Bosch figured the Envirabreed tip had him excited, eager to move. Studying him in the bar mirror, Harry noticed the scar on his cheek seemed darker, almost as if it shifted with his mood. Corvo caught his glance in the reflection. "Nike fight," he said, tracing the scar with a finger. "Zihuatanejo, I was undercover, working a case, had my piece tucked in my boot. Guy got me here before I could reach it. Hospitals down there aren't worth a damn. They botched the stitching, and I ended up with this. Couldn't go under again after that. Too recognizable." Bosch could tell he enjoyed telling the story, pumped up with a kind of reckless pride. It was likely the closest he'd ever come to the edge. Harry knew what question was expected, so he asked it anyway. What happened to the guy who did it? A state burial. I put him down once I got to my piece. Corvo had a way of making it sound heroic, killing a man who brought a knife to a gunfight, at least to his own ears. He probably told that tale every time someone new noticed the scar. Bosch offered a respectful nod, slid off his stool, and left cash on the bar. "Remember our deal. You don't move on Zorillo without me. Make sure Ramos knows." "Oh, we've got a deal," Corvo replied, "but I can't promise it'll line up with when you're down there. We're not going to rush this. Besides, we've lost track of Zorillo temporarily, I'm sure." "What do you mean, lost him?" "I mean, we haven't had a confirmed sighting in about 10 days. We think he's still on the ranch, just laying low, changing up his routine." "Routine? The so-called Pope likes to be seen. He gets a kick out of taunting us. Usually, he's out on the ranch in a jeep, hunting coyotes, firing his Uzi, admiring his bulls. There's one bull in particular, a champion that killed a matador once. They call him El Temblar. Zorillo goes out just to watch him, probably sees a kindred spirit in that animal. Proud, vicious, the whole bit. Anyway, he hasn't been spotted on the ranch or at the Plaza de Toros, which was his usual Sunday habit. He hasn't been cruising the barrios either, reminding everybody where he came from. He loves that Pope of Mexicali image, really gets off on it. Bosch tried to picture that life, a celebrity in a town that had little to celebrate. He lit a cigarette, suddenly wanting to be out of there. So when was the last confirmed sighting? If he's still around, he hasn't left the compound since December 15th. That was a Sunday at the plaza watching his bulls. After that, we have informants who moved the date to the 18th, said they saw him outside the compound, just messing around. But that's it. He's either gone or he's lying low, like I said. Maybe because he ordered a cop killed. Corvo nodded. Bosch left him then, alone. Corvo mentioned he was going to use the payphone. Stepping out of the bar, Harry felt the bite of the night air and took a final drag from his cigarette. In the darkness of the park across the street, he caught a flicker of movement. Then a figure stepped into the pool of light beneath a street lamp. It was a man, moving with a strange, jerking gait, his arms swinging in sharp, disconnected motions. He pivoted sharply and vanished back into the shadows, looking like a trombone player lost from some phantom marching band. 18. The apartment building where Cal Moore had lived was a 3-story stucco box that stood out on Franklin Avenue like a sore thumb. It was one of those countless post-war structures that filled the neighborhood, bland and unremarkable. It was named the Fountains, though the actual fountains had long since been filled with dirt and converted into sad little planters. It sat about a block from the sprawling mansion that served as the Church of Scientology's headquarters, whose bright white neon sign cast a ghostly pall over the street where Bosch now stood. It was nearly 10, so he wasn't worried about any eager recruit offering him a personality questionnaire. He lingered on the curb, finishing a cigarette and studying the building for a good 30 minutes before deciding to proceed. It was supposed to be a secure building, but the security was a joke. The lock on the front gate yielded easily to a butter knife he kept with his tools in the Caprice's glove box. The inner door to the lobby didn't even latch properly, groaning on its hinges, so he simply pushed it open. Inside, he checked the tenant directory and found Moore's name listed for apartment 7 on the 3rd floor. The unit was at the end of a central hallway. An official police evidence seal was stretched across the door jamb. Bosch sliced it with the small blade on his keychain and then knelt to examine the lock. The hallway was quiet, no sounds from the neighboring apartments, and the overhead lighting was sufficient. The deadbolt was a standard pin tumbler. Using a tension wrench and a rake, he had it turned in under 2 minutes. With his hand wrapped in a handkerchief on the knob, he hesitated, acutely aware of the risk. If Internal Affairs or Captain Pounds found out about this, he'd be back in a patrol uniform before New Year's. He glanced once more down the empty hall, then pushed the door open. He had to go in. Nobody else seemed to give a damn about what happened to Cal Moore, and that was just fine by them. But Bosch did care, for reasons he couldn't fully articulate. Maybe the answers were here, inside. He closed and relocked the door, standing still to let his eyes adjust. The air was stale and dusty. The only light came from that eerie Scientology glow seeping through the living room's thin curtains, painting everything a cold blue-white. He moved forward and switched on a lamp perched on an end table beside a sagging, outdated sofa. The room was furnished in a style that hadn't been updated in decades. The navy carpet was worn flat in paths from the couch to the kitchen and down the hallway to the right, like trails in cheap artificial turf. He made a quick circuit, peering into the kitchen, the bedroom and the bathroom. The overwhelming impression was one of profound emptiness. There were no personal touches, no photos on the walls, no memos on the fridge, not even a forgotten jacket slung over a chair. The sink was spotless. Moore had occupied this space, but he'd left almost no trace of himself behind. It was as if he'd been a ghost while he was still alive. Not sure what he was searching for, Bosch started in the kitchen. He opened cabinets and drawers. He found a half-empty box of cereal, a can of coffee, and a bottle of early times whiskey that was 3/4 gone. In another cabinet was an unopened bottle of Mexican rum with a piece of sugar cane inside. The drawers held basic silverware and cooking utensils, along with several matchbooks from Hollywood bars like Ports and The Bullet. The freezer was utterly empty except for 2 ice trays, their cubes frozen into a single cloudy block. The sterile silence of the place was getting to him. For a moment he almost laughed at the absurdity. A decorated police officer living in a museum of neglect, his most notable possessions being bargain whiskey and bar matches. It was a pathetic punchline to a life that had ended in a motel bathroom. The self-pitying sadness of the scene suddenly hardened into a cold, focused anger. This wasn't just an empty apartment, it was a statement. Someone had lived here who was either trying to disappear or had already succeeded long before his heart stopped beating. Bosch was going to find out which. In the refrigerator's top shelf sat a jar of mustard, a half-eaten package of Bologna that had long since turned, and a single can of Budweiser, its plastic 6-pack ring still clinging to it like a noose. On the lower door shelf was a 2-pound bag of Domino sugar. Harry stared at it. The bag was sealed. He figured, why stop now? He took it out, tore it open, and poured the contents into the sink. It looked and tasted perfectly ordinary. Just sugar. Nothing more. He ran the hot water and watched the white cascade swirl down the drain. Leaving the empty bag on the counter, he moved to the bathroom. A toothbrush stood in the holder, A razor and shaving cream were tucked behind the medicine cabinet mirror. That was all in the bedroom. Bosch headed straight for the walk-in closet. Clothes hung on the rod, and a plastic laundry basket overflowed with more. On the shelf above rested a green plaid suitcase and a white cardboard box labeled Snakes. He upended the laundry basket, checking the pockets of every soiled shirt and pair of pants. They were empty. He pushed through the hanging garments until he reached the back, where Moore's dress uniform hung, shrouded in plastic. There was really only one reason to keep that after leaving patrol, to be buried in it. Harry saw that as a grim harbinger, a sign of lost hope. Department rules required keeping one uniform for emergencies, riots, earthquakes, but he'd tossed his own dress blues a decade back. He pulled down the suitcase. It was empty and carried the stale scent of disuse. The boot box felt light, obviously vacant, even before he opened it to find only tissue paper inside. As he replaced it, he recalled the single boot standing upright on the bathroom tile at the hideaway. Had the killer struggled to yank it off Moore's foot to stage the suicide? Or had he forced Moore to remove it first? Unlikely. The blow to the back of the head meant Moore probably never saw it coming. Harry pictured a shadowy figure swinging the shotgun's stock, knocking Moore down. Then the boot removed, the body dragged, propped against the tub, both triggers pulled. Wipe the prints, press the dead man's thumb to the stock, smear his hands on the barrels for effect. Place the boot just so, add the wood splinter. Scene set, a tidy suicide.
The queen-sized bed was a tangle of sheets. On the nightstand lay a few dollars in loose change and a small framed photo of Moore and his wife. Harry leaned in without touching it. Sylvia was smiling, seated at what looked like a banquet table, maybe a wedding or a nice dinner. She was radiant, and her husband's gaze held a pure, knowing admiration. "You really blew it, Cal?" Harry muttered to the empty room. He turned to the bureau, an ancient piece, scarred with cigarette burns and carved initials, so battered even a thrift store might pass on it. The top drawer held a comb and a cherrywood picture frame, lying face down. Harry picked it up. The frame was empty, its floral carving suggesting it was a quality piece, not something that came with this dingy apartment. Moore had brought it here. So where was the photo? He wished he could ask Sheehan if the investigators had taken one, but that would give away his unauthorized visit. The next drawer contained underwear, socks, and neatly folded T-shirts. The third drawer held more laundry, all meticulously folded, as if from a professional service. It struck Harry then, the eerie domesticity of it all, the careful folding, the saved uniform, the empty frame. A life suspended in a state of grim expectation, as if Moore had been waiting for the other boot to drop, long before it actually did. Tucked beneath a pile of folded shirts was a glossy magazine, its cover promising exclusive nude photos of a famous Hollywood star. Harry Bosch flipped through the pages, not expecting to find any real clues. He was certain every officer who had searched this apartment after Cal Moore vanished had already pored over it. The promised photos inside were dark and grainy, barely showing the actress without her top. They looked like stills from an early film, taken before she had the power to refuse such exploitation. Bosch pictured the frustrated readers who'd bought it, expecting something more explicit, and he felt a pang of sympathy for the actress's own humiliation. He wondered what this kind of thing had meant to Moore. For a moment, the image of Sylvia Moore, Cal's widow, surfaced in his mind. He pushed the magazine back under the shirts and shut the drawer. The final drawer held only 2 items, a pair of worn blue jeans, neatly folded, and a soft, aged paper bag crumpled around a thick stack of photographs. The moment he lifted the bag, Bosch knew this was what he'd been looking for. He carried it out of the bedroom, flicking off the light as he left. Settling onto the couch beside the lamp, he lit a cigarette and slid the photos from the bag. They felt more intimate,
more invasive than anything in the Skin magazine. This was Cal Moore's unhappy history, laid out in fading images. The sequence seemed chronological, shifting from old black and white to color, with changes in clothing and car models marking the passage of time.
The first photo showed a young Latina woman in what appeared to be a white nurse's uniform, standing beside a swimming pool with a surprised, girlish smile. Then Bosch noticed the edge of a round tray hidden behind her back. She wasn't a nurse. She was a maid, a servant who hadn't wanted to be photographed with her work. There were more pictures of her over the years. Age was gentle but inevitable. She kept an exotic beauty, yet worry lines appeared and the warmth in her eyes gradually dimmed. In later photos, she held a baby, then posed with a small boy. Even in black and white, Bosch could see the boy had dark hair and a light complexion, with strikingly light-colored eyes. Green Bosch thought. This was Calexico Moore and his mother. One image captured them in front of a large white house with a Spanish tile roof, like a Mediterranean villa. A tower rose blurrily in the background, its top windows like dark, empty eyes. Moore had told his wife he grew up in a castle. This was it. Another photo showed the boy standing stiffly beside a man, a blonde, deeply tanned Anglo. They were posed next to a sleek, late-50s Thunderbird. The man rested one hand on the car's hood and the other on the boy's head, as if claiming both as his possessions. Squinting into the camera, the man revealed the same green eyes as his son. His hair was thinning, comparing him to the boy's mother in photos from the same period. Bosch guessed the father was at least 15 years older. The edges of this photograph were worn soft from handling. The stack of photographs was noticeably more worn than the others. The setting shifted in this next batch, likely taken in Mexicali. These images covered a longer span of time, but were fewer in number, charting the boy's rapid growth against backgrounds that carried a stark, third-world quality. They were captured in the barrio, with crowds of Mexican people often filling the frame, their faces etched with that familiar blend of desperation and hope Bosch recognized from the ghettos of Los Angeles. A new boy appeared now, around the same age, or a bit older, with a tougher, more resilient air. He shared many frames with Calexico, perhaps a brother. Bosch mused. It was in this series that the mother's aging became painfully clear. The youthful girl who once hid a servant's tray was gone, replaced by a woman hardened by life's relentless grind. The photos took on a haunting, almost spectral quality. Studying them unsettled Harry. He felt he understood the powerful grip they held on Moore. The final black and white shot showed the two boys shirtless, sitting back to back on a splintered picnic table, caught in a burst of laughter at some joke now lost to time. Calexico, a young teenager, wore a guileless smile. The other boy, maybe a year or two older, had trouble written in the hard, sullen set of his eyes. Cal had his right arm flexed, showing off a muscle for the camera, and there it was, the tattoo, the devil with a halo. Saints and sinners. After that, the other boy vanished from the record. The subsequent photos were in color, their backgrounds unmistakably Los Angeles, City Hall piercing the skyline in one, the fountain at Echo Park in another. Moore and his mother had made it to the United States. Whoever that other boy was, he had been left behind. Later, toward the end of the stack, the mother disappeared from the pictures as well. Harry wondered if that meant she had died. The last two images were of Moore as an adult. One was his police academy graduation, a shot of the newly sworn class gathered on the grass outside, what would later be called the Darrell F. Gates Auditorium, their hats tossed joyously into the air. Bosch picked Moore out of the crowd, his arm around a fellow probie, genuine elation on his face. The final photo showed Moore in dress uniform, pulling a young Sylvia into a smiling cheek-to-cheek embrace. Her skin was smoother then, her eyes brighter, her hair longer and fuller, yet she was undeniably the same beautiful woman.
He slid the photographs back into the bag and placed it on the couch beside him. He studied the bag, curious why these glimpses of a lifetime had never been mounted in an album or put on display. They were just stored away, ready to go. But he knew the reason. In his own home, he had stacks of pictures he would never place in a book, images he needed to hold in his hands. They were more than reminders of another time. They were fragments of a life, pieces of a story that couldn't move forward without first confronting what lay behind. Bosch reached up and clicked off the lamp. He lit another cigarette, its glowing tip floating in the dark like a tiny wandering star. His mind drifted to Mexico and to Calexico more. "You really messed up," he whispered into the stillness. He had told himself coming here was about getting a feel for more. That was how he'd sold the trip to himself. But sitting there in the dark, he admitted there was more to it. He had come because he wanted to trace the inexplicable turns of a life's journey, to find a logic in the chaos. The only one with all the answers was Cal Moore, and he was gone. He stared at the white neon glow bleeding through the curtains across the room. They looked like ghosts to him, shimmering and insubstantial. It made him think of that worn photo of the father and son, slowly fading to white. And then, inevitably, he thought of his own father, a man he never knew and did not meet until he was lying on his deathbed. By then, Harry Bosch knew his own path was set. A key turned in the deadbolt of the front door. He was on his feet, his weapon drawn, moving swiftly across the apartment. He initially ducked into the bedroom, then reconsidered and slipped into the bathroom instead. It offered a clearer line of sight into the living area. Tossing his cigarette into the toilet, he listened to its brief, dying hiss. The front door swung open, followed by a stretch of quiet. Then a lamp flicked on, and Bosch retreated deeper into the shadows. Through the medicine cabinet mirror, he watched Sylvia Moore step into the living room, her gaze sweeping the space, as if she were a stranger there. Her attention settled on the white bag left on the couch. She picked it up and began to sift through the photographs inside, pausing longest on the final image, the one of herself. She raised a hand to her cheek, tracing the lines time had left behind. After a moment, she returned the photos to the bag and set it back down. She started toward the hallway, and Bosch shifted further back, stepping silently into the bathtub. Light spilled from the bedroom, and he heard the closet door open, the metallic scrape of hangers on the rod. He holstered his gun, stepped out of the tub, and moved into the hallway. "Mrs. Moore, Sylvia," he called, careful to keep his voice calm. "Who's there?" came a sharp, startled reply. "It's Detective Bosch. It's all right." She emerged from the bedroom closet then, alarm vivid in her eyes. She was holding a hanger bearing her late husband's dress uniform. "Good Lord, you frightened me. What are you doing here?" "I was about to ask you the same question." She held the uniform before her, almost like a shield, taking a slight step back toward the bedroom doorway. "Did you follow me?" she demanded. "What is this about?" "No, I didn't follow you. I was already here. In the dark. Yes. I was thinking when I heard the door. I hid. Once I saw it was you, I wasn't sure how to come out without startling you. My apologies. You startled me, and I startled you." She gave a single nod, apparently accepting his explanation. She wore a faded denim shirt and pale blue jeans, her hair pulled back. Pink crystal earrings caught the light, and a second stud in her left ear, a slender silver crescent moon with a tiny star dangling from its curve, glinted as she moved. She offered a polite, tight smile. Bosch, suddenly conscious of his day's growth of stubble, felt oddly exposed. "Did you think it was the killer?" she asked when he stayed quiet. "Coming back to the scene, so to speak? Maybe. Something like that?" "Actually, no. I'm not sure what I thought. And this isn't the scene anyway." He gestured toward the uniform. You're taking that to McAvoy Brothers tomorrow? She seemed to read the question on his face. It's a closed casket service, obviously, but I believe he would have wanted to be in his dress blues. Mr. McAvoy asked if I had them. Harry nodded. They were still lingering in the narrow hall. He backed into the living room, and she followed. What's the word from the department? How are they handling the funeral? Who knows, but for now they're calling it a line-of-duty death. So he gets the full show. I believe so. A hero's farewell, Bosch thought, with a twist of private irony. The department wasn't in the business of public self-criticism. It wouldn't announce to the world that a corrupt cop had been eliminated by the very criminals he served, not unless forced to. Why would it, when it could stage a majestic, media-friendly funeral, and then sit back as every news channel aired sympathetic tributes that night? The department craved that kind of goodwill. He also registered the practical benefit. A line-of-duty designation meant the widow would receive the full pension. The whole arrangement was so perfectly, cynically tidy, it almost made him laugh, a dry, humourless sound he kept to himself. If Sylvia Moore, dressed in black, dabbed her eyes with a tissue when it seemed expected, and kept quiet, she'd receive her husband's pension for the rest of her life. It wasn't a bad arrangement. Whichever way you looked at it, if Sylvia had been the one to tip off internal affairs, pushing things further or going public now risked losing that security. The department could easily argue Cal died because of his side activities. No pension then. Bosch was certain she understood all this without having it spelled out. When is the funeral? He asked. Monday at 1, at the San Fernando Mission Chapel. Burials at Oakwood, up in Chatsworth. Well, Bosch thought if they were going to stage a show, that was the spot to do it. A couple hundred motorcycle officers riding in procession along the curves of Valley Circle Boulevard, always made for a gripping front-page image. Mrs.
Moore, why come here so late to pick up your husband's dress uniform? He glanced at his watch. It was nearly 11. Please, call me Sylvia. Sure. Truthfully, I'm not sure why now. I haven't slept. Not really, since they found him. I just felt like driving. I only got the key to this place today anyway. Who gave it to you? Assistant Chief Irving. He stopped by, said they were finished with the apartment and I could take anything I wanted. The trouble is, there's nothing here I want.
I'd hoped I'd never have to see this place again. Then the funeral director called and said he needed the dress uniform if I had it. So here I am. Bosch lifted the bag of photographs from the couch and offered it to her. What about these? Do you want them? I don't think so. Ever seen them before? Some look familiar, others I'm sure I've never seen. Why do you think that is? A man keeps photos his whole life, but never shows some to his wife. I don't know. Strange. He opened the bag and sifted through the pictures. What happened to his mother, do you know? She died before I knew him. A brain tumor, he said. He was around 20. And his father? He told me he was dead, but I can't say if that was true. He never said how or when. Whenever I asked, he said he didn't want to talk about it. We never did. Bosch held up the photo of the two boys on the picnic table. Who's this? She stepped closer to look. He studied her face, noticing flecks of green in her brown eyes and catching a faint scent of perfume. I don't know, a friend, I suppose. He didn't have a brother, not one he ever mentioned. When we married, he told me I was his only family. He said he was alone except for me. Bosch looked back at the photo. Kind of looks like him to me. She stayed quiet. What about the tattoo? What about it? Did he ever say where he got it? What it means? He told me he got it in the neighborhood where he grew up. A barrio, really. They called it Saints and Sinners. That's what the tattoo means. He said it was because the people there never knew which they were, which they'd turn out to be. He thought of the note found in Cal Moore's pocket. I found out who I was. He wondered if she grasped the connection to that place where every young boy had to learn whether he was a saint or a sinner. Sylvia broke into his thoughts. You know, you never really said why you were already here, sitting in the dark thinking. Did you have to come here to do that? I came to look around, I guess. Trying to shake something loose, get a feel for your husband. Does that sound foolish? Not to me. Good. And did you shake something loose? I don't know yet. Sometimes it takes a while. You know, I asked Irving about you. He said you weren't on the case. He said you only came out the other night because the other detectives were tied up with reporters and Bosch felt a flicker of that old schoolboy thrill. She'd asked about him. It didn't matter that she now knew he was working the edges of the case. The fact she'd made inquiries sent a current through him. That's partially accurate, he admitted. Officially, I'm not assigned, but I'm looking into other matters that seem connected to your husband's death. Her gaze held steady, and he could see the unasked question. What cases? Forming behind her eyes. She was a cop's wife. She understood the rules. In that quiet moment, he felt a surge of conviction. She didn't deserve any of this. Not a bit of it. It really wasn't you, was it? He asked, his voice lower. The tip to internal affairs, the letter. She gave a slow, firm shake of her head. But they won't believe that. They're convinced you set the whole thing in motion. I didn't. What did Deputy Chief Irving say when he gave you the key here? He told me if I wanted my pension, I should let it go, not get any ideas. She let out a short, bitter laugh. As if I had any left. As if I even cared by that point. I didn't. I knew Cal had gone down a dark path. I didn't know the specifics, but a wife knows. You feel it. And that knowledge it ended things between us long before he was gone. But I didn't send any letter. I was a cop's wife to the last. I told Irving and the man before him they were wrong. They didn't care. They just wanted Cal. You mentioned before it was Chastain who came.
It was.
What exactly was he after? You said something about him wanting to look inside the house. He waved that letter in my face and said he knew I'd written it. Told me I might as well confess everything. Her voice tightened. I told him I didn't write it and to get out, but he wouldn't leave, not at first. What did he say he wanted specifically? I don't recall every word. It was a blur. He demanded bank statements. Asked what properties we owned. He acted like I was just sitting there waiting to hand my husband over. He said he wanted the typewriter. I told him we didn't even own one. I finally had to push him out the door and lock it. Bosch nodded, trying to fit these pieces into the chaotic puzzle already in his mind. The whirlwind of details was overwhelming. Do you remember anything about what the letter actually said? I never really got to read it. He didn't show it to me properly. He and the others were so sure it came from me. I caught a glimpse before he tucked it back into his briefcase. It said something about Cal being a front for a Mexican cartel, that he was providing protection. It mentioned he'd made a Faustian bargain. You know what that means? Bosch nodded. He was reminded she was a teacher. He also realized they'd been standing in the middle of the living room for 10 minutes, but he didn't move to sit. Any sudden shift might break the fragile truce between them and send her out the door. Well, she continued, a trace of weary sarcasm colouring her tone, I'm not sure I'd have gotten quite so literary if I had written it, but the gist was right. I didn't know the details, but I knew something was wrong. I could see it eating him alive from the inside. Once, this was before he left, I finally asked him what was happening. He just said he'd made a mistake and would try to fix it himself. He shut me out completely. She finally moved, perching on the edge of an upholstered chair, the dress blues folded neatly on her lap. The chair was a hideous shade of green, dotted with old cigarette burns on one arm. Bosch settled onto the couch near the bag of photos. Irving and Chastain, she said, her voice flat now. They don't believe me. They just nod when I talk. They say the letter had too many personal details. It had to be me. Meanwhile, I guess someone out there is very pleased with themselves. Their little letter brought him down. Bosch thought of caps. Could he have known enough about Moore to write that letter? He'd set up Dance. Maybe he'd tried to set up Moore first. It seemed a stretch. Then another possibility surfaced. Maybe the letter came from Dance himself, looking to move up the ladder with Moore out of the way. The room felt suddenly colder. The ugly green chair, a stark reminder of lives already reduced to ashes and accusations. Harry glanced toward the kitchen, remembering the coffee can tucked away in the cabinet. He considered offering to make some, not because he particularly wanted coffee, but because he wasn't ready for their conversation to end. The urge to smoke tugged at him, but he held back, not wanting to invite a request to stop. "I could make coffee," he said, instead. "There's some in the kitchen." Her eyes drifted toward the kitchen door, as if assessing its distance or its state, before she declined. She wasn't planning to stay much longer. "I'm heading to Mexico tomorrow," Bosch told her. "Mexicali? That's right. It's about the other cases?" "Yes." He proceeded to lay it out for her, the black ice, Jimmy Capps, the unidentified man labelled Juan Doe number 67. He explained the threads connecting it all to her late husband and to Mexicali, the place where he hoped to untangle this whole twisted mess. "Wrapping up," he added. "People like Irving, they want this to just fade away. Cal had crossed a line, so to them, he's a write-off. They won't dig because they're afraid of what might blow up in their faces. You get what I'm saying?"
"I was married to a cop," she reminded him softly. "Right? So you know how it works. The difference here is that I care. Your husband was compiling a file for me on black ice. It makes me think he might have been trying to do something decent, maybe even the impossible, to find his way back. That might be what got him killed. And if that's true, I'm not letting it slide." A long silence settled between them. Her expression was strained, yet her eyes stayed clear and dry.
She adjusted the suit folded on her lap. From somewhere beyond the walls, Bosch could hear the familiar, distant thrum of a police helicopter circling, a sound as much a part of Los Angeles after dark as the glow of streetlights. "Black ice," she murmured after a while, her voice barely above a whisper. "What about it? It's just funny, that's all." She fell quiet for a moment, her gaze drifting around the room, perhaps seeing it for the first time as the place her husband had retreated to after leaving her. Black ice. I grew up mostly in San Francisco in the Bay Area, and that was a term we were always warned about. But it meant something different back then. She looked at him then, likely noticing his puzzled expression. In the winter, after a rain, when the temperature drops and the water freezes on the pavement. That's black ice. It's there on the black asphalt, but it's invisible. I remember my father teaching me to drive. He'd always say, "Watch for the black ice, girl. You won't see the danger until you're right in it. Then it's too late. You're sliding completely out of control." A faint, nostalgic smile touched her lips. Anyway, that was the black ice I knew growing up. Meanings change, you know, like how Coke used to just mean a soda. He simply watched her, a sudden quiet longing to reach out and feel the softness of her cheek against his own stirring within him. "Didn't your father ever warn you about black ice?" she asked. "I didn't have a father around. I more or less taught myself to drive." She nodded, her eyes not leaving his. "It took me wrecking about 3 cars to finally get the hang of it. By the end, no one would loan me a vehicle, and no one ever mentioned black ice to me either." "Well, I just did. Thank you." She studied him for a beat. "Are you stuck in the past too, Harry?" He didn't reply. "I suppose we all are in some way. Isn't there a saying, by studying the past, we learn our future? Something along those lines. You strike me as a man who's still studying, maybe." Her eyes seemed to see straight through him, holding a depth of understanding that felt profound. It struck him then that despite his own urges from the other night, She didn't need to be comforted or healed from her pain. If anything, she was the one offering a kind of solace. How could Cal Moore have walked away from this? Unsettled, Bosch shifted the focus, driven by an instinct to deflect the attention from himself. "There's a picture frame in the bedroom," he said, "carved cherrywood, but there's no photo in it. Do you remember it?" "I'd have to see it." She rose, leaving her husband's suit on the chair, and walked into the bedroom. She stared at the photograph in the bureau's top drawer for a long while before finally admitting she didn't recognize it. Only after she'd spoken did her eyes lift to meet his. They stood beside the unmade bed, the silence between them thick and heavy. Bosch raised his hand, pausing in the space between them. She moved closer, a silent permission, and he let his fingers trace the line of her cheek, just as she had done earlier when she thought she was alone. His touch drifted down the side of her throat, his palm coming to rest at the nape of her neck. For a moment they only looked at each other, and then she closed the distance, her mouth finding his. Her hand came up to pull him nearer, and the kiss deepened, full of a raw, unspoken hunger. Pressed against him. She held on as if she might dissolve otherwise. Her eyes were closed now, and in that instant Bosch saw himself reflected in her, a mirror of the same deep-seated loneliness they both carried. They made love right there on her husband's bed, neither pausing to consider the consequences or what tomorrow might bring. Bosch kept his own eyes shut, focusing only on sensation, the scent of her skin, the taste of her mouth, the warmth of her touch. Afterward, he rested his head against her chest between her freckled breasts, while her fingers gently combed through his hair. He could feel the steady beat of her heart, a rhythm that seemed to match his own. It was well past 1 in the morning when Bosch steered the Caprice onto Woodrow Wilson Drive and began the winding climb toward home. Over Universal City, spotlights cut lazy figure-8s into the low-hanging clouds. The road was cluttered with cars double-parked outside late holiday parties, and at one point he had to swerve around a discarded Christmas tree lying in his path, a few sad strands of tinsel still clinging to its branches. On the passenger seat beside him sat the lone Budweiser from Cal Moore's refrigerator and Lucius Porter's service weapon. All his life, Bosch had felt like he was moving through some kind of purgatory, convinced there was meaning waiting on the other side. From the youth shelters to the foster homes, through the army and Vietnam, and now the department, he'd carried this stubborn belief that he was struggling towards some kind of resolution, that there was something worthwhile inside him. The hardest part was always the waiting. It left a hollow space in his chest, a vacancy he was sure other people could see. Over the years, he'd learnt to fill that void with isolation and work, sometimes with whiskey and the mournful cry of a jazz saxophone, but never with people. He never let anyone all the way in. And tonight, looking into Sylvia Moore's eyes, he wondered if she might be the one who could finally reach that empty place. "I want to see you," he'd told her when they parted outside the fountains. "Yes," was all she'd said, her hand brushing his cheek before she slipped into her car. Now, turning over that single word and the touch that accompanied it, he felt something unfamiliar, happiness. As he rounded the final curve, slowing to let an oncoming car with its brights on pass, his mind circled back to the way she had studied that picture frame. She'd looked at it so long before denying she knew it. Had she lied? What were the odds Cal Moore would buy an expensive frame like that after moving into such a run-down place? Not good, Bosch decided. By the time he pulled into his carport, his thoughts were tangled, a mess of suspicion and longing. What had been in that photograph? Why would she hold that back if she even had? Still sitting behind the wheel, he popped open the beer and drank it down fast, a trickle spilling over his chin. He knew he would sleep tonight. Inside, he went to the kitchen, stored Porter's gun in a cabinet, and checked the answering machine. No messages, no call from Porter explaining why he'd run, no call from Pounds checking in, no call from Irving letting him know he was being watched. After 2 nights with little rest, the thought of his own bed felt like a gift. This was his usual pattern, a rhythm he knew all too well. Nights of restless tossing or bad dreams would pile up, until one evening sheer exhaustion would finally pull him under into a heavy, dreamless sleep. As he pulled the blankets and pillows closer, he caught the faint, lingering scent of Teresa Corazon's perfume on the fabric. He closed his eyes and let her memory surface for a brief moment, but it didn't last. Her face was quickly replaced by Sylvia Moore's, not the picture from the bag or the nightstand, but the real woman. Her expression was tired yet resilient, her eyes locked directly on his. The dream that followed was familiar territory for Harry. He was back in the dark place, a vast and cavernous blackness that swallowed sound and made his own breathing echo around him. He felt, with the strange certainty dreams provide, that the darkness ended somewhere up ahead, and he needed to move toward it. But this time he wasn't alone. That was the change. Sylvia was with him. They clung together in the oppressive black, their sweat burning their eyes. Harry held her tightly, and she held him back. No words passed between them. Eventually, they broke apart and began to inch forward through the gloom. A faint, grey light glowed in the distance, and Harry moved toward it. His left arm was stretched out before him, his Smith Wesson gripped firmly in his hand. His right hand was behind him, fingers interlaced with Sylvia's, guiding her along, and as they finally stepped into that dim light, Calexico Moore was waiting. He wasn't hiding. He stood partly silhouetted by the light flooding the tunnel, his green eyes lost in shadow, and he was smiling. Then he raised the shotgun. "So, who messed up?" he asked. The blast that followed was thunderous in the confined darkness. Bosch watched as Moore's hands were ripped from the weapon and flung upward, like captive birds desperately trying to escape. Moore stumbled backward wildly into the consuming dark and vanished. He didn't fall. He was just gone. Only the light at the tunnel's end remained. In one hand, Harry still held Sylvia's. In the other he held his gun, smoke curling from the barrel. His eyes snapped open. Bosch pushed himself up in bed. A pale, early light was seeping around the edges of the curtains on the east-facing windows. The dream had felt brief, but the light told him he'd slept straight through to morning. He lifted his wrist to check his watch. He never needed an alarm clock. It was 6. Rubbing his face with his palms, he tried to piece the dream back together, which was unusual for him. A counselor at the VA's sleep clinic had once advised him to write down what he remembered upon waking. It was an exercise, she explained, meant to help the conscious mind understand what the subconscious was trying to say. For months, he'd kept a notebook and pen by the bed, dutifully scribbling each morning. But Bosch found it pointless. Understanding the roots of his nightmares did nothing to stop them from coming. He'd quit the program years ago. Now, the dream was already slipping away, Sylvia's face dissolving into a mental fog. Harry realized he was drenched in sweat. He got up, stripped the bed, and tossed the sheets into a hamper in the closet. In the kitchen, he started a pot of coffee. After a shower and a shave, he dressed in blue jeans, a green corduroy shirt, and a black sport coat, clothes meant for driving. Back in the kitchen, he filled a thermos with black coffee. The first item he carried out to the car was his gun. He pulled up the trunk's carpet liner, then lifted out the spare tire and the jack stored beneath it. He placed the Smith Wesson, which he had removed from its holster and wrapped in an oilcloth, into the empty wheel well, and set the spare tire back on top. He smoothed the carpet back into place and laid the jack along the rear of the trunk. Next, he loaded his briefcase and a duffel bag with a few days' worth of clothes. It all looked reasonably normal, though he doubted anyone would bother to look. He went back inside to retrieve his other gun from the hallway closet. The revolver was a .44 caliber with grips and a safety designed for a right-handed shooter, the cylinder releasing from the left side. As a left-handed man, Harry Bosch couldn't use it effectively. He had held onto it for 6 years because it was a gift from a grieving father whose daughter had been raped and murdered. Bosch had only wounded the killer during a tense confrontation near the Sepulveda Dam in Van Nuys. The man survived to receive a life sentence without parole. For the father, that outcome wasn't justice. After the trial, he pressed the gun into Bosch's hands, a silent, brutal instruction. Next time, finish the job. Harry accepted it, feeling that to refuse would have been a dismissal of the man's profound anguish. He could have had a gunsmith reconfigure the weapon for left-handed use, but that would have felt like an admission that the father's bleak worldview was correct. So the gun had remained untouched on a closet shelf. Now Bosch took it down, worked the action to ensure it was still functional, and loaded it. He slid it into his holster. On his way out, he picked up his thermos in the kitchen and leaned over the answering machine to record a new message. Bosch, here. I'll be in Mexico for the weekend. Leave a message if you need to. For anything urgent, I'm staying at the De Anza Hotel in Calexico. It was not yet 7 when he drove down the hill. He took the Hollywood freeway as it curved around downtown, the silhouettes of office towers faint behind the morning's blend of fog and haze. Transitioning to the San Bernardino freeway, he headed east, leaving the city behind. The drive to the border town of Calexico and its Mexican counterpart, Mexicali, just across the fence, was roughly 250 miles. He would arrive before noon, pouring a cup of coffee smoothly. He settled into the rhythm of the drive. The Los Angeles smog didn't fully dissipate until he was past the Yucaipa turnoff in Riverside County. Then the sky opened into a matte blue expanse, clear and windless. Passing the windmill farm near Palm Springs, he saw the hundreds of turbine blades standing utterly still in the desert mist, an eerie, cemetery-like stillness that made him look away. He drove through the affluent desert communities of Palm Springs and Rancho Mirage without stopping, passing streets named for golfing presidents and celebrities, seeing the sign for Bob Hope Drive. He remembered watching the comedian perform in Vietnam. He had just returned from a grueling 13-day mission clearing Viet Cong tunnels in the Cu Chi district and had found Hope's show uproariously funny. Decades later, catching a clip of that same performance on a television retrospective, he felt only a hollow sadness. The road always gave him a quiet thrill, this mix of moving toward something new and facing the unknown. He did some of his clearest thinking behind the wheel. Now he mentally replayed his search of Moore's apartment, sifting for hidden meanings. The shabby furniture, the empty suitcase, the solitary skin magazine, the vacant picture frame, Moore had left behind a ghostly, puzzling presence. He thought again of the bag of photographs. Sylvia had reconsidered and taken it. He wished he had borrowed the image of the 2 boys and the one of the father and son. Bosch had no photographs of his own father. He had told Sylvia he never knew him, which was only partly true. Growing up in a series of youth shelters and foster homes after being removed from his mother's care, he had cultivated an outward indifference to his origins. But returning from the war, he was seized by a sudden, urgent need to understand where he came from. It drove him to seek out the father he had never known for over 20 years, a man whose name he hadn't even been told. In the dormitories at McLaren Hall, Harry Bosch found comfort in his mother's regular visits, except for the stretches when she was locked up. She assured him they couldn't place him in a foster home without her permission, promising she had a good lawyer fighting to get him back. The day the housemother informed him the visits were over because his mother had died. Harry, then 11, absorbed the news with a chilling calm. He simply nodded and walked away without a word. But later, during the scheduled swim period, he dove to the bottom of the deep end and let out a silent, furious scream, convinced the sound must be rippling through the water to the surface. He would come up for air, only to plunge back down, screaming and crying, until he was utterly spent, finally clinging to the pool ladder as if its cold steel rungs were the only arms left to hold him. A part of him desperately wished he could have been there, not to change anything, but simply to have stood as some form of protection for her. From that point, he was classified as ATA, available to adopt, and began a weary parade through foster homes where he constantly felt like a product on a trial run. If he failed to meet some unspoken expectation, it was off to the next house and the next set of judges, scrutinizing his every move. He was even returned to McLaren once for the unforgivable crime of chewing with his mouth open. Another time, before a potential placement in the San Fernando Valley, the prospective parents, known among the kids as the Choosers, took Harry and a few other 13-year-olds out to the recreation field to toss a baseball. Harry was the one selected, though he quickly realized it wasn't for any shining boyish virtue. The man was specifically scouting for a left-handed arm to mold into a pitcher, a premium commodity in his eyes. After 2 grueling months of daily drills, pitching lessons, and endless strategy lectures, Harry had enough and ran away. Police found him on Hollywood Boulevard 6 weeks later, leading to another return to McLaren to await the next round of choosers, where you always had to stand up straight and force a smile. His search for his father began at the county recorder's office. His 1950 birth certificate from Queen of Angels Hospital listed his mother as Marjorie Phillips Lowe and his father's name as his own, Hieronymus Bosch. Harry knew this wasn't true. His mother had once explained he was named for an artist whose centuries-old, nightmarish visions of predators and victims felt like a perfect portrait of modern Los Angeles to her. She promised to reveal his real father's name when the time was right, but she was found dead in a Hollywood Boulevard alley before that day came. Harry eventually hired a lawyer to petition the juvenile court for access to his own custody files. The request was approved, leading him to spend days in the Hall of Records, where the voluminous paperwork provided a heartbreaking chronicle of his mother's failed legal battles to keep him. While it offered a strange spiritual comfort, the files contained no father's name. At a dead end, Bosch noted the attorney who had filed all his mother's petitions, J. Michael Haller. The name rang a bell. Mickey Haller was a legendary L.A. defense attorney who had represented one of the Manson followers and, in the late 50s, won an acquittal for the so-called highwayman, a patrol officer accused of assaulting women he'd stopped on desolate stretches of the Golden State Freeway. What was a high-profile lawyer like that doing on a custody case? Acting on a hunch, Bosch went to the criminal courts building and pulled all of his mother's old case records. Sifting through the archives, he discovered that J. Michael Haller had represented Marjorie P. Lowe on more than just the custody fight. The file on Marjorie Lowe noted 6 arrests for loitering between 1948 and 1961, years when Michael Haller was already a prominent trial attorney. That detail solidified a long-held suspicion in Harry Bosch's gut. The receptionist at the 5-partner firm, located in a Pershing Square high-rise, informed him Haller had recently retired due to health reasons. The phone directory offered no home address, but the voter registry did. Haller, registered as a Democrat, resided on Cannon Drive in Beverly Hills. Bosch would never forget the immaculate rose bushes flanking the walk to his father's estate, each bloom a picture of cultivated perfection. A maid answered the door, stating Mr. Haller was not receiving visitors. Bosch instructed her to tell the man that Marjorie Lowe's son was there to pay his respects. After a 10-minute wait, he was escorted past members of the lawyer's family gathered in the hallway, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and unease. The old man had ordered them out and demanded to see Bosch alone. At the bedside, Harry estimated the figure weighed no more than 90 pounds. The cause was unmistakable. Cancer was consuming him from within. "I suppose I know why you're here," Holler rasped. "I just wanted to." "I'm not sure." Bosch stood in silence, observing the immense effort it took for the man to merely keep his eyes open. A tube ran from a beeping machine on the nightstand, disappearing beneath the blankets to deliver measured doses of morphine. Holler studied him with a weary gaze. "I'm not here for anything," Bosch finally said. "I think I just needed you to know I turned out okay. I made it, in case you ever wondered. You served in the war?" "Yes. That's behind me now. My other son, I managed to keep him from all that. What will you do?" "I haven't figured that out yet."
After another stretch of quiet, the old man gave a faint nod.
"Your name is Harry. Your mother told me that. She told me many things about you. But I could never, do you understand, different times. And after so many years passed, I couldn't turn back the clock." Bosch simply nodded. He hadn't come to inflict more pain, in the laboured breathing that filled the room. Holler whispered, "Harry Holler, that might have been you. Did you ever read Hess?" Bosch didn't grasp the reference, but nodded anyway. A soft beep sounded from the machine. He waited until the medication seemed to take hold, the old man's eyes fluttering closed with a sigh. "I should go," Harry said. "You take care." He placed his hand over the frail, bluish one on the blanket. The fingers gripped his with a sudden, desperate strength, then released. As he moved toward the door, the raspy voice called out, "I'm sorry, what did you say?" "I said I did. I did worry about you." A single tear traced a path from the corner of the old man's eye into his white hair. Bosch nodded once more. 2 weeks later, he stood on a slope above the Good Shepherd section of Forest Lawn, watching as the father he never knew was lowered into the earth. During the service, he noticed a cluster of people he assumed were his half-siblings, a brother and 3 sisters. The brother, likely a few years older than Harry, watched him intently throughout the ceremony. When it concluded, Bosch turned and walked away without a word. Later, around 10 o'clock, he pulled into a roadside diner named the Green Oasis and ordered huevos rancheros seated by a window. He looked out at the shimmering blue-white expanse of the Salton Sea, with the chocolate mountains rising in the distant east. In that moment, he found a quiet solace in the vast, open beauty before him. After his meal, with his thermos refilled by the waitress, he stepped into the dirt parking lot. Leaning against the fender of his Caprice, he breathed in the cool, clean desert air and took in the view one last time. His half-brother was now a top defense attorney, and Harry was a detective. There was a strange, almost poetic symmetry to that fact which he found he could live with. They had never exchanged a word, and he was certain never would. He drove south on Route 86, the road tracing the flat expanse between the Salton Sea and the Santa Rosa Range. This was the Imperial Valley, a vast agricultural plain sinking below sea level, its landscape carved into immense squares by irrigation canals. The air carried the pungent scent of fertilizer and the earthy smell of freshly turned soil. Occasionally, a flatbed truck, piled high with crates of lettuce or cilantro, would lumber off a farm road and slow his progress. Harry Bosch waited without irritation, content to let the rhythm of the valley dictate his pace. Near a place called Vallecito, he pulled over to watch a trio of military jets scream over a southwestern mountain ridge. They were sleek, modern things, alien compared to the aircraft he remembered from a different war. They flew low enough for him to see the ordnance slung beneath their wings. The jets banked sharply in a tight formation and raced back toward the mountain. Consulting his map, Bosch found the area marked as restricted, the U.S. Naval Gunnery Range at Superstition Mountain, a live bombing zone. A dull thump vibrated through the car's frame, followed by a distant rumble. He looked up to see a plume of smoke begin to curl from the mountain's base. Another impact shook the air, then another, as the jets, their silver skins flashing sunlight, passed overhead to begin another run. Bosch merged back onto the highway behind a slow-moving truck. In its bed, two young Mexican field workers sat with a weary, knowing gaze that seemed to understand the weight of the years ahead. They were about the same age as the boys in the photograph from the white bag. Their eyes met his with a hollow indifference before he found a clear stretch of road and accelerated past. The explosions from Superstition Mountain faded behind him as he passed more farms and roadside diners. He drove by a sugar mill where a painted line high on a silo marked the arbitrary point of sea level. That line triggered a memory of the summer after he'd spoken to his father. When he'd sought out the books by Hess, he'd been curious, almost desperate, to understand the old man's reference. He found it in the second book he opened, Harry Hawler, the Steppenwolf, a man adrift, a loner without a true place in the world. Ironic, then, that Bosch had joined the police force that very August, perhaps seeking the structure and identity Haller so painfully lacked. He felt the land begin to rise, the fertile fields surrendering to brown scrub, where dust devils spun across the open ground. The pressure in his ears built with the ascent, a physical signal that the border was near long before any sign announced it. Calexico, when it appeared, was a study in border town exhaustion, dust-coated, built low, its main drag a glaring contest of neon signs and plastic awnings. The ubiquitous golden arches stood as a familiar, if sterile, beacon amid storefronts hawking Mexican auto insurance and cheap souvenirs. Route 86 met 111 here and dove straight for the crossing. Traffic was backed up for blocks, funneling toward the exhaust-stained concrete terminal manned by Mexican federal police, a scene as congested and grim as the Broadway on-ramp to the 101 freeway back in L.A. before getting swallowed by the line. Bosch turned east onto 5th Street. He passed the aging Dianza Hotel and 2 blocks later found the police station. It was a single-story building of concrete blocks, painted a sickly legal pad yellow. The signage out front declared it was also Town Hall, the fire station, and the Historical Society. Bosch found a parking space directly in front, the car settling into the dust. Harry pushed open the door of the grimy Caprice, and the sound of singing drifted from the park across the street. 5 men were gathered on a picnic bench, drinking Budweisers, while a 6th stood before them. He wore a black cowboy shirt with intricate white stitching and a straw Stetson, strumming a guitar as he sang in Spanish. The melody was slow and mournful, the words clear enough for Harry to understand. They spoke of a love so painful it felt impossible to hold, a wound that never healed. The singer's voice, full of raw emotion, carried across the open space, and Bosch found the song hauntingly beautiful. He leaned against his car, lighting a cigarette, and listened until the final verse faded. It told of kisses that brought death, of tears dried not by time, but by the cold steel of a pistol and a hardened heart, a life forever balanced between weapon and emotion. When the song ended, the men at the table cheered and raised their bottles in a toast. Harry flicked his cigarette away and headed inside. The glass door marked police led to a cramped, stale-smelling room. To the left stood a Coke machine. Directly ahead was a secured door with an electronic bolt. On the right, a thick glass window featured a slide tray, behind which sat a uniformed officer wearing mirrored sunglasses. His nameplate read Gruber. A dispatcher worked a console behind him, next to a wall of small lockers. "You can't smoke in here, sir," Gruber stated, his tone officious. He was heavy-set, his uniform buttons straining. Harry stepped back to the doorway and tossed his cigarette butt outside. "That's $100 littering fine in Calexico," Gruber added smugly. Harry held up his badge and ID. "Send me the bill. I need to check a firearm." Gruber offered a tight smile, revealing purplish gums. "I chew tobacco myself. Avoids the whole issue." "I noticed," Harry replied dryly. The officer frowned, momentarily thrown before regaining his composure. "Well, let's have it."
"Man says he wants to check a gun. He's got to hand it over." He glanced back at the dispatcher, seeking approval, but she remained impassive. Harry unholstered the .44 Magnum and placed it in the tray. "44, Gruber announced, lifting the weapon for inspection. "Want to keep the holster?" Harry hadn't considered it. He needed the holster. Stuffing the large revolver in his waistband was a recipe for disaster. "No, just the gun." Gruber gave a knowing wink and carried the pistol to a locker, secured it inside, and returned with the key. "Let me see that ID again. Got to write a receipt." He painstakingly copied the information, looking back and forth between the card and the form every few letters. "How'd you get a name like that? You can just write Harry." "Oh, I can write it, just won't try to say it. Looks like it rhymes with anonymous." He finished and slid 2 receipts into the tray for Harry to sign. Harry used his own pen. "Look at that, a lefty signing for a right-handed gun," Gruber remarked with another wink. "Something you don't see every day around here." Harry just stared at him, his expression flat. "Just making conversation," Gruber muttered, suddenly defensive. Harry kept 1 receipt and Gruber exchanged the other for a numbered locker key. "Don't lose it now," Gruber said. As Harry walked back to the Caprice, he noticed the men were still at the picnic table, but the music had stopped. The moment passed. He slid into the driver's seat and dropped the locker key into the unused ashtray, a small metallic promise of retrieval in the quiet car. Harry Bosch spotted an elderly gentleman with snow-white hair unlocking the door beneath the Historical Society sign. He reversed his car and drove over to the Dianza Hotel, a 3-story Spanish-style structure with a satellite dish perched on its roof. Parking in the brick driveway out front, his plan was straightforward: check in, drop his bags in the room, splash some water on his face, and then make the crossing into Mexicali. The young man at the front desk wore a crisp white shirt and a brown bow tie that matched his vest. He couldn't have been more than 20. A plastic name tag on his vest read, "Miguel, Assistant Front Desk Manager." Bosch requested a room, filled out the registration card, and handed it back. "Oh, yes, Mr. Bosch," Miguel said, turning to a basket file. "We have messages for you." He produced 3 pink message slips. 2 were from Lieutenant Pounds, 1 from Assistant Chief Irving. Bosch checked the times. All 3 calls had come in within the last 2 hours. First Pounds, then Irving, then Pounds again. "Hold on," Bosch said. "Is there a phone I can use?" "Right around the corner, sir, to your right." Bosch stood with the receiver in his hand, a cold knot forming in his stomach. Something was definitely wrong. Both men wouldn't be trying to reach him otherwise. Something had prompted one or both of them to call his house and hear his answering machine message. What could it be? Using his phone card, he dialed the Hollywood homicide desk, hoping someone was there who could shed some light. Jerry Edgar picked up on the first ring. "Jed, what's going on? I've got messages from the brass piling up." There was a silence on the line, one that stretched a beat too long. "Jed, Harry, where are you? I'm down south." "Where down south? What is it, Jed? Just tell me." "Wherever you are, Pounds is trying to recall you. He said, if anybody talks to you, to tell you to get back here immediately. He said, why? What happened? It's Porter, man." They found him this morning up at Sunshine Canyon. Somebody wrapped a wire around his neck so tight it was thinner than a watchband. Jesus. Bosch fumbled for his cigarettes. Jesus Christ. Yeah. What was he doing up there? Sunshine, that's the landfill in Foothill Division, right? Harry, he was dumped there. He wasn't taking in the view, of course.
Bosch should have realized that immediately. His mind wasn't working right. Right, okay, what do we know? A rag picker stumbled on the body this morning. He was buried under garbage and waste, but RHD traced some of the trash. They found receipts from a couple of restaurants. They got the name of the hauler those places use, and they've traced it to a specific truck and route. It's a downtown run from yesterday morning. Hollywood's working it with them. I'm about to head out and start canvassing along that route. We'll find the dumpster he came from and go from there. Bosch immediately thought of the dumpster behind Poe's. Porter hadn't run out on him. He had likely been garroted and dragged out while Bosch was busy arguing with the bartender. Then he remembered the man with the teardrop tattoos. How had he missed the signs? He'd probably been standing just 10 feet from Porter's killer. A sudden sharp memory surfaced, the distant sound of a trash truck compactor he'd heard, while inside the bar a noise he'd dismissed at the time. I didn't go out to the scene, but I hear he was worked over before they finished him, Edgar continued. His face was busted up, broken nose, the whole deal. A lot of blood from what I hear. Man, what a pitiful way to go. It wouldn't be long before investigators showed up at Poe's with photos of Porter. The bartender would remember the face and would happily describe Bosch as the cop who came in, confronted Porter, and started a fight. Bosch wondered if he should tell Edgar now and save everyone a lot of legwork, but a raw survival instinct flared, a cynical voice in his head whispering that the department would hang him out to dry for being in the wrong place at the wrong time. He decided to say nothing about Poe's. Why do Pounds and Irving want me back? Don't know for sure. All I know is first Moore buys it. Now Porter. Maybe they're closing ranks or something? I think they want everybody in where it's nice and safe. The word going around here is that those two cases are connected. Word is those guys had some kind of side deal going. Irving's already doubled up the teams on it. Jed was running a joint operation on both of them, Moore and Porter. Bosch fell silent, his mind racing as this new information reshaped the entire landscape of the case. "Listen, Jed," he finally said, his voice low. "You haven't heard from me. This conversation never happened. Understood?" There was a pause on the line before Edgar replied, "You sure that's how you want to handle this?" "Yeah. For now. I'll be in touch." "Watch your back. Watch out for the black ice," Bosch thought as he hung up. He remained leaning against the wall for a long moment, the name Porter echoing in his head. How had things unraveled this way? His hand moved instinctively toward his hip, but the familiar weight of his holster was absent, offering no comfort. He was faced with a decision: continue forward to Mexicali or turn back to Los Angeles. Returning, he knew, would mean being cut from the investigation entirely. Irving would remove him like a surgeon excising a tumor. The realization settled over him. There was no real choice at all. He had to press on, pulling a 20 from his pocket. Bosch returned to the front desk and slid the bill toward Miguel. "Yes, sir. I need to cancel my room, Miguel." "No charge, sir." "You never officially checked in." "Keep it," Bosch said, nodding at the money. "I have a small problem. I need it to be as if I was never here. Can you manage that?" Miguel, young but perceptive, gave a slight nod. He pocketed the bill inside his vest without another word. Harry then pushed the phone messages across the counter. "If anyone calls again, I never received these, right?" "Correct, sir." Within minutes, Bosch was in the queue at the border crossing. The imposing structure of the U.S. Customs and Border Patrol facility loomed over its Mexican counterpart, a stark reminder that leaving the country was simple while entering was an entirely different ordeal. When his turn came, Bosch held his badge wallet open outside the Caprice's window. As the Mexican officer took it, Harry handed over the Calexico Police Department receipt. "Your business?" the officer asked. His uniform was a faded army green, and the band of his hat was darkened with sweat. "Official meeting at the Plaza Justicia. You know the way?" Bosch held up one of the maps from the passenger seat and nodded. The officer examined the pink receipt. "You are unarmed," he read aloud. "You left your 44 behind, huh?" "That's what the receipt states." The officer offered a thin smile, his eyes hinting at skepticism before waving Bosch through. Immediately, the Caprice was swallowed by a chaotic stream of traffic on a wide avenue devoid of lane markings. Vehicles flowed in a constantly shifting mosaic, sometimes 6 rows deep, sometimes 4 or 5, all moving with an unexpected, hornless harmony. It wasn't until a red light brought the river of metal to a halt nearly a mile later that Bosch could finally consult his maps. He found himself on Calzado Lopez Mateos, which would eventually lead to the Justice Center in the city's southern district. As the light changed and traffic surged forward again, Bosch allowed himself a moment to observe his surroundings, carefully navigating the fluid lane changes. The boulevard was lined with aged shops and industrial buildings, their once pastel facades now grimed dark by decades of exhaust. The sight was uniformly bleak. A few brightly painted Chevrolet school buses rumbled past, but they did little to lift the pervasive gloom. The road curved sharply south, rounding a circular intersection centered on a monument, a golden figure atop a rearing stallion. Several men, most wearing straw cowboy hats, loitered near the base or stood watching the traffic, day laborers waiting for a chance. Bosch checked the map. Benito Juarez Circle. A sudden sharp memory surfaced, a case from years ago, a missing person last seen near a similar labor circle in El Paso. The recollection was a cold, unwelcome reminder that some patterns of desperation repeat endlessly, border or no border. In a matter of moments, Bosch found himself facing a trio of large structures, each topped with clusters of antennas and satellite dishes. A roadside marker identified it as the Mexicali City Hall. He turned into an open parking area, devoid of meters or a booth, and found a space. Sitting there, engine off, he studied the government complex and was struck by a sharp, unsettling feeling, not just of pursuit, but of being the one left behind. Porter's death had rattled him deeply. He'd been right there, a witness to the violence, and it gnawed at him. Why had he been spared? One theory was simple caution. Confronting 2 targets at once was too risky. But another darker possibility was that this was a professional job, a contract fulfilled with cold precision. Bosch couldn't shake the suspicion that if it was a hired hit, the order had likely originated right here, in this very place. The 3 buildings formed a triangle around a central plaza, their modern facades a mix of brown and pink sandstone. On the 3rd floor of one, every window was papered over from the inside, probably to block the fierce afternoon sun, giving it a strangely neglected appearance. Above the main entrance, chrome letters spelled out State Judicial Police of Baja California. Grabbing his file on one Doe No. 67, Bosch locked the car and started toward it. Crossing the plaza, he moved through a crowd of people and past vendors hawking mostly food, the air thick with the smell of cooking. On the police building's front steps, a group of young girls approached, offering colorful woven bracelets and packs of gum. He declined politely. Pushing through the lobby door, he nearly collided with a short woman expertly balancing a tray of 6 pies on her shoulder. Inside, the waiting room was packed. 4 rows of plastic chairs, all facing a counter where a uniformed officer leaned, absorbed in a newspaper behind mirrored sunglasses. Every seated person watched him intently. Bosch approached, announced in Spanish that he had an appointment with investigator Carlos Aguila, and placed his badge case on the counter. The officer showed no reaction. With deliberate slowness, he retrieved an ancient rotary dial phone from beneath the counter, the dialing process itself feeling like a drawn-out test of patience. After a brief, rapid exchange in Spanish, Bosch caught only fragments. "Captain Gringo, LAPD, investigator." He was almost certain he also heard Charlie Chan. The officer hung up, jerked a thumb toward the door behind him without a glance, and returned to his paper. Bosch walked around the counter and into a hallway, branching left and right, lined with doors. He stepped back, tapped the officer's shoulder, and asked for directions. To the last door, the man replied in English, pointing left. Following the hall, Bosch entered a large, noisy room. Men stood around chatting, others lounged on couches, and bicycles leaned against any available wall space. A lone desk sat in the middle, where a young woman typed as a man dictated. Harry's eye went to the man's waistband, where a Beretta 9mm was tucked into his double-knit pants. He then noticed several other men openly carrying holstered weapons or pistols in their belts. This was clearly the detective bureau. The room's chatter died as he entered. He asked the nearest man for Carlos Aguila, prompting another to call out through a doorway at the back. Again, the Spanish was too fast, but Bosch distinctly heard Chan and wondered, not for the first time, what the nickname really meant here. The man who had shouted jerked a thumb toward a doorway, and Bosch moved in that direction. He caught the sound of low laughter behind him, but kept walking. The door opened into a cramped office with a single desk. Behind it sat a grey-haired man with weary eyes, a cigarette between his fingers. The desk held only a Mexican newspaper, a glass ashtray, and a telephone against the far wall. A man in mirrored aviator glasses, of course he was wearing those, sat in a chair, his attention fixed on Bosch. For all Harry knew, the guy might have been asleep behind those lenses. "Buenos dias," the older man said, then switched to English. "I'm Captain Gustavo Grena. You are Detective Harry Bosch. We spoke yesterday." Bosch reached over the desk to shake his hand. Grena gestured toward the man with the reflective glasses. "This is Investigator Aguila, the man you have come to see. What have you brought from your investigation in Los Angeles?" Aguila, the officer who had sent the inquiry to the Los Angeles consulate, was compact, with dark hair and pale skin. His forehead and nose were sunburned a harsh red, and Bosch could see the pale skin of his chest through his open collar. He wore faded jeans and scuffed black leather boots. He gave Bosch a slight nod, but made no move to shake hands. With no other chair available, Harry stepped close to the desk and set down the file. He opened it and pulled out the morgue Polaroids, the face of Juan Doe, 67, and the detailed shot of the chest tattoo. He handed them to Grena, who studied them briefly before setting them aside. "So you are also searching for a man. The killer, perhaps?" Grena asked. "There is a chance he was killed here and his body transported to Los Angeles. If that is the case, then your department should be the one hunting for the killer." "I would think," Grena adopted a puzzled expression. "I do not understand," he said. "Why would this happen? I am certain you must be mistaken, Detective Bosch." Bosch gave a slight shrug. He wasn't going to push the point. "Not yet. Well, I'd at least like to get the identification confirmed, and then we can see where it leads." "Very well," Grena said. "I will leave you with Investigator Aguila. However, I should inform you regarding the business you mentioned on the phone yesterday. In Verabreed, I personally interviewed the manager. He has assured me that your Juan Doe never worked there. I have saved you that trouble." Grena nodded as if to say it was no bother at all. "Don't mention it. How can they be sure when we don't even have a positive ID yet?" Grena took a long drag from his cigarette, buying time to consider the question. "I provided the name Fernal Gutierrez Llosa to him. No such employee at any time. This is an American contractor. We must be careful. You understand? We do not wish to disrupt international trade." Grena stood, stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray, nodded to Aguila, and left the office. Bosch looked at the mirrored glasses, wondering if Aguila had understood any of that exchange. "Do not worry about the Spanish," Aguila said once Grena was gone. "I speak your language, 21. Bosch insisted on driving, explaining he didn't want to leave the Caprice, which wasn't his car, unattended in the parking lot. What he didn't say was that he wanted to stay close to his gun, still locked in the trunk. As they crossed the plaza, they waved off the children with outstretched hands. Once in the car, Bosch asked, "How are we going to make the ID without fingerprints?" Aguila picked up the file from the seat. His friends and his wife will look at the photographs. Are we going to his house? I could lift prints and take them back to LA for confirmation. That would settle it. It is not a house, Detective Bosch. It is a shack. Bosch nodded and started the engine. Aguila directed him farther south to Boulevard Lazaro Cardenas, where they headed west briefly before turning south again onto Avenida Canto Rodado. "We are going to the barrio," Aguila said. "It is called Ciudad de los Personas Perdidos, the City of Lost Souls. That's what the tattoo means, isn't it? The ghost lost souls, you said?" "That's right." Bosch paused, considering his next question. "What's the distance between lost souls and saints and sinners?" "It's in the same general area, the southwest part of the city. Not a great distance from lost souls. I can point it out on a map if you'd like." "Maybe later." "Is there a particular reason for your interest?" Bosch remembered Corvo's warning about not placing trust in the local authorities. "Just general curiosity," he replied. "It relates to another investigation. A pang of guilt hit him immediately for being dishonest with Aguila. The man was a fellow officer and, in Bosch's view, deserved some basic trust. Corvo's directive, however, argued otherwise. They rode in silence for a time, leaving the familiar cityscape behind. The storefronts and restaurants gradually vanished, replaced by clusters of makeshift shelters and shanties pieced together from scrap materials. Harry spotted a discarded refrigerator box by the roadside, clearly serving as someone's dwelling. The people they passed, perched on rusted car engines or old oil drums, watched the car with vacant, weary expressions. Bosch focused on the dirt road ahead, trying to ignore the unsettling scene. "Back at the station, they called you Charlie Chan." "Why is that?" he asked, mostly to break the tense silence, hoping conversation would distract from his growing discomfort and the grim landscape rolling by. "Yes," Aguila acknowledged. "It is because of my Chinese ancestry." Bosch glanced over. From the side he could see past the glasses to the subtle shape of the eyes. It was noticeable. "Only partly, I should clarify. One of my grandfathers, there is a significant Chinese-Mexican community in Mexicali, Detective Bosch." "I see." Mexicali was essentially founded around the turn of the last century by the Colorado River Land Company, Aguila explained. They controlled vast tracts of land on both sides of the border and required inexpensive labor for their cotton and vegetable fields. They established Mexicali a mirror to Calexico across the border. At least in theory, they imported around 10,000 Chinese laborers, all men, and created a company town. Bosch nodded, intrigued by the history he'd never known. He'd noticed Chinese restaurants and signs during his drive, but hadn't seen many Asian faces. Did they all stay the Chinese laborers, he asked. Most yes, but as I mentioned, 10,000 men with no women. The company forbade it, believing families would distract from the work. Later, a few women arrived. Mostly the men married into local Mexican families. The bloodlines mixed, but as you may have observed, much of the cultural heritage endured. "We can have some Chinese food during the siesta break, if you wish." "Sounds good." Police work here has traditionally been the realm of ethnic Mexicans. There are not many like me in the state judicial police. For that reason, I am called Charlie Chan. I am viewed as an outsider by my colleagues. I believe I understand the feeling. You will come to a point, Detective Bosch, where you feel you can confide in me. I am content to wait until you're ready to discuss this other case you mentioned. Bosch nodded, feeling a flush of embarrassment, and concentrated on navigating the rough road. Soon, Aguila directed him onto a narrow, unpaved path that wound through the center of the barrio. They passed flat-roofed cinder-block structures with blankets draped across open doorways. Ramshackle additions were built from plywood and corrugated metal. Trash and debris littered the ground. Thin, worn-looking men loitered in small groups, their eyes following the California licensed caprice. "Pull over by the building with the painted star," Aguila instructed. Bosch saw it, a crude hand-painted star, on the block wall of one of the dismal buildings. Above it were the words Personas Perdidos. Scrawled below was Honorable Alcalde Sheriff. Bosch parked in front of the humble structure and waited. "He is neither a mayor nor a sheriff, in case you were wondering," Aguila said. "Arnolfo Munoz de la Cruz is simply what you might call a peacekeeper here. To a place of chaos, he attempts to bring order. He is the self-appointed sheriff of the City of Lost Souls. He pointed out where the missing man had lived. This is where Fernal Gutierrez Llosa stayed." Bosch stepped out of the car, the Juan Doe file in his hand. As he moved around the front bumper, his hand instinctively brushed against his jacket, feeling for the familiar weight of his holstered weapon. It was a habit, a small ritual of readiness he performed without thought. This time, the absence of that solid shape beneath the fabric struck him sharply. He was an outsider here, and he was unarmed. Retrieving his Smith & Wesson from the trunk wasn't an option, not with Aguila present, not until he understood the man better. Aguila reached up and rang a simple clay bell hanging beside the entryway. There was no door, just a worn blanket draped over a wooden slat nailed above the opening. A voice from within called, "It's open," and they stepped inside. Munoz was a compact man, his skin leathered by the sun, his grey hair pulled into a tight knot at the nape of his neck. He wore no shirt, revealing a faded sheriff's star tattoo on his right pectoral and the ghostly outline of another on the left. His eyes moved from Aguila to Bosch, lingering with open curiosity. Aguila made the introductions and explained their purpose, speaking slowly for Bosch's benefit. He told the old man they needed him to look at some photographs. Munoz looked puzzled until Bosch drew the morgue shots from the folder, and the image of the dead man became clear. After Munoz had studied the photos in silence, Aguila asked, "Is this Fernal Gutierrez Llosa?" "It is him," Munoz said softly, turning his face away. Bosch took his first real look around the single-room shack. It felt stark, almost like a cell, just the bare essentials. A narrow bed, a crate for clothes, a towel slung over the back of a rickety chair. A candle and a mug holding a toothbrush sat atop a cardboard box beside the bed. The air carried a stale, closed-in smell, and Bosch felt a pang of intrusion for being there.
"Where was his place?"
he asked Aguila in English. Aguila turned back to Munoz.
"I am sorry about your friend, Mr. Munoz. I will need to notify his wife. Is she here in the camp?"
Munoz nodded, indicating she was at her home.
"Would you come with us to help?" Aguila asked. Munoz gave another silent nod, picked up a white shirt from the bed and put it on. He moved to the doorway, held the blanket aside, and waited for them to pass. Bosch first went to the trunk of the Caprice to retrieve his fingerprint kit from his briefcase. Then the three men walked farther down the dusty lane until they reached a plywood structure with a faded canvas awning stretched out front. Aguila touched Bosch's elbow. "Mr.
Munoz and I will speak with the woman. We'll bring her out here. You go inside and get the prints you need, and do whatever else your investigation requires." Munoz called out Marita. A moment later, a slight woman peered out from behind a white plastic shower curtain that served as a door. Seeing Munoz and Aguila, she emerged. Bosch could read the news in her face before a word was spoken. Women always seemed to know. It reminded him with a sudden, unwelcome clarity of the first time he had seen Sylvia Moore. That same quiet, dreadful understanding. He handed the file to Aguila in case the woman asked to see the pictures, and then ducked inside the room she had shared with the Juan Doe. The space was sparsely furnished, which was no surprise. A queen-sized mattress rested directly on a wooden shipping pallet. On one side stood a lone chair. On the other, a dresser had been fashioned from a wooden crate, reinforced with cardboard. A few items of clothing hung inside it. The back wall was a large, uncut sheet of aluminum bearing the faded logo of Tecate beer. Across it ran makeshift shelves of wood slats, holding coffee cans, a cigar box, and other small possessions. Outside, Bosch could hear the woman's quiet weeping and Munoz's low, consoling words. He scanned the room quickly, trying to decide where to dust for prints, though a part of him questioned the necessity of the exercise altogether. The whole scene felt less like an investigation and more like a violation of grief. The woman's tears appeared to confirm the identity. He moved to the shelves and used a fingernail to pry open the cigar box. Inside was a grimy comb, a few pesos, and a set of dominoes. "Carlos," he called. Aguila peered past the shower curtain. "Ask her if she's touched this box recently. It looks like it held her husband's things. If it's his, I'll try for some prints." He heard the Spanish exchange outside, the woman insisting she never touched the box because it was her husband's. Using his nails, Harry placed the box on the makeshift dresser. He opened the print kit, retrieving a small spray bottle, a vial of black powder, a sable hairbrush, a wide roll of clear tape, and a stack of 3x5 cards. He arranged these on the bed and got to work. Pumping the spray bottle, he coated the box with 4 bursts of ninhydrin mist. After it settled, he lit a cigarette, then passed the still-burning match along the box's edge about 2 inches from the surface. The heat coaxed the ridges of several fingerprints into view through the ninhydrin. Bosch leaned in, studying them for complete examples. He found 2. Uncapping the vial, he lightly dusted the prints with black powder, clarifying the ridges and splits. He then unrolled a short piece of tape, pressed it over one print and lifted it, transferring the impression to a white card. He repeated the process for the second print. He now had 2 good prints to take back. Aguila entered the room. "Did you get anything?" "A couple. Hopefully they're his and not hers. Doesn't seem to matter much now. Sounded like she made an ID."
"Did she look at the photos?" Aguila nodded. She insisted. "Did you search the room?" "For what?" "I'm not sure. I looked around. There's not much here. Did you fingerprint the coffee cans?" Bosch glanced at the shelves holding 3 old Maxwell House cans. "No, I figured her prints would be all over them. I don't want to have to print her just to rule her out. It's not worth putting her through that." Aguila nodded, then looked puzzled.
Why would a poor man and his wife need 3 cans of coffee? It was a fair question. Bosch went to the shelves and took down 1 can. It rattled. Inside, he found a handful of pesos. The next one was about 1/3 full of actual coffee. The last can was the lightest. Inside were papers, a baptismal certificate for Gutierrez Llosa, and a marriage license. The couple had been married 32 years. A wave of melancholy hit him, thinking of that span of time reduced to a few documents. There was also a Polaroid of Gutierrez Llosa. It was clearly Juan Doe, number 67. Identity confirmed. Another Polaroid showed his wife. Lastly, a stack of check stubs was bound by a rubber band. Bosch flipped through them, all for small amounts from various businesses, the financial ledger of a day laborer. The businesses that didn't pay in cash used checks. The final 2 stubs were receipts for $16 each from checks issued by Enverabreed Inc. Bosch pocketed the stubs and told Aguila he was ready. While Aguila offered condolences again to the new widow, Bosch went to the car's trunk to stow the fingerprint kit and the cards with his lifts. Peering over the trunk lid, he saw Aguila still standing with Munoz and the woman. With a quick motion, Harry lifted the trunk's floor mat on the right side, pulled up the spare tire, and retrieved his Smith & Wesson. He slid the gun into his holster and adjusted it around his waist so it rested against the small of his back. It was concealed under his jacket, though a keen eye might spot the bulge. He was no longer concerned about Aguilar noticing. He got in the car to wait. Aguilar joined him a moment later. As they drove away, Bosch watched the widow and the sheriff shrink in the rearview mirror. "What happens to her now?" he asked Aguilar Detective Bosch. "You truly don't want to know." "Her life was already a struggle, and now it will only become harder. I think she weeps for herself just as much as for her husband, and who could blame her?" Bosch drove without speaking until they left Lost Souls and returned to the main road. After a moment he said, "That was smart, what you did back there with the coffee cans." Aguilar remained silent. He didn't need to explain. Bosch understood he had been inside before and had seen the Enviro breed receipts. Grenner was running a scam, and Aguilar clearly disapproved, or perhaps he was simply annoyed at being left out of the scheme. Whatever his reason, he was steering Bosch in the right direction. He wanted Bosch to find those stubs and to know Grenner was dishonest. "Did you ever go check out Enviro breed yourself?" Bosch asked. "No," Aguilar replied. "That would have required reporting to my captain. I could not investigate after he had made his official inquiry. Envirobreed is involved in international operations. They hold contracts with US government agencies. You must understand, it is a sensitive matter. Delicate situation. Exactly. I've dealt with plenty of those. I get it. You can't challenge Grenner directly, but I can. Where is Envirobreed located? Not far from here, to the southwest, where the land is mostly flat before it climbs into the Sierra de los Cucapar Mountains. There are many industrial sites and large ranches in that area. And how close is it to the ranch owned by the so-called Pope? The Pope? Zorillo? The Pope of Mexicali? I thought you were interested in my other case." They drove in silence for a while. Bosch glanced over and saw a shadow cross Aguilar's face, visible even in the mirrors. Mentioning Zorillo likely confirmed a suspicion the Mexican detective had harbored ever since Grenner tried to sidetrack the investigation. Bosch already knew from Corvo that Envirobreed was just across the highway from the ranch. His question was another test for Aguilar. It took a moment before Aguilar finally answered. "The ranch and Envirobreed are unfortunately very close." "Good. Show me the way." 22. "Let me ask you something," Bosch said, as they drove toward the mountain range, rising above a haze of light brown smog. They were heading southwest on Avenida Valverde, passing ranchlands to the west and industrial parks lining the road to the east. "Why did you send that inquiry to the consulate's office? You don't typically handle missing persons cases here. If someone goes missing, the assumption is they crossed the border. You don't usually send out inquiries. What made this different?" "The woman convinced me," Aguilar said. "She came to the plaza with the sheriff to file the report. Grenner assigned me the case, and her words persuaded me that Gutierrez Llosa would not have willingly crossed the border without her. So I went to the circle. Aguilar explained that the circle beneath the golden statue of Benito Juarez on Calzado Lopez Mateos was where men waited for daily work. Other day laborers there said Envirobreed vans came 2 or 3 times a week to hire workers. Those who had worked at the insect breeding facility described it as grueling labor, mixing food paste for the breeding process and loading heavy incubation cartons into vans with flies constantly swarming their faces. Many who tried it never returned, choosing to wait for other employers. But not Gutierrez Llosa. Others at the circle reported seeing him get into an Envirobreed van compared to the younger laborers. He was an older man with fewer options. When Aguilar learned that Envirobreed's products were shipped across the border, he sent missing person notices to consulates in Southern California. The whole situation felt off, like a puzzle missing several pieces, and it gnawed at him. A quiet, persistent doubt that this was more than just a simple disappearance. One of his theories suggested the old man had died in an accident at the plant, his body hidden to prevent an investigation that might shut down production. Aguilar considered this a regular practice in the city's industrial zones. Even an accidental death inquiry can become very costly, Aguila remarked. La mordida. The bite, Bosch echoed. Aguila explained that his own investigation had stalled after he shared his findings with Captain Grainer. Grainer took over the Envira breed inquiry and later reported it had led nowhere. That's where things stood until Bosch called with news of the body. Sounds like Grainer got his bite, Bosch observed. Aguila didn't respond. They were passing a ranch enclosed by a chain-link fence topped with razor wire. Bosch looked past it toward the Sierra de los Cucapa Mountains, seeing nothing but empty space between the road and the distant peaks. Soon they came to a gap in the fence, an entrance where a pickup truck was parked sideways across the drive. Two men sat in the cab, watching as Bosch drove by. "That's the place, right?" Bosch said. "Zorillo's ranch?"
Yes.
The entrance. Zorillo's name never came up before I mentioned it. Not until you said it. Aguila offered nothing more. A minute later, they approached several structures just inside the fence line near the road. Bosch saw a concrete barn-like building with its garage door shut. Corrals flanked it, each holding a single bull, 6 in total. No one was in sight. "He breeds bulls for the ring," Aguila said. "I heard that. Must be a lot of money in it around here. It all comes from one prized bull, El Temblar, a legend in Mexicali. The same bull that killed Mizon, the famous torero, years ago. Now he roams this ranch freely, taking the heifers as he pleases. A true champion." "The tremble?" Bosch said. "Yes. They say the earth shakes when he charges. That's the story anyway. Mizon's death a decade back is still talked about every Sunday in the plaza. And this tremble just wanders around loose, like some kind of guard dog, a bulldog with horns. Sometimes people wait by the fence, hoping to catch a glimpse of him. The bulls from his line are considered the fiercest in all of Baja. Pull over here." Bosch eased onto the shoulder. Aguila was staring across the street at a row of warehouses and industrial buildings, many with signs in English. They housed companies that relied on cheap Mexican labor and low taxes to manufacture goods for the U.S. market, furniture makers, tile factories, circuit board plants.
"See the Mexitec furniture building?"
Aguila pointed. "The second structure down, the one with no sign, that's Enviro breed." It was a plain white building, just as Aguila said, with no markings. A 10-foot fence wrapped around it, topped with razor wire. Bilingual signs warned that the fence was electrified and that guard dogs patrolled inside. Bosch saw no dogs, probably only released at night, but he noted 2 cameras mounted on the front corners and several cars parked in the compound. No Enviro breed vans were visible. Both garage doors were closed. Bosch had to press an intercom button, state his business, and hold his badge up to a remote camera before the gate slid open automatically. He parked beside a maroon Lincoln with California plates, and they crossed the dusty, unpaved lot toward a door-marked office. As he walked, Bosch brushed a hand against the back of his hip, feeling the gun beneath his jacket, a small comfort. Before he could reach for the knob, the door swung open. A man in a Stetson hat stepped out, lighting a cigarette, his face hardened by the sun and marked with old acne scars. The man was Anglo, and Bosch wondered if he might have been the driver of the van he'd spotted at the Eradication Center back in Los Angeles. "Last door on your left," the man told them. "He's waiting." Bosch asked who he was, and the man in the Stetson just smiled, a tight expression that looked like it might split his face. Bosch and Aguila moved past him into a narrow hallway lined with wood paneling. A small reception desk stood to the left, followed by 3 plain doors, and at the far end, a 4th. A young Mexican woman sat behind the desk, watching them in silence. Bosch gave a slight nod, and they continued down the hall. The first door was marked USDA. The next 2 were unlabeled. The final door bore a warning sign. Danger. Radiation. No unorphanized admittance. Next to it hung a set of goggles and breathing masks on a wall hook. Bosch opened the last door on the left, and they entered a small anteroom with an empty secretary's desk. A voice called from the adjoining room, "In here, please." They stepped into a spacious office dominated by a large steel desk. Behind it sat a man in a light blue guayabera shirt, writing steadily in a ledger. A styrofoam cup of steaming coffee sat near his hand. Enough daylight filtered through the jalousie window behind him that no lamp was needed. He appeared to be around 50, with grey hair streaked with remnants of old black dye. Another gringo. He didn't look up. Bosch scanned the room and noticed a closed-circuit TV console on a low shelf beside the desk. The screen showed 4 black and white images: the gate, the front corners of the building, and a dim interior shot of what looked like a cargo loading area. In that fourth frame, a white van stood with its rear doors open, 2 or 3 men loading large white boxes inside. Finally, the man spoke without glancing up. "Yes," Bosch remarked, "quite a lot of security for flies." Now the man looked at him. "Excuse me, didn't realize flies were so valuable," Bosch said. The man set his pen down with deliberate slowness, as if to emphasize that Bosch was interrupting important work. "What can I do for you?" "Harry Bosch, Los Angeles Police. You said that at the gate? What do you want?" "I'm here to ask about one of your employees." "Name?" The man picked up the pen again and returned to his ledger. Bosch felt a flare of irritation. "You know, if a detective drives 300 miles, crosses an international border, just to ask you a few questions, you'd think it might rate a little interest. But not from you. That bothers me." The pen came down harder this time, bouncing off the desk and into a nearby trash can. "Officer, I don't care if it bothers you. I have a shipment of perishable material that needs to be on the road by 4. I can't afford the interest you think you deserve. Now, if you give me the employee's name, assuming he was an employee, I'll answer what I can." Bosch caught the wording immediately. "What do you mean, was an employee?" The man looked confused. "What you said was just now, so what does that mean? You're the one who came in here with questions. And your name is—" "What? What is your name?" The man paused, thoroughly thrown, and took a sip from his coffee cup. "You know, mister, you have no authority here. You said, even if the guy was an employee, and I never mentioned was, makes me think you already know we're talking about someone who was and is dead now." The man's composure slipped. "I just assumed, okay, a cop comes all the way down from L.A. I assumed we were talking about a dead guy. Don't try to put words in my mouth. You can't come in here with that badge. It isn't worth the tin it's made of once you cross that border and start pushing me. I don't have to." Bosch cut him off. "You want some authority? This is Carlos Aguila of the State Judicial Police. You can consider that he's asking the same questions I am." Aguila gave a silent, firm nod, his presence suddenly filling the room with a quiet, undeniable weight. "That's not the issue," the man behind the desk replied, his tone clipped. "The issue is the standard brand of American arrogance you're displaying. I find it profoundly unpleasant. My name is Charles Ely. I own Envirabreed. I have no knowledge of the individual you claim was employed here. You never heard his name from me. Entirely irrelevant. Do you grasp the situation? You've miscalculated. You approach this all wrong." Bosch retrieved the morgue photograph of Gutierrez Llosa and slid it across the polished surface. Ely didn't touch it, merely glanced down. His expression remained a blank slate. Bosch then placed the pay stubs beside it. Again, no visible reaction. "His name was Fernal Gutierrez Llosa," Bosch stated. "Day laborer. I need to know his last shift here and what his duties were." Ely plucked his pen from the wastebasket and used it to flick the photo back toward Bosch. "I'm afraid I can't assist. We don't maintain records for temporary labor. They're paid with pay-to-bearer checks at day's end. It's a different crowd every time. I wouldn't know this man from a stranger on the street. Furthermore, we've already addressed inquiries about him. From the SJP, a Captain Grainer. I suppose I'll need to call him now to understand why that wasn't adequate. Bosch bit back the urge to ask if Ely meant the payoff or the information was insufficient, knowing it would rebound on Aguila. Instead, he said, "You do that, Mr. Ely. In the meantime, someone else on the premises might recall him. I'm going to have a look around." Ely's composure shattered instantly. "Absolutely not. You do not have free rein of this facility. Sections of this building are used for irradiation and are hazardous, restricted to certified personnel only. Other areas are under USDA monitoring and quarantine protocols. We cannot permit unauthorized access. Once again, you possess no jurisdiction here." "Who owns Envirobreed, Ailey?" Bosch asked, shifting gears abruptly. The question seemed to throw him. "Who?" he stammered. "What man?" "The man across the street. Is the Pope involved?" Ely shot to his feet, jabbing a finger toward the door. "I have no idea what you're insinuating, but you're leaving. I will be contacting both the SJP and the American and Mexican authorities immediately. We'll see if this is how they want a detective from Los Angeles conducting himself on foreign soil." Bosch and Aguila retreated into the hallway, closing the door. Harry paused, listening for the sound of a telephone or footsteps. Hearing nothing, he turned to the door at the hall's end. It was locked. In front of the door, marked USDA. He leaned in, listening, then opened it without knocking. A man who looked every inch a government bureaucrat glanced up from behind a small, utilitarian desk. The room was cramped, a fraction of Ely's office size. He wore a short-sleeved white shirt with a thin blue tie. His hair was a close-cropped grey, his mustache resembled a worn toothbrush, and his small, dull eyes peered from behind bifocals that pinched his fleshy temples. A plastic pen protector in his pocket bore the name Jerry Dinsmore. On the desk sat a half-eaten bean burrito, its wrapper stained with grease. "Can I help you?" he asked, his mouth full. Bosch and Aguila entered. Bosch showed his badge, letting Dinsmore get a good look, then placed the morgue photo next to the burrito. Dinsmore looked at it, then carefully wrapped up his remaining lunch and stowed it in a drawer. "Recognize him?" Bosch said, his voice adopting a casual, almost bored tone.
"Just a routine health check, infectious disease alert. This fellow carried it up to LA and didn't make it. We're backtracking his contacts so we can get potential exposures inoculated. Clock's ticking, but we think we're still in the window." Dinsmore's chewing slowed considerably. He looked down at the Polaroid, then up over the rim of his glasses at Bosch, a flicker of something wariness perhaps in his dead eyes. Was he one of the temporary workers from around here?
"That's what we're trying to confirm. We're checking with all the regular staff first. We thought you might be able to identify him. Whether you need to be quarantined depends entirely on your level of exposure. I never get near the laborers, so I'm fine. But what illness are you referring to? I don't understand why the LAPD is involved. This man appears to have been assaulted. I'm sorry, Mr. Dinsmore. That information is confidential until we assess your risk level. If you're at risk, then we'll have to be completely transparent." "Now, what do you mean you never get close to the laborers? Aren't you the inspection officer for this facility?" Bosch anticipated Ely's arrival at any second. "I am the inspector, but my focus is solely on the final product. I examine samples taken directly from the shipping containers, then I seal them. This process happens in the shipping room. You have to understand, this is a private operation, so I don't have unrestricted access to the breeding or sterilization labs. Consequently, I have no direct contact with the workforce." "You mentioned samples." That implies you don't check every single box. Incorrect. I don't inspect every larvae cylinder within each transport case, but I do examine and seal the cases themselves. I fail to see what this has to do with this man. He didn't. Frankly, I don't see the connection either.
Forget it. You're cleared.
Dinsmore's narrow eyes opened a little wider. Bosch gave him a deliberate wink to add to his confusion, wondering if the man was involved in the scheme or was just oblivious, like a creature kept in the dark. He told him to go back to his burrito, then stepped back into the hallway with Aguila. At that exact moment, the door at the far end swung open and Ely stormed through, yanking off a breathing mask and goggles. He marched down the hall, coffee sloshing from a styrofoam cup. "I want you two out of here right now, unless you've got a court order." He got right in Bosch's face, anger flushing his skin. It was a performance meant to intimidate, but Bosch was unfazed. He glanced down into the shorter man's cup, and a faint smile touched his lips as a small piece of the puzzle clicked. The stomach contents of their victim had included coffee. That was how he had ingested the medfly that led Bosch here. Lely followed his gaze and saw the insect floating on the surface of the hot liquid. "Goddamn flies," he muttered. "You know," Bosch said, "I'll probably get that court order." He couldn't think of anything sharper to say, and didn't want to give Ely the satisfaction of kicking him out. He and Aguila turned toward the exit. "Don't count on it," Ely called after them. "This is Mexico. You're nothing here."
23. Bosch stood at the window of his third-floor room in the Hotel Colorado on Calzado Justo Sierra, gazing at the slice of Mexicali. He could see. The view to the left was blocked by another wing of the hotel, but to the right the streets were jammed with cars and the brightly painted buses he'd seen earlier. Somewhere a mariachi band was playing. The air carried the smell of frying grease from a nearby restaurant, and the sky above the sprawling city was streaked with purple and red in the fading evening light. In the distance, he could make out the buildings of the Justice Center, and just to the right, the rounded silhouette of a stadium, the Plaza de los Toros. He had called Corvo in Los Angeles 2 hours ago, left his number and location, and was now waiting for a callback from his local contact, Ramos. He moved away from the window and looked at the phone. He knew it was time to make the other calls, but he hesitated. Grabbing a beer from the tin ice bucket on the bureau, he opened it, took a long drink, and sat on the edge of the bed next to the phone. There were 3 messages on his home answering machine, all from Pounds, each one saying the same thing, "Call me." He didn't. Instead, he dialed the homicide desk first. It was Saturday night, but with the Porter case, chances were everyone was still working. Jerry Edgar answered. "What's going on?" Bosch asked. "Man, you need to get in here." The voice on the other end whispered urgently. "The whole place is looking for you. Robbery homicide is running the show now, so I'm out of the loop, just fetching coffee. But the word is, I don't know how to say it. Just say it. The vibe is they think you either took out Porter or you're next on the list. It's impossible to tell what they're actually planning. Who's all there? Everyone. This is ground zero. Captain Irving's in the conference room with Pounds right now. Bosch knew he was running out of time. Calling in was unavoidable, and his delay might have already cost him. "All right," he said. "I'll call them. Need to make one quick call first. Thanks." He hung up and dialed another number from memory, hoping she'd be home. It was almost 7. She might have gone out to eat. "After 6 rings," she answered. "It's Bosch. Bad time?" "What do you want?" Teresa's voice was sharp. "Where are you? Everyone's searching for you. I heard. I'm out of town. I called because I heard about Lucius Porter." "Yeah, they found him. I'm sorry. I just got back from the autopsy." "I figured you'd handle it." A heavy silence hung between them before she spoke again. "Harry, why do I get the feeling this isn't just a condolence call, that you want something?" "Well." "Oh, fantastic. Here we go again. Is that it?" "No. I just wanted to know how he died."
He was a friend, a colleague. Forget it. I don't know why I let you pull me into this. Fine, it was a Mexican necktie, Harry. Satisfied. Got your headline. A garrote, yes. Steel baling wire, ends wrapped around 2 wooden dowels. You've seen it before. Am I going to read about this in the paper tomorrow too? He waited, ensuring she was finished. His gaze drifted from the bed to the open window. The daylight had vanished completely, replaced by a sky the colour of dark Merlot. He thought of the man at the bar. 3 tears. Did you run a comparison? To the Jimmy Capps case? Yes. We're ahead of you, but it'll be a few days for confirmation. Why the wait? Because wood fibre testing on the dowels and alloy analysis on the wire takes time. We did examine the wire cuts, though. It looks promising, meaning the wire used on Porter appears to have been cut from the same coil as the Capps garrote. The ends match. It's not definitive. Similar tools leave similar marks, so we're doing the metal comparison. We'll know for sure soon. Her tone was detached, clinical. He was surprised by her lingering anger, especially after the previous night's news report seemed to vindicate her. The ease he'd felt earlier vanished, replaced by a nervous tension crackling through the phone line. "Thanks, Teresa," he finally managed. "I'll see you, Harry," she said, stopping him. "Yeah, when you get back, don't call me. Let's keep this professional. If we see each other at work, that's fine. But let's leave it at that." He said nothing. "Okay," she pressed. "Sure." The line went dead. Bosch sat motionless for several long minutes, the hotel room feeling suddenly smaller. Finally, he picked up the receiver again and dialed the direct line to the conference room. Pounds answered instantly. "It's Bosch. Where are you?" "Mexicali." "You left messages. I called the hotel from your itinerary. They said you never checked in. I decided to stay on this side of the border." "Enough. Porter is dead." "What?" Bosch injected as much shock into his voice as he could muster. "What happened? I just saw him yesterday." "Cut the act, Bosch. What are you really doing down there? You told me to follow the case. It led here. I never authorized you to go to Mexico." Pounds was shouting now. "I want you back here immediately. This looks terrible for you. The bartender swears he's ready to bury you over this." "Just hang on a second," a new voice cut in. "Bosch, this is Assistant Chief Irving. Where are you right now?" "I'm in Mexicali. I expect you in my office at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning." Bosch didn't waver. Showing any hesitation would be a mistake. "That's not possible, Chief. I've got business here that isn't finished. It'll likely take me through tomorrow, maybe longer. We are discussing the murder of a police officer, Detective. Do you understand you could be in danger yourself? I know exactly what I'm doing. It's a fellow officer's murder that brought me here in the first place. Remember more, or does he not matter anymore?" Irving sidestepped the question. "Are you refusing a direct order to return?" "Listen, Chief, I don't care what some bartender claims. You know I didn't do it." "I never said you did. But your reaction tells me you know more about this situation than you should if you were completely uninvolved. All I'm saying is the answers about Moore, about Porter, about everything are down here. It's all right here. I'm staying, Detective Bosch. I misjudged you. I gave you considerable leeway this time because I believed I saw a change in you. Clearly, I was mistaken." "You fooled me once again, you." "Chief, I'm just doing my—" "Do not interrupt me. You may refuse to follow my explicit command to return, but you will not interrupt me. I'm telling you this. If you do not wish to return, fine, don't. But you might as well never come back, Bosch. Think on that. What you had before won't be waiting for you." After Irving hung up, Bosch pulled another bottle of Tecate from the ice bucket and lit a cigarette by the window. The chief's threats didn't worry him much. A suspension, maybe 5 days tops, he could handle that. Irving couldn't really move him either. Where was lower than Hollywood? Nowhere. His thoughts turned to Porter. He'd managed to push it aside, but now he had to face it. Strangled with baling wire, dumped in a trash bin. A pitiful way to go, yet something in Bosch resisted feeling sympathy. The expected pang of sorrow never came. Porter had made fatal errors. Bosch made a silent vow not to make the same mistakes and to keep pushing forward. His focus shifted to Zarillo. Harry was convinced the drug lord was pulling the strings, that he'd sent a cleaner to tie up loose ends. If the same hand killed both Capps and Porter, then Moore was almost certainly another victim, possibly even Fernal Gutierrez, Yosa, the man with 3 tears. Did that clear Dance? Bosch doubted it. Dance might have been the one to lure Moore to the hideaway. These thoughts solidified his resolve to stay. The truth was here, not back in Los Angeles. He walked to the bureau, opened his briefcase, and took out the mugshot of Dance from Moore's file. He studied the practiced sulk on the young man's still boyish face, the bleached blonde hair. Now Dance wanted to climb the ladder and had come south to make his case. Bosch realized that if Dance was in Mexicali, he wouldn't blend in easily. He'd need local help. A sudden knock at the door startled him. Bosch quietly set the bottle down and picked up his gun from the nightstand. Through the peephole, he saw a man around 30 with dark hair and a thick mustache. It wasn't the room service waiter who had delivered the beer. "Yes, Bosch, it's Ramos." Bosch opened the door on the chain. "Let me see some identification. Are you serious? I don't carry ID around here. Let me in. Corvo sent me. How do I know that? Because you called LA operations 2 hours ago and left this address. I'm telling you, it makes me absolutely paranoid, having to lay all this out while we're standing in a damn hallway." Bosch shut the door, slid the chain free, and opened it again. He kept the pistol in his hand, held low against his leg. Ramos brushed past him into the room. He went straight to the window, stared out for a moment, then turned and started pacing near the bed. "It stinks out there," he said, "like someone's burning tortillas or something. You got any more beer?" And just so you know, if the federal police catch you with that gun, getting back across might become a real problem. Why aren't you in Calexico like Corvo told you to be? If Ramos hadn't been a federal agent, Bosch would have sworn the man was high on cocaine. But he sensed it was something else, a tension he hadn't figured out yet, that had Ramos so wired. Bosch kept his eyes on his visitor as he picked up the phone and ordered another 6-pack from room service. After hanging up, he tucked the gun into his waistband and sat in the chair by the window. "I didn't want to deal with the border crossing lines," he said, answering one of the many questions. "What you mean is you didn't want to put your faith in Corvo. Can't say I blame you. Not that I don't trust him. I do. But I get wanting to do things your own way. The food's better over here. Anyway, Calexico, though. That's a wild little border town. One of those places where you never know what's about to happen. You hit a bad patch there, and you just start sliding. I prefer it here myself. You eaten yet?" For a second, Bosch recalled what Sylvia Moore had said about black ice. Ramos was still pacing, and Bosch noticed 2 electronic pagers clipped to his belt. The agent was definitely hyped up on something. "I ate already," Bosch said, scooting his chair closer to the window as the faint, sharp scent of the man's sweat reached him. "I know the best Chinese spot in 2 countries. We could head over for. Hey, Ramos, sit down. You're making me jumpy. Just sit and tell me what's happening." Ramos looked around, as if suddenly noticing the room. He pulled a chair away from the wall near the door and straddled it backward in the middle of the floor. "What's happening is we're not too happy about the stunt you pulled at Inverabreed today." Bosch was surprised the DEA knew so much, so fast, but kept his face neutral. "That was not cool at all," Ramos continued. "So I came to tell you to quit the solo act. Corvo warned me that was your style, but I didn't think I'd see it this quick." "What's the issue?" Bosch said. "It was my lead from what Corvo said. Your people didn't know a thing about that place. I went in to rattle their cage a little. That's it. These people don't rattle, Bosch. That's my whole point. Look, enough said. I just wanted to say my piece, and see what else you've got cooking besides the bug place. So, what are you doing here?" Before Bosch could reply, a loud knock sounded at the door. The DEA agent sprang from the chair, landing in a low crouch. "It's room service," Bosch said. "What's your problem? Always get this way right before we jam." Bosch got up, giving Ramos a curious look, and went to the door. Through the peephole he saw the same guy who delivered the first beers. He opened up, paid for the new bucket, and handed Ramos a bottle. Ramos chugged half of it before sitting back down. Bosch took a beer to his seat. "What do you mean, before we jam?" "Well," Ramos said after another swallow, "the intel you gave Corvo was solid, but then you cancelled that out by playing cowboy over there today. You almost screwed everything up. You said that. What did you find out?"
Enviro breed.
"We ran the info and it's a direct hit. We traced the ownership through a series of shell companies back to a Gilberto Ornelas. That's a known alias for a guy named Fernando Ibarra, one of Zorillo's top lieutenants. We're coordinating with the federal authorities to secure the necessary search warrants. They're fully on board for this operation. The new Attorney General in this jurisdiction is both uncompromising and effective. He's cooperating with our efforts. So if we get the green light, this is going to be a significant operation. When do you expect to know? It could be any moment. We're just waiting for one final piece to click into place." "What's that?" "If he's smuggling black ice across the border inside those Enviro breed shipments, then how is it getting from the ranch to the facility? We've had the ranch under surveillance and would have spotted any surface transport. We're also confident it's not being produced at Enviro breed itself. The place is too compact, too visible, too close to public roads. All our intelligence points to production happening right there on the ranch, likely in a subterranean bunker. Our aerial scans even show the thermal signatures from ventilation systems. So the real question is, how does he move the product across the street?" Bosch recalled Corvo's mention at the Code 7 meeting about Zorillo's suspected involvement in financing a border tunnel near Nogales. "He doesn't move it across the street, he moves it underneath."
"Exactly,"
Ramos confirmed. "We're pressing our informants for confirmation right now. Once we have it, and once the Attorney General signs off, we move. It'll be a coordinated strike hitting the ranch and Envirobreed at the same time. A joint operation. The AG will deploy the federal militia and will send in Klet. Bosch had little patience for the alphabet soup of agency acronyms, but asked for clarification anyway. Clandestine laboratory enforcement team. Those guys are absolute ninjas, turning the information over in his mind. Bosch sensed a rushed timeline. Ramos was omitting something. There had to be fresh intelligence on Zorillo. You've spotted him, haven't you, Zorillo? Or someone has you got it? And that other pale ghost you came down here looking for? Dance. Where? When we have a confidential informant inside the perimeter who saw both of them outside the main compound this morning, taking target practice. And then we... How reliable is the informant's position? Close enough. Not close enough to offer a friendly greeting, but close enough for a positive identification. Ramos let out a loud, grating laugh and stood to fetch another beer. He tossed a bottle toward Bosch, who hadn't finished his first. "Where has he been all this time?" Bosch asked. "Who the hell knows? The only thing that matters is he's back, and he's going to be there when the Klet team blows through the door. And listen, you better not bring that sidearm of yours or the Federales will cuff you right along with the targets. They're issuing special weapons privileges exclusively to the Klet team. The AG is putting his signature on the order. I swear, I hope this guy never gets corrupted or taken out. Point is, if they decide you need a weapon, they'll issue you one from their own armory. How will I know when the operation starts?" Ramos remained standing, tipped his head back, and drained half his bottle. His distinct scent now permeated the small room. Bosch lifted his own bottle near his face, using the smell of the beer as a buffer. "We'll notify you," Ramos said. "Take this and stand by." He unclipped a pager from his belt and tossed it to Bosch. "Keep that on you. I'll buzz you when we're ready to rock. It'll be soon, hopefully before New Year's. We need to move on this intel. There's no guarantee our target will stick around for long." He finished his beer, set the empty bottle on the table, and didn't reach for another. The meeting was clearly over. "What about my partner?" Bosch asked. "Who the Mexican investigator?" "Forget it. He's state police." "You can't breathe a word of this to him, Bosch. The Pope has the SJP and most of the local agencies in his pocket. It's a given. Don't trust anyone over there. Don't tell anyone over there. Just wear the pager like I said and wait for the signal. Go catch a bullfight. Lounge by the pool. Hell, look at you. You could use some sun. I know Aguila better than I know you. Did you know he works for a man who is a regular guest in Zorillo's private box every Sunday at the bullfights?" "No," Bosch said, his thoughts immediately turning to Grenner. "Did you realize that in the SJP a detective's promotion typically costs around $2,000 to buy with no real test of investigative skill?" "No, I didn't. Most people don't. That's just how things operate here. You need to accept that reality. Trust absolutely no one. You might be partnering with the only honest officer left in Mexicali, but is that a gamble worth your life?" Bosch gave a slow nod. "One more request. I'd like to come by tomorrow and look through your mug books. Do you have photos of Zorillo's crew?" "Most of them. What are you after?" "I'm searching for a man with 3 teardrop tattoos. He's Zorillo's enforcer, and he killed another officer in Los Angeles yesterday." "Good grief. All right. Call this number in the morning and we'll arrange it. If you make an identification, we'll notify the Attorney General. It'll help us secure the warrant." He handed Bosch a plain card bearing only a phone number, then slipped out. Harry secured the chain lock. Alone on the bed with his beer, Bosch turned over Zorillo's sudden reappearance. Where had he been hiding, and why would he ever leave the safety of his ranch? Harry toyed with the possibility that Zorillo had been in L.A., that his presence alone could have drawn Moore to that motel room where he ended up dead on the bathroom floor. Maybe Moore would only have taken that risk for Zorillo himself. Outside, the sharp screech of brakes and the crunch of metal shattered the quiet. Even before he rose, angry voices erupted from the street below, escalating into rapid, threatening shouts he couldn't fully decipher. At the window, he saw 2 men standing chest to chest beside their cars, a clear rear-end collision. As he started to turn away, a quick blue flash caught the corner of his eye. The bottle in his hand exploded, spraying beer and glass across the room. Instinct threw him backward over the bed and onto the floor. He braced for more shots, but none came. His heart hammered, and that familiar, icy clarity of a life-or-death moment sharpened his mind. He crawled to the table, yanked the lamp cord from the wall, and plunged the room into darkness. Reaching up for his gun, he heard the 2 cars speed off down the street. A clever trap, he thought, but they'd missed. Pressing his back to the wall, he edged up beside the window. How foolish, he realized, to stand silhouetted like a target. Peering into the darkness toward where he'd seen the muzzle flash, he found nothing. Several windows in the opposite wing stood open. Pinpointing the shooter's position was impossible. Inside his room, the headboard was splintered where the bullet had struck. Mentally tracing a line from that impact through where he'd held the bottle, and out the window he fixed on a dark, open window on the 5th floor of the other wing. Only a curtain stirred there, drifting in the breeze. Gun tucked into his waistband, Bosch left the room. His clothes reeked of beer, and tiny glass shards pricked his skin from his shirt. He felt at least 2 cuts, one on his neck, another on his right hand, which had held the bottle. Holding his injured hand to his neck, he made his way out. He'd estimated the shot came from the 4th room on the 5th floor. Gun drawn, he moved quietly down the hallway. The decision to kick in the door became irrelevant. A cool draft flowed from the open door of room 504. The room inside was dark, and Bosch knew the lighted hallway would outline him perfectly against the threshold. He hit the light switch by the door as he moved swiftly inside, his Smith & Wesson sweeping the empty space. The sharp scent of spent gunpowder lingered. Harry glanced out the window, tracing an invisible line down to his own third-floor room. It had been a straightforward shot. The sudden squeal of tires pulled his attention. He saw the taillights of a large sedan peel out of the hotel lot and vanish down the street. Tucking the pistol into his waistband and covering it with his shirt, Bosch scanned the room for anything left behind. A glint of copper caught his eye from where the bedspread was tucked under the pillows. He straightened the spread to find a spent .32 rifle casing from the desk drawer. He took an envelope, scooped the casing inside, and sealed it. Leaving room 504, he moved down the hallway. No doors opened, no security appeared, no sirens approached in the night. No one had heard anything beyond what might have sounded like a bottle shattering. Bosch was certain the rifle had been fitted with a silencer. The shooter had waited patiently for that single opportunity, but had missed. Was it on purpose? He dismissed the idea. Aiming to miss by such a narrow margin was too risky. He'd just been lucky. That last second turn from the window had likely saved his life. He headed back to his room to extract the bullet from the wall, tend to his cuts, and check out. Halfway there, he broke into a run, realizing he needed to warn Aguila immediately. Back in his room, he fumbled through his wallet for the slip of paper with Aguila's contact details. Aguila answered almost at once.
Bueno, it's Bosch. Someone just took a shot at me. Where? Are you hurt? I'm fine in my hotel room through the window. I'm calling to warn you. Yes, we were together today, Carlos. I don't know if it's just me or both of us. You all right? I am.
It struck Bosch then how little he really knew about Aguila, his ancestry. Yes, but not whether he had a family or lived alone. What will you do? Aguila asked. I'm getting out of here. Come here then. Okay, yes, actually, no. Can you come to the hotel? I won't be here, but I need you to find out whatever you can about who rented room 504. That's where the shot came from. You can get that information easier than I can. I am leaving now. We'll meet at your place. I have something to handle first. A crescent moon, thin as a sly grin, hung above the jagged outline of the industrial park on Valverde. It was 10 o'clock. Bosch sat in his car outside the Mexitec furniture factory, roughly 200 yards from Unraveling, waiting for the last vehicle to leave the bug plant. A maroon Lincoln, which he assumed belonged to Ely, was still parked there. On the passenger seat sat a bag from his earlier errands, the smell of roasted pork filling the car until he rolled down the window. As he watched the Unraveling lot, his breath came quickly, adrenaline still pumping through him like a drug. He was sweating despite the cool evening air. He thought of Moore and Porter and the others. Not me, he told himself. Not me. At 10:15, the door to Unraveling opened. A man emerged, accompanied by two dark, blurry shapes, Ely with his dogs. The animals bounded excitedly at his side as he walked. Ely scattered something in the lot, but the dogs stayed close until he slapped his hip and shouted, "Chow!" They then darted in different directions, scuffling over whatever treats he'd thrown. Ely got into the Lincoln after a moment. The tail lights flared, and the car backed out of its spot. Bosch observed as the headlights carved an arc across the lot, guiding the car toward the gate. It slid open with a low rumble, and the vehicle passed through. The driver paused at the edge of the road, even though the path was clear, waiting until the gate had fully closed and the dogs were secured within the compound before finally driving off. Bosch sank lower in his seat, a reflexive move, though the Lincoln had turned north, heading toward the border. He remained still for several minutes, scanning the area. The night was motionless, no passing cars, no pedestrians. He anticipated no DEA presence. They'd likely withdrawn in preparation for a raid to avoid detection. At least, that was his hope. Exiting the car with his bag, flashlight and lockpicks, he then reached back inside and retrieved the rubber floor mats, rolling them tightly under his arm. His earlier daytime assessment of Envirobreed's security was that it focused purely on deterrence, not on triggering alerts once someone was already inside. They relied on dogs and cameras, a towering 12-foot fence crowned with electrified razor wire. Yet inside the plant, he'd seen no security tape on the windows in Ely's office, no laser beams, not even an alarm keypad by the front door. An alarm meant police involvement, and these breeders wanted to keep intruders out without drawing official attention. Even if local authorities could be bribed to ignore things, it was simply smarter business to avoid involving them at all. So, no alarms. That didn't rule out a silent alert being sent elsewhere, perhaps to the ranch across the street, but that was a risk Bosch was willing to take. He moved along the side of the Mexitec factory into a narrow alley running behind the buildings facing Val Verde Road. Reaching the rear of Envirobreed, he waited. The dogs appeared swiftly, and without a sound, two sleek black Dobermans that approached the fence. One emitted a low, throaty growl, and the other echoed it. Bosch walked parallel to the fence, his eyes tracing the razor wire gleaming above. The dogs matched his pace, their tongues lolling, saliva dripping onto the ground. He noted their daytime pen in the back corner, a wheelbarrow propped against the building's rear wall, and little else except the watchful animals. Crouching in the alley, Bosch opened his bag. He first took out a plastic bottle of Sueno Mas sleeping pills, then unwrapped the bundle of roast pork he'd picked up from a Chinese restaurant near his hotel, now nearly cold. Tearing off a chunk about the size of a baby's fist, he pressed 3 of the extra-strength pills into the meat, kneading it with his fingers before tossing it over the fence. The dogs raced over. One stood guard over the morsel, but didn't touch it. Bosch prepared and threw a second piece. The other dog took a position over it. They sniffed cautiously, glancing at Bosch, then around the yard as if seeking approval from an absent handler. Finding none, they looked at each other. Finally, one picked up the pork in its teeth and dropped it again. Both stared at Bosch until he shouted, "Chow!" Nothing happened. He repeated the command several times with no result. Then he noticed their focus was fixed on his right hand. Understanding clicked into place. He slapped his hand against his hip and barked the command once more. This time, the dogs devoured the pork. Bosch hurriedly made 2 more doped snacks and lobbed them over. They were eaten instantly. To hasten the drug's effect, Bosch began pacing back and forth along the fence line. The dogs kept pace with him for 2 full lengths before he paused, deliberately ignoring them. His gaze lifted to the coiled steel wire spiraling along the fence top, studying how it caught and fractured the moonlight into sharp silver glints. A sudden dry breeze swept through the alley, carrying the distant scent of diesel and desert dust, a reminder of the vast, empty landscape just beyond the town's edge. For a moment, the sheer absurdity of the situation struck him. Here he was, a detective in a dusty alley, trying to drug guard dogs with take-out pork, all while caught between corrupt breeders and federal agents who might or might not show up. The grim humor of it almost made him laugh, a sharp, silent release of tension in the dark. He shook his head, refocusing. The dogs were beginning to slow, their movements growing heavy. It was almost time. He could see the electrical circuits set at regular intervals along the top of the fence, and thought he detected a faint, steady hum. That wire would shred a climber and electrocute him before he could even get a leg across. But he was going to try spotting headlights. He ducked behind a dumpster in the alley as a car crept slowly into view. As it drew nearer, he recognized it as a patrol car. A jolt of fear shot through him as he considered how he would explain his presence. He suddenly remembered the rolled-up car floor mats he had left leaning against the fence. The police car slowed almost to a stop as it passed the Unraveling perimeter. The officer inside made a soft kissing noise toward the Dobermans, who remained standing watch. The car continued on, and Bosch emerged from his hiding spot. The dogs stood motionless on their side of the fence, observing him for what felt like an hour. Finally, one sank into a sitting position, and the other immediately followed suit. The apparent leader then stretched its front paws out, lowering itself to the ground. Its companion mirrored the action. Bosch watched as, almost in unison, their heads dipped and then settled onto their extended front legs. A small puddle of urine formed beside one of them. Both animals kept their eyes open, though their gaze was distant. When he took the final piece of pork from its wrapper and tossed it over the fence, one dog made a feeble effort to lift its head and track the morsel's arc before letting it drop back down. Neither moved toward the food. Bosch laced his fingers into the fence mesh in front of them and shook it, the metal groaning in protest, but the dogs barely reacted. It was time. He crumpled the greasy paper and tossed it into the dumpster. Pulling a pair of work gloves from his bag, he put them on. He unrolled the front floor mat, gripping one end in his left hand. With his right hand, he took a high hold on the fence, raised his right foot as high as he could, and wedged the toe of his shoe into one of the diamond-shaped gaps. He drew a deep breath and in one fluid motion hauled himself upward, using his left arm to swing the rubber mat up and over the top, so it draped across the coiled razor wire like a crude saddle. He repeated the move with the rear mat. Now hanging side by side, their weight pressed the deadly spiral down. In under a minute he was at the top, carefully swinging one leg over the makeshift saddle, then the other. The electrical buzzing was distinctly louder up here, and he shifted his handholds carefully before dropping down beside the motionless forms of the dogs. He retrieved a small penlight from his lockpick set and shone it on them. Their eyes were open and dilated, their breathing deep and heavy. He stood for a moment, watching their sides rise and fall in the same slow rhythm. Then he swept the light across the ground until it found the uneaten pork chunk. He flung it back over the fence, far down the alley. Gripping each dog by its collar, he dragged their limp bodies into their pen and secured the gate. The dogs were no longer a threat. Bosch moved quietly along the side of the building, pausing at the corner to confirm the parking lot was still deserted. He then returned to the window of Ely's office. He studied it again, double-checking his earlier assessment that it lacked an alarm. Running the penlight beam along all four sides of the louvered window, he saw no wires, no vibration-sensitive tape, no sign of any security system. He opened the blade of his knife and pried back one of the thin metal strips that held the bottom pane of glass in its frame. Carefully, he slid the pane out and leaned it against the wall. He directed the light through the opening, sweeping the beam around the interior. The room was unoccupied. He could make out Ely's desk and other furniture. The bank of 4 video monitors was dark. The cameras were off. After removing 5 sections of glass and stacking them neatly outside, the opening was large enough for him to hoist himself up and crawl through into the office. The desktop was clear, free of any paperwork or clutter. The glass paperweight caught the beam of the penlight, scattering fractured rainbows across the walls. Bosch tested the desk drawers, finding each one locked. Using a hook pick, he opened them, but their contents were mundane. One drawer held a ledger tracking incoming breeding supplies. He aimed the light into the wastebasket tucked within the desk well, spotting several crumpled balls of paper. Dumping the basket onto the floor, he smoothed out each piece, only to crumple and discard it again as useless. Yet one scrap of paper refused to be meaningless. It bore hasty scribbles, one line standing out, Colorado 504. This was a problem. The note was evidence of the plot against him, but Bosch had uncovered it during an unlawful search. It was legally worthless, unless discovered later through proper channels. The real question was timing. If he left it in the trash, the can might be emptied and the clue lost forever. He crumpled the paper again, then peeled a long strip of tape from the dispenser on the desk. Securing one end to the paper ball, he pressed the other end firmly to the bottom of the trash can. With any luck, if someone emptied the basket, this crucial piece would stay hidden inside, stuck fast and unnoticed. Leaving the office, he entered the hall. By the lab door, he grabbed a pair of goggles and a breathing mask from a hook and put them on. The door's simple 3-pin lock yielded quickly to his picks. Darkness greeted him, thick with a cloying, sickly sweet odor and oppressive humidity. He stepped inside, the beam of his flashlight revealing what appeared to be a shipping area. The buzz of a fly near his ear was joined by another insect persistently tapping against his masked face. He swatted them away and pressed forward. Passing through a set of double doors, he entered a room bathed in the eerie glow of red bulbs suspended over rows of fiberglass bins. The heat was stifling. A squadron of flies swarmed around his mask and forehead, their persistent drone filling the humid air. Waving them off again, he approached one of the bins and shone his light inside. A brownish-pink mass of insect larvae writhed slowly, like a viscous, living sea. Sweeping the light around, he took in the room, a rack of tools. A small stationary cement mixer, likely used by day laborers to mix bug feed, and shovels, rakes and brooms, hanging from pegs along the back wall. Pallets held large bags of pulverized wheat and sugar, alongside smaller sacks of yeast, all labeled in Spanish. This was the kitchen, the heart of the operation. His light paused on the tools. One shovel stood apart, its handle new, the wood still clean and pale, while the others were darkened by years of grime and sweat. Bosch didn't need a forensics report. He knew Fernal Gutierrez Josa had been killed right here, beaten so savagely with a shovel that it either shattered or became so stained with blood it had to be replaced. What had the poor laborer witnessed? What simple act had sealed his fate? Directing the beam across the room, it settled on another set of doors. A sign warned in both English and Spanish. "Danger! Radiation! Keep out! Peligro! Radiación!" He worked his picks once more and the door gave way. His flashlight revealed no further exits. This was the end of the line. The largest of the 3 rooms, it was split by a partition featuring a single small window. A sign on the partition was printed in English. "Perfection must be worn." Bosch moved past it into a space dominated by a large, boxy machine. A conveyor belt fed trays into one side and deposited them out the other, where they would fall into collection bins, similar to those he'd seen earlier. More warning labels were affixed to the equipment. This was clearly the radiation sterilization unit for the larvae. Circling to the opposite side of the room, he found heavy steel work tables with cabinets above. The cabinets weren't locked. Inside were supplies, plastic gloves, sausage-like shipping casings for the larvae, batteries, and heat sensors. This was the final packing area, where larvae were sealed into their casings and loaded into environment boxes. The end of the line, nothing here seemed particularly revealing. Bosch stepped back toward the doorway, switching off his flashlight. The only light now was the faint red glow from a surveillance camera mounted high in a corner. "What have I missed?" he asked himself. "What's left?" He flicked the light back on and returned to the radiation machine. Every warning sign in the building seemed designed to keep people away from this very spot. If there was a secret, it would be here. His eyes settled on the floor-to-ceiling stacks of wide steel trays used for transporting larvae. He leaned his shoulder into one stack and shoved it sideways across the concrete floor. Nothing underneath. He tried the next stack and saw it, the faint outline of a trap door. The tunnel. But then it struck him. The red light on the surveillance camera. The video monitor in Ely's office had been dark. Earlier, when Bosch had visited, He'd noticed the only interior feed on Ely's system was the shipping room. That meant someone else was watching this room right now. He checked his watch, estimating his time inside. 2 minutes? 3? If they were coming from the ranch, he had very little time. He glanced down at the trapdoor outline, then back up at that unblinking red eye in the dark. He couldn't risk assuming no one was watching. In a hurry, he shoved the stack back over the door and retreated from the third room. He retraced his steps through the complex, hanging the mask and goggles on the peg near Ely's office. Then he went through the office and out the window, carefully replacing the glass panes and bending the metal strips back with his fingers. The two dogs still lay in the same spot, their sides rhythmically rising and falling. Bosch hesitated, then decided to drag them out, just in case the camera feed wasn't being monitored and his presence had gone unnoticed. He grabbed their collars and pulled them clear of the pen. One managed a weak growl that sounded more like a whimper. The other did the same. He hit the fence at a run, scaled it quickly, but forced himself to move slowly over the mats laid across the razor wire. At the top, he thought he heard an engine sound over the electric hum. As he prepared to drop over, he yanked the mats free from the wire and dropped into the alley with them. He patted his pockets, lock, picks, flashlight, keys, all there. His gun remained in its holster. He had everything. Now there was definitely the sound of a vehicle, maybe more than one. He'd been seen. As he sprinted down the alley toward Mexitec, he heard a voice shouting, "Pedro y Pablo! Pedro y Pablo!" The dogs, he realized. Peter and Paul were their names. He slid into his car and crouched low in the front seat, watching Unraveling. 2 vehicles now sat in the front lot, with 3 men visible beneath the spotlight over the door, guns in hand. Then a 4th man rounded the corner, speaking rapidly in Spanish. He had found the dogs. The man's face held a flicker of recognition, but the distance and the darkness made it impossible to see any tattooed tears. They moved in with their guns raised, entering the building like a tactical unit. That was Bosch's signal. He started the Caprice and pulled onto the road, accelerating away. As he drove, the familiar tremor returned, that raw electric release after a close call. Sweat beaded from his hairline, cooling against his neck in the night air. He lit a cigarette, tossed the match out the window, and let out a tense, breathless laugh into the wind. Sunday morning found Bosch at a payphone outside the Casa de Mandarin in downtown Mexicali. He dialed the number Ramos had given him, gave his name, and hung up to light another smoke. The phone rang 2 minutes later. "¿Qué pasa, amigo?" Ramos's voice came through. "Just following up. I want to see those mugshots you mentioned. Right. Tell you what, I'll swing by and pick you up on my way in. Give me 30 minutes. I already checked out of the hotel. Leaving town?" "No. I check out when people try to kill me." "What?" "Someone with a rifle, Ramos. I'll fill you in for now. I'm at the Mandarin downtown. 1/2 an hour. I want to hear this." After hanging up, Bosch returned to his table where Aguila was finishing breakfast. They'd both ordered scrambled eggs with salsa and cilantro, plus a side of fried dumplings. The food was good, and Bosch had eaten fast. He always did after a night without sleep. The previous evening, after his frantic, almost giddy escape from Unraveling, they'd met at Aguila's small place near the airport. Aguila reported that the hotel clerk could only describe the man in room 504 as having 3 tears inked below his left eye. He hadn't pressed Bosch on where he'd been, as if he already knew some answers weren't ready to be given. Instead, he'd offered Harry the couch in his sparsely furnished home. Harry accepted but didn't sleep. He spent the hours watching the window, thinking, until a pale blue-grey light seeped through the thin curtains. Much of that time, his thoughts circled back to Lucius Porter. He pictured the detective's body on the cold steel table, pale and waxen, Teresa Corazon preparing to make the first cut with her shears. He imagined the tiny hemorrhages she'd find in the eyes, the telltale signs of strangulation. He remembered standing beside Porter in the autopsy suite, watching other bodies being opened, the gutters filling with what was left behind. Now it was Lucius on the table, a block of wood beneath his neck, positioning his head for the bone saw. Just before dawn, fatigue blurred his thoughts, and in his mind's eye he suddenly saw himself on that steel slab, Teresa nearby, arranging her instruments. He sat up abruptly, reached for his cigarettes, and made a silent vow that would never be him. "Not like that? Drug enforcement?" Aguila asked, pushing his plate aside. "Huh?" Aguila nodded toward the pager on Bosch's belt. "Just noticed it. Yeah, they insisted I wear it." Bosch believed he had to trust this man. Aguila had earned that. He didn't care what Ramos or Corvo had implied. All his life, Bosch had operated within institutions, but he liked to think he'd avoided institutional thinking, that he still made his own calls. He'd tell Aguila everything when the moment was right. "I'm heading over there this morning to look at some photos and records. Let's touch base later." Aguila agreed, saying he'd go to the Justice Plaza to file paperwork confirming Fernal Gutierrez Llosa's death. Bosch considered mentioning the shovel with the new handle he'd seen at Envirabreed, but decided against it. For now he planned to share that detail with only one person. Bosch sipped his coffee while Aguila nursed a cup of tea, the silence stretching between them. Finally, Bosch broke it. "Have you ever laid eyes on Zorillo yourself, in the flesh?" "From afar, yes," Aguila replied. "Where was that at the bullfights?" "Correct, at the Plaza de los Toros. El Papa is a regular coming to watch his own bulls, but he has a private box reserved in the shade every week. My budget has only ever allowed for seats on the sunny side of the arena. That is why my view of him has always been from a distance." "So he roots for the bulls, is that it?" Bosch asked. "Pardon?" "He goes to see his bulls win, not the matadors." "No," Aguila clarified. "He attends to ensure his bulls die with honor." Bosch wasn't entirely sure what that implied, but he let it pass. "I want to go today. Can we get in? I need seats in a box close to the Popes." "I'm not certain. Those are very costly. Sometimes they remain unsold. Even then they are often kept locked." "How much?" "I'm afraid you would need at least $200 American. It is a significant expense." Bosch pulled out his wallet and counted out $210. He left a 10 on the table for their meal and slid the rest across the worn green tablecloth to Aguila. It struck him that this was more money than Aguila earned in a full week on the job. He felt a pang of regret for making a snap decision that would have required Aguila hours of careful thought. "Get us a box near the Pope. You must understand, he will be surrounded by many men. He will be. I just want to look at him, that's all. Just get us the box." They left the restaurant, and Aguila said he would walk to the Justice Plaza, a couple of blocks away. After he departed, Harry lingered outside the restaurant waiting for Ramos. He checked his watch. It was 8 o'clock. He was supposed to be in Irving's office at Parker Center back home. He wondered if the assistant chief had already started disciplinary proceedings against him. Bosch would likely be chained to a desk the moment he returned to Los Angeles. Unless he came back with the entire case neatly wrapped up. That was his only leverage with Irving. He knew he had to leave Mexico with everything connected. A sudden sharp realization hit him. Standing like a visible target on the sidewalk was foolish. He retreated back inside and watched for Ramos through the front window. The waitress approached, offering an effusive repeated bow before scurrying away. The $3 tip, he figured, Ramos took nearly an hour to arrive. Not wanting to be without transportation, Bosch told the agent he would follow him. They drove north on Lopez Mateos, at the traffic circle around the statue of Juarez. They turned east into a neighborhood of nondescript warehouses. They navigated down an alley and parked behind a building plastered with layers of graffiti. Ramos climbed out of the beat-up Chevy Camaro with Mexican plates he was driving. his eyes darting around nervously. "Welcome to our humble federal office," he said with a wry smile. Inside, the building was quiet. Typical for a Sunday morning, they were alone. Ramos flicked on the overhead lights, revealing rows of desks and file cabinets. Toward the back stood 2 weapons lockers and a heavy Cincinnati safe for evidence storage. "All right," Ramos began. "Let me see what we have while you tell me about last night. You're absolutely sure someone tried to take you out, right?" "The only way to be more sure would be if I'd actually been hit." The band-aid on Bosch's neck was hidden by his collar. Another on his right palm was barely noticeable. Bosch recounted the hotel's shooting, omitting no detail, including his retrieval of a shell casing from room 504. "What about the bullet? Recoverable?" Ramos asked. "I assume it's still lodged in the headboard. I didn't stick around long enough to dig it out." "No, I bet you went running to warn your buddy, the Mexican cop. Bosch, I'm telling you to get smart. He might be a decent guy, but you don't know him. He could have been the one who set the whole thing up." "Actually, Ramos, I did warn him, but then I left and did exactly what you wanted me to do." "What are you talking about?" Enviro breathed. "I went in last night." "What? Are you insane, Bosch? I never authorized that. Come on, don't play games with me. You laid out exactly what I needed to hear to get that search approved. We're the only ones here. I know what you wanted, and I got it done. List me as a confidential informant." Ramos paced back and forth in front of the metal cabinets, putting on a convincing performance. "Listen, Bosch, any CI I use has to be cleared by my supervisor. That's not going to work. I can't just make it work. Bosch, Do you want to hear what I found inside, or should we forget the whole thing?" That shut the DEA agent up for a long moment. "Do you have your ninjas? What did you call them? The Klits in the city yet?" "Klets, Bosch." "And yes, they arrived last night." "Good. You'll need to move fast." "I was spotted." Bosch watched the agent's expression turn grim. Ramos shook his head and sank into a chair. "Damn it! How do you know? There was a camera." "I didn't notice it until it was too late. I got out, but some people showed up looking around." "I wasn't identifiable, I had a mask on, but they know someone was in there." "All right, Bosch, you're not leaving me much choice. What did you see there it was?" Ramos was acknowledging the unauthorized search, effectively sanctioning it. Bosch wouldn't let this come back on him now. He described the trapdoor concealed under a stack of insect trays in the radiation room. "You didn't open it? Didn't have time? And I wouldn't have anyway. I worked tunnels in Vietnam." Every trapdoor was exactly that. A trap. The people who came after me arrived by car, not through a tunnel. That tells you everything you need to know about possible rigging down there. He then told Ramos that any warrant application, or whatever they called it here, should include a request to seize all tools and debris from the trash cans. Why? Because what you'll find will help me close one of the murder cases I came here for. There's also evidence of a conspiracy to kill a law enforcement officer. Ramos just nodded, not asking for details. He wasn't interested. He stood, went to a file cabinet, and pulled out 2 thick black binders. Bosch took a seat at a vacant desk, and Ramos set the binders down in front of him. "These are known operatives linked to Humberto Zorillo. We have background on some, others. It's just surveillance material. We might not even have a name." Bosch opened the first binder. On top was a grainy 8x10 surveillance photo. Ramos confirmed it was Zorillo, and Bosch had already guessed. Dark hair, a beard, an intense stare from shadowed eyes. Bosch had seen that face before, younger, clean-shaven, smiling instead of wearing that hollow gaze. It was the grown version of the boy in the pictures with Calexico Moore. "What do you have on him?" Bosch asked. "Anything about his family?" "Nothing we know of. Not that we looked too hard. We don't care where he came from, just what he's doing now and where he's headed." Bosch turned the plastic-covered page and began scanning the mugshots and surveillance photos. Ramos returned to his desk, fed a sheet of paper into a typewriter, and started typing. "I'm drafting a CI statement. I'll find a way to get it through." About 2/3 into the first binder, Bosch found the man with the 3 teardrop tattoos. There were several photos, mugshots and surveillance shots from various angles and across different years. Bosch watched the man's face change as the tears were added, shifting from a smug, grinning kid to a hardened convict. The brief bio listed his name as Osvaldo Arpis Rafaelillo, born in 1952. It noted 3 prison stints, one for murder as a juvenile, another for murder as an adult, and one for drug possession. He'd spent half his life behind bars and was described as a lifelong associate of Zorillo's. "Here, I've got him," Bosch said. Ramos came over and immediately recognized the face, too. "You're telling me he was up in Los Angeles taking out police officers?" "That's right. At least 1, maybe 2. I also believe he eliminated a courier working for a rival group, a Hawaiian man named Jimmy Capps. The method was the same for him and one of the officers: strangulation."
The Mexican necktie?
Exact. And the laborer from the old bug-infested place? You think that was him too? He could be responsible for all of them. I'm not certain. This individual has a long history. Arpis? He was released from prison about a year ago. He's a ruthless killer. Bosch, a top enforcer for the Pope. In fact, some people here nickname him Alvin Carpis, after that notorious machine gun killer from the 1930s. Part of the Ma Barker gang. Arpis did time for a couple of murders, but that barely scratches the surface. The body count attributed to him is much higher. Bosch studied the photographs. "Is this everything you have on him? Just these files? There's more paperwork floating around, but this is the essential story. Most of it is informant chatter, hearsay. The core narrative is that when Zorillo was climbing to the top, Arpis was his one-man cleanup crew, handling the violent tasks. Whenever Zorillo needed a problem solved, he'd call on his old barrio friend Arpis. The job would get done. Like I said, they only convicted him a couple of times. He likely bought his way out of trouble for the rest. Bosch started jotting down notes from the biography. Ramos continued. Those two, they grew up in a barrio south of here, Saints and Sinners. Yeah, that's the one. Some of the local officers, and I trust them about as far as I can throw them, said Arpis had a genuine appetite for killing. In the barrio, there was a saying, "Quien eres?" It means, "Who are you?" It was a challenge, a question of allegiance. Are you with us or against us? Saint or sinner? When Zorillo gained power, he used Arpis to remove those who opposed them. The locals claim that after a hit, word would spread through the neighborhood. Él descubrió quien era. It means he discovered who he was, right? It was effective propaganda, a way to solidify support and instill fear. They supposedly embraced it fully, even leaving notes with the victims. They'd kill a man and pin a message to his shirt. He found out who he was. Bosch fell silent, his pen still. Another fragment of the puzzle clicked into place. You can still see that phrase in graffiti around the barrio sometimes, Ramos added. It's part of the folklore that surrounds Zorillo, part of what cements his image as the Pope. Harry finally shut his notebook and stood. I have what I need. All right. Watch your back out there, Bosch. There's no guarantee they won't make another attempt, especially if Arpis is involved. You're welcome to stay here today. It's secure. No, I'll be fine. He nodded and moved toward the door, his hand brushing the pager on his belt. I'll receive a call. Yes, you're on the list. Corvo is coming down for the operation, so I need you present. Where will you be later? I'm not sure. I might play tourist, visit the Historical Society, maybe catch a bullfight. Just stay low-key. You'll get the call. I'd better. He walked out to his caprice, his mind fixed on the note discovered in Cal Moore's back pocket. I found out who I was, 26. The drive across the border took Bosch 30 minutes. A line of cars stretched back nearly half a mile from the dull brown Border Patrol checkpoint. As he inched forward in 1 or 2 car-length increments, he exhausted his supply of change and small bills. A steady stream of vendors approached his window, holding out their palms or offering cheap trinkets and food. Several, without asking, smeared his windshield with dirty rags and then gestured for payment. Each successive cleaning left the glass more streaked, forcing Bosch to finally use his own wipers and washer fluid to see. After finally reaching the border checkpoint, the inspector in mirrored sunglasses simply glanced at his badge and waved him through. "There's a hose over on the right if you need to clean your windshield," the man offered. A short drive later, Bosch pulled into a parking spot facing the Calexico town hall. He lit a cigarette and studied the quiet park across the street. No musicians today, just empty benches. With the afternoon stretching ahead and only a vague purpose, he stepped out and approached the door marked Calexico Historical Society. A deeper thread seemed to connect Cal Moore's death from his choice to cross the border to the old photograph with Zorillo tucked in his pocket. Bosch was chasing the ghost of a house once called a castle and the man with hair white as paper who stood beside Moore in that photo. Finding the door locked, he checked the hours, closed until 1 on Sundays. He had 15 minutes to kill. Peering through the glass, he saw a cramped room with 2 desks, a wall of books and a few display cases, all empty. Too early for lunch, he decided to walk down to the police station instead. He bought a Coke from the vending machine in the small lobby and nodded to the officer behind the glass. Not Gruber today. Leaning against the front wall, sipping his soda and watching the park, he noticed an elderly man with a thin fringe of white hair unlocking the Historical Society door a few minutes early. Bosch headed over and followed him inside. "Are you open?" he asked. "Might as well be," the old man replied. "I'm here now. What can I help you find?" Bosch moved to the center of the room. "I'm trying to trace a friend's background. I think his father was someone notable here in Calexico. I'd like to locate their old house, learn what I can about the family." "What's the name?" "Moore." "Just the last name, I'm afraid." The old man chuckled. "Son, that doesn't narrow it much. The Moores are all over this area, a whole big family. Tell you what, let me get you set up. We've got books with photos. Maybe you can spot the face you're looking for."
What's this all for, anyway?
"Putting together a family tree for him," Bosch said. Soon he was seated at the other desk with 3 large leather-bound books that carried the scent of old paper and dust. They were laid out like yearbooks, blending photographs and narrative. He opened one at random to a black-and-white image of the De Anza Hotel mid-construction. Then he started systematically with the first volume titled Calexico and Mexicali, 75 Years on the Border. Scanning the pages, he read a version of the border's history he'd heard before, but this one was told from a different angle. It described severe poverty in Taipei, China, and framed the migration to Baja California as a quest for opportunity, with no mention of exploited labor. In the 1920s and 30s, Calexico thrived as a boomtown dominated by the Colorado River Land Company, whose managers built lavish estates on the bluffs overlooking the community. As Bosch read, the names of 3 more brothers kept appearing: Anderson, Cecil, and Morgan. Other Moores were mentioned, but these 3 were consistently highlighted as key figures, holding senior positions within the company. In a chapter titled "A Dirt Road Town Paves Its Streets in Gold," Bosch finally found the man he was looking for. It was Cecil Moore. Amidst descriptions of the cotton wealth that transformed Calexico, there was a photograph of a man with strikingly white hair standing before a sprawling Mediterranean-style mansion that looked more like a small campus building. This was the same man from the photograph Moore had kept in that crumpled white bag. On the left side of the house, a tower rose sharply, featuring 2 arched windows at its peak side by side. This tower gave the entire structure the imposing look of a Spanish castle. It was Calmore's childhood home. "This is the man, and this is the place," Bosch said, carrying the book over to the old man. "Cecil Moore," the man replied. "Is he still with us?" "No, all those brothers are gone. Cecil was the last to pass, though, went in his sleep about this time last year, but I think you might be mistaken. Why do you say that? Cecil never had any children." Bosch gave a slow nod. "Maybe you're right. What about this house? Is it still standing? You're not actually working on some family tree project, are you?" "No. I'm a police detective. I came from Los Angeles. I'm following up a story someone told me about this man. Will you help me?" The old man studied him, and Bosch felt a pang of regret for not being honest from the start. "I don't see what Los Angeles has to do with it, but go ahead. What else do you need to know? Is this place with the tower still there?" "Yes, Castillo de los Ojos is still there. Castle of the Eyes. It gets the name from those two windows up in the tower. When they were lit at night, people said they were eyes watching over all of Calexico." "Where is it located?" "It's on a road called Coyote Trail, west of town. You take Highway 98 out past Pinto Wash to an area called Crucifixion Thorn. Turn onto Anza Road like the hotel here in town. That'll take you to Coyote Trail. The castle's at the end of the road. You can't miss it. Who lives there now? I don't think anyone does. He left it to the city, you know. But the city couldn't handle the upkeep on a place like that. They sold it. I believe the buyer actually came down from Los Angeles, come to think of it, but as far as I know, he never moved in. It's a real shame. I was hoping they might have turned it into a museum." Bosch thanked him and left to drive out to Crucifixion Thorn. He had no idea if Castillo de los Ojos was anything more than a dead rich man's empty estate, completely irrelevant to his case. But with no other leads, his instinct was to keep moving. State Highway 98 was a two-lane blacktop road stretching west from Calexico, running parallel to the border through farmland, divided into a vast grid by irrigation canals. The air carried the sharp scent of green peppers and cilantro. Driving past a field of cotton, it struck him that this entire expanse was once the company's massive land holding. Ahead, the land lifted into hills, and he could see Calexico Moore's boyhood home from a great distance. Castillo de los Ojos. The two arched windows were like dark, hollow eyes set against the peach-colored stone of the tower, which rose from a promontory on the horizon. Bosch crossed a bridge over a dry riverbed he assumed was Pinto Wash, though there was no sign. Glancing down into the dusty channel as he passed, Harry spotted a lime-green Chevy Blazer parked below. He caught just a fleeting glimpse of a man behind the wheel with binoculars pressed to his eyes. Border Patrol. The agent was using the Wash's low elevation as a hidden vantage point to monitor the border for crossers. The Wash marked the boundary of the farmland. Almost immediately, the earth began to rise into hills covered in brown brush. There was a turnout in the road near a cluster of eucalyptus and oak trees standing motionless in the windless morning. This time, a sign marked the spot, Crucifixion Thorn Natural Area, with a warning about abandoned mines. Bosch recalled reading at the Historical Society about the gold rush era along the border, a time when speculators chased fortunes and bandits roamed the hills before the company established order, lighting a cigarette. He studied the tower ahead, now much closer, rising from behind a walled compound. Its stillness and those blank tower windows, like lifeless eyes, gave the whole scene a morbid feel. The tower wasn't alone on the hill. He could make out the barrel tile roofs of other homes, but the way it stood above them with those empty glass eyes seemed profoundly lonely, dead. Even Anza Road appeared in another half-mile. Turning north, the single-lane road curved and jostled its way along the hillside. To his right, the farmland basin stretched out below. He turned left onto Coyote Trail, passing large haciendas on sprawling estates, most of them hidden behind high walls where only second stories were visible. Coyote Trail ended in a circle around an ancient oak, its branches promising summer shade. Castillo de los Ojos sat right there at the road's end. From the street, an 8-foot stone wall hid everything but the tower. A fuller view was only possible through a black wrought iron gate. Bosch pulled onto the driveway up to that gate, which was secured by a heavy steel chain and lock. Getting out, he peered through the bars. The parking circle in front of the house was empty, and the curtains in every front window were drawn shut. On the wall beside the gate were a mailbox and an intercom. He pushed the ringer, but got no answer, not that he was sure what he would have said. The mailbox was empty, too. Leaving his car, Bosch walked back down Coyote Trail to the nearest house, one of the few without a wall. It did have a white picket fence and an intercom at the gate. This time, when he rang the buzzer, a woman's voice responded. "Yes, police, ma'am. I was hoping to ask a few questions about your neighbour's house." "Which neighbour?" The voice sounded very old. "The castle. Nobody lives there. Mr. Moore passed some time ago." "I know, ma'am. I was wondering if I could come in and speak with you for a moment." "I have identification." After a delay, a curt "very well" came over the speaker, and the gate lock buzzed. The woman insisted he hold his ID up to a small window in the door. Inside, he saw her white-haired, frail, straining to see from a wheelchair. She finally opened up. "Why do they send a Los Angeles police officer? Ma'am, I'm working on a Los Angeles case. It involves a man who used to live in the castle a long time ago when he was a boy." She squinted up at him, as if trying to see past a memory. "Are you talking about Calixto Moore?" "Yes. You knew him? Is he hurt?" Bosch hesitated. "I'm afraid he's dead." "Up there in Los Angeles?" "Yes. He was a police officer. I think it had something to do with his life down here. That's why I came. I don't even know what to ask. He didn't live here long. But you remember him. He didn't live here long, but that doesn't mean I never saw him again."
"Quite the opposite," she said, her tone shifting from sorrow to a kind of weary strength. "I saw him regularly over the years. He'd ride his bicycle or drive a car and come sit out there on the road, just watching that place. One time I even had Marta bring him out a sandwich and a lemonade. He assumed Marta was a maid. These estates usually had them. He'd just watch and remember, I suppose," the old woman continued. "A terrible thing, what Cecil did to him."
"He's likely paying for it now, that Cecil," she said, her voice carrying a weight of years. "What do you mean by terrible? Shipping the boy and his mother off like that. I don't believe he ever said another word to either of them afterward, but I'd spot the boy, and later the man, coming out here just to look at the property. Folks around here claim that's the real reason Cecil built that wall. Did it 20 years back. They say he grew sick of the sight of Calixico on the street. That was Cecil's method. If you don't like the view from your window, you just put up a barrier. But I'd still catch glimpses of young Carl now and then. Once, when I could still walk, I brought a soda out to him myself. He was sitting in his car, and I asked him plain, 'Why do you keep coming out here all the time?' He just looked at me and said, 'Aunt Mary, I like to remember.' That was his answer. Aunt Mary, yes. I assumed that was why you'd come." My Anderson and Cecil were brothers. God rest them both. Bosch gave a slow nod, allowing a respectful silence to hang for several seconds before he spoke. The man at the local museum insisted Cecil had no children. Of course, he said that. Cecil hid it from everyone, his big secret. He couldn't stand the thought of the family name being tarnished. Calixco's mother was the housekeeper. Yes, she was. Sounds like you've pieced a fair bit together already. Only fragments.
What actually happened? Why did he send them away?
She paused, her gaze turning inward to compose a story decades old. After she got pregnant, he made her stay there, and she had the baby right in that house. A few years later, he found out she'd deceived him. He had some of his men tail her one day when she went over to Mexicali, supposedly to see her mother. There was no mother, just a husband and another son, older than Calexico. That was when he cast them out. Sent away his own flesh and blood. Bosch let that settle, a long moment of quiet. The woman stared into the distance, lost in the past. When was the last time you saw Calexico? Oh, let me think. Must be years now. He finally stopped coming around altogether. Do you think he knew about his father's death? He wasn't at the funeral. Not that I'd hold it against him. I heard Cecil Moore left the estate to the city. That's right. He died a lonely man and left everything to the city. Not a single thing to Calexico or any of the ex-wives or other women. Cecil Moore was a bitter man, right to the end. Naturally, the city couldn't handle a place like that, too vast, too costly to maintain. Calexico isn't the boomtown it used to be. There was talk of turning it into a historical museum, but you couldn't fill a shoebox with this town's history, let alone a mansion. So the cities sold it off. I heard for over $1 million. Maybe that'll balance their books for a little while. Who bought it? I don't know, but they never moved in. There's a caretaker who comes by. I saw lights on over there just last week, but as far as anyone knows, nobody's ever lived there. Must be some kind of investment in what? I couldn't tell you. We're sitting out here in the absolute middle of nowhere. One last thing, was there ever anyone else with Moore when he'd come to watch the house? Always alone. That poor boy was always out there by himself. Driving back into town, Bosch turned over the image of Moore's solitary vigils outside his father's house. He wondered if the longing was for the structure and its memories, or for the father who had rejected him, or perhaps it was for both. His own mind brushed against the memory of his brief encounter with his dying father, a sick old man on a hospital bed. Bosch had chosen to forgive him for every stolen moment. He knew he had to, or he'd spend the rest of his life poisoning himself with that pain. The line of traffic waiting to cross back into Mexico was longer and moved even slower than the previous day. Bosch figured the Sunday evening bullfight was to blame, drawing crowds from all over the region, a local tradition as entrenched here as Raiders football was back in Los Angeles. He was just 2 cars from the Mexican border officer when a cold realization hit him. He still had the Smith & Wesson in its holster tucked against the small of his back. It was already too late to change course. As he approached the checkpoint, Harry simply uttered the word bullfight and was immediately waved through. The sky above Mexicali was a clear, brilliant blue, the air crisp and cool, perfect conditions for the afternoon ahead. A familiar thrill tightened in Bosch's throat, a mix of anticipation for the ritual about to unfold, and the slim chance of laying eyes on Zorillo. The man's name and legend had dominated the last 72 hours, weaving themselves so deeply into the fabric of this case that Harry felt himself half believing the myths. He just wanted to see the so-called Pope in his natural habitat, surrounded by his bulls and his people. After parking near the Justice Plaza, Bosch retrieved a pair of high-powered binoculars from the glove box. The arena was only a short walk away. A quick badge flash at the front desk granted him access to the investigator's room, where he found Aguila finishing up handwritten reports at a solitary desk. "You got the tickets?" Harry asked. "Yes. We have a box on the sunny side, but the overhang provides shade. It will not be an issue. Close to Zorillo's section, almost directly across if he attends today." "That's a big if. Ready to go. I have concluded the paperwork for the Gutierrez Llosa matter, unless a suspect is formally charged, which likely won't happen here. Correct? We should depart now." Aguila stood. Bosch lifted the binoculars. "I'm set. You will be so near, you won't need those. These aren't for watching bulls." Joining the steady flow of spectators heading toward the arena, They passed families carrying small square cushions for the hard concrete benches. Children darted through the crowd, selling the pillows for $1 apiece. Once inside the main gate, they followed an usher down a concrete stairwell into an underground passage that curved like a catacomb beneath the stadium. Numbered wooden doors lined the inner wall. Their usher unlocked door 7, revealing a cramped concrete cell with a vaulted ceiling that sloped down to a wide opening overlooking the ring. They were right at the edge of the action, close enough for Bosch to smell the distinct scent of the arena, damp earth, animal sweat, and a faint metallic hint of old blood. 6 folded steel chairs leaned against the back wall. They set up 2 and sat after Aguila thanked the usher and locked the door. "This feels like a pillbox," Bosch remarked, scanning the boxes across the way for any sign of Zorillo. "What is a pillbox?" "Never mind," Harry said, realizing he'd never actually been in one either. "It's like a jail cell, perhaps," Aguila replied, a slight edge in his tone. Bosch caught it. "These were supposed to be premium seats, Carlos. This is perfect. We'll see everything from here." The concrete box amplified every sound, the growing roar of the crowd, the distant brass of the stadium band, the echoing cheers as the matadors were introduced. The space also held the sour, persistent odor of stale beer. As the excitement built, Bosch felt a strange isolation settle over him despite the chaos outside. "Smoking allowed in here?" he asked. "Yes," Aguila said, rising. "Would you like a beer? Tecate? If they have it." "Of course. Lock the door. I will knock." After Aguila left, Harry turned the lock. He wasn't sure if he was securing the room against a threat or simply preserving their privacy. But either way, the fortress-like walls didn't make him feel safe. Alone, the reverberating footsteps from above sounded less like anticipation and more like a distant, approaching storm. The structure wasn't a pillbox at all. Raising the binoculars, Bosch scanned the openings of the other private boxes encircling the arena. Most remained vacant, and none of the early arrivals matched the description of Zorillo. He noted, however, that many of the boxes were personalized, stocked with liquor bottles on built-in shelves, adorned with tapestries, furnished with plush chairs. These were the shaded, privileged spaces of the season ticket holders. Aguila soon returned with the beers, and the spectacle commenced. The initial 2 fights were clumsy and uninspired, drawing boos from the crowd as the matadors bungled their final sword thrusts. Each confrontation devolved into a prolonged, bloody mess that bore no resemblance to art or courage. Aguila dismissed them as amateurish. The atmosphere shifted dramatically during the 3rd fight. The arena erupted with a thunderous roar when a bull, black as pitch, save for a pale Z brand on its back, slammed violently into the side of a picador's horse. The animal's raw power shoved the horse's protective padding high against the rider's leg. The picador drove his lance down into the bull's shoulder, leaning his full weight into the strike, but this only seemed to fuel the beast's fury. Finding a surge of wild strength, the bull lunged again. The clash was barely 30 feet from Bosch's box, yet he instinctively lifted the binoculars for a closer view. Through the lenses, the scene unfolded in a grim, slow-motion tableau. The horse reared against the reins, the picador tumbled into the dust, and the bull drove its horns into the padded skirt, toppling the horse on top of the fallen rider. The crowd's cheers swelled to a wild, jeering crescendo as banderilleros flooded the ring, waving their capes to distract the bull. Others helped the picador to his feet. He shrugged off their assistance, his face slick with sweat and flushed with humiliation. A pillow thrown from the stands glanced off his shoulder. He refused to look up, knowing it would invite more. The bull had won the crowd's favor, and they cheered its death minutes later with a strange, respectful intensity. After a matador's sword sank deep into its neck, the bull's front legs buckled and its massive weight collapsed. An older torero, whose sole role appeared in every fight, stepped forward swiftly. He carried a short dagger which he plunged into the base of the bull's skull. Instant death following prolonged torment. Bosch watched the man wipe his blade on the animal's black hide before walking away, returning the dagger to a sheath on his vest. A team of mules was led in, a rope was looped around the bull's horns, and the body was dragged in a circle through the dirt before being hauled out. A single red rose fell from the stands, landing on the dead animal as it carved a flattened path in the earth. Bosch's gaze lingered on the man with the dagger. Was his duty an act of mercy, or simply the final note in a cruel performance? The man's hair was streaked with grey, his face a worn mask of impassive stone, his eyes utterly soulless. For a moment, Bosch thought of Arpis, the man with the 3 teardrop tattoos. What expression had he worn when he choked the life from Porter, or when he levelled the shotgun at Moore's face? The bull was very brave and beautiful, Aguila remarked. He had spoken little through the fights, offering only terse critiques of each matador's skill. I suppose Zorillo would have been proud, Bosch said, if he'd bothered to show up. It was true. Zorillo had not come. Bosch had kept an eye on the empty seat Aguila had indicated, but it stayed vacant. With only the final fight remaining, it now seemed improbable that the breeder of the day's bulls would make an appearance. "Would you prefer to depart, Harry?" "No, I intend to stay." "Excellent. This will be the most skilled and graceful performance. Silvestri is the finest matador in Mexicali. Another beer?" "Sure. This round is on me. What do you? Please, no, it is my responsibility, a modest gesture of thanks." "Fine," Bosch replied. "Secure the door." Aguila did so, then glanced at his ticket, where the bullfighters' names were printed. Cristobal Silvestri. Aguila had described him as the most elegant and courageous fighter he'd ever witnessed. A roar erupted from the crowd as the bull, another massive black beast, stormed into the ring to face its executioners. The toreros began to circle it, their green and blue capes unfurling like blossoms. Bosch was captivated by the ritual and spectacle of the corrida, even the clumsier performances. He was certain this wasn't a sport, yet it was something significant, a trial, a test of skill, and undeniably of courage and determination. He felt that, given the chance, he would want to return to this arena, often as an observer. A knock sounded at the door. Bosch rose to admit Aguila, but upon opening it, he found 2 men waiting. One was unfamiliar. The other he recognized, though it took him a moment to place the face. It was Grenner, the captain of investigations. Peering past them, he saw no trace of Aguila. "Mr. Bosch, may we enter?" Bosch stepped aside, but only Grenner came in. The other man turned his back, effectively guarding the doorway. Grenner closed and locked the door. "To avoid interruptions, yes?" he said, his eyes sweeping the room. He took his time, scrutinizing the space, as if it were a vast gymnasium, ensuring no one else was present. "It is my habit to attend the final fight, Mr. Bosch. Especially, you understand, when Silvestri is performing a true champion. I hope you find it enjoyable." Bosch gave a slight nod and casually turned his gaze to the ring. The bull remained energetic, pacing while the toreros deftly avoided its charges, waiting for its stamina to wane. "Carlos Aguila? Has he left?" "He went for a beer. But you likely already know that, Captain. So why don't you tell me what this is about?" "What is about?" "How do you mean?" "I mean, what do you want, Captain? Why are you here?" "Ah, yes. You wish to enjoy our little pageant without business distractions. Get to the point, I believe, is the expression. That works." A fresh cheer drew both men's attention to the ring. Silvestri had entered and was advancing toward the bull. He wore a white and gold suit of lights and moved with a royal bearing, back straight, head tilted downward as he fixed a stern gaze on his opponent. The bull was still spirited, charging around the ring, the blue and yellow banderillas planted in its neck, whipping violently with each movement. Bosch forced his focus back to Grainer. The police captain wore a black leather jacket, its right cuff barely concealing his Rolex watch. My point is, I wish to know what you are doing, Mr. Bosch. You did not travel here for bullfights, so why are you here? I am informed that Mr. Gutierrez Llosa has been identified. Why do you remain?
Why do you occupy Carlos Aguilar's time? Bosch had no intention of sharing anything with this man, but he also didn't want to put Aguilar at risk. Bosch would be leaving soon, but Aguilar lived here. I'm departing in the morning. My work is finished. Then perhaps you should leave tonight, no? For an early start, perhaps? Grenner nodded slowly. You see, I have received an inquiry from a Lieutenant Pounds of the LAPD. He is quite anxious for your return.
He asked me to convey this to you personally. Why would that be? Bosch looked at him and shook his head. I have no idea. You would need to ask him. A prolonged silence followed, during which Grainer's attention was once again captured by the action in the ring. Bosch followed his gaze, catching Silvestri guiding the charging bull past with a sweep of his cape. Grainer studied him for an extended moment before a smile crept onto his face, a smile that held the unsettling charm of a practiced predator. You understand the cape's purpose? Bosch remained silent, the two men locked in a wordless standoff. That faint, knowing smile never left the captain's features. It is the art before the kill, Grainer said at last, a beautiful deception, a dance for survival. The matador uses red cloth to trick death itself, to direct it away from where he stands. But courage is the price. He must place himself before the horns. The nearer death approaches, the greater his bravery must be. He cannot reveal a flicker of fear. Not one instant. To show fear is to be defeated. It is to die that, my friend, is the true art. He gave a slow nod, but Bosch only continued his steady stare. Grainer's smile widened then, and he turned to the door. He pulled it open to reveal the other man still waiting outside. As he swung the door closed again, he looked back at Bosch. Enjoy your journey, Detective Harry Bosch, tonight? Yes? Bosch offered no reply before the door shut. He sat for a second, but the roar from the arena pulled his focus back. Silvestri had knelt on one knee in the ring's center, enticing the bull to charge. He held his ground utterly still until the massive animal was nearly upon him. Then, with a fluid motion, he swept the cape aside. The bull thundered past, mere inches away, leaving the matador untouched. It was a thing of terrible beauty, and the stadium erupted. The unlocked box door opened, and Aguilar entered. Grainer, what did he want? Bosch didn't answer. He raised his binoculars to Zerillo's box. The Pope was absent, but Grainer was now there, staring back at him with that same thin, cryptic smile. In the ring, Silvestri brought the bull down with one perfect thrust, the sword plunging deep between the shoulders to pierce the heart. Instant, silent death. Bosch glanced at the man holding the dagger and thought he detected a shadow of disappointment on that weathered face. His grim work had been rendered unnecessary. The cheers for Silvestri's masterful kill were thunderous, unceasing as the matador took his victory lap, arms raised to bask in the adulation. A rain of roses, cushions, and even women's shoes descended into the sand. Bathed in the crowd's roar, the bullfighter glowed. The noise was so overwhelming that it took Bosch a long moment to realize the pager on his belt was buzzing insistently. At 9 o'clock, Bosch and Aguilar turned off Avenida Cristobal Colon onto a service road, tracing the edge of Rodolfo Sanchez Taboada International Airport. The road wound past several aging Quonset hut hangars, then a cluster of more modern buildings. On one, a sign read Aero Carga. Its large bay doors were parted a few feet, light spilling out from within. This was their destination, a DEA front operation. Bosch pulled into the lot and parked near several other vehicles, noting most had California license plates. The moment he stepped from the Caprice, 4 men in blue plastic windbreakers approached. He showed his identification, and after one of them checked a clipboard, he seemed to pass inspection. And him? The man with the clipboard asked, nodding at Aguila. "He's with me," Bosch said. "Our sheet has you down as a single entry, Detective Bosch. Now we have an issue." "I must have forgotten to RSVP for a +1, Bosch said. "This isn't a joke, Detective Bosch." "Never said it was. He's my partner. He stays." The clipboard man wore a pained expression. He was an Anglo with a sun-bleached complexion and hair whitened by long border duty. He glanced back toward the hangar as if hoping for guidance. On the back of his windbreaker, large yellow DEA letters were printed. "You'd better get Ramos," Bosch said. "If my partner leaves, I leave with him." "Then what does that say about the integrity of the operation's security?" Bosch glanced toward Aguila, who stood rigidly flanked by 3 other agents. They looked less like federal officers and more like nightclub bouncers on the Sunset Strip, ready to eject an unruly patron. "Consider the logic," Bosch pressed. "Anyone who has been brought this deep into the plan has to see it through to the end. If you cut them loose now, you create a loose end. Someone outside the circle, unaccounted for, and out there. Go ask Ramos if you don't believe me." The man with the clipboard paused, then instructed everyone to remain calm as he pulled a radio from his jacket. He contacted someone, referred to as staff leader, reporting a problem in the lot. For a few tense moments, the group stood in silence. Bosch caught Aguila's eye and gave a subtle wink. Then he spotted Ramos and Corvo, the agent from Los Angeles, striding quickly toward them. Ramos didn't wait to reach the car before he started in. "What the hell is this, Bosch? Do you have any idea what you've just done? You've compromised the entire operation. I gave explicit instructions. He's my partner on this, Ramos. He knows everything I know. We're a package deal. If he goes, I go. And if I leave, I'm heading back across the border to LA. Who knows where he ends up? How does that fit with your theory about who can be trusted?" Under the hangar lights, Bosch could see a vein throbbing in Ramos's neck. "See," Bosch said calmly, "if you let him walk away, you're essentially trusting him to keep quiet. So if you trust him that much, you might as well let him stay." "Go to hell, Bosch." Corvo placed a hand on Ramos's arm and stepped forward. "Bosch, if he screws up, or if this operation is compromised in any way because of him, I will make sure it's known. You understand what I'm saying? It'll be common knowledge back in LA that you were the one who brought him into this." He gestured across the car, and the other agents moved away from Aguila. Moonlight glinted off Corvo's face, illuminating the scar that cut through his beard on the right side. Bosch wondered how many times tonight the DEA agent would recount the story behind that scar, likely from some knife fight. "And one more thing," Ramos added. "He goes in without a vest. We only have one extra, and that's for you, Bosch. So if he takes a hit, it's on your head." "Understood," Bosch replied flatly. "No matter what goes wrong, it lands on me. I get it. For the record, I have a spare vest in my trunk. He can use yours. I prefer my own gear anyway." "Briefing is at 2200, Ramos snapped, turning back toward the hangar. Corvo followed, with Bosch and Aguila falling into step behind them. The remaining agents bringing up the rear. Inside the vast hangar, 3 black helicopters sat side by side. Several men, mostly in black jumpsuits, moved around, sipping coffee from white cups. 2 of the helicopters were wide-bodied personnel transports, RH-1Ns, Hueys. The distinctive whoop-whoop of their rotors would always be the sound of Vietnam to Bosch. The third craft was smaller and sleeker, resembling a commercial news or police helicopter that had been converted into a gunship. Bosch recognized the gun turret mounted on its right side. Below the cockpit, another mount held an array of equipment, including a spotlight and night vision sensors. The men in jumpsuits were carefully removing the white letters and numbers from the tail sections, preparing for a completely blacked-out night assault. Corvo appeared beside him. "We call it the Lynx," he said, nodding toward the smallest craft. "Mostly used in Central and South America, but we intercepted this one on its way down. It's built for night work, full night vision setup, infrared heat pattern displays. It'll serve as the airborne command post tonight." Bosch merely nodded. He wasn't as impressed with the hardware as Corvo seemed to be. The DEA supervisor appeared more energized than he had during their meeting at the Code 7, his dark eyes scanning the hangar with a restless intensity. It occurred to Bosch that Corvo probably missed field work, stuck behind a desk in LA, while guys like Ramos got to play soldier. Corvo gestured toward the Lynx helicopter. "That's your ride. You and your partner will be with me. Observers, nice and safe."
"You running this show, or is Ramos?" Bosch asked. "I'm in charge." "Hope you are." Bosch looked at the war chopper. "Tell me something, Corvo. We want Zerillo alive. Correct?" "That's correct." "All right, so when we get him, what's the plan? He's a Mexican citizen. You can't drag him across the border. You just hand him over to the Mexicans. He'll be running whatever prison they stick him in within a month, if they even bother with a prison."
It was a familiar frustration for every cop along the Southern California line. Mexico wouldn't extradite its own citizens to face charges in the United States, insisting on prosecuting them at home. The open secret was that the country's most powerful drug lords treated penitentiary stays like luxury resort bookings for the right price. Anything was available: women, drugs, alcohol, every comfort. There was even a story about a convicted trafficker in Juarez who had paid the warden $100 grand to take over his office and residence, a sum about 4 times the warden's annual salary. Now that warden was an inmate in his own prison. "I hear you," Corvo said, "but don't sweat it. We have a plan for that. The only things you need to worry about are your own skin and your partner's. Watch him closely and go get some coffee. It's going to be a very long night." Bosch walked back to Aguila, who was waiting by the workbench where the coffee was set up. They gave brief nods to a few agents milling around, but the gestures were seldom returned. They were the uninvited guests from their position. They could see into a suite of offices off the main hangar bay. Several men in green Mexican military uniforms sat at desks, drinking coffee and waiting. "Militia," Aguila said quietly. "From Mexico City, is there no one in Mexicali the DEA trusts?" "After tonight, they'll trust you," Bosch replied. He lit a cigarette to go with his coffee and took a long look around the cavernous space. "What's your take?" he asked Aguila. "I think the Pope of Mexicali is in for one hell of a wake-up call tonight." "Looks that way." They moved away from the coffee station to let others through and leaned against a nearby counter, watching the final raid preparations. Bosch noticed Ramos at the back of the hangar with a group of men in bulky black jumpsuits. As Harry walked closer, he saw the Nomex fire-retardant suits underneath. Some were smearing boot black around their eyes before pulling on black ski masks. The Klet squad, you could almost taste their adrenaline. They were itching to get in the air. There were 12 of them, pulling gear from black trunks. Bosch spotted Kevlar helmets and vests, along with flashbang grenades. One man already had a 9mm P226 with an extended magazine holstered on his hip. Strictly backup, Harry figured. The barrel of a long gun poked from one of the trunks. Ramos noticed him, then reached in and brought the weapon over, a strange, eager grin spreading across his face. "Check this out," Ramos said, his voice low with excitement. "Colt makes these exclusively for the DEA, the RO-636. It's a suppressed version of the standard 9mm submachine gun. Uses 147-grain subsonic hollow points. You know what one of these rounds will do? It'll punch straight through 3 bodies before it even thinks about slowing down. He cradled the weapon almost tenderly. It has an integrated suppressor, means no muzzle flash. These guys are always hitting labs. You get ether fumes in the air. A muzzle flash could ignite the whole place. Boom, you'd land 2 blocks away. But not with these. No flash. It's a beautiful piece of engineering. Makes me wish I was going in with one tonight. Ramos held the gun with the awe of a man admiring a priceless artifact, his earlier bravado momentarily replaced by pure, unadulterated reverence. "You served in Vietnam, didn't you, Bosch?" Ramos inquired. Bosch gave a silent nod. I could sense it. There's a certain look, I can always spot it. Ramos returned the weapon to its owner, that peculiar smile still playing on his lips. I missed Vietnam by being too young and Iraq by being too old. Isn't that just my luck? The operational briefing didn't get underway until almost 10:30. Ramos and Corvo assembled the federal agents, the state police officers, Bosch and Aguila before a large board displaying an aerial photograph of Zorillo's sprawling ranch. Bosch studied the image, noting the immense tracts of empty, undeveloped land. The man had purchased his privacy with sheer acreage. The Kukapa Mountains formed a natural western barrier, while he had surrounded the rest of his domain with a buffer zone of thousands of acres of scrub. Ramos and Corvo flanked the board, with Ramos leading the discussion. Using a yardstick as a pointer, he outlined the ranch's borders and identified the main compound, a large walled area containing a hacienda, a ranch house, and an adjacent bunker-style structure. He then indicated the breeding pens and barns, situated roughly a mile from the main compound along the perimeter facing Valverde Highway, and pointed out the Enverabreed facility directly across the road. Next, Ramos pinned up a more detailed enlargement, focusing on a quarter of the ranch, spanning from the main compound to the breeding and Enverabreed area. This shot was close enough to reveal tiny figures stationed on the bunker's roof. In the scrub behind the buildings, dark shapes stood out against the pale earth. The bulls, Bosch found himself wondering which one was El Temblar. He overheard a state officer translating the briefing for a cluster of guardsmen nearby. "All right, these images are approximately 30 hours old," Ramos stated. "We coordinated with NASA for a U-34 flyover. They also captured thermal resonance data, and this is where it gets interesting. The red areas you see indicate heat signatures." He placed a new computer-generated graphic beside the photograph. It showed red squares representing the buildings against a backdrop of blues and greens. Smaller red dots scattered outside the squares were presumably the bulls. "These readings were captured at the same moment yesterday," Ramos explained. "By cross-referencing the graphic with the live photo, we can identify certain discrepancies. These squares correspond to the buildings, and most of these smaller red marks match the bulls." He moved the yardstick between the 2 images. Bosch noticed there were more red spots on the thermal graphic than there were bulls in the photograph. Now, these additional marks do not align with any animals. Ramos continued. What they do align with are the feed storage shelters. With Corvo's assistance, they posted 2 even closer enlargements. Bosch could clearly see the corrugated metal roof of a small shed, with a black steer standing nearby. On the thermal graphic, both the steer and the shed glowed bright red. These structures are basically 3-sided sheds to protect livestock feed from the weather. NASA advised that such shelters might emit some residual heat detectable by our sensors, but they were adamant it wouldn't account for the intensity we're seeing here. Therefore, our assessment is that these feed points are decoys. We believe they are exhaust vents for a subterranean facility. The entrance is likely concealed within one of the structures in the main compound, leading to an underground laboratory located back here. He let the implication hang in the air for a moment. No one spoke. Additionally, Ramos added, "We have intelligence from a confidential source indicating the existence of a tunnel network. We assess it, connects the breeding center here to this facility, the Envirobreed compound across the highway. We believe this method has enabled Zorillo to evade detection and represents a likely route for moving product from the ranch to the border. Ramos continued outlining the raid. The strike was scheduled for midnight. The Mexican militia's role was twofold. A single unmarked vehicle would approach the ranch gate, weaving erratically on the gravel road to mimic a drunk driver. Under this pretense, the 3 officers inside would apprehend the 2 gate sentries. Following this, half the remaining force would proceed down the ranch road toward the main population center, while the other half would advance to the Envirobreed compound, surround it, and await further developments. The operation's success hinges entirely on securing those 2 men at the gate before they can alert the main compound. Corvo interjected, speaking for the first time during the briefing. If we fail at that, we lose our surprise advantage entirely. Once the ground assault was initiated, the 3 air units would arrive. The 2 transport helicopters would land on the north and east sides of the compound to deploy the Klet team, who would conduct the initial breach of all structures. The 3rd helicopter, a Lynx, would stay aloft as an airborne command post. Finally, Ramos addressed the ranch's 2 roving patrols, 2-man teams in jeeps. He noted they followed no fixed route or schedule, making them impossible to locate until the action started. They're the wild cards, Ramos stated. That's precisely why we have a mobile air command. They'll alert us if the jeeps are spotted approaching, or the Lynx will simply eliminate them. Ramos paced before the bulletin board, swinging a yardstick. Bosch could tell he relished this, the sensation of command. Perhaps it compensated for his experiences in Vietnam or Iraq. All right, gentlemen, a few more key points, Ramos said, pinning up another photograph. Our target is the ranch. We have warrants to search for drugs. Finding manufacturing equipment would be a major win. Finding narcotics would be a major win. But our primary objective is this man right here. The photo was an enlarged version from the mugbook Bosch had reviewed that morning. This is our primary target, Ramos announced, Humberto Zorillo, the so-called Pope of Mexicali. If we don't get him, this entire operation is a bust. He's the mastermind. He's the one we need. It might interest you to know that beyond his narcotics activities, he's a suspect in the murders of 2 LA police officers, plus a couple of other killings up there in the last month. This is a man who doesn't hesitate. If he doesn't do the deed himself, he has plenty of people who will. He is dangerous. Everyone we encounter on that ranch must be considered armed and dangerous. Any questions? One of the militia members asked a question in Spanish. Good question, Ramos replied. We are not entering the Envirobreed compound initially for 2 reasons. First, our prime target is the ranch, and a simultaneous entry would split our resources too thin. Second, our confidential informant indicates the tunnel on that side may be rigged with explosives. We're not taking that chance. Once the ranch is secure, we'll move in then or follow the tunnel across. He waited for more questions. There were none. The men shifted their weight, chewed their nails, or tapped their thumbs on their knees. The initial adrenaline was beginning to surge. Bosch had seen it countless times before in Vietnam and since. He met his own rising excitement with a familiar, uneasy dread.
All right, then, Ramos shouted. I want everyone locked and loaded in 1 hour. At midnight, we move.
The gathering dissolved amid a few adolescent howls from the younger agents. Bosch approached Ramos as he was removing the photos from the board. Sounds like a solid plan. Yeah, let's just hope it goes down somewhat according to that plan. They never go exactly right. Right, Corvo mentioned you have another contingency plan, the one who'll bring Zorillo over the line. Yeah, we've got a plan in motion. Care to share the details? He turned from the board, the photographs neatly stacked in his hands. Sure. You'll appreciate this, Bosch, since it delivers him to Los Angeles to stand trial for your cases. After the little weasel is taken down, he's going to put up a fight and get hurt. Probably his face. It'll look a lot worse than it actually is. We'll insist he needs urgent medical care. The DEA will generously offer one of their helicopters. The militia commander will gratefully accept. But here's the twist. The pilot will get disoriented and mistake the lights of Imperial County Memorial Hospital on the American side for the Mexicali General Clinic, which is just on the Mexican side. When the chopper touches down at the wrong facility and Zorillo steps out onto American soil, he'll be subject to immediate arrest and our justice system. Tough luck for him. We might have to file a formal note in the pilot's record. Ramos flashed that familiar, knowing grin. He gave Bosch a wink before walking away. The Lynx helicopter was moving across the blanket of Mexicali's city lights, angling southwest toward the dark outline of the Cucapa Mountains. The flight was steadier and quieter than any he recalled from Vietnam, or the restless dreams that followed. Bosch was in the rear, pressed against the left window. A chill seeped in from a vent somewhere, cutting through the compartment. Aguila sat beside him. Up front were Corvo and the pilot, with Corvo acting as air leader, managing communications and directing the ranch assault. Ramos was ground one, running the show on the surface. Peering forward, Bosch could see the soft green glow from the cockpit instruments reflected on Corvo's helmet visor. All 4 men in the helicopter were linked through electronic cords to a central console, their helmets equipped with air-to-ground and onboard two-way radios, plus night vision capability. After about 15 minutes in the air, the lights outside the windows began to thin. With the glare from below fading, Harry could distinguish the silhouette of another helicopter holding position roughly 200 yards to the left. A third black ship would be on the right. They were flying in tight formation. ETA 2 minutes, a voice crackled in his ear. The pilot, Bosch, shifted the Kevlar vest from his lap and slid it beneath him on the seat, a shield against potential ground fire. He noticed Aguila doing the same with the vest loaned by the DEA. The Lynx began a sharp descent. "Here we go," the voice said again. Bosch pulled down the night vision device and looked through the lenses. The earth rushed by below, a yellowish stream of scrub brush and little else. They crossed over a paved road, then a dirt turnoff. The helicopter banked to follow the turn. He spotted a car, a pickup, and a jeep halted on the road. Then several other vehicles speeding along the dirt path, kicking up thick yellow clouds of dust in their wake. The militia was already rolling in, charging toward the main compound. The fight was on. "Looks like our friends have already handled one of the patrol jeeps," Corvo's voice said in Bosch's earpiece. 10-4. A reply came, likely from one of the other choppers. The Lynx surged past the militia vehicles. Bosch stared through the scope at the open road ahead in the eerie yellow field. The descent continued, then leveled out at what he guessed was about 300 yards up in the night vision view. He could now make out the hacienda and the front of the bunker. He saw the other 2 helicopters, like dark dragonflies, settling onto their assigned positions near the house. Then he felt the Lynx lift slightly, as if catching an updraft. "1 down," a voice shouted over the headset. 2 down. Another answered. The dark figures emerged from the helicopters, spilling into the night. One team of 6 moved swiftly toward the main house, while another group advanced on the bunker. Police vehicles swarmed into view, their headlights cutting through the darkness. More agents, including Ramos and the backup team, leaped from the aircraft. Through the scope, the scene had a strange, yellow-tinted unreality to Bosch, like a poorly made film with tiny, frantic actors. "Switching to ground comm," Corvo announced. The click of the frequency change was immediate, followed by a burst of radio static, heavy breathing, and the sounds of running boots. A loud, metallic bang echoed over the comm, not gunfire, but the battering ram hitting a door. Panicked shouts of police DEA filled the air before Corvo's voice cut through. "Ground 1 report, what's the situation? Update the mothership?" Static crackled, then Ramos's voice, clipped and tense. We have entry at point A. I'm going. The transmission cut. Point A was the house. The plan called for simultaneous entry there and at the bunker. Point B, ground 2. Do we have entry at point B? Corvo demanded. Silence stretched for several heartbeats before Ramos came back on. Air leader, status unclear on ground 2. The team approached the entry, and the unmistakable rattle of automatic gunfire, erupted over the comm, cutting him off. Bosch felt a cold surge of adrenaline, his hands tightening on the scope. He was powerless, a spectator to the chaos below, listening to dead air and watching the murky yellow display. He saw what he thought were muzzle flashes near the bunker's front. Then Ramos's voice returned, sharp with urgency. "We're hot! We're taking fire!" The helicopter jerked upward as the pilot gained altitude, widening the scope's view. The entire compound came into sight. Bosch now spotted figures moving along the bunker's roof, heading toward the north side. He keyed his helmet mic. "Corvo, they've got shooters on the roof. Warn them!" "Stay off the channel!" Corvo snapped, then radioed below. Ground 2, you have hostile positions on the bunker roof. I count 2 advancing on the north side. Copy." From this height, the rotor noise drowned out the gunfire, but Bosch could see the stuttering flashes from automatic weapons at 2 front bunker positions. Sporadic return fire came from the police vehicles, but they were clearly pinned. A transmission opened, the sound of intense gunfire bleeding through, then closed without a word. Ground 2, copy? Corvo's voice held the first thread of strain. No reply. Ground 2, do you copy? A voice ragged with exertion finally responded. Ground 2, yeah. We're pinned at the point B entry, caught in a crossfire. We need assistance now, Ground 1. Report, Corvo barked. After a tense pause, Ramos's voice returned, words fragmented by gunfire. Here. We've cleared the house, 3 suspects down, no others. Looks like they're all in that damn bunker. Get to the bunker. 2 needs backup. Working on it. Bosch noted how the radio voices had shed all pretense, rising in pitch and urgency. Fear did that. It stripped away the cool protocols and code words, leaving raw instinct. He'd seen it in combat and on the city streets. Under that adrenaline flood, the throat tightens, the mind focuses solely on survival, and all the rehearsed professionalism evaporates. A calmly referenced point B becomes a desperate curse. Watching from 400 yards up, through the ghostly lens, the critical flaw in their plan became glaringly obvious to him. They had underestimated the bunker's defenses, treating it as a secondary target when it was clearly the heart of the resistance. The operation's tidy script was now being rewritten in real time by gunfire. The DEA team had planned to beat the militia to the target, using their helicopters to secure the area before ground forces could even arrive. That plan fell apart. The militia was already on scene, and now one of the Klet units was caught in a crossfire, trapped between the militia and the armed individuals holed up in the bunker. Gunfire from the bunker intensified sharply. Bosch could see the rapid flicker of muzzle flashes in the darkness. Then, through his scope, a jeep burst from behind the bunker, crashing through a gate in the perimeter wall and speeding off across the scrubland toward the southeast. Bosch keyed his transmitter. Corvo, we've got a runner. A jeep heading southeast. Can't deal with him now. Everything's falling apart down here, and I can't reposition anyone. Stay off the line. The jeep quickly vanished from the scope's view. Bosch lifted the goggles and peered out the window into the blackness. Nothing. The vehicle was running dark. He immediately thought of the barn and stables near the highway that had to be the runner's destination. Over the radio, Corvo's voice cut in.
Ramos, do you need illumination? Silence. Ground 1. Ground 2. Do you want lights? A fragmented reply came through. Lights would help, but you'd be a sitting duck. Better hold off until we've cleaned up.
Copy that. Ramos, are you receiving? There was no answer. The shooting ceased abruptly. Soon after, the Pope's guardians, apparently deciding their chances in a prolonged firefight, were slim and surrendering.
Air leader, give us that light now. Ramos radioed from below, his voice steady and assured once more. 3 powerful beams from the Lynx helicopter lit up the ground. Men emerged from the bunker with hands clasped on their heads, walking into the custody of the militia, at least a dozen of them. Bosch watched as a Klet agent dragged a body from the bunker and left it on the ground outside. "We're secure down here," Ramos reported. Corvo gave the pilot a thumbs up, and the helicopter began its descent. Bosch felt a wave of tension leave him as they touched down beside another chopper 30 seconds later. In the yard before the bunker, prisoners knelt while militia officers fastened their wrists with plastic zip ties. Others were stacking confiscated weapons, a couple of Uzis and AK-47s, but mostly shotguns and M16s. Ramos stood with the militia captain who had a radio pressed to his ear. Bosch scanned the prisoners but recognized no one. He left Aguila and approached Ramos. "Where's Zorillo?" Ramos raised a hand to silence him, his attention fixed on the captain. Corvo joined them just as a report came over the captain's radio. The captain looked at Ramos and said, "Nada." "All right, nothing's moving at Envirobreed," Ramos said. "No activity in or out since this started. The militia is keeping watch there." Noticing Corvo, Ramos lowered his voice. "We've got a problem."
"We've lost one."
"Yeah, we saw him," Bosch interjected. "He was in the jeep, headed southeast out of—" He stopped, realizing Ramos meant something else. "Who did we lose?" Corvo asked. "Kurth, one of the Klets. But that's not the whole problem." Bosch took a step back, knowing this conversation wasn't for him. "What the hell do you mean?" Corvo said. "Come on, I'll show you." The 2 agents moved around the side of the hacienda, with Bosch following at a distance. A covered porch ran along the back of the house. Ramos crossed it to an open doorway. Inside, a Klet agent lay on the floor just 3 feet from the threshold, his mask pulled up to reveal a face streaked with blood and sweat. It looked to Bosch like 4 rounds had found their mark, 2 just above the vest in the upper chest and 2 in the neck. The bullet wounds formed a tight, lethal grouping, each one a clean through and through. Blood continued to seep from beneath the body, spreading into a dark pool on the ground. The agent's eyes and mouth were frozen open, a testament to a death that came swiftly. Harry Bosch understood the grim reality immediately. This was friendly fire. The sheer size of the wounds, their devastating impact and tight cluster pointed directly to the high-powered rifles carried by the 636 team, not the weapons confiscated from the prisoners. "Seems he burst out this back door when the shooting started," Ramos observed. "Ground 2 was already locked in a crossfire. Someone from that unit must have targeted the doorway and hit Kurth." "Damn it all," Corvo shouted, before lowering his voice to a tense murmur. "All right, Ramos, over here." They moved into a huddle, their words now too quiet for Bosch to catch, though he didn't need to hear them. He knew exactly what was coming. Careers were on the line here. "Understood," Ramos said, his voice returning to normal as he stepped back from Corvo. "Good," Corvo replied. "Once that's handled, get to a secure line and contact LA operations. We'll need public information officers deployed here and back home immediately. The media will be swarming this story from every direction." "You got it?" Corvo turned to enter the house, then paused and came back. "One more thing. Keep the militia away from this area." Ramos gave a curt nod and Corvo strode off. Ramos then glanced over at Bosch, who stood in the deep shadows of the porch. A silent understanding passed between them. Bosch knew the official story would be that Agent Kurth was killed by Zorillo's men. The truth about the friendly fire incident would be buried. You have an issue with this? Ramos asked. I don't have an issue with anything. Good. Then I won't have to worry about you, right, Bosch? Bosch moved toward the doorway. Ramos, where is Zorillo? We're still searching. These buildings have a lot of space to cover. The hacienda is clear, and he's not here. Only 3 inside are dead, and he isn't one of them. So no one's talking. But your cop killer is in there, Bosch. The man with the tear tattoos. Bosch stepped silently past Ramos and the body, careful to avoid the blood. As he passed, he looked down into the dead man's eyes. They were already clouding over like chips of grimy ice. He moved down a hallway toward the front of the house, drawn by voices coming from an open doorway at the base of a staircase in the entryway. Approaching, he saw the room beyond was a study. A large, polished wood desk dominated the space, its center drawer hanging open. Behind it stood a wall of bookshelves. Inside were Corvo, a Clet agent, and 2 bodies. One man lay on the floor beside an overturned couch. The other was slumped in a chair near the room's only window, to the right of the desk. "Come in here, Bosch," Corvo called. "We could probably use your expertise." The body in the chair commanded Bosch's attention. The man's expensive black leather jacket was open, revealing a gun still secured in its belt holster. It was Grainer, though it was hard to recognize him at first glance. A bullet entered his right temple and exited violently below his left eye, obliterating much of his face. Blood had cascaded down both shoulders, ruining the fine leather. Bosch forced his eyes away and looked at the man on the floor. One leg was draped over the back of the overturned couch. Bosch could make out at least 5 bullet holes in his chest amidst the blood. The 3 teardrops tattooed on his cheek were unmistakable. Arpis. The man he had seen at Poe's, a chrome-plated .45, lay on the floor near his right leg. "That your guy?" Corvo asked. "One of them, yes." "Good. One less thing to worry about. The other one is SJP, a captain named Grainer." "Yeah, I just took his ID from his pocket. He also had $6,000 in his wallet. Not bad for a guy whose salary is about $300 a week. Take a look at this," he said, moving around the desk. Bosch followed and saw the rug had been pulled aside, revealing a floor safe roughly the size of a mini-fridge. Its heavy door stood open, the interior completely empty. "This is exactly how the Klets found it."
What's your read? These bodies aren't that old. Feels like we just missed the party, doesn't it?
Bosch took a long moment to survey the room. Tough to call. Looks like a deal gone wrong. Maybe Grainer got ambitious, demanded a bigger cut than he was owed. Could be he was trying to pull a fast one on Zorillo, and it blew up in his face. "I saw him just a few hours ago at the bull ring." "Yeah? What did he say? That he was off to get a blessing from the Pope?" Corvo didn't crack a smile, and neither did Bosch. "No. He just told me to leave town." "So who shot him?" "Looks like a .45 to me." "Just a guess." "That would make our friend Arpis here a prime suspect. Then who shot Arpis?" "Your guess is as good as mine, but if I had to piece it together, maybe Zorillo, or whoever was behind that desk, grabbed a gun from the drawer and opened fire. Right here, Arpis stumbles back and goes over the couch. Why would he do that? Who knows? Maybe Zorillo didn't approve of what happened to Grainer. Maybe he was starting to fear Arpis. Maybe Arpis tried the same power play. Could be a dozen reasons. We'll likely never know. I thought Ramos mentioned 3 bodies. Across the hall, Bosch stepped into a spacious living room with thick white shag carpet and a white baby grand piano. A painting of Elvis hung above a white leather sofa. The carpet was stained with blood from the 3rd man, sprawled in front of the couch. It was Dance. Bosch recognized him from the mugshot, despite the bullet wound in his forehead and his blonde hair now dyed black. The practiced scowl was gone, replaced by an expression of sheer astonishment. His eyes were open, almost as if he were staring up at the hole in his own head. Corvo entered behind him. "What do you think? I think the Pope had to leave in a hurry, and he didn't want to leave these three behind to tell the tale. Hell, I don't know, Corvo. Corvo keyed the handheld radio. Search teams report. Search leader here. We've located the underground lab. Entrance is through the bunker. It's extensive. We have product in the drying pans. Multiple kilos. We've hit the jackpot. We're golden. What about the priority suspect? Negative at this time. No suspects in the lab. Damn it, Corvo said after signing off. He rubbed the edge of the Motorola against the scar on his cheek, thinking. The jeep? Bosch said. We have to go after it. If he's heading for Envirobreed, the militia is already there. Right now, I can't spare people to go chasing across a 6,000-acre ranch. I'll go. Hold on, Bosch. This isn't your operation. To hell with that, Corvo. I'm going. Bosch exited the house, squinting in the low light until he spotted Aguila standing near the prisoners and the militia. It struck him that the Mexican probably felt even more out of place here than Harry did. I'm going after that jeep we saw. I think it was Zorillo. I'm ready, Aguila replied. Before they could move, Corvo came running up, not to stop them. Bosch, I've got Ramos in the chopper. It's all I can spare. A sudden silence was broken by the sound of helicopter rotors starting to turn on the other side of the hacienda. Go, Corvo yelled, or he'll leave without you. They sprinted around the building and climbed back into their spots in the Lynx. Ramos was already in the cockpit with the pilot. The craft jerked into the air, and Bosch forgot about his seat belt, focused instead on securing his helmet and night vision gear. Through the scope there was nothing yet. No jeep, no trace. They moved southwest from the main cluster of ranch buildings, watching the pale landscape scroll past through his night vision goggles. Harry realized he still hadn't told Aguila about his captain's death. He'd tell him when this was over, he decided. Moments later, they spotted the jeep. It was tucked into a grove of eucalyptus trees and thick scrub. A massive tumbleweed, big as a pickup truck, lodged against its side, either blown there or placed as a flimsy attempt at concealment. The vehicle sat roughly 50 yards from the corrals and the main barn. The pilot switched on the spotlights, and the Lynx began a slow, wide circle. There was no sign of the driver, the fugitive Zorillo. Peering between the front seats, Bosch saw Ramos give the pilot a thumbs down, and the helicopter started its descent. The lights cut out, plunging them into an absolute darkness so profound it felt like they were falling into a void. Harry felt the jolt of touchdown, and the tension in his shoulders eased a fraction. The engine died, leaving only the slowing, rhythmic whop, whop, whop of the freewheeling rotor blades. Through his window, Bosch studied the barn's western wall, a blank face of wood with no doors or windows. It offered decent cover for an approach, he was thinking, when Ramos suddenly shouted, "What the? Hold on." A violent impact slammed into the helicopter, lurching it sideways. Bosch looked out his window just in time to see they were being shoved. The jeep, someone had been hiding inside it. The Lynx's landing skids caught on something in the dirt, and the craft tipped onto its side. Bosch covered his face and ducked as the still spinning rotor blades chewed into the earth, sending splinters of wood and dirt flying. Then Aguila's full weight crashed down on him, and muffled, panicked yells erupted from the cockpit. The helicopter rocked in its awkward position for only a few seconds before another deafening crash came from the front. The sounds of rending metal, shattering glass, and sharp gunfire filled the air, then vanished as quickly as they came. Bosch felt a vibration through the ground, fading into the distance. The jeep speeding away. "I think I got him," Ramos yelled. "Did you see that?" All Bosch could think about was their exposure. The next attack would likely come from behind, where they had no line of sight to return fire. He tried to reach for his Smith & Wesson, but his arms were pinned under Aguila. Finally, the Mexican detective began to crawl off him, and they both cautiously shifted into crouches inside the sideways cabin. Bosch reached up and tried the door, which was now above their heads. It slid open halfway before catching on a twisted piece of torn fuselage. They pulled off their helmets, and Bosch climbed out first. Aguila handed up the bulletproof vests. Bosch didn't know why, but took them before scrambling out himself. The sharp, acrid smell of aviation fuel hung in the air. They moved to the helicopter's crumpled nose, where Ramos, gun in hand, was trying to squeeze through the gap where the windshield had been. "Help him," Bosch said. "I'll cover." He drew his pistol and did a slow, full turn, seeing no one. Then his eyes found the jeep, parked exactly where he'd seen it from the air, the giant tumbleweed still leaning against it. It made no sense. Unless the whole thing was a bizarre, terrifying misdirection. "The pilot is trapped," Aguila said. Harry looked into the cockpit. Ramos was shining a flashlight on the pilot, whose blonde mustache was streaked with blood from a deep gash across the bridge of his nose. His eyes were wide with pain and shock. The flight controls were crushed inward, pinning his legs. "Where's the radio?" Bosch said, his voice tight. "We need to call for help out here." Ramos leaned back through the cockpit window and emerged with a handheld unit. "Corvo! Corvo, come in! We have an emergency situation here." While waiting for a reply, Ramos turned to Bosch, his voice a mix of fury and disbelief. "Can you believe this? That maniac came out of nowhere. I didn't even see. What's happening?" Corvo's voice crackled over the radio. "We have a man down and a wrecked bird. We need a medivac and extraction tools immediately. Corcoran is pinned inside the cockpit." The injured man's report crackled over the radio. "It wasn't a crash. A bull attacked the helicopter on the ground. It's destroyed and we can't extract Corcoran. We're 100 yards northeast of the breeding center near the barn. Hold position. Assistance is en route." Ramos secured the radio to his belt, tucked the flashlight under his arm, and methodically reloaded his pistol. "We form a triangle around the chopper and watch for that thing. I know I hit it, but it didn't even flinch." "Forget that," Bosch countered. "You and Aguila stay here and secure the perimeter. Wait for the cavalry." "I'm going to clear the barn. Zorillo is getting—" "Absolutely not," Ramos cut him off sharply. "You're not running this show, Bosch. We wait right here, and when help—" He froze mid-sentence, spinning in a slow circle. Bosch felt it then too, a deep, rhythmic tremor in the earth, growing steadily stronger. The direction was impossible to pinpoint. He watched Ramos turn wildly, the flashlight beam slicing through the dark. Aguila whispered, "El temblar?" "What?" Ramos shouted. "What did you say?" Then the bull materialized at the edge of the darkness. A colossal black shape, it charged toward them, undaunted by their numbers, defending its territory. To Bosch, in that heart-stopping instant, it seemed to coalesce from the very night, an apparition of pure death, head lowered, jagged horns aimed forward. It was less than 30 feet away when it fixed on a target. Bosch. In one hand he held his Smith & Wesson, in the other the bulletproof vest, with its glaring yellow reflective letters spelling police. A cold realization hit him. The vest had drawn the beast's eye, marking him. A second, more chilling conclusion followed. His gun was useless. He couldn't drop an animal this massive and enraged with bullets. It would require a perfect shot on a charging target. Merely wounding it, as Ramos had, wouldn't stop its momentum. He let the gun fall and raised the vest like a shield. From his right, he heard yelling and the sharp reports of gunfire. Ramos. But the bull stayed locked on him. As it thundered closer, Bosch swept the vest sharply to his right, the yellow letters flashing in the moonlight, and released it just as the animal closed the final feet. The bull, a blur of furious darkness, struck the vest before it even hit the dirt. Bosch tried to leap aside, but one massive shoulder clipped him, sending him sprawling from the ground. He looked up to see the creature cut left with the agility of a star athlete homing in on Ramos. The agent was still firing, the moonlight glinting off the spent cartridges arcing from his gun. The bullets did nothing to halt the charge. They didn't even slow it. Bosch heard the dry click of an empty chamber, Ramos pulling the trigger on nothing. His final cry was a garbled shout lost to the night. The bull hit him low, lifting him with a brutal toss of its bloodied neck, sending him pinwheeling through the air. Ramos seemed to tumble in a dreadful slow motion before crashing down headfirst, motionless. The bull tried to halt its own charge, but its momentum and bullet wounds finally betrayed it. Its head dipped, and it cartwheeled onto its back with a ground-shaking thud. It righted itself, preparing for another attack. Bosch scrambled for his gun, raised it, and aimed, but the animal's front legs buckled, and it went down. It slowly rolled onto its side and lay still, save for the faint, hesitant rise and fall of its chest. Then that, too, stopped. Aguilera and Bosch rushed to Ramos simultaneously. They knelt over him, but didn't move the body. He was on his back, eyes open and caked with dirt, his head lolling at a sickening, unnatural angle. His neck had been cleanly broken in the fall. In the distance, the thumping beat of an approaching Huey helicopter grew louder. Bosch stood and saw its spotlight sweeping over the scrubland, searching for them. "I'm going into the tunnel," Bosch stated. "When they land, bring the backup in." "No," Aguilera said, his voice leaving no room for argument. "I'm coming with you." He bent down, removed the radio from Ramos's belt, and retrieved the flashlight. Handing the radio to Bosch, he said, "Tell them we're both heading in." Bosch called it in to Corvo. "Ramos is down. Aguilera and I are proceeding to the tunnel. Notify the Envirobreed security team we're coming through. We don't want a friendly fire incident." He switched the radio off before a response could come, dropping it beside the fallen DEA agent. The sound of the second helicopter was now a deafening roar directly overhead. They sprinted for the barn, weapons raised, and edged along its exterior until they reached the front. The large bay door stood partially open, just wide enough for a person to slip through. Inside, they crouched in the deep shadows. Aguilera swept the flashlight beam across the space. It was a vast, hollow barn with empty stalls lining both walls all the way to the rear. Stacked near the back were bull transport crates and towering columns of hay bales. Bosch spotted a string of overhead lights running the building's length and found the switch by the door. With the interior illuminated, they advanced down the central aisle, Bosch checking the stalls on the right. Aguilera, those on the left. Every stall was vacant. The bulls had been turned loose across the ranch. At the rear, they found the tunnel entrance. A forklift sat in the corner, its forks holding a pallet of hay bales about 4 feet off the concrete floor. Beneath it was a corresponding 4-foot square hole. Zorillo, or whoever had fled, had used the machine to clear his escape route, but hadn't bothered to lower the pallet back into place for cover. Bosch crouched and peered over the edge. A ladder descended roughly 12 feet into a lit passageway. He glanced up at Aguilera. "Ready?" Aguilera gave a firm nod. Bosch went first, climbing down a few rungs before dropping the remaining distance, his gun coming up instantly. The tunnel, or more accurately, the hallway, was empty as far as he could see. It was tall enough to stand in, with caged lights fed by an electrical conduit running along the ceiling every 20 feet. It curved gently to the left, obscuring the far end. He moved in, and Aguilera dropped down behind him. "All right," Bosch whispered. "Stay to the right wall. If we make contact, I'll take low, you take high." Aguilera nodded, and they began a quick, quiet advance. Bosch tried to orient himself, believing they were moving east and slightly north. They reached the curve swiftly, pressing their backs against the wall before moving into the next straight section. The wide bend made it clear they were no longer on a direct line to Envirobreed. He stared down the final stretch of the passage. It was clear, and he could see an exit ladder about 50 yards ahead. They were headed somewhere else entirely. A cold knot of frustration tightened in his gut. He wished he hadn't abandoned the radio back with Ramos.
"Damn it," Harry muttered under his breath. "What?" Aguila whispered back. "Nothing. Let's move." They covered the first half of the distance quickly, then slowed to a more cautious, silent approach for the final yards to the ladder. Aguila shifted to the right wall, and they reached the opening together, both aiming upward, sweat stinging their eyes. No light came from above. Bosch took the flashlight from Aguila and directed its beam through the hole. It illuminated the exposed wooden rafters of a low ceiling in the room above. No one looked down. No one fired. There was only silence. Harry listened intently, but heard nothing. He gave Aguila a signal to provide cover, holstered his own weapon, and began to climb the ladder, the flashlight in one hand. Fear, a familiar and unwelcome companion, coiled in his chest. In Vietnam, emerging from one of Charlie's tunnels always meant the fear was over. Here, climbing out, just meant it was beginning all over again. It felt like a rebirth, emerging from the darkness into the safety of comrades' hands, from black into blue, except this time was the opposite. At the tunnel's top, before breaking the surface, he swept his flashlight beam once more, finding nothing. Then, moving with the cautious deliberation of a turtle, he raised his head through the opening. The light caught sawdust scattered across the floor. He pulled himself fully into the space, taking in the surroundings. It was a storage room. Steel shelves were loaded with saw blades and boxes of industrial sanding belts. Hand tools and carpentry saws were stacked nearby. One set of shelves held wooden dowel pegs sorted by size, and Bosch immediately connected them to the pegs attached to the baling wire used to kill Caps and Porter. He signaled down to Aguila that it was clear to ascend. Harry then approached the room's door. It was unlocked, opening into a vast warehouse. On one side stood rows of machinery and workbenches. On the other, stacks of unfinished furniture, tables, chairs, dressers. A single bulb hanging from a crossbeam provided a dim night light. Aguila joined him. They were inside Mexitec. Bosch realized at the far end were large double doors. One stood slightly ajar, and they moved quickly toward it. The door led to a loading dock that backed onto the same alley Bosch had walked the previous night. A puddle sat in the parking bay, with fresh, wet tire tracks leading into the alleyway. No one was in sight. Zorillo was long gone. 2 tunnels, Bosch said, the dejection clear in his voice. 2 tunnels, Corvo echoed bitterly. Ramos's informant screwed us over. Nearly 2 hours later, Bosch and Aguila sat on unfinished pine chairs, watching Corvo pace like a man defeated, a man in charge of an operation that had lost 2 agents, a helicopter and its primary target. "What do you mean?" Bosch asked. "I mean the confidential informant had to know about that second tunnel," Corvo snapped. "How do you know about one and not the other? He set us up. He gave Zorillo an escape route. If I knew who he was, I'd charge him as an accessory in a federal agent's death. You don't know who it is. Ramos never registered this source with me, never got around to it." Bosch felt a slight private relief. "I can't believe this," Corvo muttered, running a hand through his hair. "My career is over. I'm finished." "At least you got your cop killer, Bosch. I'm left holding a bag of nothing." Trying to steer the conversation, Bosch asked, "Have you issued a bulletin? It's out. Every station, every agency. But it doesn't matter. He's in the wind. He'll head into the interior, lie low for a year, then start right back up. Probably Michoacán, maybe farther south." "Maybe he went north," Bosch suggested. "No chance he'd try to cross," Corvo said dismissively. "He knows if we grab him up there,
He'll never see daylight again. He went south, where he's protected. Around them, agents moved through the factory with clipboards, cataloguing and searching. They had discovered a machine designed to hollow out table legs, which could then be filled with contraband, resealed, and shipped across the border earlier. They had located the second tunnel exit in the barn and followed it to Unraveling. The trapdoor wasn't rigged with explosives, and they entered to find the place deserted, except for the 2 dogs outside, which they put down. The operation had dismantled a significant smuggling network. Agents had already left for Calexico to arrest Ely, the head of Unraveling. 14 arrests had been made at the ranch, with more likely to follow, but none of that was enough for Corvo, or for anyone, really. Not when agents were dead and Zorillo was gone. Corvo was mistaken if he thought Bosch would be content with Arpis's death. Harry wanted Zorillo, too. The thought lingered, sharp and unresolved, as he stared at the empty loading dock, the wet tracks already beginning to evaporate under the indifferent sky. He was the one who had ordered the hits. Bosch rose to his feet, unable to watch the agent's grief any longer. He had his own pain to carry. Aguila must have felt it too. He stood as well, drifting aimlessly between the machinery and the furniture. They were essentially waiting for a militia vehicle to return them to the airport and Bosch's car. The DEA would remain on scene long after sunrise, but Bosch and Aguila were done. Harry watched Aguila move back into the storage room and approach the tunnel opening. He had told him about Grainer, and the Mexican had merely nodded, revealing nothing. Now Aguila crouched low, studying the floor as if the sawdust were a scattering of tea leaves that could reveal Zorillo's whereabouts. After a moment he said, "The Pope has new boots." Bosch walked over. Aguila pointed to a footprint in the dust, not from either of their shoes. It was sharply defined, and Harry recognized the extended heel of a bulldog boot. Inside the print was the letter S formed by a coiled snake. The edges were crisp, the snake's head perfectly imprinted. Aguila was right. The Pope had new boots, all the way to the border crossing. Bosch turned it over in his mind. How it had been pulled off, how the pieces now locked together, and how it might have stayed hidden if Aguila hadn't spotted that print. He thought about the snake's shoebox in the Los Feliz apartment closet, a clue so glaring he'd walked right past it. He'd seen only what he was prepared to see. Dawn was just a faint suggestion on the eastern horizon, and the crossing was nearly empty. No windshield cleaners, no trinket sellers, no one at all. Bosch flashed his badge at a weary Border Patrol agent and was waved through. He needed coffee and a phone. He drove a couple of minutes to the Calexico Town Hall, grabbed a Coke from the vending machine in the police department's tight lobby, and carried it out to the pay phone on the front wall. Checking his watch, he knew she'd be home, likely already up and preparing for the day. He lit a cigarette, dialed, and charged the call to his own phone card. While the connection went through, he stared across the street into the lingering fog. Shapes of sleeping figures lay under blankets scattered through the park, ghostly, lonely forms in the low-hanging mist. Teresa answered on the second ring, her voice alert. "Hello, Harry, what's wrong? Sorry if I woke you. You didn't. What is it? Are you getting ready for Moore's funeral today?" "Yes. Why?" "You're calling me before 6 in the morning to ask that?" "That isn't Moore. They're burying." A long silence followed. Bosch gazed into the park and saw a man standing there, a blanket draped over his shoulders, staring back through the fog. Harry looked away. "What are you talking about, Harry? Are you okay? I'm exhausted, but I've never been clearer. Moore is still alive. I just missed him this morning. Are you still in Mexico, at the border now? That doesn't make any sense." We confirmed the fingerprints. We had dental records. His own wife identified the tattoo. The ID was solid. It's all a setup. He engineered it. Why are you calling me now to tell me this? I need your help, Teresa. I can't go to Irving. Only you help me, and you help yourself, if I'm right. That's a pretty big if, Harry. Bosch looked back toward the park. The man with the blanket was gone. Just explain how it could be possible, she said. Convince me. Bosch paused, gathering his thoughts like an attorney, steadying before a crucial examination. He knew every word now had to withstand her skepticism, or he would lose her completely. She had mentioned they had matched the handwriting on the "I found out who I was" note as well. The comparison was made against a change of address form Moore had submitted to update his personnel file following his separation from his wife a few months prior. Bosch took a long pull from his cigarette, and for a moment Corazon believed he was done. "So what?" she pressed. "I'm not following the significance. One of the union's hard-won concessions a few years back was guaranteed access to personal personnel files," he explained. Officers could review their own records, any complaints, commendations, disciplinary notes. Moore exercised that right. He visited personnel a few months ago, requesting his file because he had moved and needed to update his address. Bosch paused, gathering his thoughts. All right, she said impatiently. Those personnel files also contain fingerprint cards. Moore had access to the very card Irving brought you on the autopsy day. That's the card your tech used to make the identification. Don't you see? While Moore had the file, he could have swapped his own fingerprint card for someone else's. Then you used that fraudulent card to identify the body, but it wasn't his body. It was someone else's. Who? I believe it was a local man named Humberto Zorillo. This feels incredibly far-fetched, Harry. There were other confirmations. I remember that day clearly. Sheehan received a call from SID stating they had matched prints from the motel room to Moore. They used a completely separate set from ours, a double-blind verification. Then we have the tattoo and the dental records. How do you account for all that? Just listen, Teresa. It all fits together. The dental, you told me yourself you only recovered one usable fragment, part of a root canal. No root remained. It was a dead tooth, so you couldn't determine how long it had been missing, only that it matched his dental charts. That's plausible, but one of Moore's old squadmates told me he once saw Moore get knocked out in a brawl on the boulevard and lose a tooth. That could have been the one for all I know. Fine. What about the prints in the room then? Explain that. That's simple. Those were his actual prints. Donovan from SID told me he pulled the exemplars from the Department of Justice database. Those would have been Moore's legitimate prints, proving he was in the room. It doesn't prove the body was his. Normally that one set from the DOJ would be used for all matching, but Irving muddied the waters by going to the personnel file, and that's the clever part of Moore's plan. He knew Irving or someone in the department would cut that corner. He could count on it because the department always rushes everything. Autopsy, identification, the whole process. When it's one of their own, it's standard procedure, and he knew they'd do it for him. Did Donovan never cross-check our prints against the set he pulled? No, because it wasn't standard protocol. He might have gotten to it eventually, but everything was moving too fast on this case. A heavy silence hung between them before she finally muttered, "Damn." He could sense her resistance crumbling. What about the tattoo? It's a common barrio insignia. Plenty of people could have had one. I believe Zorillo had a matching tattoo. Who is this Zorillo? He grew up with Moore around here. They might even be brothers, I'm not sure. Anyway, Zorillo became the local drug kingpin. Moore went to Los Angeles and became a cop. But somehow, Moore ended up working for him up there. The story continues from there. The DEA raided Zorillo's ranch last night. He escaped, but I don't think it was Zorillo who got away. I think it was Moore. Did you see him? I didn't need to. Is anyone actively searching for him? The DEA is looking, but they're focused on interior Mexico. Then again, they're searching for Zorillo. Moore might just vanish forever. The whole scenario felt dizzying, almost absurd. So you're saying Moore killed Zorillo and then assumed his identity? Yeah. Somehow he got Zorillo to Los Angeles. They met at the hideaway, and Moore killed him, that trauma to the back of the head you documented. He then dressed the body in his own clothes and boots. He then uses the shotgun to obliterate the face. Carefully, he leaves a few of his own fingerprints behind to lead Donovan astray, tucking the note into a back pocket. That note served several purposes. Initially, it was accepted as a suicide letter. Verifying the handwriting further solidified the identification. On a deeper, more personal level, it was a message between Moore and Zorillo, rooted in their old neighborhood history. Who are you? I discovered my true identity. That aspect is a whole saga in itself. A heavy silence settled between them as they processed Bosch's explanation. He was aware numerous questions remained unanswered, a web of lies still tangled. But why the chain of murders? She pressed. What did Porter and John Doe have to do with any of this? Here, his certainty faded. I'm not entirely sure. They were obstacles somehow. Zorillo ordered Jimmy Capps killed for being an informant. Moore likely gave him up. After that, John Doe, his real name was Gutierrez, Yosa, gets brutally beaten down here and moved up there. The reason escapes me. Then Moore eliminates Zorillo and assumes his life. As for why Porter was necessary, your guess is as good as mine. Perhaps Moore feared Lou was getting too close to the truth. That's utterly heartless. Agreed. How is this even possible, she murmured, more to herself than to Bosch. They're preparing to bury him, a drug trafficker with full police honors. The mayor, the chief, the press will all be there, and you'll know the real story. She pondered this deeply before her next question. What was his motive? I can't say for certain. We're talking about two vastly different lives, the officer and the criminal. Yet some connection from the barrio must have persisted, a bond somehow. The cop eventually crossed a line, began protecting the dealer on the streets of Los Angeles. Was it for money, or was he chasing something he lost in his youth? It's impossible to know. Lost what? I'm still piecing it together. If they shared such a bond, why end Zorillo's life? Maybe we'll have to ask Moore himself. If we ever locate him, perhaps, as you suggested, he simply wanted to take Zorillo's place. All that wealth and power. Or maybe it was guilt. He'd gone too deep and saw no other way out. Sylvia Moore mentioned her husband was fixated on the past. He might have been trying to reclaim something to go back in time. I don't have all the answers yet. The line went quiet once more. Bosch took a final drag from his cigarette. The scheme was nearly flawless, he admitted. He left a body under circumstances he knew would discourage the department from digging deeper.
But you dug, Harry.
Yeah, and here I am, he thought. He understood what came next. He had to see it through the window. He could make out the faint shapes of people in the park, stirring to face another day of hardship. Why call me, Harry? What do you need from me? I called because I need to trust someone. You were the only person I could think of, Teresa. Then what should I do? You have access to the Department of Justice fingerprint database in your office, correct? It's our primary tool for identification. After this, it'll be our only method. I've got Irving cornered now. Do you still have the print card he submitted for the autopsy? I'm not certain, but the technicians likely kept a copy with the remains. You want me to run a comparison? Yes. Cross-check them, and you'll see they don't match. You sound so confident. I am, but confirmation is always wise. And after that? Then I suppose I'll see you at the funeral. I have one more errand to run before heading up. What errand? I need to visit a castle. It's part of that long story I mentioned. I'll explain later. Don't you want to try and halt the funeral? Harry considered this. He thought of Sylvia Moore and the secrets she still held. Then he pictured a drug kingpin receiving a hero's send-off. No, I don't want to stop it, do you? Absolutely not. He knew her reasons were entirely different from his own, but that didn't matter to him now. Teresa was steadily advancing towards securing her position as the permanent chief medical examiner. If Irving tried to obstruct her now, he'd wind up resembling one of the clients on an autopsy table. More power to her, Bosch mused. I'll catch up with you soon, he said. Stay sharp, Harry. After hanging up, Bosch lit another cigarette. The morning sun had risen, burning away the ground fog over the park. Movement flickered in the distance. He thought he caught the sound of a woman's laugh, but in that moment he felt profoundly alone in the world. Bosch drove up to the front gate at the end of Coyote Trail. The circular driveway in front of Castillo de los Ojos remained empty, but the heavy chain that had secured the iron gate hung loose, the lock open. Moore was here. Harry left his car blocking the exit and slipped through on foot. He moved across the parched lawn in a low, uneasy jog, acutely aware of the tower windows staring down like the dark, accusing eyes of a giant. Pressing against the stucco wall beside the front door, he was breathing hard and sweating despite the cool morning air. The knob was locked. He stood motionless for a long while, listening but hearing nothing. Finally, he ducked below the first-floor windows and worked his way around to the side of the 4-bay garage. Another locked door. Bosch recognized the rear of the house from the photos in Moore's bag. Sliding doors lined the pool deck. One stood slightly open, a white curtain flapping in the wind like a beckoning hand. He stepped inside into a large living room full of ghosts, furniture shrouded in dusty white sheets. Nothing more. Moving left, he passed silently through the kitchen and opened a door to the garage. One car sat covered, alongside a pale green panel van marked Mexitec. Bosch touched the van's hood, still warm. Through the windshield, he spotted a sawed-off shotgun lying across the passenger seat. He opened the unlocked door, took the weapon, and quietly cracked it open. Both barrels were loaded with double-aught shells. He closed it, holstered his own sidearm, and kept the shotgun with him. Pulling the sheet from the front of the other car, he recognized the Thunderbird from the father and son photo in Moore's bag. Staring at it, Bosch wondered how far back you have to trace a person's life to understand the choices they make. He didn't have the answer for Moore. He didn't have it for himself either. Returning to the living room, he paused and listened. Nothing. The house felt still, empty, carrying the dusty scent of time spent in slow, painful waiting. Every room was crowded with ghosts. He was studying the shape of a shrouded fan chair when a noise came from above, like a shoe dropping on a wood floor. He moved toward the front entry and saw the wide stone staircase. Bosch climbed the steps. The sound didn't repeat. On the second floor, he moved down a carpeted hallway, checking 4 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. All empty. He returned to the stairs and climbed up into the tower. The lone door at the top landing stood open. No sound. Crouching low, Bosch edged into the opening, the sword off leading the way like a divining rod. Moore was there, his back to the door, gazing at his own reflection in a mirror hung on the slightly open closet door, angled so it didn't catch Harry's image. Bosch watched him unseen for several seconds, then let his eyes scan the room. A bed stood in the middle of the room, an open suitcase resting on its rumpled covers. Beside it sat a zipped gym bag, looking ready to go. Moore hadn't moved a muscle, his gaze locked on his own reflection. The beard was full now, his eyes a different shade of brown behind new contacts. He was dressed in faded jeans, a crisp black tee, and a leather jacket, with a pair of shiny snakeskin boots completing the look. From a distance he had the effortless cool of a Melrose Avenue regular, someone who could easily be mistaken for a certain influential figure from across the border. Bosch noted the polished wood and chrome of an automatic pistol tucked into Moore's belt. You planning to speak, Harry? Or is the staring contest your whole game? Without moving his hands or turning his head, Moore subtly shifted his weight, and suddenly their eyes met squarely in the glass. Got those new boots before you dealt with Zorillo, I see? Now Moore turned fully to face him, but remained silent. Keep your hands right where I can see them, Bosch said. Whatever you say, Harry. You know, part of me always figured if anyone showed up, it'd be you. Is that what you wanted, for someone to come? Some days, yeah. Other days, not so much. Bosch moved into the room and took a sidestep, putting himself directly in front of Moore. The contacts, the beard, from a distance you're a dead ringer. But how'd you sell it to his crew, his guards? They were just going to step aside and let you waltz into his life. Money sold it. They'd probably let you take the throne if you had the cash, Harry. See, everything's negotiable when you control the wallet, and I did. Moore gave a slight nod toward the duffel on the bed. What about you? I've got money. Not a fortune, but about 110 grand right there. I expected you'd be running with a lot more. Oh, I am. That bag's just the walking around cash. You caught me at a bad time. I can get more. It's in the banks. Let me guess. You've been practicing his signature along with his face. Moore didn't reply. Who was he? Bosch pressed. Who? You know exactly who. Half-brother. Different fathers. This place. This is what it was really about, isn't it? The castle you lived in before they sent you away? Something like that. Decided to buy it after he was gone. But the place is falling apart on me. Funny how hard it is to hold on to something you love. Everything becomes a chore. Moore looked weary, worn down by the whole charade. What went down at the ranch? Bosch asked. You mean the 3 bodies, let's call it justice, served messy. Grainer was a parasite, bleeding Zorillo dry for years. Arpice handled that detachment. And who handled Arpice and Dance? I did, Harry. He said it without a flinch, and the words hung in the air, cold and final. Moore was a cop. He knew the rules. You never confess, not without a lawyer and a deal in writing. Harry adjusted his sweaty grip on the sawed-off shotgun. He took a careful step forward, listening for any other sound in the house. There was only silence until Moore spoke again, his tone flat and resigned. I'm not going back, Harry. I expect you know that. He said it like it was a simple fact, decided long ago. How'd you get Zorillo up to L.A. and into that motel? How'd you get his prints for the file? You want the story, Harry? And then what? Moore glanced briefly at the gym bag.
Then nothing. We're going back. You haven't been Mirandized. Nothing you say here is on the record. It's just you and me. The prints were easy. I was making him IDs. He had a few so he could cross over whenever he felt like it. One time he wanted a passport and a whole wallet set up. I told him I needed prints, took them myself. And the motel. Like I said, he crossed over all the time. He'd slip through the tunnel while the DEA was parked out at the ranch, thinking he was still inside. He loved coming up to catch the Lakers, liked to sit courtside near that blonde actress who's always on camera. He was up there, and I told him I wanted to meet. He came down, and you took him out and stepped into his shoes. What about the old worker? What happened to him? He was just in the wrong spot. Zorillo mentioned he was there when he came up through the floor on that last run. He wasn't supposed to be in that room. Guess he couldn't read the signs. Zorillo said he couldn't risk him talking about the tunnel. Why leave him in the alley? Why not bury him out in Joshua Tree, somewhere he'd never be found? The desert would have worked. But I didn't dump him, Bosch. Don't you get it? They were pulling my strings. They brought him up here and left him there. Arpice did it. That night Zorillo calls me, tells me to meet him at the Egg, and I says, park in the alley. I did, and there was the body. I wasn't about to move the damn thing. I called it in. See, it was just another way for him to keep his grip on me. And I played along. Porter caught the case, and I made a deal with him to take it easy.
Bosch stayed quiet, piecing together the sequence Moore had laid out. "This is getting old. You planning to cuff me, take me in, be the big hero. Why couldn't you just let it go?" Bosch asked. "What? This place, your father, all of it. You should have left the past behind. I was robbed of my whole life, man. He threw us out. My mother. How do you walk away from a past like that? Screw you, Bosch. You don't have a clue." Bosch said nothing, but he knew he was letting this drag on too long. Moore was steering the conversation. "Hearing he was dead did something to me," Moore said. "I don't know. I decided I wanted this place, and I went to see my brother. That was my mistake. Things started small, but they never let up. Soon I was running the show for him up there. I had to get out from under it. There was only one way. It was the wrong way. Save it, Bosch. I've heard that tune before." Bosch was certain Moore believed his own story. But it was clear to Bosch he'd made his peace with the devil. He'd found out exactly who he was. "Why me?" Bosch asked. "Why me what? Why leave the file for me? If you hadn't done that, I wouldn't be here. You'd be in the clear. Bosch, you were my backup plan, don't you see? I needed something in case the suicide play fell through. I figured you'd get that file and run with it. I knew with just a little nudge you'd sound the alarm. Call it murder, thing is. I never thought you'd get this far. I figured Irving and the rest would shut you down because they wouldn't want to know what this was really about. They'd just want the whole mess to die with me. And Porter. Yeah. Well, Porter was weak. He's probably better off now anyway. And what about me? Would I be better off if our piece had connected with that bullet in the hotel room? Bosch, you were getting too close. Had to take the shot. Harry had nothing left to say or ask. Moore seemed to sense they'd reached the end. He tried one last time. "Bosch, in that bag. I've got account numbers. They're yours." "Not interested, Moore. We're going back." Moore laughed at the idea. "You really think anybody up there gives a damn about any of this?" Bosch stayed silent. "In the department," Moore said, "no way they care. They don't want to know about something like this. Bad for business, man. But you're not really in the department, Bosch. You're in it, but you're not of it. See what I'm saying? That's the problem. You take me back, and they're going to see you as just as dirty as I am, because you'll be dragging this whole wagon of crap behind you. I think you're the only one who cares about it, Bosch. I really do. So just take the money and walk away. What about your wife?"
You think she cares?
That gave him pause, at least for a moment.
"Sylvia," he said. "I don't know. I lost her a long time ago. I don't know if she cares about this or not. Hell, I don't even care any more myself." Bosch watched him, searching for the truth. "Water under the bridge," Moore said. "So take the money. I can always get more to you later. I can't accept it. You understand why?" "Yeah, I suppose I do. But you also know I can't go back with you. So where does that leave us?" Bosch adjusted his stance, the shotgun stock resting against his hip. A heavy silence filled the room, and he found himself questioning his own intentions. Why hadn't he ordered Moore to remove the gun from his waistband and drop it? In one fluid, sudden movement, Moore reached across his body with his right hand and drew the pistol. As he swung the barrel toward Bosch, Harry's finger tightened on both triggers. The roar of the double-barrel blast was overwhelming in the confined space. The full force caught Moore in the face. Through the dissipating smoke, Bosch watched his body convulse and fly backward onto the bed. Moore's hands shot upward, and his own weapon discharged a single wild shot that shattered a pane in the arched window before clattering to the floor. Blackened wadding from the shells drifted down like ash, settling in the blood of the now featureless man. The acrid scent of burnt gunpowder hung thick in the air, and Bosch felt a fine, warm mist on his cheek. He recognized the metallic smell of blood. He remained motionless for a long minute, then caught his own reflection in the mirror and quickly looked away. Walking to the bed, he unzipped the duffel bag.
It was packed with bundled cash, mostly $100 bills, inside. He also found a wallet and a passport identifying Moore as Henry Mays, age 40, from Pasadena. Tucked into the passport were 2 loose photographs. The first was a Polaroid, likely from the white bag, showing a young Moore and his wife in their early 20s, seated on a couch at what might have been a party. Sylvia wasn't looking at the camera. She was gazing at him with a look of such pure affection that Bosch understood instantly why Moore had kept this image. The second was an aged black and white photo, its edges discoloured from a frame, depicting Cal Moore and Humberto Zorillo as boys, shirtless and laughing while playfully wrestling. Their bronzed skin was marked only by the saints' and sinners' tattoos on their arms. Bosch dropped the wallet and passport back into the bag, but slipped the 2 photos into his coat pocket. He moved to the broken window and looked out over Coyote Trail and the lowlands stretching toward the border. No police cars approached, no border patrol, not even an ambulance had been called. The castle's thick walls had contained the sound of a man's death. The midday sun was high, and he could feel its warmth through the triangular hole in the glass. It wasn't until Bosch reached the smog-veiled outskirts of Los Angeles that he began to feel remotely whole again. He was back in the grit and chaos, but he knew this was where he would mend. Bypassing downtown on the freeway, he drove up through Cahuenga Pass. The midday traffic was sparse. Glancing up at the hills, he saw the scorched scar left by the Christmas night fire, and strangely, he found a sliver of comfort in the sight. He knew the fire's heat would have split open the seeds of the wildflowers. By spring, the hillside would explode in colour. The chaparral would return, and soon the land would show no wound at all. It was after 1 o'clock. He would be too late for Moore's funeral mass at the San Fernando Mission, so he drove through the valley to the cemetery. The burial of Calexico Moore, honoured as an officer killed in the line of duty, was to be at Eternal Valley in Chatsworth, with the police chief, the mayor, and the media all in attendance. A grim smile touched Bosch's lips as he drove. What a farce, he thought. Here we all are, gathering to praise and bury a drug dealer. He arrived before the motorcade, but the media were already assembled on a bluff near the entrance road. Cameras poised men in dark suits with white shirts and black ties, each wearing a funeral band on their left arm, stood along the cemetery drive and directed him to a parking spot. He remained in the car for a moment, using the rear-view mirror to knot his tie. Unshaven and rumpled, he didn't mind his appearance. The grave site was situated near a cluster of oak trees, and one of the attendants had gestured toward it. Harry made his way across the lawn, weaving between other plots as the wind tossed his hair in every direction. He settled against one of the trees, keeping a respectful distance from the green funeral canopy and the large arrangement of flowers beside it. Lighting a cigarette, he watched as cars began to arrive. A few had gotten ahead of the procession. Soon the distant thrum of helicopters grew louder. The police air unit escorting the hearse, followed by media choppers circling the cemetery like persistent insects. Motorcycles led the way through the gates, and Bosch observed the television cameras on the bluff tracking the long line of riders. There must have been 200 bikes, he estimated. It was the perfect day to run a red light or break the speed limit in the city. With so many officers attending the funeral, hardly anyone was left on patrol. The hearse and its accompanying limousine rolled in behind the cycles, followed by a stream of other vehicles. Before long, people were parking haphazardly and walking from all corners of the cemetery toward the plot. Bosch saw one of the attendants help Sylvia Moore out of the limo. She had ridden alone. Even from 50 yards away, Harry could see she looked striking. She wore a simple black dress that the wind pressed tightly against her, revealing her silhouette. She held a black barrette in her hair to keep it in place, and her outfit was completed with black gloves, dark sunglasses, and a touch of red lipstick. He found it difficult to look away. The attendant guided her to a row of folding chairs under the canopy next to the neatly dug grave. As she walked, her head turned slightly, and Bosch thought she might be looking toward him, though her sunglasses hid her eyes and her expression gave nothing away. Once she was seated, the pallbearers, including Rickard, the rest of Moore's narcotics team, and a few others Harry didn't recognize, carried the greyish-silver steel casket forward. "So you made it back," a voice said from behind him. Bosch turned to see Teresa Corazon approaching. "Yeah, just got in. You could use a shave. And a few other things? How's it going, Teresa?" "Never better. Good to hear what happened this morning after we talked." "Exactly what you expected. We pulled DOJ prints for Moore and compared them to what Irving provided. No match. Two different people. That isn't Moore in the silver casket over there." Bosch nodded by now. He didn't need her confirmation, he had his own. He pictured Moore's faceless body on the bed. "What are you going to do with it?" he asked. "I've already done it."
"What?"
"I had a little discussion with Assistant Chief Irving before the funeral mass. Wish you could have seen his face. But he didn't stop the funeral. He's playing the odds, I suppose. If Moore has any sense, he'll never show his face again. So Irving is hoping the only cost is a recommendation for the medical examiner's office. He volunteered to do it. I didn't even have to spell out his position. I hope you enjoy the job, Teresa. You're in the belly of the beast now." "I will, Harry, and thanks for calling me this morning. Does he know how you figured all this out? Did you tell him I called?" "No, but I'm not sure I needed to." She was right. Irving would suspect Bosch was involved somehow. Harry looked past Teresa toward Sylvia again. She sat quietly, the chairs on either side of her empty. No one was willing to sit beside her. "I'm going over to the group," Teresa said. "I told Dick Ebart I would meet him here. He wanted to schedule a meeting for the Commission's final vote." Bosch gave a slow nod. Commissioner Ebart, her unofficial mentor for the position, had served the county for a quarter of a century and was nearing 70. "Harry, I need to keep this strictly professional. For now, I'm grateful for your help today, but I have to maintain some space, at least for a little while longer." He acknowledged her with another nod and watched her move unsteadily across the soft cemetery grass in her heels. A sudden unwelcome image flashed in his mind, a vision of her with the elderly commissioner, whose newspaper photos always seemed to highlight his sagging, papery neck. Disgusted with the thought and with himself for having it, he pushed it away. His eyes followed Teresa as she moved through the crowd, shaking hands, already slipping into the political role she would now have to inhabit. A pang of melancholy hit him. The service was about to begin, and more people were still arriving. In the throng, he spotted the polished, bald head of Assistant Chief Irvin Irving, standing in full uniform with his hat tucked under his arm. He was with the police chief and one of the mayor's aides. The mayor, true to form, was running late. Irving noticed Bosch, excused himself, and started walking over, his gaze sweeping across the mountain vista. He didn't look directly at Bosch until he was standing beside him under the oak. "Detective? Chief? How long have you been here? Just got in. You could use a shave." "Yeah, I'm aware. So, what's our move? What do we do?" His tone was almost contemplative, and Bosch wasn't sure if Irving expected an answer. "You know, Detective, when you failed to report to my office as directed yesterday, I initiated a 1.81 on you." "I assumed you would, Chief. Am I suspended?" "No action has been taken yet. I believe in being fair. I wanted to talk to you first. Did you meet with the acting chief medical examiner this morning?" Bosch saw no reason to lie. He felt he held the better hand this time. "Yes, I needed her to run a fingerprint comparison." "What occurred in Mexico that prompted you to do that?" "Nothing I'm interested in discussing, Chief. I'm sure the news will cover it. I'm not referring to that disastrous DEA operation. I'm talking about Moore, Bosch. I need to know if I should walk over there right now and halt this funeral." Bosch watched a blue vein rise prominently on Irving's shaved scalp. It throbbed once and then faded. I can't advise you on that, Chief. It's not my decision to make. We've got company. Irving turned to look back toward the gathering. Lieutenant Harvey Pounds, also in dress uniform, was approaching, likely hoping to scavenge some closed cases from Bosch's work. But Irving raised a hand like a traffic officer, and Pounds stopped abruptly, turned, and walked away. My point, Detective Bosch, is that it appears we are on the verge of burying and eulogizing a Mexican cartel leader while a dirty cop remains at large. Do you have any conception of the potential embarrassment? He cut himself off, his voice dropping to a furious whisper. Damn it all! I cannot believe I just said that out loud. I cannot believe I said that to you. You don't have much faith in me, do you, Chief? In situations like this, I don't have faith in anyone. Well, then don't sweat it. My concern isn't about who I can or cannot trust.
I mean, don't sweat the part about burying a drug lord while a corrupt officer is running free. Let it go. Irving scrutinized him, his eyes narrowing as if trying to see straight into Bosch's thoughts. Are you being serious? Let it go. This could be an embarrassment to this city and this department of monumental scale. This could. Listen, I'm telling you to drop it. Got it? I'm trying to do you a favor here. Irving studied him again for a long, silent moment.
He shifted his weight, and the vein on his scalp pulsed back to life. Bosch understood this wouldn't settle easily with the man. Someone like Harry Bosch holding onto a secret was a different kind of problem. Teresa Corazon operated on familiar ground, a player in the same game. But Bosch was an outsider. Harry found a certain grim satisfaction in the moment, though the drawn-out quiet was becoming tedious. I spoke with the DEA about that mess down south. They confirmed the individual they suspect is Zorillo got away. His current location is unknown. It was a transparent, clumsy attempt to pry information loose. It failed. They'll never know. Irving offered no reply, but Bosch knew better than to break the silence. The man was building toward something. Harry waited, observing the tight clenching of the assistant chief's formidable jaw muscles. Bosch, I need to know immediately if there is an issue here, even a potential one. Because in the next 3 minutes, I have to decide whether to walk over there in front of the chief, the mayor, and all those cameras and shut this whole thing down. What's the DEA's current plan? What plan can they have? They're monitoring airports, notifying local agencies, distributing his photo and description. Their options are limited. He's vanished. At least that's their assessment. I need to know if that vanishing act is permanent. Bosch gave a slow nod. The man they're searching for, Chief, they will never find. Persuade me, Bosch. Can't do that. And why not? Trust runs in both directions. So does the lack of it. Irving appeared to weigh this, and Bosch thought he detected the faintest hint of a nod. Bosch continued. The individual the DEA is pursuing, the one they believe is Zorillo, is gone for good. He isn't coming back. That's the only information you require. Bosch's mind flashed to the scene in the bedroom at Castillo de los Ojos. The facial features were already unrecognizable. Given another fortnight, the flesh would follow. No fingerprints. No viable identification. Aside from the fabricated documents in the wallet, the tattoo would remain legible longer, but plenty of others bore that same mark, including the fugitive Zorillo. He had left the money too, an extra layer of insurance, a sum perhaps sufficient to tempt the first person who discovered the scene to simply take the cash and flee, bypassing any call to the authorities. Using a handkerchief, he had wiped the shotgun clean of prints and left it behind. He secured the house, threaded the chain through the black iron bars of the gate, and snapped the lock shut, meticulously wiping each surface he touched. Then he began the drive back to Los Angeles. Is the DEA starting to craft a favorable narrative yet? He asked Irving. They're working on it, Irving replied. I'm informed the smuggling pipeline has been dismantled. They've determined the drug known as black ice was produced on the ranch, transported via tunnels to 2 adjacent businesses, and then moved across the border. The shipment would take a detour, likely in Calexico, where the product would be offloaded before the delivery vehicle continued on. Both front businesses have been seized. One of them, a state contractor for sterile medfly provision, will likely cause significant embarrassment. Envirobreed. Correct. By tomorrow, they'll complete cross-referencing the bills of lading presented by drivers at the border with the cargo receipt records at the Eradication Center here in Los Angeles. I'm told those documents were altered or forged. In short, more sealed boxes crossed the border than were officially received at the center. Inside assistance. Almost certainly. The USDA's on-site inspector was either profoundly incompetent or openly corrupt. Frankly, I'm not sure which is more troubling. Irving brushed a non-existent speck from the shoulder of his immaculate uniform. It couldn't be lint or dandruff. The man possessed neither. He turned from Bosch to face the coffin and the dense crowd of officers surrounding it. The ceremony was moments from starting. He straightened his posture and, without looking back, said, "I don't know what to believe, Bosch. I don't know if you have me cornered or if I'm simply chasing shadows." Bosch offered no answer. That was a puzzle for Irving to solve on his own. "Just remember," Irving added, his voice low, "you have just as much to lose as the department, perhaps more. The institution can always rebuild, always recover. An individual's ruin tends to be far more permanent. It can take a long while, but the truth has a way of resurfacing eventually. That's not always the case for the person caught in a scandal, though." Bosch gave a melancholy smile. Leave no stone unturned. That was Irving's way. His final words were a clear warning. If Bosch ever turned his knowledge against the department, he'd be brought down with the rest. Irving would make certain of it himself. "Are you scared?" Bosch asked. "Scared of what exactly, Detective?" "Of all of it. Of me." "Of yourself. That this whole story might fall apart. That I could be mistaken everything. Doesn't any of it frighten you? The only thing I fear are people who act without a conscience, who don't consider the consequences of what they do. I don't believe you're one of those." Bosch simply shook his head. "Then let's cut to the chase, Detective. I need to get back to the chief, and I see the mayor's here now. What is it you're after, assuming it's something I can actually give you?" "I wouldn't accept a thing from you," Bosch said, his voice low. "That's what you still don't seem to grasp." Irving finally turned to face him again. "You're right, Bosch. I truly don't understand you. Why risk everything for nothing in return? See, it makes me question your judgment all over again. You don't play for the team. You play for yourself alone." Bosch held Irving's gaze without smiling, though part of him wanted to. Irving had just paid him a high compliment, even if the assistant chief would never see it that way. "What happened down there had nothing to do with the department," Bosch said. "If I did anything at all, I did it for someone else, for something bigger." Irving stared back, expressionless, his jaw tightening. A faint, crooked smile appeared beneath his polished, bald head. In that moment, Bosch noticed the resemblance to the devil-mask tattoos on Moore and Zorillo's arms. He watched as Irving's eyes settled on something in the distance, and he gave a knowing nod. He glanced towards Sylvia, then back at Bosch. "A nobleman, is that it? All of this to secure a widow's pension?" Bosch didn't reply. He wondered whether it was a guess or if Irving actually knew something he couldn't tell. "How do you know she wasn't involved?" Irving pressed. "I just know, but how can you be so sure? How can you take that risk?" "The same way you are. The letter. What about it?" During the long drive back, Bosch had done nothing but think about Moore. 4 hours on the open road had given him time to piece it together, and he believed he had. Moore wrote the letter himself, he began. He informed on himself in a way. It was part of his plan. The letter was the starting point. He wrote it. He paused to light a cigarette. Irving stayed silent, waiting for the rest. For reasons that probably go back to his childhood, Moore messed up. He crossed a line, and once he was on the other side, he realized there was no going back. But he couldn't keep going. He had to find a way out. Somehow, his plan was to kick off the internal affairs investigation with that letter. He put just enough in it to convince Chastain there was something worth looking into, but not enough that Chastain would actually find anything. The letter was meant to tarnish his own name, to put him under suspicion. He'd been around long enough to know how it would play out. He'd seen how IAD and people like Chastain work. The letter set the stage, muddied the water enough so that when he turned up dead in that motel room, the department, meaning you, wouldn't look too closely. You're predictable, Chief. He knew you'd act quickly and efficiently to protect the department first and worry about the truth later, so he sent the letter. He used you, Chief. He used me, too. Irving turned toward the gravesite. The ceremony was about to begin. He looked back at Bosch. "Keep going, Detective. Quickly, please. Layer after layer. You mentioned he'd rented that room for a month. That was the first layer. If he hadn't been found for a month, decomposition would have taken care of things. There would have been no skin left to fingerprint. That would have left only the fingerprints he left in the room, and he would have been completely in the clear. But he was discovered a few weeks earlier than he planned," Irving pointed out. "Exactly. That leads us to the second part of his plan. Moore had been a detective for a very long time. He understood exactly what you would do. He knew you'd go straight to personnel and pull his file. That seems like a tremendous risk, Bosch. From my perspective, it was a better than even chance on Christmas night. When I saw you there holding that file, I knew what it was before you even spoke. So I can see Moore taking that chance and swapping the fingerprint cards, like I said. He was betting it would never even come to that. You were his second layer of protection, and you were the third? Yeah, that's how I see it. He used me as a kind of final safety net. In case the suicide story didn't hold up, he wanted someone who would look at the scene and see a reason for Moore to have been murdered. That was me. I fell for it. He left the file for me, and I took the bait, convinced he'd been killed because of it. It was all a distraction. He just didn't want anyone looking too hard at who was actually lying dead on that motel floor. He just needed some time. But you went further than he ever intended, Bosch. He never planned on that. I suppose he didn't. Bosch thought about his final meeting with Moore in the tower. He still hadn't decided if Moore had been expecting him, maybe even waiting for him. Waiting for Harry to come and end it. He didn't think he'd ever know for sure. That was Calixico Moore's last unsolved mystery. Time for what? Irving asked. What did you say? You said he just wanted some time. I believe he wanted time to go down to Mexico, take Zorillo's position, and then grab the money and disappear. I don't think he ever intended to be the kingpin forever. He just wanted to live in luxury again, like he was back in a castle. What castle? It's not important. They were quiet for a moment before Bosch wrapped it up. Most of this you already know, Chief. Do I? Yeah, you do. I think you pieced it together after Chastain told you that Moore sent that letter himself. And how did Detective Chastain come to that conclusion? Irving wasn't going to give an inch. That was fine. Harry found that laying it all out helped him see it more clearly. It was like examining a piece of evidence for flaws. After he received the letter, Chastain initially thought it was from Moore's wife. He went to her house, and she denied it. He demanded to see her typewriter to verify it, and she slammed the door in his face, but not before she snapped that she didn't even own a typewriter. So then, after Moore turns up dead, Chastain starts reconsidering everything. He takes the typewriter from Moore's office at the station. My guess is he matched the typeface to the letter. From there, it wouldn't be hard to deduce the letter came from either Moore himself or someone in his old Bang unit. My bet is Chastain interviewed them all this past week and concluded they weren't involved. The letter was typed by Moore. Irving didn't confirm any of it, but he didn't need to. Bosch knew he was right. It all fit together perfectly. Moore had a solid plan, Chief. He played us all like a rigged card game. He knew every card in the deck before it was even dealt. Except for one, Irving said, his voice low. You? He didn't think you'd come looking for him? Bosch didn't answer. He looked over at Sylvia again. She was innocent, and she would be safe now. He noticed Irving turn his gaze toward her as well. She's clear, Bosch stated firmly. You know it. I know it. If you make any trouble for her, I'll make trouble for you. It wasn't a threat. It was a proposal, an understanding. Irving considered it for a long moment, then gave a single curt nod. A blunt agreement. Did you speak to him down there, Bosch? Harry knew he meant more, and he knew he couldn't answer. What did you do down there? After several moments of heavy silence, Irving turned and walked away, his posture as stiff and formal as ever, back to the rows of chairs holding the department's VIPs and top brass. He took a seat his aide had been saving in the row directly behind Sylvia Moore. He never looked back at Bosch again. Throughout the entire memorial service, Bosch had watched her from his position beside the old oak tree. Sylvia Moore kept her gaze low throughout the ceremony, barely acknowledging the cadets firing their salute or the helicopters passing overhead in their solemn formation. For a fleeting moment, Bosch thought her eyes might have drifted toward him, but it was impossible to tell. He saw her as both stoic and strikingly beautiful. After the final words were spoken and the casket was lowered as the crowd began to disperse, she remained seated. Bosch watched her quietly decline Assistant Chief Irving's offer to escort her back to the waiting car. Irving adjusted his collar and walked away. Only when they were nearly alone did Sylvia rise. She paused, looking once into the open grave, before turning and walking directly toward him. The sound of car doors closing echoed across the empty lawn. She removed her sunglasses as she approached. "You took my advice," she said. Bosch was momentarily confused. He glanced down at his own attire before meeting her eyes again. "What advice?" She understood his silence. "The black ice. You have to be careful. You're here, so I assume you were." "Yes," he said. "I was careful." Her eyes were clear and resolute, even stronger than he remembered. They were the kind of eyes that held on to everything, every kindness, every offense. "I know there's more to this than what I've been told," she said. "Maybe you'll tell me about it someday." He gave a single nod, and she mirrored the gesture. For a span of time that felt neither long nor short, they simply looked at one another, a quiet, suspended moment that felt complete. A sudden gust of wind broke the stillness, loosening a strand of her hair from its clasp. She tucked it back behind her ear. "I would like that," she said. "Whenever you're ready," Bosch replied. "Maybe you could tell me a few things too." "Like what?" "That photo that was missing from the frame. You knew what it was, but you didn't mention it." A faint, almost dismissive smile touched her lips. "It was just a picture of him with a friend from the old neighborhood. There were other photos in the bag. It was important, though, and you didn't say a word." She looked down at the grass between them. "I didn't want to talk about it, or even think about it any more." "But you did think about it." "Of course, that's how it works. The things you try to forget always find a way back." They stood in silence for a moment before Bosch spoke again, his voice lower. "You know, don't you, that the man they buried today wasn't your husband?" "I had my suspicions, yes," she said calmly. "I knew there was more to the story, not from you, particularly from the others." He nodded. The quiet between them stretched out, but it wasn't uncomfortable. She glanced toward her driver, who stood patiently beside the limousine. The cemetery was now empty save for the two of them. "There's one thing I hope you'll tell me," she said, her voice softening. "Now, or someday, if you can, is there any chance he'll come back?" Bosch looked at her steadily and slowly shook his head. He searched her face for a reaction, sadness, fear, even guilt, but found none. She looked down at her gloved hands, clasped tightly in front of her.
"My driver is waiting," she said, leaving the sentence unfinished. She attempted a polite smile, and for what felt like the 100th time, Bosch wondered what could have been so broken in Calexico Moor to walk away from a woman like this. She took a step closer and rested her gloved hand against his cheek. It was warm, even through the silk, and he caught the subtle, elegant scent of her perfume, not a heavy fragrance, but a whisper of something light and personal. "I should go," she said.
He nodded, and she stepped back. "Thank you," she added. He nodded again, unsure what he was being thanked for, but unable to form the words to ask. "Will you call?" she asked, her voice trailing off slightly. "Maybe we could. I'm not sure." "I'll call." She nodded and turned to walk away. He hesitated, then spoke just as she began to move. "Do you like jazz? The saxophone?" She stopped and turned back. There was a sudden sharpness in her eyes, a deep, unspoken longing so palpable it felt like a physical touch. For a second, Bosch wondered if he was just seeing his own reflection in her gaze, especially the solos, she said. "The lonely, sad ones, those are my favorite. Is tomorrow night too soon?" "It's New Year's Eve." "I know, I was thinking, maybe it's not the right time the other night was. I'm not sure." She walked back to him, placed her hand on his neck, and gently pulled his face down to meet hers. He didn't resist. They shared a long kiss, and Bosch kept his eyes closed. When she finally released him, he didn't bother checking if anyone had seen them. It didn't matter to him. "What exactly is the right time?" she asked. He had no reply. "I'll be waiting for you." He smiled, and she smiled back. She turned for the final time and walked toward the car, the sharp click of her high heels echoing on the asphalt once she stepped off the soft grass. Bosch leaned against the tree, watching as the driver opened the door for her. He lit a cigarette and observed the sleek black vehicle carry her through the gate, leaving him alone with the silent company of the graves. The quiet felt heavier now, punctuated only by the distant hum of the city, preparing for the celebration he would now attend with a different purpose. The last thing I expected was for Alexander Taylor to answer his own door. It contradicted everything I understood about Hollywood. A man with $1 billion box office record didn't answer doors. Typically, a uniformed guard would be stationed permanently at the entrance, meticulously checking identification and appointments before handing a visitor off to a butler or a maid for a silent, snow-soft walk into the depths of the estate. But none of that ceremony existed at the mansion on Bel Air Crest Road. The driveway gate stood open. After I parked in the circular turnaround and knocked, it was the box office champion himself who opened the massive door and waved me into a foyer so vast it could have been modelled after an airport terminal. Taylor was a big man, over 6 feet and 250 pounds. He carried it well, with a full head of curly brown hair and striking blue eyes. The carefully trimmed beard added a thoughtful, almost artistic air to his appearance, though genuine art had little to do with the commercial empire he operated. He wore a soft blue running suit that likely cost more than my entire outfit. A white towel was wrapped tightly around his neck, tucked into the collar. His cheeks were flushed, his breathing heavy and labored. I had clearly interrupted his workout, and he seemed mildly annoyed by it. I had come to the door in my best suit, a $1,200 ash, grey, single-breasted I hadn't worn in over 9 months. That morning I'd had to dust off the shoulders after pulling it from the closet. I was clean-shaven, and for the first time since I'd hung that suit up so many months ago, I felt a sense of purpose. "Come in," Taylor said. "Everyone's off today, and I was just in the middle of my routine. Lucky the gym's just down the hall, or I probably wouldn't have heard you." "It's a big place." "Lucky indeed," I replied. He moved back into the house without offering a handshake, a habit I remembered from our first meeting 4 years prior. He led the way, leaving me to close the heavy front door myself. "Do you mind if I finish up on the bike while we talk?" "Not at all," I said. We proceeded down a marble hallway, Taylor maintaining a steady 3-step lead as if I were part of his trailing entourage. He was probably most comfortable that way, and it suited me fine. It gave me a chance to look around. A bank of windows to the left offered a view of the extravagant grounds, a soccer field-sized expanse of rolling green lawn that stretched toward what I assumed was a guest house or a pool house, or perhaps both. A golf cart was parked near the distant structure, and I could see tracks crisscrossing the impeccable grass leading back to the main house. I'd seen a lot in Los Angeles, from the poorest neighborhoods to the most exclusive mountaintop estates, but the sheer quiet audacity of this space was something else entirely. It was my first encounter with a city estate so expansive that a golf cart was practically required to traverse it. Along the right-hand wall, framed movie posters from Alexander Taylor's many productions were displayed. I recognized a few from television broadcasts and ads for the others. They were largely the sort of action films easily captured in a 30-second spot, the kind that never leave you feeling you actually missed anything by not seeing the full feature. You'd never call any of them art, but in Hollywood that hardly mattered. What mattered was that they made money, and in the end, that's the only line that truly counts. Taylor turned smoothly to the right, and I trailed him into the gym. The place redefined personal fitness. Weight machines lined the mirrored walls, and at the center stood what looked like a regulation-sized boxing ring. Taylor stepped effortlessly onto a stationary bike, tapped a few buttons on the digital console, and began pedaling. Mounted high on the opposite wall were 3 large flat screens, 2 tuned to competing 24-hour news channels, and the third showing the Bloomberg Business Report. The Bloomberg audio was on, but Taylor picked up a remote and muted it. Another courtesy I hadn't anticipated. When I'd spoken to his assistant to set this up, she'd made it sound like I'd be lucky to squeeze in a question between the great man's phone calls. "No, partner?" Taylor asked, not breaking rhythm. "I thought you people always worked in pairs." "I prefer to work alone," I said, leaving it there for now. I stood quietly as he found his pace. He was in his late 40s, but could have passed for younger. Maybe all the health gear and youthful energy in the room rubbed off on him. Or maybe it was regular facials and a little Botox. Who knows? "I can give you 3 miles, he said, pulling the towel from around his neck and draping it over the handlebars. "Roughly 20 minutes. "That'll work." I reached into my inner jacket pocket for my notebook. It was a spiral bound, and the wire coil snagged on the lining as I pulled. Feeling like a complete fool, I wrestled with it for a second before yanking it free, hearing the faint rip of fabric. I smiled through the embarrassment. Taylor kindly looked away, his eyes drifting up to one of the silent screens. It's these small things I miss most about the old days. For over 20 years, I carried a neat, bound notebook. Spirals weren't allowed because a clever lawyer could argue pages with helpful notes had been torn out. The bound books avoided that and were easier on the jacket lining too. "I was glad you reached out," Taylor said, his breath steady. "Angie's case has always stayed with me, even now. She was a good kid, you know. All this time I assumed the police had just dropped it, that she didn't matter enough." I nodded. On the phone, I'd been careful with his assistant. I hadn't lied, but I'd let assumptions do the work. It was necessary. If I'd said I was an ex-cop freelancing on a cold case, I doubt I'd have gotten within a mile of the box office king. "Actually, before we begin, there might have been a mix-up," I said. "I'm not sure what your assistant told you, but I'm not with the police, not anymore." Taylor's pedaling slowed for a beat, but he quickly regained his rhythm. His face was flushed, sweat beading on his forehead. He reached to a cup holder beside the console, pulled out a pair of half-glasses and a slim card bearing his production company's logo, a square filled with intricate, maze-like curls, with a few handwritten notes below it. He slid the glasses on, but still squinted at the card. "This isn't matching my schedule," he stated. "Audrey has LAPD Detective Harry Bosch down for 10. She's been with me 18 years, back when I was shooting bargain bin movies in the valley. She's excellent, and she's rarely wrong." Well, that was my title for a long time. I retired last year. I may not have made that clear on the call. I wouldn't hold it against Audrey if I were you. I don't. He peered down at me over the rims of his glasses. "So what brings you here, Detective, or should I say, Mr. Bosch? I've got 2.5 miles left on this ride, and then I'm done." To Taylor's right sat a bench press station. I walked over and took a seat, pulling the pen smoothly from my shirt pocket.
"I'm not sure you recall, Mr. Taylor, but we spoke 4 years ago after Angela Benton's body was discovered in her apartment building lobby. The case was mine. We met in your office at Eidolon, over on the Archway lot. My partner at the time, Kiz Ryder, was with me. I remember. The black woman, she said she knew Angie from a gym, I believe. You both gave me a sense of confidence back then, but then you vanished."
I never heard another. We were reassigned. We were with Hollywood Division. After the robbery and the shooting that followed a few days later, robbery homicide took over the investigation. A soft chime came from the stationary bike, likely marking his first mile. "I remember those two," Taylor said, his tone dripping with contempt. More like Laurel and Hardy, they inspired zero confidence. One seemed more focused on landing a job as a technical advisor on my films than on solving Angie's case. Whatever became of them, one's dead. The other retired. Dorsey and Cross. I had known them both, despite Taylor's harsh take. Both were competent detectives. You didn't make it to RHD without skill. What I left out was how Jack Dorsey and Lawton Cross became known in the department as the pair with catastrophic luck. Months after the Benton case, while working another investigation, they stopped at a Hollywood bar for a quick lunch and a drink. They were in a booth with sandwiches and whiskey when an armed robber stormed the place. It's believed Dorsey, facing the door, went for his weapon but wasn't fast enough. The gunman shot him down before he could even flip the safety. He died before hitting the floor. A round meant for Cross grazed his skull. A second struck his neck and settled in his spine, leaving him paralyzed. The bartender was executed last, point blank. "And then what happened to Angie's case?" Taylor asked rhetorically. Not a hint of sympathy for the fallen officers. Absolutely nothing, I'd bet. It's probably collecting dust, much like that dated suit you dug out of the closet before coming here. I absorbed the jab. Because I needed to, I simply nodded as if in agreement. It was hard to tell if his fury was directed at the still unsolved murder of Angela Benton, or at the aftermath, the robbery, the subsequent killing, and the shutdown of his film production. "Those detectives worked it full-time for 6 months," I said. "After that, other cases piled up. The cases never stop coming, Mr. Taylor. It isn't like your movies, I wish it were." "Yes, there's always another case," Taylor snapped. "That's the convenient excuse, isn't it? Blame the workload." Meanwhile, that young woman is still dead. The money is still missing, and that's just too bad. On to the next one. Keep the line moving. I paused, letting him finish. He wasn't done. But now, 4 years later, you turn up. What's your angle, Bosch? Did you convince her family back in Ohio to hire you? Is that it? No, all of her immediate family was in Ohio. I haven't been in touch with them. Then what's this about? It's an open case, Mr. Taylor, and it still matters to me. I don't believe it's being handled with the necessary focus. And that's all. I gave a single nod. Taylor mirrored the gesture, a slow, thoughtful dip of his chin. 50,000, he announced. Pardon? I'll give you 50 grand if you crack it. No solution, No movie. Mr. Taylor, you've misunderstood. I'm not after your money, and this isn't about a film right now. I just need your assistance. Listen, I recognize a compelling story. A detective haunted by the case that slipped through his fingers. It's a classic, timeless theme. 50 up front, and we can discuss the back end later. I collected my notebook and pen from the bench and rose to my feet. This conversation was a dead end, or at least veering wildly off the path I intended. Thank you for your time. If I get lost on my way out, I'll send up a signal. I had barely taken a step toward the door when another electronic chime sounded from the exercise bike. Taylor's voice followed me. Final lap, Bosch. Come back and ask your questions. I'll happily keep my 50 grand if you're not interested. I turned to face him, but remained standing, reopening the notebook. The air in the room felt suddenly heavier, charged with a shift from futile negotiation to grudging possibility. Let's begin with the robbery, I said, my tone now direct, cutting through the earlier absurdity. Who at your company was aware of the $2 million? I need the specifics. Who knew exactly when it was arriving for the shoot and the delivery method? Anything and anyone you recall. I'm rebuilding this from the ground up.